A hunter screams in desperation upon seeing his companions in danger right in front of the enemy. The attack against the terrifying monster seems to be completely spinning out of their control. The redhead warrior complains that the battle is way too tough for them to handle. They desperately wonder when the backup guild will finally arrive to save them. A hunter steels himself, knowing that someone is bound to die if nothing is done immediately. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rings out, ordering everyone to fall back right away. A barrage of red spears strikes the creature with extreme violence, while the youngsters watch in shock. The guy starts live streaming, super hyped about the arrival of this savior. The legendary hunter of hunters appears floating amid his immense destructive power. It is the famous Jishin back, striking a totally confident pose for the camera. A young man watches that live stream on his phone with a deeply thoughtful look, but he quickly scorns the fame of the man everyone is idolizing online. The kid laments that his own father didn't even show up to his graduation ceremony. A classmate walks over and asks, surprised, why he's all by himself there. Song Hyun brushes it off, just saying his parents are really busy right now. The friend then asks him to take a group photo to capture that special moment. He focuses his phone camera on his classmates, who smile happily for the graduation picture. Sung Hyun just quietly agrees and takes the photo for his friends without complaining about a thing. Heading back home, he reflects on how much his dad lives, tied up in his work as a hunter. The young man steps inside and is greeted by a voice that notices his quiet arrival. His mother appears at the door looking pretty exhausted and worn out by the circumstances. She spends her days taking care of his sister, who unfortunately has been lying in a coma. The girl has been in this rough situation for 12 straight years without showing any improvement. Song Hyun looks at his mother with sadness in his eyes as he sees her constant suffering. He asks why she didn't come to his graduation, and she apologizes in a melancholy tone. He gets pissed and yells that she could have spared just a single day to be with him. The guy vents about always being ignored until a deep voice tells him to keep his voice down. Sung Hyun freezes up and falls silent upon hearing that sudden interruption from behind. His father looms imposingly in the living room, wearing business clothes still stained with combat blood. The man coldly tells his son never to yell at his own mother inside the house again. Sung Hyun drops his head in frustration, having nothing to say under his father's pressure. The young man clicks his tongue in anger and decides to clear out to avoid any more family fights. The dad asks where he's heading, and Song Hyun replies that he's going to the training room. The man questions if he's still insisting on this even though he's been warned multiple times. He states coldly that Song Hyun doesn't have an ounce of talent to become a real hunter. The father directly orders him to give up on this impossible dream once and for all. Sung Hyun ignores the advice and heads out to the front of the training center to practice alone. Once there, he starts practicing wooden sword strikes with high intensity against a dummy opponent. The owner of the place, named Lee Ju-yong, notes that the kid is attacking with way more aggression today. Sung Hyun channels all his frustration and anger into every single move against his instructor. The young man plants his feet firmly on the ground to gain momentum and try a faster sneak attack. They keep trading lightning, fast wooden sword strikes that echo throughout the training room. Sung Hyun grits his teeth, focused on pushing past his limits and proving the value of his hard work. The instructor is surprised to see the kid quickly back off to prep a different technique. Suddenly, magical blue energy chains start appearing and wrapping around Sung Hyun's arm. The instructor watches that sudden display of power with a look of total astonishment on his face. The guy leaps forward, delivering a commanding strike while masterfully controlling the glowing chains. The man closely tracks the trajectory of that extraordinary magical edge attack, heading straight for him. But the young man soon realizes his move was anticipated, and he's walked right into his instructor's defense. The clash is cut short at the very last second as the wooden weapon stops right in front of his face. Ju-yong parries the blow using his own sword with extreme agility. Sung Hyun is shocked to realize his chains were brushed aside so easily. The guy tries to defend himself but ends up getting disarmed by the instructor in a swift move. A powerful burst of energy ripples right through the middle of the training center. Ju Yong smiles, saying that for a split second he really thought he was going to lose. He jokes that the kid's chains are still way too weak to be of any use. The instructor suggests he try fighting without relying so much on his special abilities. Afterward, they go grab a bite together at a local Chinese restaurant. Sung Hyan complains about accepting food from someone who's also broke. The instructor suggests another training session, but remembers the kid just took the academy exam. The boy shouts that he can't rest until he sees the final results of his test. Grips his chopsticks tightly, remembering that the other competitors have insane powers. The guy vents, saying that at this rate, he'll never manage to become a professional hunter. He knows he needs to step it up big time if he wants to win over his strict dad. The kid laments that he can't just sit around at home, waiting for things to happen. The instructor watches the young man suffering with a deeply worried expression. He tries to advise the kid not to beat himself up in such a destructive way. The man explains that home is supposed to be a place of total comfort and shelter for him. Out on the street, a protester rants about 100 years passing since monsters first appeared in the world. Sung Hyan walks downcast through the heavy rain while chewing over his instructor's advice. The protesters accuse the so-called returnees of lying about their true origins. The man yells angrily into the microphone, trying to rile up the people around him in the pouring rain. He recalls the image of his mother caring for his sister, who remains in a vegetative state. His instructor's words about the importance of family echo through his thoughts once again. He stops at his front door, feeling totally lost and crushed by reality. The young man can't hold back his tears in the face of all the anguish bottled up in his chest. To top it off, he gets a message confirming he's been rejected by the Hunter Academy. He gets crushed reading the word rejected glowing right there on his cell phone screen. The guy realizes he genuinely has nowhere to run when things get real. In a moment of pure rage, he hurls his phone straight onto the rain-soaked pavement. Song Hyan bitterly mutters that this world has turned into an absolute hell for him. The kid yells in desperation out in the storm, having no clue what to do with his life from now on. He ends up sitting on the cold, wet ground of a completely abandoned and lonely alley. Suddenly, the young man hears a strange sound coming from his phone lying in a puddle. He looks down at the wet screen and sees his mother calling him repeatedly. The kid hesitates for a second when he sees who's calling on his phone's display. He decides to pick up and immediately sprints straight to the city hospital. The young man is left in total shock upon hearing the unbelievable news his mother just dropped over the phone. He pushes open the hospital room door, shaking with nerves over what he's about to witness inside. The doctor explains, astonished, that his sister finally woke up after spending 12 years in a coma. His mother weeps tears of joy seeing her daughter awake, while the father watches, everything seriously in the background. Sung Hyan stares at his sister, who is now looking right back at him with a very calm expression. Suddenly, the peaceful vibe of the hospital room is shattered by an unexpected question. The mom asks everyone to stay together in the room to give emotional support to the startled girl. Sung Hyan fires back that he has his own commitments and can't just hang around all day. He gets annoyed and yells. They doesn't even remember talking to her in the past. The dad tells him to shut his mouth, and the young man snaps back furiously, calling out his progenitor's hypocrisy. Seeing the two of them fighting, the girl grips her bedsheet, softly begging them to stop right away. The guy and his mother stop, arguing instantly upon hearing the young girl's weak voice pleading for peace. She starts crying out of sadness, saying she didn't want to be the cause of so much friction in the family. Seeing the girl's pleas, the mother hurries over with a deeply worried expression. Song Hyan freezes, staring at So Hyan without quite knowing what to say at that moment. After that turbulent day, the guy starts facing his reality with a fresh mindset. He starts visiting the hospital about 3 times a week to keep tabs on his sister's recovery. His mom had hoped the two of them could grow closer and build a strong bond. However, he keeps a certain distance, focusing solely on reading his books during his visits. Outside the hospital, he keeps practicing the summoning of his blue chains with total dedication. Song Hyen trains tirelessly in the city alleys, refusing to give up on his dream of becoming a hunter. That awful word rejection on the academy exam is still painfully burned into his mind. He constantly relives the humiliation of being turned down as he walks thoughtfully back to the hospital. Even feeling like a total failure, he keeps walking silently down the halls of the medical wing. Pushing open the room door, he walks straight into a totally unexpected and startling scene. The kid sees an empty bed with the curtains fluttering in panics, not getting what happened. Outside the hospital, young So Hyeon is sitting alone on a bench under the night sky. Song Hyeon finally tracks her down and yells out in relief, startling the girl with his sudden arrival. He scolds her worriedly for sneaking out without telling anyone, and she apologizes, saying she felt suffocated. The girl asks if they can hang out outside for a bit, and he looks at her, totally confused. The two of them end up sitting on the bench together, sharing a pretty awkward moment of silence. Suddenly, she breaks the silence and calls out her brother's name in a hesitant tone of voice. She asks point blank if he hates her because of everything that went down in their family. The guy tries to play off his surprise while she mentions that his personality got a bit scary. She compares his vibe to their dad's and reminds him that he used to be such a cute little kid back then. She understands her brother's cold response and looks down, feeling the heavy weight of the time she missed. The young woman reflects on how much their parents aged and how she lost touch with all her old friends. She clutches her hands against her hospital gown, feeling a deep sorrow that everything has changed. Tears start streaming down the girl's face as she vents that she feels completely alone in the world. Sung Hyeon watches her cry, surprised by the vulnerability and pain she's showing. Those words hit the guy hard, reminding him of his own loneliness on graduation day. He stops his sister's crying, firmly stating that what she's saying is complete nonsense. The young man reminds her that she still has her mom, her dad, and most importantly, him right by her side. He encourages her, saying she can make new friends, even without going to a traditional school. Sung Hyeon realizes his own words are also acting as a comfort for his own frustrations. He figures he doesn't necessarily need a top-tier academy to manage to become a hunter. With a fresh perspective, the young man decides it's way too early to give up on his big goals. So Hyeon calms down with her brother's support and thanks him with a shy smile on her face. He decides it's time to head back inside and asks, confused, how she managed to walk all the way out there without her wheelchair. The guy's eyes go wide as he notices a mysterious magical glow popping up around his sister's body. To Sung Hyeon's amazement, So Hyeon starts floating gracefully in the air, surrounded by gorgeous glowing stars. He yells in shock at what he's seeing while she calmly explains that she visited the fairy world in her dreams. The young woman reveals that she learned to use that extraordinary magic during her long slumber. He instantly remembers the news stories about returnees, claiming they came from other dimensions. He also recalls his dad's harsh words, claiming he'd never have the talent to be a hunter. But now he realizes his family's true talent was hidden in his sister's incredible ability. The guy keeps watching that magnificent display of floating power beneath the starry night sky. A serious and thoughtful look takes over his face as he grasps the scale of the situation. In a flashback, his mother appears looking panicked upon seeing her two kids acting up outside. The kids show up covered in dirt, smiling and explaining they were just playing together in the yard. Their caring mom tells them to go take a bath, while the little ones complain, wanting to play more tomorrow. Little So Hyeon walks hand in hand with her mom, believing their happy routine would never change. But destiny is totally unpredictable, and the now empty playground symbolizes the end of those innocent, peaceful days. The scene cuts to sunset over the city skyline as the boy's memories roll on. He recalls the happy childhood times when their mom used to give him and his older sister a bath. The family used to share dinners full of joy and smiles around the dining table. The two siblings would always get totally worn out from playing together until they passed out in the living room, On one of those peaceful nights, little So Hyun lay down in bed to sleep soundly. She closed her eyes, wondering curiously what games they'd play the next day. The young girl fell asleep looking forward to tomorrow, having no idea that sleep would last for so many years. In the middle of that dark night, a glowing rift of light magically cracked open right in front of her. Little So Hyun opened her eyes in awe at the glow of an entirely brand new dimension. A charming fairy floated toward her, greeting the little girl in a super friendly way. The mystical creature smiled and announced that she had been chosen by that new world. The fairy invited the girl to join her on a grand mission to save that magical realm, and so she spent 6 months living extraordinary adventures in the fantastic fairy kingdom. But upon returning home, she found out that 12 whole years had passed on Earth. Government agents examined the girl at the hospital and officially confirm she's a returnee. The agent explains that standard containment bracelets have no effect on powerful returnees. He interrogates the young woman about what the fairies taught her during her time away. So Hyun quietly recalls the crucial lessons on magic and survival she picked up there. She also remembers how she had to fight bravely to manage to escape the evil fairy queen. The girl reveals that the kingdom's residents told her defeating the queen was her only chance to get back. The bespectacled man asks, in a pretty intimidating way, if she actually wiped out the ruler. Spooked by the vibe of the chat, the young woman quickly denies it while her mom watches with heavy apprehension. So Hyun explains she settled things by talking, but the man insists that returnees are still dangerous. The agent paces the room, pointing out that all returnees pack immense, military-grade powers. Out in the hallway, Sung Hyun listens in shock that his sister's power matches an S-rank hunter. The guy gets thoughtful hearing that even the most harmless powers can suffer dangerous shifts. The official orders the family to make sure the girl never uses her abilities again under any circumstances. So Hyun looks down, feeling locked up once more even after making it back home. He warns that starting the next day, a government hunter will be sent to keep constant tabs on her. Sung Hyun walks down the hospital halls with his head down, digesting the terrible avalanche of info. He receives an official thank you letter for submitting his data for the association's evaluation. The document confirms his physical conditioning was tested and passed the basic checks. But the letter drops the cruel verdict that he's considered unfit for monster combat. The report describes his chains as weak and inferior to standard metal chains. The guy sits down crushed in the lobby, seeing his power rated as F rank. He bites his lower lip, feeling an overwhelming mix of anger, frustration, and helplessness. Suddenly, his sister So Hyun's voice calls out from afar, breaking the silence of that empty hallway. She walks over slowly, watching him with a very sweet and worried look about his state. The girl clumsily tries to cheer him up, telling him not to be scared of anything from now on. But the guy keeps his head down, feeling like nothing actually changed in his failed life. The young woman looks at him, confused by that cold, distant reaction from her little brother. He rudely tells her to scram and leave him alone with his own problems. That harsh reply cuts the girl deep, and she feels her eyes well up with tears. She asks with a trembling voice, totally failing to get the reason for so much hostility from him. So Hyun insists on knowing why he's acting so bitter toward her, completely losing it from stress. The guy yells at her to vanish from his sight once and for all. The girl goes into total shock over the violence of her brother's sudden outburst. Sung Hyun gets up and walks right past her, without looking back and without apologizing. He keeps walking away down the dark hall, leaving the young woman behind. Alone and devastated, the kid wanders aimlessly through the busy city streets, lost in his own gloomy thoughts. Sung Hyun walks down the crowded streets with his head down, paying attention to nothing around him. Back at the hospital, young So Hyun lets out a sad sigh seeing she hurt her dear brother. The kid stops in the middle of the sidewalk, angrily questioning what he's doing with his life. He feels totally pathetic for taking out his own frustration on his innocent sister. Suddenly, the guy notices a weird commotion and worried murmurs coming from the crowd ahead. He approaches the startled pedestrians, trying to figure out the reason for all that sudden chaos. The guy's eyes widen as he locks his gaze on a very familiar figure out in the street. He sees his own father, injured and bloody, being being helped out by several people on the scene. The scene cuts back to the front of the hospital under the dark blanket of a starry night. In the hospital room, So-hyun gazes out the glass window alone at the night scenery. The girl wears an extremely sad expression, remembering her childhood before the long coma. She recalls little Sung-hyun, crying his eyes out in her arms back in the day. The image of her little brother smiling happily while playing in the sandbox at the park flashes in her mind. So-hyun can't stop tears from rolling down her face as she misses those peaceful times. Suddenly, the room window opens on its own, releasing a mysterious, glowing blue magical dust. The girl starts floating out the window and kicks off a magical stroll through the air under the moonlight. Her feet touch invisible steps in the night sky as sparkling stars pop up with every single step. The young woman's blue hair flutters softly in the wind as she climbs higher and higher toward the sky. She finds her old childhood playground totally overrun by giant roots and trees. The girl vividly remembers how clean, colorful, and full of life that exact playground used to be. She stares sadly at those abandoned ruins that used to be the backdrop of her greatest joys. The young woman wishes from the bottom of her heart that she could go back to living those simple moments of pure innocence. She closes her eyes, longing to return to the era when her family was united and happy. Amid tears, So-hyun screams into the wind, begging for things to go back to the way they were. Suddenly, two mysterious men pop up on the scene and notice the girl crying in the middle of the ruins. She spots the strangers and her eyes widen in fear at that unexpected approach. The girl demands to know who they are while one of the men tells her to chill, playing it friendly. He asks if she knows where she is, and the girl replies with a completely puzzled look. The man explains that the park was closed off due to a dungeon break and the area is dangerous. He offers to lead her out, but she timidly declines, saying she remembers the way back. Just as she turns around, one of the guys brutally smashes a metal pipe against the back of her head. Her eyes go wide in absolute shock as she takes a cowardly blow with zero chance to react. The girl drops to the ground injured while the attackers start arguing greedily over the attack. The young woman's hand bleeds on the stone ground as the criminals' argument heats up. Suddenly, the thugs stop fighting and stare in fear at the girl collapsed on the floor of the abandoned playground. To the criminal's total shock, So-hyun slowly starts picking herself up even after that fatal hit. With a bloody face and a gaze locked in fury, she rises, leaving the attackers terrified. The attacker defends himself, confused, swearing he hit her in the head with all his strength. One of the criminals panics completely, screaming desperately for her not to come any closer. Overcome with fear, So-hyun raises her arm and threatens to attack if they dare take another step. The thugs shake off their fear and start mocking her looks, saying she looks like a runaway madwoman. She recalls opening the magic book in the fairy realm to learn a new technique. In her memories, the name of the powerful Sagittarius spell glows brightly in her vision. An immense energy barrier forms around her as she tries to rein in her massive magical power. She fires a colossal blue energy crystal originally designed just to petrify targets. But the attack slams into the attackers, kicking off a devastating, scary red explosion. The redhead criminal's eyes go wide, seized by an indescribable despair as he witnesses that power. The government agent's words about returnees, abilities shifting in dangerous ways, echo through the scene. Caught in the corrupted magic, the three attackers start getting completely disintegrated by the energy. The little fairy cries upon seeing that the harmless purification spell ended up brutally taking lives. So-hyun stares down at her blood-stained hands with a look of pure panic. Meanwhile, the boy's father walks exhaustively, carrying one of his heavily injured teammates. People on the street murmur in surprise as they recognize the famous YouTube content creator. The young man watches his father closely, wondering with anguish if he ended up dying in combat. He stands frozen in the middle of the crowd, feeling an immense tightness in his chest over the situation. The veteran hunter turns sideways, revealing his tired yet still very imposing face. On the sidewalk, the police cordon off the area around a body completely covered by a sheet. The father harshly asks where he left his sister, and Sung Hyun retorts that he just went for a walk. The man in sunglasses listens to his son's excuses while maintaining his cold and relentless posture. He asks if it's the first time the young man has seen a corpse, and Sung Hyun confirms it in silence. The veteran hunter begins to talk about the cruel and realistic statistics of his profession. The young man focuses his attention on his experienced father's harsh and cold words. He reveals that this was the alarming mortality rate among hunters last year. The man explains that many walk away severely injured or quit due to deep psychological trauma. He emphasizes that no one is safe from the constant dangers, whether they are rookies or seasoned veterans. The blood-spattered man glares at his son, showing the brutal reality of the world they live in. The hunter questions whether the young man genuinely believes he has a chance of surviving in that hostile scenario. Sung Hyun lowers his head, feeling the weight of that direct question crush his confidence. The father dismissively states that the lack of an answer proves the boy's determination is worthless. The scene shifts once more to the imposing facade of the hospital under the darkness of night. The young man walks slowly back toward the hospital, immersed in his own inner conflicts. He admits to himself that he has always been weak and incapable of facing reality head-on. The young man reflects on how much he tried to deny that his powers really weren't enough. He confesses that he spent all this time running from the truth and that now he is completely lost. On the lobby television, a news report highlights his father's elite hunter squad. He remembers when he was an innocent child, watching those heroes shine on the screen. Ever since he was little, the boy dreamed of following in his hunter father's imposing footsteps. But now he honestly wonders what he actually wants to do with his own future. The young man thinks about giving up his dream of becoming a hunter until he notices a bright red light shining in the sky. He looks up, startled, and wonders if that figure floating high above is his sister. The girl exhibits an extremely frightening and unstable red aura as she hovers in the air. The young man's eyes widen in sheer panic as he realizes So Hyun's terrifying state. He screams in desperation, asking if she is hurt when he notices the blood splattered across her clothes. The young man demands to know what happened while the girl trembles with fear and cries uncontrollably. He immediately recalls the government agent's warning about the out-of-control danger of the returnees. The young girl weeps and begs him not to come closer to prevent an even bigger disaster. The young man watches her panic, unable to grasp the severity of what just happened. The young girl falls into total despair and screams, begging everyone to stay far away from her. A colossal wave of red magical energy begins to expand violently across the area. Power overflows from the girl's body, generating an overwhelming pressure throughout the hospital region. A massive explosion of red and pink light swallows the upper floors of the medical building. The devastating force of the impact destroys the surrounding vegetation, carving out a huge clearing of destruction. Police radios begin transmitting urgent alerts about a severe disturbance outside the hospital. Sung Hyun, lying injured on the ground, hears the alert message echoing through the chaos caused by his sister. The broadcast warns about an extremely dangerous and armed individual causing total destruction on the sidewalk. He tries to approach So Hyun, screaming desperately for her to stop all this madness. The girl screams out of control that she didn't want things to end in such a tragic way. The immense red energy barrier repels everything around it while people beg for help. She cries in despair, swearing with all her soul that she never intended to take human lives. Sung Hyun stretches out his hand, running toward his sister in a desperate attempt to save her from that abyss of power. Sung Hyun tries to shield himself from the massive discharge of energy overflowing from his sister. The government's warning about the immediate elimination of out-of-control returnees echoes in his mind. The young man panics, not knowing whether to call his father or if the police will act faster. Suddenly, a frightening thought crosses his mind as he looks down at his own injured hand. He questions whether he was the one who triggered this whole terrible chain of events. The young man stares at the fresh blood on his palm, feeling an overwhelming guilt for his actions. But he quickly shakes his head, refusing to believe this is the end of the line for his family. He recognizes that his weak abilities would never be enough to stop her colossal power. For a brief second, the young man thinks the best option would simply be to run away. He tries to convince himself that this disastrous situation is by no means his direct fault. The young man recalls all the times he felt inadequate and rejected by everyone. He sees himself face to face with his younger self in a moment of pure reflection. The little boy looks up at him with eyes full of the hope and innocence of days past. He snaps out of his memories and locks his determined gaze on his sister's terrifying storm of power up above. So Hyan weeps inconsolably, begging for all this suffering to end once and for all. The girl cries out that from now on she no longer wants anyone's company in the world. Song Hyan screams desperately for his sister's name, trying to reach her amid the red whirlwind. The young man bravely pushes through the destructive barrier, suffering several deep cuts across his body. Even while bleeding heavily, he keeps shouting for her to snap out of that destructive trance. The girl startles upon hearing his voice and opens her eyes, seeing her brother sacrificing himself to save her. The memory of his father's cruel lesson echoes, once again in the young man's thoughts. But Sung Hyan answers mentally that he accepts the risk of losing his own life for her sake. He shouts that protecting people is a hunter's true duty and begs her to stay calm. The young man explains that her powers went out of control because of fear and that everything will be fine if she calms down. She asks why he is risking so much for someone who changed so much after all these years, but he simply grabs his sister's bleeding hand and says none of that matters to him. The girl stares deeply into his eyes, feeling the sincerity and warmth of that protective embrace. She remembers when the sweet fairy comforted her in the peaceful magical realm where she once lived. The mystic creature had told her that So Hyan was a true heroine destined for great things. The young girl remembers how small she felt in the face of such massive responsibility in the other world. She used to vent through tears that on Earth she just felt like a lost child trapped in an adult's body. She confessed her immense dread of having no friends and becoming a constant danger to people. She believed everyone would hate her, but the fairy warmly assured her that wasn't true at all. Back in the present, the warmth of her brother's embrace proves that the fairy was entirely right. The girl's eyes shine brightly as despair finally begins to leave her mind. The fairy's voice echoes, reminding her that no one would risk their own life for someone they genuinely hated. The mystic creature says goodbye with a smile, telling her to return without fear to her true home. The young man holds her firmly, guiding her back to the place where she truly belongs. Police cruisers arrive at the scene while the two siblings cry in each other's arms amid the destruction. The girl breaks down in tears against her brother's chest, feeling an immense relief to be safe with him. He looks at her warily, yet wears a deeply relieved expression for having managed to save her. The young man sports several combat marks on his face that now prove his immense bravery as a brother. The image of the cute little boy from the past reappears, symbolizing reconciliation and forgiveness between the two. The small boy seems to give him the strength to keep fighting through adversity. Officers cordon off the destroyed area, and a mysterious figure approaches, inspecting the wreckage on the ground. A man in a car asks if she saw the guy who pulled off that stunt, but she calmly denies it. The report notes that that night's incident was quickly swept under the rug by the police without making the news. The case was treated merely as a minor, irrelevant scuffle for the city's mainstream media. But young So Hyan ended up locked away in a government detention cell just for being a returnee. A guard approaches the iron bars, announcing that visiting hours have finally started for her. So Hyan stares at the entrance with a tired look, full of expectations regarding the visit. She walks out of the detention hallway under the strict escort of police and federal agents in silence. The girl sadly recalls how her mother cried in despair the last time they saw each other. She enters the visitation room nervously, not quite knowing what to say to the person waiting for her. The young woman's eyes widen in total shock when she realizes her father is the one sitting there. Ji Shin-baek looks at her very seriously, maintaining his usual flawless posture. Two sit face to face, separated only by the glass divider of the visitation room. So Hyan lowers her head and tries to speak to him in a very timid and hesitant manner. The man interrupts her, firmly announcing that he came to bust her out of this prison that very day. He explains that he hired a mind reader to analyze her memories of the day of the attack. The father reveals that the mental investigation brought the whole truth about the incident to light. He confirms that So Hyan acted purely in self-defense after being cowardly attacked by those criminals. The man says the act was entirely justified by law, sparing her from any kind of criminal charges. She is informed of her immediate release, yet she still feels guilty about the attacker's injuries. The father relieves her mind by clarifying that the attacker didn't die and should already be fully recovered thanks to healers. He strongly reinforces that she did not take a single person's life on that fateful day. Upon hearing that revelation, the girl bursts into tears of pure happiness and gratitude. The father watches her cry, keeping his own feelings hidden behind a thoughtful expression. The government official enters the room, asking if their chat is finally over. He mentions the fine for property damage at the hospital, and the father thanks him for everything ending well. The agent says everyone owes the hunter a favor, but questions whether hiding the truth for so long is going to work out. The official reveals in the hallway that the men So Hyan attacked actually ended up passing away. The father replies that he hopes his daughter is mentally stronger when she discovers this tragic reality. The young woman walks back to freedom with a sense of relief, having no idea about the terrible secret they are hiding from her. The agent hands a mysterious envelope to Ji Shin-baek right outside the detention facility. He explains that it's official correspondence, sent under his daughter's name. The veteran hunter clenches his teeth in irritation as he looks over the contents of that document. He furiously wonders who dared to send that correspondence to her at a time like this. The man dismissively questions who sent that garbage while the scene focuses on a mysterious guy wearing headphones. At the training center, Song Hyan keeps practicing his control over his magical energy chains. He focuses his aim and fires the glowing chains towards several lined-up soda cans. The soda cans get hit and crushed with precision by the young man's swift attack. The boy rests, exhausted, while the mysterious guy in the background lets out a sigh of disinterest. Sung Hyan asks who he is, and the gym owner replies that the man has been sitting there since early morning. The man tells him to ignore him, and the boy angrily complains that his snacks are breaking his concentration. The stranger plays dumb, and Song Hyan insists that his presence there is annoying. The guy with the headphones then asks if the boy would use the exact same excuse in an actual battle. He points out that dungeons are full of unexpected events and any distraction can nullify his powers. The man finishes off dismissively, stating that the young man's lack of focus shows he has hardly trained at all. Irritated by the stranger's audacity, Sung Hyan demands to know if he actually knows him from somewhere. The young man asks why he's picking a fight without knowing how hard he worked to get here. The guy with the headphones stands up and mockingly guarantees that he knows his level inside out. The boy is surprised when the man compliments his physical conditioning and combat instincts, but he quickly criticizes his proficiency and suddenly appears right behind the young man, startling him with his insane speed. The stranger explains in technical terms that the magical chains consume life force with every second of use. He points out that Sung Hyan wastes way too much power on every strike, which ultimately ruins his accuracy. The man claims that true professionals use only the strictly necessary power for an attack. He throws a piece of a snack with surgical precision, piercing right through a metal soda without breaking the food. The man with the headphones asks if he gets it while instructor Juyong watches the scene with his jaw dropped. The punctured cans on the floor prove the skill of this mysterious warrior standing right in front of them. Lee Juyong is shocked, while the mysterious man tells Song Hyan that he still doesn't know his true power. The stranger pulls out a green artifact from a returnee and asks the boy to bring it close to his magical chains. As soon as the two objects get close, a strong glowing reaction occurs, confirming the hunter's suspicions. The man asks if he remembers what happened at the hospital when he tried to save his younger sister. The hunter reveals that he witnessed everything from afar and saw the exact moment those chains touched the girl. He explains that his sister's devastating aura simply vanished completely after that brief contact. This means the protagonist's chains possess a unique ability never seen before in the world. The young man's secret power is capable of completely sealing away the extraordinary abilities of dangerous returnees. The man says true effort requires technique and awareness of this potential rather than just attacking blindly. Quite impressed by these revelations, the boy finally asks what the stranger's true identity is. The hunter introduces himself as Che Jing-hung, revealing that he is a professor at the famous Sanghan Ability Academy. He surprises the young man by announcing that he came there that day with the sole purpose of recruiting him. Sung Hyan is left completely speechless upon hearing the name of the renowned institution that had previously rejected him. The young man remembers he already failed the entrance exam, but the professor guarantees he has the authority to recommend him. He confidently states that the boy's special ability makes him more than qualified to secure a spot. The professor extends the final proposal, waiting patiently for the hero's answer about joining them. With tears in his eyes and full of determination, the boy accepts the invitation, shouting that he's going to enter the academy. He affirms that he really wants to go to the hunter school, leaving the professor extremely pleased with his choice. The man welcomes the new student and hands over the recommendation letter to make the recruitment official. Suddenly, a sharp object streaks through the air at high speed and hits the document, interrupting the friendly handoff. Che Ji-hung senses the threat immediately and looks over seriously toward where the surprise attack came from. The professor blocks the attack effortlessly, using his own energy, and turns to face the aggressor. Sung Hyan gets startled upon seeing an intimidating figure step into the hallway, shrouded in a frightening red aura. The man in a black suit glares at the recruiter with fury in his eyes, demanding an immediate explanation of what he's doing. With an extremely oppressive presence, he dismissively asks what kind of clown show is going on here. The professor complains about the violent interruption, saying he's the one who should be annoyed by this situation. Sung Hyan's father ignores the complaints and repeats his demand coldly and relentlessly against the recruiter. The young man gets totally confused by this absurd tension and stammers in surprise as he recognizes his own father right there. Professor greets the elite hunter in a friendly way, but takes the chance to tease that he's getting full of wrinkles. Shin Black doesn't fall for the provocation and orders him to stop dodging the main point and spit out what he wants. While the boy wonders if they know each other, the professor calmly explains that he merely sent the recommendation letters. The admission documents were meant for both the powerful returnee's sister and the protagonist himself. The father immediately turns down the request, saying his daughter is still a child and wouldn't adapt to a school like that. Jae-hung finds his choice of words amusing and asks if the veteran somehow hadn't heard about her recent rampage. The recruiter points out that the girl's power outburst proves she's basically a ticking time bomb ready to blow. He argues that she needs specialized training, but the father fires back that he's capable of teaching her himself. The professor sighs, saying the experienced hunter is still as stubborn as ever, and brings up another important point of discussion. Shin Bak steps in front of Song Hyan and coldly states that his son simply has zero talent for fighting. The veteran looks at his son and severely says that weak determination on the battlefield will only lead him to his death. Upon hearing that harsh, direct rejection, the professor immediately shouts, denying the boy's father's cruel claim. Guarantees he personally witnessed the heroic moment when Sung Hyan threw himself forward without hesitation to save his younger sister. Chi Ji-hung argues that this extreme bravery is precisely what matters most for someone who wants to become a hunter. The veteran fires back with a killer glare, claiming that desperate stunt wasn't courage, but pure recklessness. He turns to his own son and asks if he knew the extent of his sister's strength and how to stop her when he rushed toward her. The boy is left speechless and stammers, trying to justify that he had act fast, or something much worse would have happened. The man says that's just hindsight, and that he got lucky to possess an ability compatible with containing the outburst. He sternly warns that if his son keeps relying on luck in the future, he'll just end up becoming another corpse. He warns that the professor is just feeding the boy false hopes, and that at the school he'll get crushed by tough rival competition. Che Jai-hang defends the academy's support and threatens to speak with the principal, but the veteran hunter just tells him to send his regards. While the two veterans keep arguing, the young man watches in silence, wondering why his father acts this way. Sung Hyun silently asks himself why his father could never say, even once, that he did a good job. He feels it would be so simple for his father to just say, "Thank you for managing to save his own sister." The young man clenches his fist tightly as he laments his family's lack of recognition at that moment. He squeezes his fingers, feeling the injustice of being treated as if his efforts meant nothing at all. The protagonist's eyes show all the hurt accumulated from years of rejection and excessive demands. Lee Juong approaches with a sincere smile and warmly congratulates the boy on his huge achievement. The mentor tries to cheer up the blue-haired youth in the face of the veteran hunter's cold and imposing presence. He reminds him that Sung Hyun was accepted by a professor and is now much closer to making his dream come true. The boy agrees timidly, yet still shows some hesitation because of his own father's attitude. Ju-yong advises him not to overthink the criticism and to just keep pushing forward on the path he believes in. The mentor guarantees that he too will place all his faith in the young apprentice's journey and choices. He firmly grabs the young man's arm and says he completely trusts the road ahead of him. Ju-yong points out that every step traveled so far has forged the boy's calloused hands with great strength. Sung Hyun stares at his own scars and begins to understand the real value of every drop of sweat he shed. The instructor states with conviction that the young man doesn't need absolutely anyone's approval to fight. He shoots a stern look at Shin back, stressing that he doesn't need validation from someone who doesn't truly know him. The veteran hunter just flashes a cold half-smile upon hearing the academy owner's bold provocation. Juong says out loud that he finally understands why the boy is so stubborn about becoming a hunter. Shin Baek glares at the instructor with a killer look upon realizing who was responsible for encouraging his son. The father irritably concludes that Ju-yong was the one who planted that absurd hunter idea in the boy's head. The protagonist gives his own cheeks a hard slap, startling both men with his sudden reaction. Shin Baek stops walking and slowly turns around to see what his hair's final decision will be. Sung Hyun thanks his mentor for the support, saying that thanks to him, he finally managed to make up his mind. The blue-haired youth takes a deep breath and sincerely confesses what he felt at the start of his journey. He admits that in the beginning his only desire was to become a strong and respected hunter, just like his father was. He reveals that he was only chasing approval and victories, admitting that he acted like a pathetic, selfish kid. However, the script flipped for him after that tense incident that went down at the hospital. The young man realized that on that day he wasn't weak or pathetic for risking his own life for the one he loved. With a firm and focused gaze, he declares with absolute certainty that he is now ready for the challenges ahead. He screams with all his might that he will become a hunter, even if he has to face his father to do it. Shin Baek listens to his son's bold declaration in silence while his red, killer aura expands. The dreaded veteran sighs heavily upon noting that his heir has made his final decision without hesitation. The father harshly points out that his son really has absurd stubbornness and never listens to his advice. Sung Hyun swallows hard and takes a step back, fearing a violent or repressive reaction from his powerful father. The elite hunter reaches out imposingly and places his heavy hand on the protagonist's shoulder. He shocks everyone by coldly giving in, telling the boy to go ahead and try pursuing this career. The boy's eyes widen in complete shock upon hearing this unexpected permission from his strict father. Shin-Bake warns that he'll soon find out for himself that the combat life wasn't made for him. The man makes a dramatic pause and announces that there are 2 strict conditions for him to attend the school. The veteran's first demand is that Song Hyan manage to get into the prestigious student council. If he fails to make the council within a year, the hunter promises to drag him back home by force. The second and most important condition set by the father is that the young man protect his younger sister at the academy. He explains that the girl will also be going there since her powers have been very unstable and dangerous lately. The man orders his son to guarantee her safety, under the threat of severely punishing him if he fails the mission. Facing the intimidating question of whether he can pull off the agreement, the blue-haired youth answers yes. Satisfied with the boy's firm answer, the imposing hunter finally lifts his heavy hand off his shoulder. Without saying another word, the dreaded warrior turns his back and starts walking slowly toward the exit. The sound of the entrance bell echoes through the room, signaling that the terrifying figure of the father has finally left. The 3 men left in the room look at each other in relief once that suffocating atmosphere clears up. Sung Hyan lets out a tired sigh and confesses, trembling, that he thought he'd lose his life under the pressure of that gaze. The veteran Shin-Bak walks thoughtfully through the city streets in the late afternoon after leaving the academy. Jae-hong runs desperately after the feared warrior, shouting his name to try and get his attention. The professor questions whether his demand to put Sung Hyan on the student council isn't a bit too harsh. He insists that the kid is just an F-rank hunter, and that it would be impossible for him to compete with that elite crowd. Shin-Bake coldly replies that if his son really wants to be a hunter, he should already be ready for high expectations. The veteran hunter stops walking and calls his colleague by name in a very serious tone, changing the course of the conversation. He reveals in a melancholic tone that deep down, he never wanted to drag his own hair into this cruel world. Shin-Bake remembers Sung Hyan's words confessing that he just wanted to be strong like him, so he could feel proud. The man maintains a closed expression, hiding all his pain and worry behind his impeccable posture. Ji-hyung is visibly surprised to realize that the rigid father actually just wants to protect his family. A tense silence hangs between the two as the experienced warrior looks away with a bitter expression. He walks away into the gloom, leaving the professor reflecting on who actually motivated the kid to walk this path. In her room, So Hyan curiously looks over some paperwork, getting ready for the new phase about to begin. The young woman happily celebrates as she holds the official recommendation letter to enter her dream academy. Sung Hyan makes the most of the last few days of February to train hard with his chains on the edge of a cliff. The month of March finally arrives, bringing with it the imposing passenger ship that will transport the new students. Two siblings board happily, carrying their bags and ready to kick off the school year at the famous institution. Inside the ship, young Seal Subin wakes up in a panic on his bunk after having a horrible, realistic nightmare. In his dream, he relived a scary memory of a devastated area where people were begging for rescue and help. The boy screams in despair upon seeing a mysterious and powerful hunter floating in the sky amid the chaos of destruction. The mysterious light-haired figure was holding an ancient book while mercilessly casting spells. The child in the nightmare cries out with anger and frustration, saying that a true hero should never act that way. The silver-haired guy wakes up gasping for air, startled by the intensity of that memory from the past. He sits up in bed in a cold sweat, trying to calm down as the gentle rocking of the ship helps him return to reality. His roommate Sun Parum shows up wearing glasses, asking in a friendly way if he's feeling all right. Parum asks if seasickness caused the groaning, but Subin explains it's just a terrible sleeping habit. Realizing the silver-haired youth is an unfamiliar face, he quickly deduces that he's a freshman Purim cheerfully introduces himself as a sophomore and extends his hand to welcome the newcomer. The newcomer returns the greeting, introducing himself as Seal Subin while shaking his new upperclassman's hand. The two forge a new friendship as the large hunter ship sails smoothly under the clear ocean sky. A case full of tactical gear and combat daggers is opened, revealing a pretty interesting arsenal. Sung Hyun curiously asks why his sister is carrying so many knives, and she reveals she took them from their dad's drawer. The protagonist panics, fearing that their dad will find out the items are missing and turn the ship right back around. So, Hyun finds her brother's exaggerated worry funny, assuring him the veteran hunter would never do anything so childish. Sung Hyun decides to go explore the ship's facilities, and the girl thinks it's weird that he wants to go alone. She angrily warns him that he'll end up getting lost by himself and reminds him to memorize their room number. The sister asks what he'd do if some weirdo tried to pick a fight, and he replies that he'd just call her. The protagonist walks down the hallway alone, grumbling that it feels like he's babysitting a kid full of rules. The boy's expression turns serious and focused as he thinks about the massive responsibilities waiting for him at the academy. He watches the scenery out the ship's window, knowing full well that from now on, every decision he makes will be crucial. On the deck, a blonde-haired youth watches the birds flying and reflects on the encounters the new year will bring. The blonde upperclassman comments that making friends with promising freshmen is super important for building good connections. He adds, critically, that thinking only in a shallow, self-serving way makes you an amateur at life. With a teasing look, the guy turns and points right at San Purim, calling the glasses-wearing guy an amateur. Purim, who was talking with Subin, gets a bit annoyed and demands to know the real goal of that conversation. The blonde shifts the focus, faking disinterest in their friendship while trying to disguise his actual intentions. He suggests that next time his friend should bring a pretty girl to the group, leaving Purim quite irritated. The newly introduced Jian Woojin dramatically laments being single in his sophomore year, while Subin just laughs at the situation. Purim tells his friend to go find a girlfriend on his own, but Woojin reveals he's already eyeing a few options on the ship. Woojin suddenly fixes his gaze on Sohyun, who is happily feeding the seagulls by the deck railing. The annoying Jeon Woojin walks up to the girl on the deck and asks, upset, why she's avoiding him. He intrudes right as she's eating and suddenly rips open the bag of chips she's holding in her hand. The blonde acts fast and snatches the snack out of Sohyun's hands, leaving her totally confused by his sheer nerve. Woojin then offers his own snack in exchange, acting like he's doing her a huge, chivalrous favor. Naive and awkward about the unexpected situation, the protagonist's sister shyly thanks the upperclassman for his kindness. Woojin shows off in an exaggerated way and tries to look charming, striking dramatic poses to impress the young freshman. Sohyun stares at the blonde guy, completely not getting this bizarre, overly expressive scene he's putting on. He points with disdain at her chips, saying that such plain food could never attract a sea bird. The blonde gallantly pops a piece of bread into his mouth, proudly guaranteeing that his snack attracts way better things. The girl lets out a murmur of utter confusion, not knowing how to react to such cringe behavior from the upperclassmen. Woojin asks if she's a freshman and tries to figure out her department, while Purim and Subin watch from afar. Purim remarks that his friend's approach is to be working, seeing since the girl hasn't run away from him, yet like the others. Subin coldly analyzes the situation and hits the nail on the head, saying she's actually just too scared to run. The silver-haired youth asks if the blonde is a sophomore, and Purim explains he's actually still a first-year student. He reveals that Woojin failed a grade, and that the renowned institution mercilessly holds back students who flunk. The glasses-wearing upperclassman adds that many wretched students who get expelled pay fortunes in tuition to re-enroll. Subin comments ironically that these kids must have plenty of cash to spare on so many wasted chances. Purum explains that graduating from there guarantees a lifetime job and plenty of stability, which justifies everyone's high investment. The silver-haired youth reflects in silence as he remembers the terrifying image of the powerful hunter devastating everything in his nightmare. He vents with bitterness, saying that greedy people like those don't truly deserve to carry the title of hunter. Purum just listens in silence, sensing there's a very deep hurt locked away in his new companion's heart. The glasses, wearing upperclassman suddenly notices Woojin leading the girl to another part of the ship and decides to go after them. The blonde keeps guiding Hein through the ship while she shows extreme discomfort at his persistence. Purum calls Subin to follow the two closely to make sure their clueless friend doesn't end up causing any trouble. The group moves through the passenger ship's corridors and stops right in front of room number 105. Inside the room, Sung Hyeon is peacefully resting on the bed with his book until he hears the door open. So Han rushes into the room looking scared while Woojin follows her, trying to explain himself awkwardly. The girl runs behind her brother and desperately points at the blonde, complaining that this weird guy tried to mess with her. Woojin totally panics and gets shocked at being publicly labeled a weirdo by the newly arrived young lady. She keeps up her accusations, telling her brother that the cheeky upperclassman even asked if she had a boyfriend. The sister adds that he tried to hold her hand, and hearing that, Sung Han is seized by an overwhelming, murderous fury. Outside in the hallway, Purum and Subin arrive and confirm that their friend really did go into that specific room. Suddenly, the room door is kicked open violently and Woojin is hurled out into the hallway with a spectacular kick from the hero. The blonde, sprawled on the floor, desperately begs for calm, suggesting they try to settle the situation just by talking. Sung Hyeon charges forward furiously, yelling that punches are his way of talking, as Purum runs desperately to break up the fight. Subin pops up on the scene asking if Woojin caused trouble again, while the fallen blonde tries to defend himself guilt-free. Back inside the room, the students chat, and Purum is shocked to learn the protagonist's sister was in a coma for 12 years. Purum gives his blonde friend a whack on the head, ordering him to apologize for trying to hit on someone with a child's mind. Woojin sincerely apologizes, and Sung Hyeon also asks for forgiveness for acting so violently toward the guy. The glasses, wearing upperclassman mentions that Sung Hyeon is the same age as Subin and suggests the two become great friends at school. The silver-haired youth flashes a friendly smile and extends his goodwill, saying he wants to get along with the new companion. Sung Hyeon accepts the gesture with a shy smile while So Hyeon watches the scene, relieved to see her brother making friends. The group of students now walks together through the ship's corridors, chatting happily and casually about the future. Purum asks if the protagonist really wants to become an elite hunter, and he confirms his desire with determination. Sung Hyeon shares that he doesn't have a favorite hunter, but admits he was heavily influenced by his own father's victorious career. His glasses, wearing classmate, gets quite curious upon hearing about his dad and tries to figure out who this mysterious hero is. Hearing the surname G, the glasses wearing upperclassmen and Subin connect the dots and widen their eyes, suspecting who it might be. Subin adopts an extremely serious posture and directly asks if the kid is related to the legendary hunter Gi Shin-baek. The silver-haired youth immediately remembers the terrifying hunter from his nightmare, who used spells with an ancient book in his hands. Sung Hyeon naturally and without hesitation replies that this legendary elite hunter is indeed his own father. Subin lowers his head and puts on a gloomy, distant expression upon hearing the shocking revelation about the boy's family. Purum and Woojin go into total shock and shout in fright, asking if he's actually telling the truth about his dad. The two upperclassmen start celebrating euphorically, while Subin's heart starts racing with a terrible anguish. The youth relives the traumatic childhood memory in his mind when he found himself cornered in the rebel with his mother. He remembers perfectly the cold, merciless look of Ji Shin holding that mysterious magic book amid the chaos. Back in the present, Subin stares at the protagonist with eyes wide with panic and a cold sweat from the intense trauma. Meanwhile, the other two friends crowd around the protagonist, full of excitement and curiosity about his legendary lineage. A tense silence dominates the thoughts of the light-haired youth, who is still trying to process the identity of that man's son. The blonde-haired upperclassman excitedly comments that the boy's father has always been his biggest role model and hero in the world. Parum agrees and reveals that when he was younger, he also harbored the grand dream of becoming an elite hunter. Song Hyeon gets confused and asks if his glasses-wearing friend isn't enrolled in the renowned Hunter Academy after all. The upperclassman explains he belongs to the magic engineering department because he's only E rank, which stopped him from being a combatant. The protagonist modestly lowers his head and says that since he's only F rank, he prefers not to draw too much attention at school. His sister soon steps in, proudly saying that the youngest has an F rank, but still managed to get into the combat course. Everyone around widens their eyes in absolute shock upon hearing that absurd, unexpected statement from the girl. Parum asks, scared, how that's even possible, and the boy desperately tries to make up some excuse to cover it up. So Hyeon innocently reveals they got in through a special recommendation, but Sung Hyeon cuts her off by grabbing her head. The girl screams in pain and complains about her brother's tight grip while the others watch the comical, noisy scene on the deck. Protagonist scolds his sister, reminding her she had promised never to mention this to anyone. Parum decides to change the subject to break the awkward vibe and calls the attention of Subin, who had been staying silent in the corner. Sung Hyeon tries to encourage the guy, saying dedication beats any low rank, and that even he managed to get a spot at the school. The glasses-wearing upperclassman just smiles out of the corner of his mouth, satisfied seeing the great character and humility of the legendary hunter's son. Subin rests his face in his hands and thanks the advice rather coldly, hiding his true feelings of resentment. The imposing passenger ship continues its journey, cutting through the blue ocean waters under the radiant afternoon sun. Later on, the protagonist walks alone through the outer area of the ship, grumbling that he's super bored with the trip. He spots his light-haired classmate standing by the railing, staring fixedly at the vastness of the maritime horizon ahead. Sung Hyeon walks up casually and jokingly asks if their new friend is feeling seasick. The light-haired boy gives a short, dry reply, confirming that he isn't feeling too well right then. A seagull flies right past them as silence settles between the two youths, once more against that lovely backdrop. Suddenly, the silver-haired youth breaks the ice and asks the protagonist directly what his reason is for wanting to be a hunter. Sung Hyeon tries to repeat that it was because of his dad's influence, but the other cuts him off, saying that wasn't what he meant. Subin clarifies he wants to know what true conviction motivates him to follow such a dangerous and deadly career. The hero scratches his head awkwardly and admits that deep down he still doesn't know the answer, since he never stopped to think about it. The light-haired youth looks away in silence, realizing his new classmate really doesn't have a well-defined purpose. He mentions that the newspapers are full of shallow people who decide to get into the hunter business just for fun. He points out angrily that the vast majority are just chasing fame or easy money without caring about how serious the profession is. Subin laments that there are too many selfish combatants acting this way with zero respect for people's lives. He adds seriously that this class of warriors doesn't understand that immense power brings huge responsibility. The silver-haired guy concludes firmly that this is the exact reason why he loathes this type of self-serving professional. He turns back to the protagonist and repeats the question, wanting to know what his real goal is at that academy. Subin reveals with a determined look that his biggest dream in life is to become a hunter capable of saving everyone without exception. Sung Hyeon looks thoughtful and analyzes his classmate with respect, admiring the grandeur and purity of such a noble ideal. The light-haired guy then surprises the hero by coldly declaring that he shouldn't be attending that educational institution. The protagonist goes into absolute shock at the sudden hostility while seagull feathers float around them in the air. He questions, confused, not understanding why his new companion is acting so rude and aggressive out of nowhere. Subin claims that awakening abilities is pure luck and that low-rank effort is useless against real talent. He adds bitterly that once a power user's rank is set, it will never change throughout their life. The youth points out that the school tuition is ridiculously expensive, requiring a student's family to be immensely rich. Subin projects in his mind the image of Gishin Bak, the man he considers the worst hunter and the grand villain of his childhood. He ends the conversation by staring a hero at the hero with contempt for being just another spoiled kid with a rich, influential father, irritated by the arrogance. Sung Hyan says the guy sounds like an idiot and that he just awakened his power later. Subin shoots back coldly, claiming that awakening a special ability has absolutely nothing to do with hard work. He insists that gaining a power that didn't exist before just means the person got lucky enough to be blessed by fate. The youth explains that the hero only realized his own hidden strength at the exact moment he needed to save his beloved sister. Subin points out that possessing unusual strength to the point of getting a special recommendation to the school was also pure fluke. He adds that the simple fact they're on that passenger ship as future elite hunters is just luck. The silver-haired youth repeats with disdain that the protagonist is just a lucky person bragging about easy achievements. He criticizes the boy's attitude for keeping up speeches about glories and the hard roads to becoming a hero. Subin mockingly questions whether the protagonist really believes hard work will be enough to make him victorious. He calls it nonsense to hand out motivational advice about effort to someone who already gave up on their dream just for being E-rank. Sung Hyan's motivational quote about overcoming challenges echoes in Subin's mind, bringing back painful memories of the past. Out of patience with the guy's insults, the protagonist completely loses control and lunges at him, trying to land a punch. Sung Hyan's clenched fist flies at high speed toward the silver-haired youth's face, who remains calm and motionless. At the last second, a mysterious invisible force pops up in the air and knocks the punch off course, making the protagonist miss his target. The blue-haired boy is totally shocked to realize his strike missed the opponent by a mile in an inexplicable way. A loud crash echoes across the deck, startling Sohyun and Parum, who quickly run over to see what caused the noise. Sung Hyan ends up falling face first onto the floor while Subin mocks him with a smile, saying the freshman just tripped all by himself. So Hyan laughs, commenting that the youngest has always been super clumsy, but the guy knows very well that something strange deflected his punch. The protagonist is certain that a mysterious force blocked his punch before it hit the arrogant opponent's face. Subin seizes the chance to jab at the newcomer, saying he's the impulsive type who prefers to hit before even thinking. He states with a contemptuous look that reckless warriors like the kid only serve to tarnish the class's reputation. The light-haired youth turns his back and coldly advises the protagonist to give up on being a hunter once and for all. Trying to walk away, Subin is surprised when his ankle is firmly caught by the protagonist's glowing chains. The silver-haired guy is yanked to the floor by the magic chains and grumbles angrily, realizing he got caught with ease. Sung Hyan repeats his opponent's words, asking if he really believes the freshman doesn't deserve to be at that school. The blue-haired kid glares at him with a serious look and admits that he might indeed have gotten pretty lucky to get that far. However, he makes it clear that now that he's on that ship, he has every right in the world to fight for his dream of being a hunter. The hero states with absolute firmness that he will never abandon the renowned institution of his own free will or out of fear. Subin glares right back with disdain, warning him that with a rank as low as his, it will be nearly impossible to survive that place. Sung Hyan replies defiantly, saying they'll just have to find that out together and on their own during the school year. The freshman challenges his rival to a showdown at midnight, that very day to settle who actually gets beaten first. Subin accepts the bold provocation and shoots a look of pure fury and rivalry toward the blue-haired hero. Night falls quickly over the ocean, bringing a heavy storm with torrential rain that lashes the ship's structure. Inside the cozy cabin, Sohyun murmurs a few words, sleeping peacefully amidst the sound of the rain. In her deep sleep, the young girl dreams of fond childhood memories before she fell into that terrible, prolonged coma. The blue-haired girl suddenly wakes up in bed, startled by the intensity of the images she just dreamed. The heavy sound of raindrops hitting the dark room's glass window helps the young woman regain her consciousness. She rubs her still, sleepy eyes, relieved to realize all of that was just a silly dream from her distant past. The hero's sister blinks her watery eyes, trying to brush off the mild melancholy that memory brought to her heart. Looking to the side, So-hyun notices her brother's bed is completely empty and wonders where he could have gone at this hour. She decides to leave the cabin and walks slowly down the dark, silent ship hallway, using her phone as a flashlight. The young woman searches for her brother in a low voice, worried about his sudden disappearance in the dead of a stormy night at sea. A male voice pops up in the gloom, startling the girl, who lets out a sharp shriek of terror as she runs into a silhouette. Senior Jeon Woojin complains about the scare and the loud scream in his ears, asking what she's doing out there alone in the dark. So-hyun shines her phone light at him and curiously asks why the group of upperclassmen is gathered at this time of night. Woojin calmly explains that they're heading to another student's room to hang out and chat. The blonde guy extends a friendly invite and asks if she'd like to join the group to make some new friends on the trip. So-hyun hesitates for a moment, but Purum agrees, saying it would be great for her to interact with future classmates. Encouraged by the friendly push, the young girl breaks into a big smile and accepts the invite on the spot, completely forgetting about her missing brother. The group finally reaches their destination, and the blonde guy opens the cabin door, announcing they've finally found the place. Inside one of the cabins, the senior students are gathered, laughing loudly and eating snacks on the room's floor. A pink-haired young woman with a cup in hand notices the others arriving and kindly invites them to sit down. Upon entering, the blonde guy's expression changes suddenly, and he seems quite bothered by someone. Woojin decides to turn right back around, claiming he's leaving while his glasses-wearing female friend is stunned by his reaction. He complains in a low voice to his classmate, saying she should have warned him beforehand that person would be in the room. Ignoring the blonde's panic, So-hyun enters the cabin, marveling at the huge pile of sweets and snacks scattered around. The girl starts eating happily, while Woojin complains to Purum for bringing the freshmen to this gathering. The influential pink-haired girl grabs the guy hard, intimidatingly ordering him to sit next to her. The blonde lets out a defeated sigh and ends up caving, reluctantly letting the new students stay in the cabin. The pink-haired youth asks who the foodie girl is, and Woojin introduces her as a cute freshman he got close to, with her cheeks full of food. Friendly So-hyun gives a sweet wave and greets everyone there with a hey. The pink-haired upperclassman lets out a serious murmur and returns the greeting with a mysterious smile that hides her intentions. The girl keeps munching in a hurry while Purum watches her, somewhat worried about his new friend's lack of manners. The glasses-wearing guy asks about the protagonist, and So-hyun replies she has no clue where he wandered off to when she woke up. Purum reflects, intrigued, remembering that freshman Seal Subin had also vanished from their dorm during the middle of the night. He recalls feeling a pretty tense and weird vibe between the two freshman guys earlier on the ship deck. The glasses-wearing upperclassman starts strongly suspecting that some serious conflict might be going down between the two boys. Meanwhile, outside in the storm, Sung-hyun faces his opponent, holding an umbrella with disdain. The hero checks out the light-haired rival's look and makes a sarcastic comment about the waterproof gear he picked. Subin fires back, stating the obvious that it's just a raincoat, and the blue-haired kid complains about getting that answer. The protagonist questions if that outfit is really meant for a fight, and the other just reminds him irritably that it's pouring rain. Subin shoots back by asking why he's using an umbrella, and the hero says he'd rather stay a bit drier during the fight. A deep silence settles between the two freshmen as they stare each other down super seriously in the storm. Both boys think at the same time that the opponent in front of them must be a complete idiot. immediate, with zero sense of danger. The silver-haired youth lets out a long sigh of boredom and starts casting his magic, creating a glowing water crystal in his hand. Sung Hyan gets ready for the clash with determination, summoning his blue, energy magic chains that wrap around his fist. Subin explains that his power controls the water spirit and points out that the stormy ocean conditions boost his strength to the max. The hero listens to the explanations closely, knowing full well the opponent will have an overwhelming advantage in this storm scenario. The silver-haired youth coldly warns that his strength will be so unstable that the protagonist runs a serious risk of dying right there. The blue-haired freshman just flashes a defiant smile, showing he's not afraid of his opponent's threats. The hero tosses his umbrella aside in the heavy rain, showing he's ready to kick off the clash full force. He calls the threats nonsense and reminds his opponent that he was the one who started that foolish argument on the deck. Subin murmurs that he has no other choice but to fight and fires his magical water projectile toward the freshman. The liquid crystal expands in the air, taking the shape of a glowing star that charges fiercely at the protagonist. The projectile explodes, releasing a strong torrent of water that hits the hero with terrifying force amid the storm. Song Hyan grits his teeth and withstands the impact of the liquid strike, trying to stay firm and focused on his quick counterattack. Subin is surprised to see that the low-rank opponent managed to withstand and survive his first magic blast. The hero charges forward with determination, pushing his physical limits to close the distance and catch the light-haired rival off guard. He preps his glowing blue chain hard, channeling all his remaining energy to deliver a precise strike. The protagonist leaps into the air with agility and swings down, unleashing his magic attack against the opponent. Subin coolly watches the attack approach and keeps his stance unshakable against the opponent's fast charge. He mentally acknowledges that Sung Hyan's strength is indeed impressive for someone who is only F rank. The chain attack crashes hard against the silver-haired boy's water shield, kicking off a huge explosion of blue energy. However, Subin's magic barrier takes the impact with extreme ease, leaving the hero surprised at such defense. The opponent mocks the hero's strength, claiming his mystical chains are even flimsier than regular chains. Sung Hyan is shocked to notice the rival can control multiple water spirits at the same time during combat. Subin arrogantly guarantees that the freshman can't do a thing against his ultimate multi-summoning ability out on the ocean. The silver-haired boy explains that his water spirits serve both for launching devastating attacks and for defending him. The protagonist's eyes shine with determination and fury, showing he won't back down even facing that disadvantage. Sung Hyan charges in full force, landing fast and precise strikes with his chains against his opponent's merciless barrier. The protagonist tries to land another quick chain attack on his opponent in the middle of the storm on the ship. Subin notices the incoming strike and scoffs with boredom, seeing that his rival is just using the exact same tactic as before. He easily blocks the punch with his water barrier, mocking his adversary's repetitive and simple moves. The silver-haired guy brags about his superiority, reminding the hero that he didn't even have to take a single step. Coldly states that the blue-haired kid doesn't belong at that academy, while the protagonist gasps for air in exhaustion. Sung Hyan takes a deep, exhausted breath and asks his opponent if he really thinks he hasn't moved an inch. The blue-haired freshman flashes a cheeky smile, revealing that this arrogance was exactly what kept him from noticing the trap. Subin looks down in panic when he realizes his ankles have been firmly bound by the energy chains. The scene reveals that the hero had secretly slipped his chains underneath to pin his rival's legs to the ground. The silver-haired young man completely panics upon realizing his opponent's plan and yells in anger for falling for such a silly trick. Unable to escape, the light-haired kid gets hit by a devastating blast of blue energy that shatters his barrier. Subin's eyes go wide in absolute shock as he feels the raw force of that violent impact break through all his defenses. He is thrown backward violently, crashing hard against the ship's metal railing amidst the heavy storm. Down and defeated, the guy coughs up a bunch of water, wondering why the protagonist kept insisting on the same tactic. Sung Hyan steps closer, completely soaked by the rain, and replies that he repeats the tactic because it's the only move he knows how to use. He mocks the silver-haired rival, pointing out how brave and arrogant he was acting moments ago on the deck. The protagonist asks if his adversary's power level is really as high as he claimed it was at the very start. He points out that if Subin were actually strong, he wouldn't be sprawled out on the floor after losing to a weak F-rank warrior. The defeated youth bites his lip in deep-haired for being humiliated so shamefully in front of the hero. Subin decides to pull out all the stops and reactivates the intense glow of his water crystal under the heavy rain. He summons multiple glowing crystals around himself and angrily swears that from now on, he's going to fight for real. Sung Hyun swallows hard and steps back in fright at the sheer amount of magical energy his opponent is building up. Meanwhile, in the veteran's room, his friends cheer euphorically upon seeing an incredible result pop up on the game board. The board projects a 3-dimensional hologram of a legendary class character with insanely high stats. The veterans comment, impressed by her rare luck, while the pink-haired girl just lets out a modest giggle. Curious, So Hyun asks about the rules of this mysterious board game, and Purum explains that it's quite unique. He shares that the game is exclusively for the awakened, and that the system analyzes each player's abilities to create avatars. The guy in glasses gets ready to make his move, and the other roommate tells him it's his turn to use the game's sensor. Purum places his finger on the gray button of the board to start reading his special game energy signature. The small sensor starts glowing brightly with a pink light, while the game system analyzes his power. The game generates a B-class mage character, leaving So Hyun amazed at how the avatar is created on the spot. Purum reveals that the game is usually used for practical training, and the girl figures out that her brother brought the console for that exact reason. The veteran hands the small piece to So Hyun, encouraging the young freshman to test out her own abilities in the game. The blue-haired girl holds the gray sensor in the center of her palm, waiting anxiously for the magical analysis to begin. To everyone's surprise, the sensor doesn't emit any light at all, and the upset freshman asks why the item isn't glowing. Woojin says he has never seen this happen before, and the girl in pink suggests that her energy might just be too low for the reader. Suddenly, a red warning screen with huge letters pops up, indicating a failure in analyzing the player's abilities. The message on the panel quickly shifts to a mysterious alert tone that leaves everyone in the cabin tense and uneasy. The blue screen displays the shocking warning of suspected returnee status, and everyone around gasps in astonishment at the game's revelation. The system starts rolling a secret class for her while one of the guys panics, asking about her rank. Woojin stares at So Hyun with wide, terrified eyes and asks, trembling, if she's really a returnee from another real world. The freshman shrinks back in embarrassment, remembering the teacher's warning that she should keep her origins a secret. In the flashback, Chae-ji-young says seriously down by the docks that if possible, she should never reveal she's a returnee. So Hyun asks innocently why there's so much secrecy, not understanding how serious that revelation would be to society. He explains that returnees usually bring serious trouble from other worlds and brings up the fact that she lost 12 years. The teacher adds that many can't adapt to ordinary life and end up turning into dangerous criminals. Ji-young points out that returnees are immune to government power, sealers, and that their strengths are extremely hard to contain. He reinforces that many possess power equivalent to S. Rank in that an out-of-control returnee is basically a natural disaster. The teacher warns that society looks down on this class and that people will judge her if they find out everything. In the present, every student in the cabin stares at the sweaty girl with scary, suspicious looks after reading the panel. So Hyun sweats coldly and completely freezes upon seeing the veterans' surprised reaction in the cabin. Woojin walks over enthusiastically and asks the young freshman to tell them all about her journey in another world. The blue-haired girl is totally caught off guard by the blonde guy's warm and excited reaction. He insists, saying he really wants to hear the stories about her grand adventure in that unknown land. The other veterans also join the conversation, stoked to finally see a secret class up close. So Hyun asks timidly if they don't find it weird or dangerous that she's a returnee. The short-haired female veteran eats a snack and replies that she doesn't care about that detail at all. The freshman flashes a sweet smile upon realizing her roommates don't hold any prejudice against her. She sits down on the floor, relieved to see she won't be treated like a dangerous monster by her new friends. A soft voice pops up in the cabin, showing a lot of curiosity about the girl's mysterious past. Chi-won smiles and asks if returnees really defeat demon kings and monsters before coming back. The guy in glasses asks a terrifying question, wanting to know if So Hyun has ever had to kill anyone. The freshman freezes in terror as a dark, bloody memory suddenly invades her mind. The scene shifts to a hand soaked in rain, dripping onto the deck of the ship during the storm. Subin is still standing in the heavy rain, with his water crystals floating slowly around him. He admits that the protagonist outperformed him in tactics and strategy during that tense showdown. The silver-haired youth coldly points out that Song Hyun is the one who ended up defeated and thrown onto the wet ground. Subin says his adversary doesn't need to feel bitter about losing that test of strength. He claims that power won with blood, and sweat tends to be weaker than natural talent. The bespectacled veteran back in the cabin keeps up his train of thought, saying that many lose their dreams because of a low rank. The guy laments that others gain immense powers out of nowhere and reach their goals without any effort at all. Back to the fight, Subin stresses that there is an insurmountable limit to what you can achieve with sheer willpower. Chi-won comments seriously that at school there will be people way stronger and scarier than them. Subin warns the fallen hero that he'll only find suffering if he insists on entering the elite academy. Song Hyun grits his teeth with suppressed anger as rainwater drips down his battered face. The hero on the ground starts talking about his father and catches the light-haired opponent's attention. Song Hyun reveals that his father wasn't an S-rank hunter, nor even an A-rank one. He proudly shares that his dad cleared countless dangerous dungeons and outperformed the most famous warriors. The blue-haired freshman states with determination that his father saved countless lives in the past. Song Hyun yells with all his might that his dad's achievements were solely the result of his daily hard work. He asks how his rival can be so sure that an F rank like him is going to fail at the school. Subin listens in silence and says that if the kid knows his own father's track record so well, he should also know about the S-rank gate that opened in Mappo 7 years ago. Song Hyun's eyes go wide upon hearing the mention of that terrible incident from the past. He asks angrily why his rival is bringing up that tragedy which took so many lives. Song Hyun snaps back, remembering that many people were also killed at the hands of a mysterious hunter. The desperate hero yells that no one blames the victims for that terrible disaster back then. The young freshman feels a deep anguish in his chest as he relives the pain of that family memory. He argues that his father had a very strong reason for acting that way in the past. Subin explodes with rage and reveals that his older sister died that day at the hands of the protagonist's father. Song Hyun is completely paralyzed and left speechless upon hearing his adversary's terrible accusation. The protagonist whispers in horror, unable to believe the painful revelation about his family's past. Subin asks if sacrificing the few to save the many is the kind of justification a hero is supposed to use. The silver-haired guy points a finger and asks if hunters aren't supposed to protect everyone. The blue-haired freshman stares at his rival with wide eyes, unable to get a single word out. Subin softens his tone of voice, but keeps a serious expression as he asks the protagonist one last question. The silver-haired youth faces his opponent, wanting to know his honest opinion on this whole situation. He asks what kind of hunter the hero plans to become if he's willing to go this far. Silence takes over the deck in the rain as the protagonist reflects deeply on the question. The two young men just stand there facing each other in silence amid the heavy storm beating down on the ship. A dark silhouette silently watches the youth's conversation from afar in the room. Chi-won smiles and repeats the terrifying question, wanting to know if the freshman has ever taken a life. Proom looks startled at So Hyun and gets confused by the sudden turn the conversation took. The blue-haired freshman starts stuttering, not knowing how to answer that tough question. So Hein yells out desperately, saying she really needs to use the restroom, and bolts out of there. The veterans watch the girl in pink pajamas make a hasty escape from the cabin without giving any answers. So Hein sighs in relief outside for managing to slip away from that awkward situation. The freshman jogs quickly down the ship's hallway to put some distance between herself and that tense room. Chi-won bursts out laughing at the young girl's unusual reaction, while Peruim stays spooked. The guy in glasses asks the pink-haired veteran why she had to ask such a blunt question. She laughs, apologizes, and asks if the newbie is part of the magical engineering course. Perum clarifies that So-hyun is actually from the dreaded Hunter Academy, leaving the others surprised. The pink-haired veteran's expression shifts, and she remarks coldly that the freshman there won't last very long. She explains that learning at the Hunter Academy goes way beyond just hunting monsters. The scene cuts to Subin in the rain as she reveals that hunters are actually taught to kill people if necessary. The young veteran asks if everyone entering that school is truly mentally prepared for that. Moden listens to the comments in silence, with a very thoughtful and worried look on her face. Meanwhile, So-hyun walks alone along the open deck of the ship, deep in thought under the starry night. The blue-haired girl sadly recalls a past where people would run away from her in fear. She repeats to herself that she never killed anyone, and that this isn't a lie. So-hyun confesses that her chest aches with pain every time she remembers that painful period in another world. The young girl feels a terrible sense of isolation, like she doesn't belong in this peaceful world. In this moment of loneliness, she remembers the magical creature that was always by her side. She wonders if she'll ever be able to make real friends, and suddenly feels a tap on her shoulder. Moden shows up in a friendly way on the deck and waves cheerfully, greeting the new classmate. The girl introduces herself as Moden, and the blue-haired freshman shyly reveals her name. Moden asks warmly if she's doing okay, and if she wants to head back to play the board game with the group. The freshman apologizes and explains that she doesn't feel comfortable showing off her secret abilities, holding her own pajamas. So-hyun confesses that she had hoped to fit in, but now she has a lot of doubts. Moden says she completely understands and admits that she was also terrified when she thought of her own past. She surprises the freshman by honestly revealing that she almost took someone's life once too. So-hyun is surprised, and her friend shares that she awakened her magical powers late back at school. Moden reveals that she lost control of her magic in the classroom, badly injuring several of her friends. Even while carrying that guilt, she puffs out her chest and says that getting discouraged now won't change anything from the past. The young woman encourages So-hyun, saying with determination that the secret is just to try harder in the future. Her words send So-hyun's mind drifting back to memories of her time in another world. She remembers the beautiful forest spirit that used to accompany her with a calm and friendly gaze. In the flashback, So-hyun asked her spirit friend how he made a giant boulder disappear from the area. The spirit calmly replied that he didn't remove the obstacle, but just had a friendly chat with the rock. The scene reveals the giant magical stone, crying massive waterfalls of water in the middle of the mystic valley. The spirit explained to the girl that when the rock expressed its deep inner sadness, he would just listen and share in his own melancholy to calm that giant being down. He shared that right after that, the rock managed to calm down and move along its path in peace. The massive stone moved gently under the starry sky, leaving only a trail of sand behind. The rocky creature moved forward, overcoming its pain after finding someone who understood its crying. Her friend taught her that stones, clouds, and people all cry the same way, and that's why everyone can be friends. Back to the present on the ship, So-hyun reflects on the deep meaning of that valuable lesson. She smiles tenderly upon realizing that Moden's words touch her heart in the exact same way. Moden smiles back happily for managing to comfort and bring hope back to her new companion. The girl pulls So-hyun to head back to the room as a colossal explosion of water stirs up the sea right next to the ship. Suddenly, a huge wave of water splashes over So-hyun and Moden, who look over startled. They walk up to the safety railing of an empty sports court on the ship's deck. The two girls look through the railing and spot Song talking seriously with another guy. So-hyun recognizes her younger brother from afar and hears the boy's desperate words. The protagonist grits his teeth with suppressed anger as he tries to defend his own father's actions. So-hyun is left in total shock and confusion upon hearing that painful secret about the past. She covers her mouth in fright, trying to make sense of the conversation. She can't quite hear properly. The young girl tries to process the shocking mention of her father and the terrible incident from 7 years ago. Subin, with a serious look, coldly asks what kind of hunter the hero still aspires to become. The blue-haired guy lowers his head, thoughtfully in the face of the harsh reality forced upon him by his opponent. He stays frozen and completely silent in the middle of the dark deck, feeling the weight of that truth. Subin mocks him, reminding him that the hero proudly stated he wanted to be a hunter to save everyone. Sung-hyun honestly admits that he had never stopped to think about his true role as a warrior. He reveals that he is only there because of his deep personal admiration for the former hunter. The bespectacled veteran comments that half the passengers on that ship share that exact same feeling. Moden chimes in, saying that many students only wanted to get into the school to make some friends. Sung-hyun recalls when he was humiliated and failed the exam, yet swore he would become a hunter anyway. He remembers that a serious candidate's determination shouldn't be measured or judged by low ranks. Back to the fight, the hero raises his gaze and states with conviction that he is just like his light-haired rival. Subin bites his lips in irritation upon hearing the F-rank opponent's bold claim of equality. He builds up blue energy in his hands and yells furiously, asking how on earth they could possibly be equals. So Hyun's eyes go wide in total panic as she recognizes her younger brother caught up in that fight. Sung-hyun charges forward at full speed and throws a punch at Subin's water barrier. The silver Harith is shocked to see the sudden force of the protagonist's punch, shattering his defense. Sung-hyun keeps his gaze laser, focused to pull off his decisive blow in the fight. The violent impact sends Subin flying backward, making him slide hard across the wet deck. He lets out a cry of pain and surprise upon getting hit directly by the hero's devastating attack. One of his glowing, floating crystals gets shattered by the sheer power of his adversary's punch. The two warriors stare at each other in surprise at the unexpected outcome of that violent exchange of blows. A massive wave of energy spreads across the deck, leaving a glowing trail behind in the storm. Subin grinds his teeth, feeling extreme fatigue and the impact of the blow weakening his body. Sung-hyun gains the upper hand in the fight and gets ready to deliver the final move against his fallen rival. So Hyun and her friend watch the fight with wide eyes, unable to believe what they're seeing. A colossal beam of blue light tears through the dark clouds, shooting straight up from the ship into the starry sky. The young blue-haired hero looks to the side, confused by the magical phenomenon that just happened. An intensely bright flash blinds everyone's vision on the deck and suddenly interrupts the showdown. Amidst the glare, Sung-hyun gets caught off guard by a quick strike that knocks him backward onto the ground. He falls flat on the deck, holding his head in pain as he tries to shake off the sudden impact. Subin also complains of a bad headache and tries to summon his protective crystals back up. He notices with dread that his water spirits are mysteriously fading away into thin air. Seizing the opening, the protagonist dashes forward and lands another powerful punch on his opponent. He shows relentless determination to end the fight once and for all right there on the spot. Subin's eyes go wide when he notices something very unusual on the blue-haired freshman's wrist. He recognizes a rare energy sealing device firmly strapped to his adversary's arm. The silver-haired youth completely panics upon realizing he was sealed during the start of that clash. Sung-hyun remembers grabbing that handy item hidden in his dad's drawer before the trip. Subin hits the ground completely defeated while the protagonist pants heavily from the exhaustion of the effort. He wipes his wet face and flashes a smirk for managing to beat the arrogant E-rank rival. Subin remains sprawled out on the deck with no strength left to fight back, and his pride completely crushed. Even weakened, the silver-haired youth tries to throw one last desperate punch at the hero. So Hyun panics, not knowing what to do while her new friend comments on how intense that fight was. As they watch the brawl, an imposing presence suddenly shows up behind them in the ship's sports area. The two girls spin around quickly and get spooked upon realizing who just arrived. Sung Hyun looks back on his promise and how he fought with determination without caring about his low rank. He remembers learning that on a true hunter's path, there's no such thing as a better or worse goal. The young hero insisted on proving to his rival that his willpower was just as good as anyone else's. Yet, the proud silver-haired guy flat out refused to accept that equality. Subin remembered his painful childhood and wondered how that weak rookie dared compare himself to him. The flashback into Subin's past reveals the moment tragedy destroyed everything around him. The silver-haired boy as a kid was surrounded by ruins and blocks of ice after the Mapo Gate attack. He found himself all alone and completely helpless in the middle of a city totally devastated by the catastrophe. The little orphan stared at the ground crying, unable to understand why there was so much sudden pain and suffering. He was surrounded by the bodies of innocent victims who didn't survive the terrifying fury of the monsters. The boy's gaze reflected the deepest trauma and despair from losing his beloved older sister. The kid wandered aimlessly through the rubble, unable to believe all of that was actually happening. He ran nonstop across the ruins of the destroyed city, looking for some kind of rescue or answer. The orphan questioned in tears what cruel destiny had tossed him into this living hell on Earth. He didn't understand why the sky stayed so pretty while the earth was stained with the victim's blood. Tears streamed down his bruised face as he mentally begged for any kind of help at all. Exhausted, the little boy finally collapsed onto the sharp rocks with no strength left to keep running away. He sobbed uncontrollably, pressing his hands against the cold dirt and feeling a massive sense of abandonment. The boy wondered with deep bitterness why nobody had shown up to reach out a hand and save him. Several famous hunters walked by in the distance and completely ignored the suffering of that poor orphan child. He indignantly questioned why professional heroes didn't fulfill their duty to protect everyone. The boy believed that a true warrior's main mission was to rescue the weakest and those in need. Suddenly, a firm voice echoed above him, saying it would do exactly what the boy wanted so badly. A kind hunter knelt down in front of the kid and promised he would get strong to protect people like him. The man kindly swore he would never let anyone end up alone in a wrecked place like that ever again. Subin realizes that Sung Hyun shares the exact same ideal of protection as that former hero who saved him in the past. Even so, the silver-haired guy refuses to accept that his F-rank opponent is his equal. Subin insists to himself that he is completely different from all the other ordinary students at that school. He indignantly questions why people with so much power only think about their own gain instead of helping out. The silver-haired guy believes that powerful hunters should do a whole lot more for society. Back in the fight, Sung Hyun grabs his opponent and asks him to act a little more seriously in the face of challenges. The blue-haired freshman breathes heavily, showing that he takes his dream very seriously too. The hero confesses that he doesn't know anything about a hero's heavy responsibilities or his rival's past. He sincerely argues if he can't just start learning all of this from now on. The hero says that this desire to grow was the only reason that brought him to this elite academy. Suddenly, the piercing echo of a gunshot rings out, startling both combatants on the deck. Sung Hyun and Subin instantly stop fighting and look over in surprise toward the sound of the shot. A modern pistol still puffing out blue smoke is pointed up in the air, signaling the end of the fight. A mysterious man holds the firearm with authority, demanding an immediate end to the chaos on the ship. The young protagonist glares at the newcomer suspiciously, asking who he really is. The imposing silhouette keeps his identity partially hidden under the dim night shadows of the ship. The freshman in pink pajamas gets nervous, not knowing what to do, while her friend thinks the whole thing is super exciting. She spins around quickly upon sensing someone else approaching the railing of the sports court. The bespectacled veteran shows up looking worried after hearing the huge commotion coming from outside the ship. The guy asks, startled, "What's going on?" And the blue-haired freshman says the fight started out of nowhere. Purum yells, trying to break up the fighters, while the girl in pink pajamas suggests calling some adult. The veteran laments desperately that the two of them won't listen to anything, and someone is going to end up seriously hurt. So-hyun feels a sudden, terrible chill as she senses the intensely terrifying aura radiating from that mysterious man. Panicking, the freshman in the pink pajamas decides she needs to step in right away to prevent a major disaster. The bespectacled senior asks desperately how she plans on separating the combatants in such a dangerous situation. He warns her that jumping into the middle of an awakened brawl is the exact same as stepping in front of armed gunmen. The young woman pictures the absurd scene and grows confused, trying to figure out a safe way to help her younger brother. She considers simply confiscating the mysterious shooter's firearm to put an end to the conflict. Right then and there, Purum falls into absolute panic upon hearing the girl's suggestion to disarm the academy's dangerous instructor. The senior points out that if they let the fight continue, the water's fury could break the deck and cause a disaster. Suddenly, the guy in glasses seems to get an idea. Wearing a very focused and determined expression, he quickly shoves his hand into his bag, pulling out a special item he kept hidden for emergencies. The young man says he has no choice and hands a magical tool over to So-hyun, who hasn't the slightest clue what's going on. The glowing magical weapon casts an intense bluish shine, revealing itself to be a piece of high-tech engineering. Purum points the bluish magical pistol and states that he has to use this tool to contain the newbies. The freshman girl looks completely perplexed as she watches her bespectacled classmate wield the weapon in such a funny yet determined way. Meanwhile, on the deck, Sung-han and Subin are still breathing with extreme difficulty, completely exhausted. The two young men glare at each other with hatred and fatigue under the heavy rain pouring relentlessly over the ship. Purum lets out a sigh of relief upon noticing that the combatants have finally looked in his direction. The senior yells furiously, questioning why they ignored his warnings and went ahead and used powers on the ship. The two freshmen stare in alarm at the blue weapon, trying to guess whether the item is genuinely dangerous and lethal. Purum scolds the pair, reminding them that the vessel could suffer serious damage and hurt innocent people during the trip. The fighting duo listens to the lecture in silence with embarrassed and rather uncomfortable expressions. The senior laments that there are always troublemakers around him, failing to notice the menacing presence right behind his back. An intimidating voice calls out the student's full name, causing him to freeze in terror on the spot. The instructor sternly reminds them that using magical tools outside of research is strictly prohibited. The man flashes a creepy smile and warns that the three students are going to face severe disciplinary punishment. Sung-hyun panics as he realizes he's just landed himself in a massive mess, even before classes have officially started. The next morning, the massive ship finally docks at the sunny port of Songhan Academy Island. Woojin walks down the port with his head down, deeply regretting his loss in the board game the night before. The blonde guy sarcastically jokes about the fact that the protagonist managed to get punished before the semester even started. Purum apologizes to the freshman and admits that the punishment was also his own fault for being reckless with the weapon. He reasons that the item was brought at the request of a professor who will probably take most of the blame. The senior warns that the freshman's actual situation is going to be pretty complicated and exhausting to sort out at the academy. Purum room tells the newbies to head straight to their respective dormitories, leaving So-Hyun a bit confused. The guy explains that seniors and freshmen are housed in completely separate buildings on the island. Song-Hyun adds that the academy has several different dormitories scattered across the territory. The freshman in blue pajamas looks at the large island map with all the dorms marked at distant points. So-Hyun crosses her fingers mentally, praying she won't end up sharing a roof with the terrifying pink-haired senior. Sung-Hyun checks the info on his phone and announces that their dorm is called Poppy Pavilion. The freshman girl grabs her suitcase with enthusiasm, eager to check out her new room at the elite academy. The two siblings walk together while continuing to check the directions on the school's mobile app. By mistake, So-Hyun reaches out and ends up grabbing Subin's suitcase, just as he was about to pick up the exact same item. The silver-haired freshman glances down at his own phone to check his coordinates. His eyes widen in absolute shock as he reads the room assignment message on his device screen. Song-Hyun checks the message too and pulls a face of sheer exhaustion and a frustration right there at the edge of the port. The protagonist whispers indignantly, unable to believe the terrible luck he just had with the draw. A friendly voice suddenly pops up, asking if they're the new freshmen staying at the same dorm. The young supervisor introduces herself kindly, revealing that she's in charge of the newbies' accommodation. Moden walks over cheerfully and greets the supervisor while So-Hyun and the guys follow behind with their suitcases. So-Hyun breathes a sigh of relief upon realizing the pink-haired senior definitely won't be staying in the same building as her. Moden hugs So-Hyun, thrilled to find out they'll be roommates, and the freshman happily accepts the friendship. The supervisor asks everyone to put their suitcases in the car trunk so they can head to the dorm right away. So-Hyun happily celebrates the start of the semester, while the boys keep looking completely bummed out. The story reveals that 100 years ago, the world faced an era of extreme chaos with monsters and evil awakened beings. Faced with all that destruction, a visionary man decided he needed to build a special school for the awakened. To escape military surveillance, he secretly built the massive elite academy on a small, isolated island. Thus, Soundhan Academy was born, the only Korean sanctuary open to any awakened person with a talent for fighting. At first glance, the remote southern location makes the place look like nothing more than a quiet country school. In reality, the entire island operates as a gigantic campus, forming a true, modern school city. The location offers cutting-edge weapons, advanced training grounds, and an infrastructure comparable to major metropolises. For this reason, every young person who dreams of becoming a successful hunter dreams of entering this temple of learning. However, the intense study routine there holds unimaginable challenges for the new students. The scene shows young So-Hyun tying her long blue hair into a nice ponytail. She enrolled in the prestigious institution without having the slightest clue how famous the school actually was. Suddenly, her younger brother's familiar voice echoes, calling out for her from outside the room. Sung-Hyun opens the door in a rush and warns that his sister is going to end up late for the grand opening ceremony. The freshman gives her look one last touch at the vanity mirror, ready to officially kick off her first semester. The day of the long-awaited admission ceremony finally starts, buzzing all across the outdoor area of Poppy Pavilion. The protagonist in his school uniform waits outside of the dorm and spots the girls walking over. He asks about the whereabouts of the other newbie, and his sister looks confused by the boy's question. Modon reveals that Subin already went on ahead to get ready, and Sung-Hyun wonders what on earth he could possibly have to do that's so important. The young woman answers rather obviously, confirming that the silver-haired boy has a prominent role in the ceremony. She explains that the proud Subin was chosen as the grand freshman representative and will give the official oath. Song-Hyun watches Subin's speech on stage and mentally mocks his rival's promise to follow all the rules. The blue-haired protagonist knows very well that Subin got punished the night before by the instructor too. The hero closely observes his rival and starts starts pondering what it truly means to be the top newbie. Song Hyeon acknowledges that the silver-haired opponent got the highest admission score on the school test. He remembers the devastating water cannon scene on the ship and concludes that his rival's power is equivalent to A rank. The hero admits to himself that he would have been easily defeated if his rival had fought seriously or without being sealed. He recognizes that he would have ended up knocked out and that he needs a lot more strength to reach the student council. The blue-haired freshman stares at the stage seriously and swears he'll do whatever it takes to survive among the strong. While he's worrying, So Hyeon jumps for joy right beside him, completely pumped about the new study environment. The older sister smiles radiantly, looking forward to learning major combat techniques in practical classes. Supervisor Doan walks up by surprise and tells the blue-haired freshman to head back to the dorm. So Hyeon gets pretty confused and asks if there was some mistake in her daily school schedule. Song Hyeon gently reminds her that she didn't finish regular school because of the time lost in the other world. The supervisor explains with a laugh that while the others train, So Hyeon will have private tutoring for the school equivalency exam. The blue-haired girl panics upon hearing about the dreaded theoretical school leveling test. The young instructor enthusiastically lists basic subjects like math, Korean history, and science. So Hyeon screams in despair as she realizes she'll have to spend hours studying ordinary textbook theory. Her brother waves goodbye cheerfully while the supervisor promises she'll take very good care of the new student. Sung Hyeon sighs as he watches the car pull away and mentally jokes about his older sister's over-the-top reaction. The scene shifts to Jingo Hall, where the Hunter-class freshmen are already comfortably seated at their desks. The blue-haired guy checks the flyer for the first class, called Hunter Ethics, with a distrustful look. Subin and Woojin chat next to him, noting that there's only 1 minute left before the professor finally walks into the room. The classroom wall clock reads exactly 9:50, 9 in the morning. The second hand ticks and the class time limit has just been hit. At that exact second, the classroom door swings open violently, grabbing everyone's attention. Sung Hyeon looks up, curious to find out who's going to be teaching this theoretical subject. Camera focuses on a metallic robotic wheel gliding smoothly and silently across the classroom floor. Moden watches that strange electric vehicle enter with an expression of surprise and curiosity. Subin follows it with wide eyes, looking extremely unsettled by the man's arrival. The man in a black suit steps off the electric vehicle, standing tall with a firm and very calm posture. He has long, messy black hair and glares at the new students with a cold, piercing gaze. The professor steps down from the device with class, his shoe soles clicking and shining on the floor. He positions himself in front of the main stage and gives an official welcome to the class freshmen. The man introduces himself as Hajiwara Jin and greets the students apathetically to kick off the class. The youngsters pay attention immediately as Jin prepares to deliver his opening statement. To everyone's surprise, the professor starts his class by stating flat out that he hates this school. He explains that putting 40 people in a room with standardized teaching is the peak of inefficiency. He points out that this flaw is even worse for talented students since they have unique minds. The professor adds that young prodigies usually carry their own unshakable beliefs. As an example, he mentions that he prioritizes maximum efficiency in task execution above any minor detail. The man decides to use his concept of practicality to pitch a quick question to the class. Jin reminds them that regular armies can stop monsters, but only hunters are sent into dungeons. He gazes at the class intimidatingly and asks why they use hunters instead of tanks. The entire room stays in absolute silence while the students think up a smart answer. With no one answering, the professor coldly reveals that the real reason for all of it is purely economic. He explains that using the army is expensive and the costs outweigh the profits from dungeon magic stones. On the flip side, awakened ones with super physical strength are vastly cheaper and easier to maintain. The instructor concludes that the hunter profession emerged purely aimed aiming for the government's financial profit. Subin listens to the explanation thoughtfully and understands why they aren't called heroes, but hunters instead. Jin emphasizes that battle burns mental energy, and that a hunter must always act ideally. Song Hyen remembers his master's advice that dying of exhaustion in the middle of a fight is the ultimate stupidity. The three-dimensional slide on the board summarizes that the best resource to avoid death is good judgment. The professor states seriously that this ability to assess is a hunter's #1 quality. He points out of nowhere to the student sitting in the front desk and asks the guy to identify himself. The young man answers nervously that he's a creation mage, and the protagonist tries to figure out how the ability works. Professor questions the spell's range, and the kid answers confidently that it reaches about 100 meters. Jin asks if the young man can also decompose matter, and the student stammers an admission that he's never tested that. The master fires off a series of tough questions, leaving the newbie completely cornered and confused. Jin leans toward the desk and declares the poor freshman student utterly unqualified. He argues that anyone who doesn't understand their own power will never manage to evaluate an opponent efficiently. Sung Hyen swallows hard and starts sweating nervously as he realizes the new professor's strictness level. The dark-haired professor shifts his reddish gaze attentively toward another row. He points firmly at Sung Han and calls out the messy-haired freshman to answer as well. The protagonist points at his own chest in surprise and hears the exact same question about his ability type. Sung Hyen hesitates and stays silent for a few moments, making the master impatient with the delay. The young freshman starts stammering nervously, unsure how exactly he should classify his unique power. He admits out loud that he knows nothing about his ability type, leaving the whole class surprised. The master in the black suit makes a slight hand gesture, keeping his imposing posture in the room. Jin glares at the protagonist with indignation, asking how he can possibly be unaware of his own fighting capabilities. Behind him, Subin stares at him in disbelief, failing to understand why Song Hyen is stirring up trouble on day one. Once the class period ends, the students scatter through the luxury hallways, talking loudly. Subin rushes toward the blue-haired hero, calling his attention with displeasure. He yells, asking if the guy has lost his mind, and the protagonist turns around with disdain, not getting the point. The silver-haired guy questions him for acting like a rebel without a cause on the very first day of academy classes. Song Hyen retorts it's first time hearing such terms, and that he just spoke the truth. His rival steps back in horror and starts deducing something extremely shocking regarding his lack of preparation. He asks, staring right into the boy's eyes, if he genuinely possesses zero basic hunter knowledge. Out of patience, Subin clicks his tongue and walks away annoyed, telling the guy to figure things out on his own at school. Sung Hyen scratches his head thoughtfully, while other students walk past him whispering. He feels like the vibe in the hallway is weird, but he doesn't realize how serious the gossip is at that moment. The young man walks away confused, having no idea what consequences his classroom statements would bring. The story takes a dramatic pause to show the hero reflecting on the weight of his choices. In the teacher's lounge, Jae-hong takes off his headphones in surprise upon seeing the hero walk into his office. The professor says he's busy, but the freshman insists, wanting to clear up a very serious question. Jae-hong points to his desk and asks jokingly if the freshman has already quit the course. Song Hyen admits sheepishly that the other students seem to understand everything way before he does. The young man reveals he studied through books in the net, but the master finds his study method funny. Jae-young suddenly asks if he holds the official license for psychic ability holders. The kid says he hasn't gotten it yet, and the master freaks out, grabbing the boy by the collar. He yells that any awakened person needs to have that license, and the newbie explains he was blocked from getting it. The kid says minors can't get the document without authorization, and the master screams in rage. The master deduces in shock that Sung Hyen's dad did everything he could to stop his own son from becoming a hunter. He thinks of So Hyun and figures that since she's a returnee, she must surely have the license already. Far away, his sister studies at a desk and reacts with total innocence upon hearing about this license. Do-yeon calls the professor and confirms that the freshman girl also has no registration documents whatsoever. Jae-young slaps his own forehead, not believing the sheer irresponsibility of that family. The hero tries to ease the tension by saying he can get the registration later, but the master tells him they are fried. He asks how the freshman trained without knowing anything, and Sung Hyun mentions his physical training with Jong. The professor yells that mentors often avoid teaching about powers because it's a complex subject. Sung Hyun is confused by the answer and asks why nobody manages to give him clear explanations. Ji-young reveals that every awakened person who gets the license takes a mystic oath through a scroll. He explains that the pact strictly forbids revealing any power secrets to ordinary people. This spiritual alliance connects the energy of all license holders and creates an unbreakable bond. Because of this, all information leaked on the net about superpowers tends to be fake or incomplete. The professor sternly warns that superpowers are extremely destructive and dangerous by nature. He points out that even the smallest ability can kill an ordinary person and can't be stolen like a gun. Without this strict control, public order would collapse right back into the terrible chaos faced 100 years ago. Jae-hung gazes at the freshman with worry, thinking to himself that this whole situation is nuts. He recalls that he recommended Sung Hyun not just for his power, but also for his incredible instincts. The master admires how the guy managed to evolve so much even while facing so many disadvantages along the way. Fortunately, he comforts the freshman by saying that academy students have the exact same permissions as license holders. The master reaches out his hand and hands a small, glowing blue cube to the curious freshman. He explains that the item is called the Blue Cube and lets you access the secret, exclusive network for the awakened. The professor orders him to study all the content on the device, and the protagonist accepts the challenge with his head down. Jae-hung sternly warns him never to go around telling people he knows nothing about powers ever again. He reminds him that the school is super prejudiced, and the kid needs to act smart to win. Sung Hyun swallows hard, feeling the heavy responsibility of having to hide his total ignorance. Back at the dorm, the blue-haired freshman promises he'll be extra careful from now on. Meanwhile, So Hyun happily analyzes a shimmering pink cube she got from her supervisor. The freshman asks if you can play video games on the device, and Do-yeon laughs, suggesting she just tap the screen. The blue-haired girl presses the small, glowing cube with her finger out of pure curiosity. The device projects a beam of golden light, confirming the new student's digital and magical ID. Sohan is blown away and lets out a cheer of joy upon seeing the three-dimensional interface open up in mid-air. The supervisor says she can ask the system anything, and the freshman is impressed by the tech. The hologram answers yes with a robotic voice, making the girl even more hyped. The freshman adopts a very serious expression and decides to ask the question that's been bugging her since the ship. She asks the smart system what actually happened in the terrible Mappo incident 7 years ago. The supervisor freezes in terror as the screen flashes a red warning that the information is confidential. The system asks about the incident from 7 years ago, and So Hyun says it was something related to her father. Moden panics upon seeing the search and says it's better to start by checking the school student forum. She decides to check what So Hyun's friends usually talk about, but the girl doesn't get the point of all that. The system loads the academy's open message board, so the two of them can take a look at the posts. Normal anonymous posts from students talking about lunch or love confessions pop up on the screen. One of the messages on the network asks if anyone wants to grab lunch together that day in a totally casual way. Another post shows a picture of a white kitty near the observatory, and So Hyun stares at the post with curiosity. So Hyun thinks it's all pretty normal for a student forum, but Modun explains that student networks are always like that. Suddenly, a new message pops up asking if anyone went to the Hunter Ethics class that day. Other students reply saying a certain newbie looked totally lost and tried to remember his name. A comment reveals that the boy's name in the hallway was Song Hyeon, and his sister reacts in shock upon reading that. The students keep slamming the guy, saying he didn't even know his own department when he entered the school, so Hyeon gets completely shocked and starts cold, sweating out of sheer worry upon seeing her brother getting exposed. Several messages accuse the boy of being corrupt and question how someone unqualified passed the written test. The posts keep suggesting that something very suspicious is going on while Song Hyeon walks across the courtyard. The rumors hint at an investigation into the newbie, just as he notices two people walking toward him. A very smiley guy and a girl holding cameras suddenly show up and greet the protagonist. The guy asks point blank if he's really Ji Sung Hyeon, and the blue-haired youth confirms it awkwardly. Excited, the guy tells his colleague to get the camera ready immediately, leaving the protagonist super confused. They start rolling and introduce themselves as reporters for the Ability Academy's journalism club. Suddenly, the reporter tells Song Hyeon to put an object on his finger without giving him time to process anything. The hero ends up putting the mysterious black ring on his finger while the journalism student watches closely. The ring lets out an electronic beep indicating that a scan has been completed very quickly on the device. The guy celebrates the device's instant result, leaving Sung Hyeon even more confused about what's going on. Laughing, the reporter says he really doesn't know anything and explains that the gadget is a rank tester. He drops the bombshell that Song Hyeon is merely an F rank, leaving the protagonist totally surprised. The guy celebrates, saying this news is going to save the journalism club, but the hero gets pissed off at the attitude. Song Hyeon questions who gave permission for that, but the pushy student already launches into a forced interview. He shows the mech at the hero and asks directly what trick he used to manage to get into the school. The meddler brings up bribery rumors and even theories about him being a rich heir or the son of a famous hunter. Song Han gets super annoyed by the insults, says he's heard more than enough nonsense from those students. The protagonist tells them to lower the camera politely, and the girl photographer gets spooked and decides to obey right away. Hyensu complains to his colleague, but Sung Hyeon demands they hand over the ring and equipment immediately. The reporter laughs arrogantly and challenges him to a fight, saying he'll only stop if he gets defeated by him. He snobs, saying a weak newbie who got in through privileges could never win a real combat. However, the confident guy's expression shifts drastically upon feeling the hero's immense physical pressure. The protagonist pins the young man to the floor easily, making him beg for mercy and hand the ring back. Song Hyeon complains about pain in his bandage and laments that annoying people like those keep showing up. He walks away thoughtfully, wondering if he'll still be able to join the student council after this mess. Hyensu still remembers the protagonist's terrifying glare and shivers just thinking about that newbie's power. He recalls how he begged desperately on the floor, promising he wouldn't publish any articles about him. Sung Hyeon grumbles in pain, feeling like his school routine is getting more and more complicated and painful. He questions his future plans, once again as he walks alone toward the main building. Time flies and Professor Jin announces that the next monster simulation training will be done in groups. Sung Hyeon tries to join a group, but the student apologizes, cynically saying their team is already full. Other students reject him too, cheerfully claiming they've already found all their training partners. One of the girls warns with contempt that they only accept high-ranking people and asks what his rank is. Isolated because of his bad reputation, the guy sighs and decides to grab the professor's attention in front of the whole room. The freshman calmly explains to the Hunter Ethics master that no group wanted to accept him for the simulation. Without showing any pity, the instructor warns that in that case, the protagonist will have to do the test alone. Sung Hyeon freezes up in the middle of the digital simulation, having no idea how to react to the test. A gigantic stone monster materializes right in front of him in the virtual arena, ready to fight. The hero curses as he gets caught off guard by the massive rock creature's terrifying, devastating attack. Song Hyeon gets wiped out of the training exercise in a flash, and the system brutally lobs a 0 for his score. Back in the theory classroom, the strict professor starts grilling the freshman mercilessly. The teacher orders him to break down a dungeon strategy, but the hero admits, with a sense of shame, that he has no clue. Sung Hyeon tries to guess the answers, but ends up bombing every single tough question the teacher throws at him. Professor gets furious over the kid's terrible performance and barks at him, demanding to know why he's even here. The blue-haired guy just offers a clumsy apology while trying to calm the instructor down. The scene cuts to the student cafeteria, where a bunch of academy kids are eating and chatting away happily. Sung Hyeon eats lunch by himself, burning with anger over the professor's yelling and non-stop pressure. He grumbles about constantly getting hit with impossible questions on the weaknesses of ancient monsters from the past. While muttering to himself, the guy notices his sister, So Hyeon, walking over with a food tray. The girl lights up with joy when she spots her brother and waves happily at him from afar. The freshman jumps out of his skin and nearly chokes on his food when he realizes his sister is right there. Suddenly, Modin shows up and pulls So Hyeon away, telling her in a rush that they need to hurry up and eat. Her friend lets out in an amused laugh and jokes that her little brother is going to have to eat all by himself. The hero breathes a sigh of relief that he doesn't have to deal with her right now, though he still looks totally bummed out. He figures it's for the best, because if they hang out too much, everyone will make the connection right away. The protagonist tries to console himself by thinking that this kind of isolation is nothing new to him. He remembers how he always walked around completely by himself with 0 friends all the way back in middle school. He's worried that this bad reputation is going to completely wreck his plans to get onto the student council. Sung Hyeon realizes he's going to have to pull off something impressive to prove his worth to the other students. Right on cue, his rival Subin shows up with his tray and sarcastically asks if the kid is eating alone again. The hero questions his sudden approach, and the silver-haired rival replies that nobody would be friendly after the way he acted. A heavy tension settles between the two guys as they stare each other down with serious looks in the cafeteria. Subin decides to sit at the hero's table and drops a serious bombshell, saying he has something very important to talk about. He reveals that it's about the hero's sister, instantly putting Song Hyeon on high alert and making him worry about her. The silver-haired rival states in a gloomy tone that So Hyeon's situation at school isn't looking good either. The blue-haired brother swallows hard as the gravity of the other guy's words about her finally sinks in. Super tense and laser-focused, the hero begs his rival to spell out what's actually going on with her. Subin stares right at him with his yellowish eyes, getting ready to spill the details of the mystery. The story then transitions, focusing on the guy's calm gaze before revealing what happened the day before. The scene flashes back to yesterday during the simulated battle class, where the young girl was fighting monsters alongside her group. A blonde senior with a ponytail glares angrily at the freshman and snaps at her, demanding to know what she's doing. So Hyeon gets flustered when she's suddenly called out so harshly right in the middle of a virtual combat exercise. The girl complains that she hasn't used her powers even once, and that she's also terrible at fighting with weapons. Modin tries to smooth things over by saying she picked up the slack and pulled double duty to make up for it. The arrogant blonde senior drops the argument and simply storms off from the two of them with a look of utter disdain, played by guilt. So Hyeon apologizes to her friend while a silent Subin watches everything closely from the background. Modin tries to reassure the girl, telling her it's no big deal, and she doesn't need to beat herself up over it. Even so, the freshman knows things have changed, and now she shows up to theory class wearing a totally depressed expression. She laments that she hasn't been able to use her magic ever since that day, thinking back Professor Ji Hang's promise to help her. The young girl starts breaking out in a cold sweat from sheer anxiety, terrified she might lose control of her powers again like before. So Hyeon also wonders anxiously what really went down during that terrible Mappo incident 7 years years ago. She gripes that the dorm teachers, like Doyan, keep dodging questions about the blue cube and the whole mystery, completely crushed under the weight of so many worries. The girl slowly shuts her eyes, feeling dead tired. She asks herself mentally if school life at this elite hero academy is always going to be this exhausting. Finally giving in to exhaustion, the young freshman dozes off right at her school desk, while the other students chat around her. Suddenly, So-hyun jolts awake in a panic and lets out a gasp when she realizes theory class is completely over. So-hyun beats herself up for sleeping through the entire theory class as the other students start clearing out. She panics when she realizes she didn't jot down a single note and has no idea who she could possibly ask for help. The girl watches her classmates chatting and glances over at the powerful Subin, hesitating whether she should talk to him. The silver-haired rival suddenly snaps his head around and locks eyes right on her in the middle of the room. So-hyun gets the fright of her life when she realizes the guy caught her staring at him so directly and intently. Without thinking twice, she hastily scoops up her stuff and bolts out of the classroom to avoid talking to him. Subin watches the freshmen make a run for it and looks completely baffled, not getting her behavior at all. The blue-haired girl races breathlessly up the building stairwell, trying to catch her breath after her escape. She stops on the stairs, totally frustrated, calling herself an idiot, when suddenly a massive, muscular guy pops up behind her. The bulky stranger, a guy named Jun, gives her a curious look and asks straight out if she was crying up here. The imposing guy flashes a huge, friendly smile in an attempt to calm down the girl, who looks terrified. So-hyun whips her head around, thoroughly spooked by the sudden approach of this towering, hyper-muscular senior. The big guy brushes off her worries when he finds out she just slept through class and missed all the notes. Jun kindly asks if she wants to take a look at his notes, and the young girl reacts with pure joy. The guy tells her she can follow him no problem, and the freshman accepts the invite, feeling massively relieved and grateful. The two walk down the academy hallway together to lecture, hall number 2 to grab the notebook. Stepping inside, the muscular senior loudly calls out for a short-haired female student named Hong Eunbi. The girl turns around in response to the call, while So-hyun watches the whole thing nervously and quietly. With a pushy attitude, he orders Eunbi to hand over her notes, leaving the freshman confused and a bit awkward. Eunbi gets super nervous and tremblingly reminds the senior that he promised last time would be the absolute last time. The big guy pushes back, saying the freshman needs to see the material and that it'd be good for her to show it to him, too. The female student starts crying from sheer embarrassment under the intense pressure she's getting in front of everyone. Jun snaps and loses his temper, shouting that he can't afford to fail his class again this year. The guy glares at her with an intensely intimidating look and asks if she really wants to see him get held back a year. So-hyun feels deeply uncomfortable with this bullying scene and decides to step in, saying she doesn't need anything anymore. The brute spins around, surprised and confused at being interrupted by the freshman, while Eunbi watches on in terror. The girl says firmly that forcing someone to hand over their stuff against their will isn't the right way to act. Jun gets hopping mad over the rookie's lecture, complaining that she's acting like he's doing something evil. He claims he was just trying to help out of the goodness of his heart and acts deeply offended by her hostile reaction. The senior glares at the girl menacingly, asking if what he did is really something all that terrible. Other students in the room start whispering and laughing at the scene, making the big guy super tense and embarrassed. Trying to avoid any more trouble, the freshman says she's out of there, but the angry brute refuses to let her leave. Suddenly, the violent senior reaches out hard and grabs the girl's wrist in a super rough, aggressive grip. So-hyun freaks out over the physical force, while the guy yells that she can't just walk away like that. The guy squeezes her wrist hard, saying she's great at making other people look like fools in front of everyone. Jun rants that she needs to clear up the whole misunderstanding with the students before she leaves this room. The freshman is shaking with pure rage and total discomfort, feeling the brutal physical pressure of that tight grip. Out of patience, So-hyun screams at him to let her go and unleashes a heavy punch right into the brute's face. Ombi watches the attack go down, completely shocked and terrified by the crazy strength the young girl just showed. Even the blue-haired freshman herself is stunned and spoke by the result of her own violent reflex. Jun-il clutches his bloody nose with shaking hands, completely unable to believe he actually got hurt by her. The big guy asks in absolute terror how a mere rookie managed to rough up his trained body so easily. He falls into total panic when he spots the blood, asking frantically if this is some kind of hidden power. So-hyun quickly denies it, but the guy argues that he has body-strengthening abilities and a regular hit wouldn't scratch him. The senior yells in a panic, claiming that only someone with massive mystical potential could pull off a stunt like that. He loudly accuses the girl of being a returnee, leaving So-hyun totally paralyzed and panicked by the revelation. The terrified brute hides his face in his hands, dreading the terrible consequences of messing with this girl. So-hyun is left terrified as the guy panics, flashing back to past troubles caused by returnees. Jun-il angrily gripes about the arrogance of returnees, while the young girl tremblingly tries to explain that it's nothing like that. Screaming that he should have suspected her ever since the ship, the pissed-off senior turns on his heel and bolts out of there. So-hyun stares down at her hands in shock, realizing the impact of the mystical force she put into that punch. A mysterious voice echoes ironically, repeating the girl's comment about acting the right way in the hallway. Subin shows up glowing with a blue mystical aura, leaving both the girl and the angry Jun-il totally stunned. The silver-haired freshman strides in with an imposing air, declaring that standing up to injustice like that was spot on. The angry senior demands to know who he is, and the guy calmly introduces himself, revealing he's a freshman too. Subin sticks up for So-hyun, saying he was watching the whole thing, and asks when the girl even used a power. Jun-il goes out of his mind with rage at the cocky freshman, screaming and accusing the guy of trying to blindside him too. Subin calmly explains that returnees naturally have physical stats way above normal limits. He asks the room if anyone actually saw the girl use magic, and every single student clamming up. The silver-haired guy asks what the big deal would be even if she had used some kind of power. Subin lays out Jun-il's actions, listing the physical force used against the girl and spilling secrets without permission. He states seriously that using magic would be way more civilized than the senior's garbage behavior. Blind with fury, the big guy charges aggressively at Subin, hurling a barrage of insults at him. However, the brute's attack gets cut short when he feels the rival's massive, freezing presence. Subin stands his ground, radiating absolute confidence as he glares imposingly at his enemy in the cafeteria. The silver-haired freshman coldly warns that he doesn't usually turn down a duel against any challenger. A few girls in the class start cheering for the freshman, holding up fun signs and celebrating his stance. Jun-il grits his teeth in humiliation and rage, but backs off when he realizes he can't win this fight. The big guy curses furiously and hurries off under the relieved gaze of So-hyun, who had been watching in silence. Subin drops his energy aura and adopts a calmer posture after his opponent's humiliating retreat. Back in the present, So-hyun listens to the whole story, and the silver-haired rival asks if he gets it now. Subin advises the protagonist to show a bit more care for So-hyun, even if he wants to keep his distance from her. The rival warns that the girl's school life is going to be brutal now that everyone knows she's a returnee. So-hyun gets tense and lost in thought as the massive scale of the problem he has to face finally hits him. Far away, So-hyun eats lunch alone, lamenting that her own situation at school isn't looking too hot either. Jeon Woojin, the senior who got held back, suddenly pops out of nowhere and announces he knows a great fix for the problem. So-hyun and Subin look over in a panic at the newcomer, who immediately digs into his lunch right at their table. The protagonist asks in a panic when the guy even got there without anyone noticing him, Woojin brushes off the question and starts casually chatting about the quality of the noodles here. The senior complains that last year the food tasted way better and had a lot more meat in the bowl. He praises the cafeteria's old cook and deeply laments the terrible incident that went down last year. The two freshmen stare at the guy with totally confused looks, having no idea where this conversation is going. Woojin keeps whining about the food until Sung Hyun loses his patience and demands to know when he showed up. The hero is ticked off by the senior's stealth, but Woojin says that stuff isn't the most important thing right now. The freshman asks what the method is, and Woojin explains he's talking about a way to clear his bad reputation. Sung Hyun gets super interested in hearing more details about this golden opportunity for his image. Woojin advises the freshman to focus on the important observation class coming up in 2 weeks. The hero asks if it's that school event where students' parents come to watch the classes. Subin explains that the freshmen will have one-on-one duels against the seniors, shooting down the family visit idea. Woojin confirms it's not about parents, since regular folks wouldn't even be allowed through the door. The scene shows shady, intimidating silhouettes of elite hunters who will be in attendance on the day of the event. The two freshmen are blown away to learn that the observers will be professional hunters. Woojin says that members of famous guilds and corporate scouts drop by to watch the fights in search of fresh talent. Sung Hyun grins, realizing that a good performance on this big stage could completely flip his school ranking. The hero asks how the fights will work out, since the total number of students at the academy is massive. Subin recalls that last year, the students were split into groups based on their ID numbers. The senior advises the kid to hunt down a D-rank opponent so he can actually show off his skills. Song Hyun turns down the suggestion, stating very firmly and confidently that he won't need to fight someone weak. He pulls a determined look, showing that his plans for the big fight day are way more ambitious. The story shows the facade of the academy's massive library building under a gorgeous late afternoon sky. Sung Hyun walks into the grand library, hunting for the document viewing room to do his research. The freshman asks Professor Che Hyun for access to the senior student combat footage. The teacher says access is strictly for staff, but agrees to unlock the room by swiping his keycard. The system confirms the digital clearance, and Sung Hyun steps into the massive archive packed with school records. The hero glances over the shelves crammed with logs and figures out that group divisions are sorted by ID numbers. Sung Hyun runs the numbers and zeroes in on the two returnees whose IDs are closest to his own. He calculates that at least one of these tough opponents will land in his group for the observation class. The guy studies the combat styles of both targets, planning to call them out for a duel on the big day. He smirks, thinking he's going to lock down a high-ranking returnee using his energy chains right in front of everyone. Far away in a massive mansion at night, an important meeting kicks off between two seniors. Il eats dinner in a rage, ranting about the major humiliation he suffered at the hands of young So Hyun earlier. He says he needs to teach her a lesson at the tournament, while senior Han Chaewon listens to the rant while eating candy. The pink-haired girl lets out a mocking laugh, highly doubting his ability to actually beat that girl. Chaewon roasts him by reminding him that the guy got completely thrashed and ended up with a bloody nose in front of the whole class. Even so, the senior admits she doesn't like So Hyun either and decides to back the big guy's revenge plans. The girl pops a piece of cake into her mouth and teasingly asks if he wants her to take care of the rookie for him. Il asks in surprise if she really thinks she can beat the girl, and Chaewon confirms it, demanding a favor in return. The mysterious senior smiles with total ease as she stares at the big guy, waiting for him to take the deal. The guy considers that the freshman is a terrifying returnee, and this mission might be tough even for her to win. Chaewon fires back with absolute superiority, stating cryptically that she has a foolproof method to handle her. The senior flashes a sadistic look, thinking to herself that since the target is a returnee, things will actually be way easier. Meanwhile, So Hyun is hitting the books hard in her room, under a desk lamp to prep for the big day. 2 weeks fly by in a blur, and freshman Sung-han marches with fierce determination toward the main combat venue. The protagonist pushes open the locker room door, ready for the showdown, totally sure all his training will pay off. Sung Hyun steps into the massive arena packed with students, staring down his future opponents waiting for the class to start. He wears a super focused and serious look, knowing this is his one and only shot to prove his worth to the school. Over in another academy building, the professor calls the end of regular class and dismisses all the students for the day. So Hyun packs up her pencils, feeling super depressed, thinking to herself that she didn't accomplish anything useful today. Suddenly, Professor Che-ji Hein calls her up to the front of the board and asks the young freshman to follow him right away. The teacher mysteriously reveals he's taking her straight to where the observation class is going down. The two take a peaceful stroll down a gorgeous nature trail flanked by rivers and beautiful mountain views. The freshman looks totally confused and asks in surprise if there's actually a classroom out in the middle of a forest like this. They pull up to a standalone elevator door planted out in the woods, and the professor confirms the path is right through there. The teacher explains that this weird metal structure is one of the many secret entrances to subterranean area number 13. The two step into the elevator, which plummets rapidly into the hidden depths beneath the school island's soil. Hyung remarks that she's probably never visited the academy's underground facilities, and the girl nods curiously. The teacher reveals that back in the day, the school was ultra-secret, which is why most of the buildings were built underground. So Hyun is left in awe over this huge secret about the hidden architecture of her new school. The doors slide open, exposing a beam of shimmering blue light, and the curious freshman steps out of the dark elevator. The blue-haired girl's eyes go wide with wonder as she takes in an unbelievable, futuristic sight. She gasps in awe at the sheer scale of this massive Mac-tech city built entirely underground. So Hyun hops up and down with joy, celebrating that she found a real-life secret hideout, and asks what gets stored down here. Hong gives a smirk at the girl's childish excitement, explaining that they keep extremely dangerous items here. He shares that the place houses dangerous ancient magical artifacts and spatial anomalies spawned by unstable dungeons. The teacher adds that they also keep captured, live monsters down here for scientific research. The scene flashes a terrifying image of a caged monster leaking a super menacing, dark energy. He confesses with a hint of mystery that there are certain secret areas down here, even he doesn't know the details about. The freshman gets so hyped up over the reveals that she starts panting with excitement while the professor chuckles awkwardly. They reach the massive main research hall, and the teacher decides to grab her attention to talk about something serious. Hyung puts on a very gentle expression and asks empathetically how her routine at school has been these past few days. Professor Che-ji Hyung asks in a very gentle tone if she's been running into any major hurdles around here. So Hyun looks away, a bit embarrassed, and admits she still struggles a lot with making new friends. She brings up Moden with a fond smile, recalling when her friend playfully explained that Dan was her real name. The freshman mentions that seniors Perum and Woojin treat her really well too, playing video games and hanging out with her. She drops Subin's name, but sighs sadly that all the other students at the academy keep steering clear of her. The young girl reveals everyone acts this way because she ended up seriously hurting one of her peers in the past. She hangs her head in terror, terrified she might lose control and hurt another innocent person in the tournament. So Hyun flashes back in a panic to the bloody destruction she caused during her last loss of magical control. Hyun gently pats her head and guarantees she doesn't need to stress about that here at school. The professor smiles, comforting the freshman by saying he'll step in personally if things get dangerous, and mentions her brother. The blue-haired girl beams, feeling way more relieved thanks to her teacher's total encouragement and support. Hyung assures her that violent incidents like the ones in the past will never happen again on his watch. So Hyun takes her spot in the arena while listening to the anxious chatter of the other students waiting for the tournament. The ethics professor gripes about Hyung running late as the man jobs in, offering up a sloppy apology. Hajiwara Jin calls out the exact amount of time he's late while Hyun grabs the mic to lay down the rules for the students. The professor announces that freshmen and seniors will throw down in 10-minute duels for this important observation class. He explains that the fights will go down underground because the special magical properties of this arena. Teacher reveals that the fighting grounds were entirely developed and sponsored by the massive UJ Magical Company. Hyung hits a remote button, kicking off a massive golden energy barrier around the arena. He explains that the fighters' special suits will be magically cinched up with stone statues in the arena. The professor keeps up his detailed breakdown of the safety dynamics and how risks are magically nullified. The giant stone statue takes a heavy blow and starts cracking all over to demonstrate the safety test. So Hyun and Moden watch the demo, completely shocked and blown away by such high-tech combat gear. Professor Hajiwara Jin stays cool riding his electric vehicle while the statue cracks in the background. He states firmly that all damage taken by the students during the duels will be absorbed exclusively by the statues. So Hyun gets super pumped, realizing she can fight using her full magical power without fear of hurting anyone. Hyun tries to ease the students' nerves, saying the event is just for the seniors to teach the newbies a thing or two. Subin breaks into a cold sweat, glaring at the teacher with suspicion over that bogus promise that there's nothing to stress about. Song Hyun is also super uneasy, knowing that friendly little lie doesn't make a lick of sense for this tournament. The scene shows the stern, imposing faces of several renowned hunters watching over the tournament with serious gazes. The hero scopes out the bleachers packed with elite scouts, thinking it's impossible not to tense up in a place like this. He sweats bullets, realizing that with this whole setup, the biggest names in the industry are definitely in the house. The young guy figures that recruiters from the country's wealthiest hunter corporations are also making an appearance here. Sung Hyun's gut feeling is spot on, since legendary outfits Shinsung and UJ are both in attendance to evaluate the freshmen. The top brass and scouts from both market-dominating hunter giants are watching the tournament closely. Gango and Mateo from Shinsung analyze the students, laser-focused on sniffing out the most talented kids in the class. At the same time, Gu Jiwan and Du Jinwook from rival UJ are also keeping tabs on the fights, ready to snatch up any new awakened. Mateo arrogantly asks Gango why they're wasting time watching these kid fights. The seasoned hunter flashes a sly grin and figures this must be his partner's first observation class. Gango explains that to Navi's it looks like a friendly sparring session, but smart freshmen already know the truth. This is the best shot these rookies will ever get in their lives to show their true worth to the major guilds. The glasses-wearing guy finally catches on, realizing the event is actually a recruitment fair. The senior drops a threatening warning for him to pay close attention to every single duel and not miss a second of the action. He warns seriously that they need to move fast so they don't let the UJ rivals swipe up the best talent. Out on the combat floor, Woojin looks over his opponents thoughtfully, trying to pick who he should duel today. He spots Song Hyun walking by and thinks to himself that this kid would make his prime opponent. But Song Hyun blanks the other seniors and walks right up to a girl lugging a massive weapon bag on her back. The protagonist looks the senior straight in the eye and calls her out, challenging her directly to a duel right here in the arena. Woojin and the other students around them react with total shock and burst out laughing at his sheer audacity. The serious green-haired senior spins around, surprised to be called out for a fight by such a low-ranking rookie. Students all around start whispering in surprise, wondering if Song Hyun even knows who he's fighting. The green-haired senior watches the guy from afar, figuring he must be some famous freshman. She just nods, silently accepting the challenge as she gears up for the big duel. Sung Hyun walks away with Woojin, who is still totally freaked out by the kid's choice. The panicking senior asks if he's completely out of his mind for taking on a terrifying returnee head-on. The protagonist stays firm, figuring the opponent's actual magic power doesn't make a single bit of difference. He totally trusts his blue chains and the sealing device to breeze through the fight. Sung Hyun is convinced he can shut down her powers and run the show, just like he did before. Woojin smiles when he sees the hero's determination, realizing he's actually got a reliable ace up his sleeve. He calms the kid down, saying that despite everything, the opponent is considered the weakest of all the returnees. Woojin drops a surprising bomb. She literally doesn't use any of her returnee abilities. The freshman's eyes go wide with total confusion and shock when he hears that completely unexpected news. Sung Hyun questions the reveal, and the senior is stunned to realize the kid had no idea about any of this. Woojin explains that she sealed her own powers and now fights using strictly magic gadgets. He wraps it up by saying Sung Hyun actually has a huge advantage fighting a returnee who doesn't use her real magic. Up in the stands, top leaders Oh Gango and Mateo keep a super close eye on the students moving around. Right in the middle of the arena, the opening duels kick off as a bunch of freshmen trade heavy sword swings. Woojin adds that the guy's opponent uses a seriously powerful and terrifying sword to dish out her attacks. He explains the weapon is called Hongyeon, and even though it looks like a regular sword, it packs a unique hidden power. The gear's secret skill lets it fire massive shockwaves of cutting energy straight at enemies. The senior mentions that the energy slash can shoot off in literally any direction she wants. The protagonist gets pretty tense hearing the details about that elite weapon's dangerous mystical tricks. Woojin mentions this is pretty recent info, since the returner only stopped using magic toward the end of last year. He casually throws shade, calling the mystical sword official school funded gear while complaining that he gets zero resources. Laughing it off, the senior jokes that Sung Hyun should borrow some weapon from the storage room just to be safe. Woojin keeps laughing at the situation while the freshman glares at the arena's weapon storage with a worried look. So Hyun strolls up to the group looking all cheerful and asks if senior Woojin is fighting in the observation class too. The guy says yeah and fires back, asking who the freshman picked as her opponent for today's big matchup. The girl happily reveals she's taking on senior Miju, which makes Woojin turn completely pale with dread. He totally panics hearing that name while a smiling, dangerous Miju gives a fake little wave in the background. So Hyun innocently says the senior was super nice and invited her to the fight, proving she's a good person. Woojin stares at her terrified, giving a serious warning that the girl is a straight-up demon disguised as a sweet lady. He warns Sung Hyun about the danger his sister is in, while the hero regrets having to ask to borrow weapons. The Mick announces the start of the day's second fight, calling freshman Moden and the dreaded Jun ill to the arena. Moden Hype celebrates her time to shine, while So Hyun gets worried finding out her opponent is Jun ill. The blue-haired girl tries to warn her friend about that terrible senior's violent and aggressive temper. Moden rocks a super confident look and tells her friend not to worry about this duel at all. The fearless girl says in a serious tone that she'd never lose a fight to cowards who like bullying people. Junel struts toward the center of the arena with a sadistic, evil smirk on his face, thirsty for revenge. The teacher orders both of them to drop their gear on the ID scanner conveyor belt before the fight starts. He explains that weapon registration is mandatory, so security systems can keep everyone safe. The screen confirms the weapons are logged and announces the long-awaited showdown kicks off in exactly 1 minute. Jung looks down his nose at the short-haired girl with disdain, drops the freshman's name, and draws his gear. The guy pulls out a giant futuristic blue sword and arrogantly asks if she even knows what kind of weapon that is. He screams at the top of his lungs that this special gear was handed to him by the powerful Shinsen group. The proud fighter points the glowing blade up high and dramatically reveals his sword is called Echo. Shin shouts and the scouts in the stands are totally dumbfounded hearing the guy's blatant lie. Mario asks, confused, if the company actually gave him that weapon, but Gango shoots it down, saying he's never heard of that. On the flip side, the villain Miju watches the moment with a corner of the mouth smirk, knowing exactly what she planned. Gango shoots a killer glare at the guy in the arena, catching on to the fake setup hidden behind this tournament. Il keeps yelling that his item is precious and will sell for a fortune at a hunter auction soon. Moden stretches out in the arena, brushing off the opponent's talking and focusing only on the fact that he's using a sword. The freshman calculates that if the enemy only uses melee weapons, her combat strategy needs to shift. She figures the arrogant senior actually belongs to the classic physical combat technique class. The story explains there are precisely 5 different types of awakened folks based on the energy they use. Each awakened is categorized by the flow of their mystical energy to lock down their true role. The 5 existing jobs are assigned in a super strict and specific way based on each of these classes. The first role is the warrior, dialed into physical strength and acting just like RPG knights. If an opponent rolls up with clothes, combat weapons, there's a huge chance they're in this category. The system kicks off the countdown for the big fight while Il gets into his attack stance. These elite fighters specialize in massively boosting their own physical and bodily stats. The countdown hits 0, dropping both opponents face to kick off the expected clash. The duel starts in a fearless Moden rushes in at high speed with her giant spoon-shaped weapon. The senior drops a brutal sword strike on the freshman, who manages to defend and block his attack. Il is totally caught off guard by the girl's defense strength, holding off his hit without giving an inch. Still, Moden notices the impact left tiny cracks in the structure of her giant mystical weapon. The mystical collision sends a massive shockwave across the combat yard, kicking up rock chunks everywhere. The young freshman feels the physical pressure, and so Hyan watches from the stands, stressing over her best friend's safety. Theory says any fighter should steer completely clear of close combat against physical strength awakened. Il lets out a fierce roar and lays into her with a flurry of combo hits while the girl dodges with total agility. The senior pulls off a devastating curved slash in the air, but the smart freshman ducks right under it to dodge. He's totally blown away by the lightning, fast reaction speed, and agility the young rookie shows in the arena. Moden uses the opening in his guard to set up a powerful counterattack coming straight from her low stance. The freshman executes her upward move, landing a speedy strike with her glowing weapon right against the rival's body. Il's eyes go wide in pure panic as he realizes he got totally caught off guard by the sneak attack. The powerful blue mystical energy rolls across the combat arena as the freshman's attack hits dead center. But a mystical snap echoes out, showing the opponent miraculously managed to defend against that heavy blow. Moden gets super startled realizing the senior actually managed to block her strike from that angle. The senior's magic sword blocks the push, showing off the impressive defensive power of his elite gear. Though glares at the girl with a sadistic, unhinged look as he sets up his finishing counterattack on the rookie. He fires off a destructive blast of red light that hits the young girl, creating a massive explosion of mystical energy. Sung Hyun and the other seniors watch the attack in shock, stressing over the young freshman's physical safety. Woojin notices the opponent's violent hit just bounced right off her defense without doing any real damage. The blue-haired freshman watches the scene closely and starts figuring out how that mysterious mystical weapon works. Il sweats bullets and compliments the girl's endurance, admitting he's surprised by her clean block. Moden flashes a playful smile and assures the opponent it's way too early for him to be impressed with the fight. She drops into a super serious stance, wrapped in blue flames, showing that the real battle starts now. Theory teaches that the rules change in special cases because some awakened belong to the summoner class. These hunters specialize in calling forth their own exclusive mystical weapons right in the middle of the battlefield. Sung Hyen belongs to this special class too, since he can conjure blue energy chains for combat. Each of these summoned weapons packs a unique ability that can totally flip the script on any duel. This massive trump card can completely wipe out any gap in mystical power levels between two opponents. Jun, he'll tries to act confident despite the nerves, promising he's still way faster than the young freshman. He charges with an evil grin, setting up a fast slash to try and wrap up the fight once and for all. So Hyen watches the move super stressed out, noticing the vibe of a high-tier mystical weapon. But the senior gets totally blindsided by his opponent's insane movement speed and counterattack. Moden delivers a brutal hit with her mystical spoon that connects with the rival's sword and shatters it to pieces. The guy freezes in terror while the freshman warns him he's done for if he loses focus mid-fight. She finishes off the senior with a heavy mystical impact, launching the big guy flying and locking in the arena win. The villain Chiwin stares at the tournament broadcast screen with wide eyes, totally shocked by the loss. Jun-il grips his sword with hate, staring right at the giant mystical spoon sitting right in front of him. The young freshman uses her spoon to take the impact of the opponent's terrifying energy blast. The mystical spoon starts taking damage, and a worrying crack pops up on the handle of Modan's weapon. Jun-il spots the opponent's weak spot and drops an evil grin, figuring victory is right around the corner. He launches forward with full force, sliding his boot across the arena at high speed. Moden doesn't back down, charging in fast and landing a quick strike with her giant spoon. Jun-il uses his sword to try and block the freshman's fast and dangerous attack. The girl pulls off an impressive chain of non-stop spinning attacks to put the squeeze on her rival. The senior tries to block the rapid hits, but starts having a really hard time holding off her strength. Moden manages to sniff out an opening in his guard and lands a brutal hit right on the rival's face. The spoon's impact kicks off a massive burst of blue light as the opponent tries to tough out the attack. Jun-il stumbles back, shocked by the power of the hit, trying to figure out what just went down. Moden gets pretty confused, noticing she landed that hit on the opponent with everything she had. She's stunned to see the senior is still standing without taking any real damage from the impact. Jun-il touches his own face in thought, trying to wrap his head around the opponent's weird attack. The guy feels the texture of his cheek and notices something super strange happening to his body. He lets out a grunt of pain, realizing his skin is acting in a totally unusual way. The senior finally figures out what the true secret power of that mystical spoon actually is. He discovers that anything touched by Moden's spoon instantly loses its stiffness. The touched item ends up turning totally floppy, like rubber or pudding. Jun-il concludes that even buffing his body, that magic weapon's hit cancels out any physical defense. He's horrified picturing his head getting crushed easily if he takes another hit like that. Moden realizes the rival cracked the secret and knows landing another hit is going to be way harder now. She admits the last hit only worked out of pure luck when his sword bent like paper. The freshman figures the spoon and fork aren't enough, and she needs to summon something way stronger. Still, she remembers her special skill comes with two major, annoying drawbacks in a fight. The first big problem, she can only summon a single utensil at a time during a fight. On top of that, the young girl has zero control over which mystical silverware pops up in her hands after summoning. Even if she cancels the current summon, there's no guarantee she'll pull the ideal item on the next try. Dropping the silverware leaves her totally defenseless for a split second, killing any chance of spamming it in the arena. She smirks, admitting Jun-il is actually a formidable and super smart opponent. Moden starts flashing back to when she was younger, wishing her mystical knife would show up again. Back then, she suffered in silence through constant bullying from classmates who dragged her through the dirt. The bullies would laugh cruelly while leaving her dumped on the floor, covered in trash and completely helpless. She'd just watch the students walk away after yet another day of painful school humiliation. It was right then, in total despair, that her mystical spoon first appeared glowing on the ground. The young girl stared at the weird object with tears in her eyes, totally clueless about what was happening. When she tried summoning again, she managed to conjure a glowing mystical knife right in her own hands. The bullies hanging out in the hallway started to realize something super weird was going down. Girl stood still with her head down, gripping the glowing weapon tight in the middle of the school hallway. The gang leader kept laughing out loud, having no clue what kind of terrifying danger he was walking into. He arrogantly strolled right up to her to mock her pitiful situation one more time, but the showdown that followed completely flipped that school's fate in a terrifying way. The other students bolted down the hallways in panic after watching the young girl's violent reaction. Moden stood tall in the bloody hallway after brutally beating down the bullies with her mystical knife and beat up with blood dripping down her chin. She didn't feel scared of what she'd just done. Right then, with an excited smirk, she figured out what a real survival fight was all about. Back in the present, she gets hyped seeing she's going toe-to-toe with another strong user of mystical skills. The senior catches the freshman's vibe shift and seriously gears up for the final phase of this duel. Jun-il tosses away his ruined sword, figuring he doesn't need it anymore to wipe out the opponent in the arena. Han Chi-won is completely shocked and speechless at the crazy turn the fight is taking. Jun-il unleashes all his massive blue energy, yelling that he's going all out from here on. The senior claims that if she keeps breaking his silverware, she'll run completely out of energy real soon. Moden flashes a confident smile and gears up to drop her next game-winning move in the arena. The girl flings her mystical gear into the air, daring the rival to try and break it again. Jun-il freezes in shock, noticing something weird coming straight at him. His eyes go wide, realizing the girl actually threw a mystical fork right at him. The senior panics, trying to figure out how the freshman swapped weapons so fast mid-fight. The mystical fork flies right past him as the senior scrambles to catch his balance in the arena. The weapon the young freshman threw keeps spinning fast through the air, grabbing everyone's attention. Moden uses the rival's distraction to suddenly pop up right behind him with a scary look. Jun-il senses her there, whipping his head around in panic as he catches the opponent's stealth rush. The freshman sets up a devastating attack, using her giant spoon right on the opponent's back. She drops a violent impact on him, kicking up a massive, glowing shockwave across the arena. Jun-il fires back fast with a heavy punch that hits the young freshman dead center. Moden gets sent flying by the senior's heavy hit, losing her balance in the middle of the yard. The arrogant senior drops a sadistic grin, thinking he finally took the opponent down for good. The story explains the hidden mechanics of the mystical knife the girl was using earlier. The mystical knife strike hits the opponent dead on, but trajectory shifts right on impact. The energy just deflects the attack and flies off, leaving the rival confused by the effect. Moden drops a playful laugh even after taking the painful hit from Jun-il's arena strike. The fight wraps up with a super violent double slash thrown out by both fighters at the exact same time. Both combatants take hits from the mystical energy in a spectacular power clash. The crashing forces carve out a glowing line that cuts the battle arena right down the middle. Jun-il crashes flat on his back on the arena floor, totally wiped out and out of gas after the brutal duel. Moden collapses to the ground in pain too, while the crowd watches the scene, shocked by how it ended. The freshman gripes about the pain while lying on the floor, apologizing to her friends for how it turned out. The battle system officially calls the end of the tense training spar in the arena. The announcer calls Go Jun-il the official winner of the duel, leaving the guy pretty surprised. The senior stands in the yard, totally unsure how he managed to pull off that messy win. Big guild recruiters analyze the fight, dropping comments that the girl's performance was top tier. They point out that despite the loss, the real power gap between the two was massive from the jump. Jun-il flexes his win way too hard in the arena while Moden sighs, bummed out over the loss. The young girl apologizes to So-hyun, who tries to calm her down by saying her showing was insane. Moden thanks her friend for the love, while Sung-hyun watches the whole thing from the stands, deep in thought. Woojin comments that it sucks seeing the guy who insulted Sung-hyun's sister monster walk away the winner. Sung Hyan disagrees with his buddy, stating firmly that Moden was the real winner here. The senior gets confused by the kid's answer and tries to puzzle out the logic behind that line. The young guy explains his older brother taught him something super important about the event's true goal. He reveals the point of the exhibition matches isn't winning, it's standing out to recruiters. The guide breaks down how Moden managed to stand out way more by using her speed and unique skills. She totally ran the pace of the whole duel, even while facing a way stronger opponent. Moden knew how to squeeze every second of distraction out of Jun, keeping him under constant pressure the whole fight. She didn't care about having her weapon broken multiple times and kept right on attacking without hesitation. Sung Hyan wraps it up by saying the freshman hit her weapon, swapping trick perfectly, showing off all her potential. He contrasts that with Jun who just flexed brute strength and struggled hard against a rookie. The kid guarantees no major guild is going to want to touch a fighter like that. He realizes a hunter's real job is knowing how to roll with the punches when dungeons shift constantly. The young guy explains that the ability to read a room on the fly is the most valuable trait of all. Woojin totally agrees, admitting the senior really got put through the ringer by the freshman. Sung Hyan stays deep in thought about Jun, saying that senior is weirdly obsessed with his special weapon. But the kid wraps it up with a serious look, deciding the opponent acted that way simply because he's a giant idiot in the arena. His mind replays the scene of Jun, proudly flexing the sword provided by the famous New Star Guild. Sung Hyan starts getting suspicious that the whole setup was actually a secret play by the guild. Woojin listens in surprise while the kid explains that the event acts as a showcase for tons of pro hunters. The freshman argues there are loads of clients watching and companies use the spot for marketing too. He wonders if the New Star Guild planned the whole thing, handing out that elite weapon just to get promo during the duel. The idea would be to flex the gear in combat and then officially recruit the senior into the guild. Sung Hyan figures they must have promised Jun a special fast track spot in exchange for the show. Woojin starts piecing it together, realizing that explains why Jun was bragging so hard about his weapon. He admits this school event can actually be farmed pretty hard for outside business interests. The senior remembers the arena itself was built and sponsored by the UJ Corporation to hype up new products. Woojin stares at the freshman, impressed, realizing a brand new student shouldn't know these backstage secrets. The guy wonders if Sung Hyan's legendary dad told him all that, though he knows he was just a beginner. The senior is blown away, seeing the freshman figured out this whole complex truth all by himself during class. Sung Hyan stays locked in while Woojin watches him with a mix of shock and deep respect for the kid. The freshman asks what's up, but Woojin brushes it off fast, saying it's nothing major. Woojin casts a thoughtful glance as he watches Jun, and Han Chiwon quietly slip away from the fight area. He tells Sung Hyan to follow close behind, showing he's got a mystery plan cooking in his head. The guy flashes an enigmatic smile, promising one of the biggest mysteries is finally about to get solved. The two quietly creep down the silent hallway leading to the arena's restroom zone. In the empty hall, Chiwon and Jun start getting into a super harsh, tense argument away from everyone else. The girl complains, pissed off, reminding them their deal required using the Echo Sword exclusively during the duel. Jun fires back furious, screaming that the weapon was completely warped and it was impossible to keep using it. The guy claims he would have lost the fight if he forced the sword, while Chaewon loses her mind over his stupidity. The young girl snaps and yells angrily that the final score of that match didn't matter at all. Jun gets confused by her reaction while they keep arguing, totally unaware they're being watched. Woojin steps out of the shadows, dropping a sarcastic agreement that totally spooks the duo in the quiet hallway. He asks what the young lady's latest evil plot is, since she's actually the daughter of the powerful New Star Guild president. Chiwon gets super triggered getting cut off by the guy, making an ugly face to show her disgust. She fires back that the two of them were just talking about private business, but Woojin isn't buying it. The senior confronts the girl, bringing up the secret deal to push the weapon in exchange for an elite spot in the guild. Jun stammers in a panic, trying to defend himself and denying he was getting any secret recommendations from her. Chiwon tells her partner to shut his trap immediately before he accidentally leaks more info. Woojin laughs it off, claiming the young lady would never recommend such a dumb fighter for her guild. Jun gets triggered being called an idiot, while Woojin pressures them to spill what the guild offered in return. The smart guy starts connecting the puzzle pieces, analyzing the profile of who got hired for the play. He stares the girl down with an intimidating look, stating this whole scheme is tied directly to Song Hyeon. Woojin remembers Jun got mixed up in a recent beef with the freshman and puts the real truth together. The big guy yells, demanding answers, while Chiwon barks at her partner to stay quiet in a stressed-out, harsh tone. Meanwhile, up in the stands, the freshman girls chat happily, having zero clue about the tense backstage drama. Woojin asks straight up if her whole goal was to buff Jun, so he'd make a move against the young freshman. Song Hyeon rolls up quietly and decides to listen in on Woojin's argument from behind the hallway wall. The blue-haired kid tunes in with razor-sharp focus, trying to process the drops about the conspiracy. The senior asks if she's trying to screw over So-Hyun too, calling her out for crossing way too many lines. Chiwon acts like she's offended by the baseless claims, but Woojin claps back that he's known her for years. The pink-haired girl glances away, tense and pissed off, realizing she got cornered by the smart opponent. Woojin holds his ground, staring right into her eyes to dig up the ultimate truth about her cruel plans. He drops the ultimate question, demanding to know the real reasons she hates sweet So-Hyun so much at the academy. Chiwon denies the claims while looking super uncomfortable, and Woojin glares at her seriously, waiting for answers. Chiwon defends herself by claiming that she only picks weak opponents who are easy to beat at the academy. With a cold look, she reveals that this time, her perfect choice just happened to be So-Hyun. Turning the tables, the girl asks angrily why Woojin cares so much about So-Hyun's fate. She suspects there is something between the two of them, but Woojin brushes it off, saying So-Hyun is just an innocent kid. Woojin turns serious, knowing that explaining things to Chaewon would be like handing a weakness straight to the enemy on a silver platter. He decides to brush off her provocations and tells her to think whatever she wants, leaving the girl outraged by his response. The guy walks away, advising her not to cross the line, while Junil stays back in the hallway, grumbling indignantly. Chiwon is left behind, stewing in her anger with an extremely cruel and vengeful expression on her face. Sung Hyeon stays silent, analyzing the entire conspiracy he just found out about regarding their enemies. The fate of the two siblings starts to cross paths in an unavoidable way at the start of this new intense chapter. The students start walking back to the main arena as the tension builds behind the scenes at the school. The freshman admits that clashes were bound to happen now that everyone knows So-Hyun is a powerful returnee. Sung Hyun gets really worried, wondering why these major problems had to happen right now of all times. To make matters worse, her opponent is none other than the daughter of the influential pro-president of the Shinseong group. He laments having to deal with this massive worry when he already has way too many problems to handle on his own. Woojin asks him if his sister really has no intention at all of pursuing a professional hunter career. Given his answer, he straight up advises that it would be much better to just make the girl drop out of that match. The guy warns that Miju is extremely cruel and will do whatever it takes to ruin the life of anyone she hates. He sadly remembers all the students who have cried their eyes out because of that girl's mean, spirited actions. Professor Che suddenly shows up, calling Song Hyeon over for a quick chat near the entrance of the field. The instructor asks the guy to head down to the arena, leaving the young man pretty confused about why he was called. Scary crashing sounds echo from inside the courtyard as the two watch the movement in the arena. Song Hyeon freaks out when he finds out he'll have to step onto the battlefield right during his sister's match. The professor explains that there's a strict rule requiring a guardian to be on standby in case of returnees. He reminds him that the guy was already able to contain his sister's out of control fury in a dangerous situation in the past. The instructor points out how important his presence is during such a tense and decisive moment for the girl. The professor guarantees that So Hyun will feel way more confident and safe with her younger brother right by her side. Sung Hyun finds his sister shaking with nerves and sits next to her to try to calm her down before the fight. He affectionately asks if she really wants to do this, and So Hyun tries to look brave for her brother. The girl takes a deep breath, promising to do her best, and remembers some valuable advice she got from Subin recently. Back then, she thanked Subin for lending her his notebook, and the guy kindly praised her nice handwriting. He said the notes helped a lot, but right after that, he adopted an extremely serious and focused tone of voice. The guy warned her that she needed to get strong, surprising the young woman with that sudden advice in the hallway. He warned that if she kept letting herself get put down, the humiliations of the past would inevitably repeat themselves. Subin pointed out that the consequences would be bad not just for her, but for everyone around her. So Hyun immediately thought of all her dear friends who would be in danger if she stayed weak. The boy explained that without power, she would never be able to protect the people she loves at the Hunter Academy. She realized the guy was totally right and decided she needed to change her attitude starting right then and there. The girl explains that she couldn't bear to see her brother or her friends getting hurt because of her in this tournament. So Hyun states with determination that she'll do everything to win because she's the older sister and needs to protect him too. Song Hyun is happy to see her determination, but he's still worried about how that tough match is going to go. He affectionately asks her to give up right away if the matchup gets too painful or dangerous in the arena. The guy insists she shouldn't force herself to go through extreme suffering just for the sake of pride. So Hyun smiles sweetly, thanking him for the constant care and concern her brother has always shown her. The official announcer finally calls the start of the anticipated 8th match of the afternoon, grabbing everyone's attention. The names of Kiso, Hyun, and Shin Miju are called over the loudspeakers, spreading heavy tension across the courtyard. The two combatants step forward and position themselves face to face in the arena under the watchful eyes of the public. So Hyun bows very politely and wishes Miju a good fight as the system starts the countdown. She suggests that both of them give it their all in the match, but Miju just stares at her with an icy look full of contempt. The sound signal authorizes the start of the clash, and the big, decisive battle officially begins in the duel courtyard. Miju lets out a sarcastic laugh, totally mocking her opponent's desire to do her best in the fight. So Hyun is pretty surprised and confused by the sudden hostility and aggressive tone from her opponent. The girl says the freshman has always acted weak and innocent just to take advantage of everyone around her. She coldly asks, so Hyun really thought no one would catch on to her true intentions at the school. Up in the stands, the students are curious, trying to figure out what the two of them are talking about so seriously down in the yard. Moden also watches the tournament scene with a confused expression, unable to hear what the fighters are saying. The freshman asks why Miju is talking like that as her rival starts releasing her purple energy. Miju begins her mystic chant, calling upon dark powers to kick off her devastating attack. Tiny charms float around her weapon as a massive mystic fog starts to spread out. The dark energy starts concentrating at the tips of her fingers, taking on a scary shape in the arena. Following Midge's will, the mystic smoke turns into a colossal teddy bear-shaped creature. The giant monster appears behind its summoner as she dares her opponent to show her true strength. So Hyun stares at the terrifying monster in front of her, keeping a focused posture and bracing herself for the impact. The recruiters comment enthusiastically that it's finally time for the young daughter of one of the most powerful families to fight. One of the men mentions in surprise that the girl's opponent actually belongs to the legendary category of returnees. The younger one asks if the girl really has a chance against an opponent with such a powerful background. Suddenly, a scary mystic presence with glowing red eyes starts emanating from the audience. The oppressive aura of the mysterious hat-wearing man makes the recruiters break out in a cold sweat of terror. Hunter G. Shinbake watches the combat disguised in the middle of the crowd with his arms crossed in an imposing way. The evaluator is left perplexed upon feeling an overwhelming energy pop up the second her name was called. His companion asks if he's okay, and the evaluator tries to brush off his panic after feeling that absurd pressure. He recovers from the shock and firmly guarantees that young Miju definitely has a real shot at winning the match. The man argues that even returnees are still human with weaknesses that can be exploited in the duel. He explains that Miju's specialty involves cursed arts, making her an extremely dangerous opponent. The evaluator claims there are dozens of different ways for the girl to manage to beat her opponent in the arena. Miju flashes a sadistic smile as she plans her first cruel move to throw So-Hyun off balance. The girl decides to kick off the torture by attacking the freshman's internal organs directly with her curse technique. The giant bear unleashes an extremely fast strike that explodes against the young freshman's defense. Sung-Hyun watches the violent attack from afar and gets desperate, fearing for his older sister's safety. The force of the mystic explosion pushes So-Hyun backward as she tries to resist the bear's terrible pressure. Miju lets out an insane laugh, having fun seeing her opponent struggle to contain her first hit. The plush beast charges forward again, with its claws ready to land another crushing blow on the freshman. So-Hyun manages to dodge by leaping at the very last second with the help of her little glowing stars. The monster's impact smashes the arena's stone floor, sending dust and chunks of rock flying everywhere. The young woman gets grazed by shrapnel, but she stays focused on dodging the enemy's fierce attacks. Sung-Hyun panics on the sidelines of the arena, not understanding why his sister isn't fighting back against the monster's hits. He thinks anxiously that a returnee at her level should be able to dodge that stuff with total ease. So Hyun just keeps defending herself while trying to figure out why her rival has so much hatred for her. She sadly asks herself what she could have possibly done so wrong to make Miju hate her in such an intense way. The freshman focuses her glowing eyes on her opponent, trying to find an answer to this painful mystery. Suddenly, she remembers when Woojin was nearby and realizes the real cause of her rival's jealousy. The young woman has a major epiphany, and her eyes go wide as she cracks the romantic secret Miju's been hiding. So, Hyun breaks the silence and yells across the entire arena, asking if the reason for all this is because Miju has a crush on Woojin. The summoner is completely paralyzed with embarrassment from the bombshell dropped by the freshman right in the middle of the fight. Miju's face turns completely red, and she lets out a hysterical, embarrassed scream in front of the whole audience. So Hyun deduces that jealousy over Woojin is the cause of everything as her rival screams furiously, telling her to shut up. The freshman points out that her face is red, which proves her theory is spot on. Up in the stands, the guys are totally speechless and awkward about this gossip being shouted out loud. Woojin asks what's going on while Subin just sighs at the ridiculous situation, red-faced. So Hyun yells out that Woojin is just her gaming partner and promises to keep her rival's secret. So Hyun keeps shouting out loud that she will never reveal her opponent's romantic secret to anyone. The freshman strikes a cute pose, insisting she's extremely trustworthy and great at keeping secrets at the academy. Sung-Hyun is dying of embarrassment, while the instructor watches the scene with a blank expression. The professor makes a very serious mental promise, swearing he'll take that embarrassing secret straight to his grave. The freshman calls on her brother to back up her promise, while Miju shakes with pure rage in the shadows of the arena. Completely furious about the public humiliation, the summoner screams that she's going to kill So-Hyun no matter what. The gigantic mystic bear charges forward, smashing the floor in a fury as the young freshman manages to leap away. Sung-Hyun notices the monster got way slower, and the instructor explains that's the weakness of curse mages. The professor details that the power of these mental magics weakens when the user themselves loses emotional control. Since Miju is extremely shaken up and embarrassed, the strength of her mystic monster dropped drastically in the yard. The instructor adds that on top of that, the young freshman hasn't even used a fraction of her true potential yet. He knows very well that So Hyun is extremely powerful and is nowhere near fighting at full strength in that duel. So Hyun's blue eyes start glowing intensely, revealing the activation of her powerful star magics. The symbol of the Sagittarius constellation shines in her pupil, pointing to the awakening of her most powerful ability. In the past, Professor Che met with the young woman to analyze the abilities she brought back from another world. The instructor patiently listed the 4 main magic capacities the girl is able to use right now. The first of these special techniques is mystic flight, tied to the sign of Pisces, which lets her float around freely. She also masters the Aquarius energy blast, plus the surprising physical boost granted by the sign of Leo. The professor recalled the freshman's most devastating trump card, capable of tearing open the sky with absurd force. It's Sagittarius's super powerful piercing attack, capable of obliterating any enemy that crosses its path. So Hyun sadly admitted that she still has a really hard time remembering her memories from the mysterious fairy world. She only remembers a few blurry figures and magical friends without being able to focus on the details of her past life. Professor reassured her, guaranteeing that temporary memory loss is normal after the process of returning to Earth. He firmly concluded that the ability to fly would definitely be the most useful tool for her battles. Back in the present, So Hyun activates her flight power, leaping into the air and leaving trails of shining stars on the ground. The freshman flies super high, escaping the sharp claws of Miju's giant monster with total ease. Miju looks up in absolute panic upon realizing her opponent actually has the ability to fly in the arena. She gets terrified realizing the freshman can fight freely in the air as she prepares to land a hit. So Hyun activates her Aquarius technique, firing a massive pillar of light and water that swallows up the terrifying mystic bear. Sung Hyun and the other students watch the display of power completely amazed and in shock up in the stands. Miju tries to shield herself from the bright light as she realizes her first plush monster got wiped out by the hit. The girl uses her curse to quickly summon a giant stone robot in an attempt to hold back her rival's fury. The new massive stone guardian drops into the arena, blocking the heavy burst of energy fired by the freshman in the air. The robot's structure starts developing terrible cracks due to the heavy magical pressure put on it by the star attack. Miju hides behind her new defense summon, hoping it can hold out against the storm of hits. Sung Hyun lets out a sigh of relief and smiles, admitting he was worried over nothing about his sister's safety. The guy proudly concludes that nobody at the academy would be able to beat So Hyun when she decides to use her magic. Floating majestically, the young woman reaches out her hand, channeling a large amount of star energy to finish it. She points her index finger downward, getting ready to deliver the mercy blow against the enemy robot. Sung Hyun watches the move, confused when he notices his sister suddenly stopped the bombardment in the arena. He wonders why she stopped attacking the new guardian right at the exact moment she had the upper hand. So Hyun stares at the battlefield in silence, keeping a calm and extremely focused expression high up in the sky. The girl strategically calculates her next move, aiming to wrap up this match once and for all. Miju stays on the defensive, taking advantage of the pause in attacks to start chanting a new and dangerous curse. The girl flashes a confident smile, believing she managed to lure the freshman into a perfect trap in the yard. So Hyun realizes her opponent's robot is way tougher than she thought and decides to act extremely fast. She worries Miju will summon another monster. She takes too long and gets ready to unleash a definitive attack in the arena. The freshman gathers all her built-up star magic in her hands, glowing brightly in the middle of the battle sky. She fires an overwhelming barrage of blue light arrows that pierce the stone structure of the enemy guardian. The brutal impact completely destroys the stone monster, causing a massive explosion and clearing the way for So Hyun. So Hyun flies majestically across the arena sky, looking down at the battlefield after landing her attack. A huge explosion of red smoke spreads across the yard floor, showing just how heavy the impact was. Miju drops to her knees on the ground, completely hurt and bleeding after taking that heavy hit head on. The freshman lands back in the arena and gets super freaked out upon noticing her opponent's serious condition. Miju shakes with pain as she feels her heart beat wildly, unable to believe that freshman's strength. So Hyen feels really sad because she thought the arena barriers would keep any real damage from happening. The instructor runs over to check on Miju's condition on the ground, while the young freshman watches the scene worriedly. The girl wipes the blood from her face as she breathes with extreme difficulty, feeling massive humiliation. She starts to panic as she remembers her past traumas and her own insecurities. Miju starts crying uncontrollably, blaming herself for all her failures and weaknesses in the middle of the fight. The girl's mind completely collapses as she panics over the humiliating turn this match has taken. Suddenly, a surprise attack coming from the middle of the smoke hits, so Hyen completely off guard in the arena. The young freshman gets hit by a strong whirlwind of energy that violently slams her into the ground. When the dust settles, So Hyen is shown kneeling on the floor, trying to recover from the heavy surprise impact. Miju regains her posture, adopting an extremely cold and intimidating look toward the young freshman. The summoner positions herself with her new mystic monster, glaring at her opponent with tons of determination. She disdainfully asks how her opponent could afford to get so distracted in the middle of a serious match. So Hyen looks around completely dazed and confused, not understanding what's going on around her. The girl stares at her brother and confusedly asks if everyone is okay, showing she's completely out of it. Song Hyen gets spooked by her reaction, and the professor explains that this is the specialty of curse mages. The instructor reveals that the girl ended up falling into a terrible illusion magic secretly cast by Miju. He explains that one of her techniques makes her summon monsters completely invisible to her opponent. So Hyen hears a strange noise in the air, but can't tell where the danger is coming from in the arena. The young freshman gets hit violently in the face by a strong impact coming from an unknown direction. The professor warns that under the effect of this magic, the victim will be hit repeatedly by invisible attacks. So Hyen tries to regain her balance while continuing to get bombarded by forces she can't see. She finally grasps the situation and realizes she's under the effect of Miju's powerful illusion magic. The young woman knows the best strategy right now is to charge forward and attack the technique's summoner directly. However, the experienced professor watches the scene with concern, knowing that magic is way more complex. So Hyen starts shaking with dread as the illusion starts deeply affecting her mind in the arena. Miju glares at the freshman with a cold look, whispering maliciously that the technique's effect isn't that simple. The girl claims that defeating returnees is much easier because of the deep traumas they carry around. She guarantees that she knows the psychological fragility of those who return from other magical worlds very well. Miju explains that no returnee hunter manages to come back completely unscathed from their past experiences. She argues that all of them carry deep traumas and mental scars that never truly heal. The girl uses the illusion to project So Hyen's worst fears, making her remember her old battles. The freshman tries to defend herself from the invisible blasts while fighting desperately against her own panic. The magical star barrier starts showing serious cracks under the terrifying mental pressure from Miju. A massive storm of energy explodes against the young woman, who stays cornered by her opponent's illusion. Miju watches the scene sadistically, determined to keep torturing So Hyen's mind with scary images. The girl projects terrible illusions that directly reflect the death traumas the freshman fears so much. So Hyen starts choking and coughing in pain, feeling the physical impact caused by the heavy psychological pressure. Several energy spears pierce the young woman's defense as she stays paralyzed and defenseless in the middle of the yard. Moden watches the scene desperately from the stands, not knowing what to do to help her dear best friend. Song Hyen is horrified seeing his sister's pathetic state and begs them to stop the match. He yells at the professor, demanding they stop the duel immediately before something much worse happens to her. The guy argues the outcome is already totally decided, but the instructor asks him to watch closely. The professor locks his gaze on the arena and tells the young man to calm his heart and analyze the details of that match. He reveals that even while taking hit after hit, the freshman still hasn't used her counter-attack power in the fight. The instructor guarantees that So Hyun hasn't given up on the match yet, keeping Sung Hyun's hopes of victory alive. Sung Hyun stares at the instructor with wide eyes, trying to figure out the real reason his sister keeps fighting. The professor seriously explains that she isn't the only person holding on to hope in that classroom. He reveals that So Hyun is trying her absolute best to adapt to the new world without needing to lean on anyone. The instructor points to the match and guarantees that this is the main reason she refuses to give up. The professor warns that cutting the duel short right now would make things even harder for her. In her mind, So Hyun relives her painful moments, feeling like she ended up totally alone in the middle of her journey. She remembers her promise to get strong to keep her brother and friends from suffering because of her. Sung Hyun feels guilty for being so weak and realizes how foolish he was to doubt his own sister's effort. The guy remembers his own words about how important it is to fight with all your strength no matter the goal. He regretfully asks himself how he could tell his sister to give up so easily when she's the one trying the hardest there. The young man fondly remembers when his dad put a hand on his shoulder and gave him the noble mission of protecting his sister. Song Hyun clenches his fists with determination, realizing he needs to take definitive action to help So Hyun. In the combat arena, the young woman keeps dodging the invisible hits while trying to find a way out in the yard. She starts to panic upon noticing her mind is completely confused and blank due to Miju's strong magic. The girl watches her rival's fury and wonders why she feels the need to hurt people like that. So Hyun sadly reflects that her only real wish has always been just to get along with all her classmates. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes in her mind, telling her to focus on the real battle right away. Miju watches her opponent standing still with a pretty confused expression, not understanding what's going on with the freshman. Sung Hyun screams desperately from the sidelines, asking if that whole story about saving the world was just a lie. He keeps yelling angrily, asking if she wasn't the great heroine who faced a terrifying queen in the past. Upon hearing her brother's words, So Hyun's eyes go wide as she suddenly remembers her battle against the queen. The freshman's mind is flooded with intense memories of her old journey in the fantastic and dangerous fairy world. She remembers the moment she found the imposing Dark Queen sitting majestically on her throne of power. The ruler looked down at little So Hyun with disdain, ironically praising her for making it all the way to the top. The young freshman faced the sovereign head on with a serious, fearless look despite all the massive pressure in the room. She stated with determination that this meeting wouldn't be the end and that she would keep fighting to survive. The queen smiled coldly, claiming that facing the girl in such a weak state would only bring false hope. The sovereign looked down on her opponent, showing absolute, overwhelming power that took over the whole room. With a simple wave of her hand, the powerful queen conjured a colossal banquet full of rich and exotic foods. She ordered So Hyun to sit down and enjoy the feast, leaving the little girl completely speechless. The young woman found herself surrounded by endless floating tables in the middle of a breathtaking celestial setting. The girl wondered if this whole spectacular banquet was just a dream or another terrible illusion. She tried to figure out if the mystic scenery was the result of some magic or if it actually belonged to her real memories. Little So Hyun stayed silent by the floating table, trying to figure out what was real in that place. Across the table, the scary sovereign started eating calmly, showing total superiority. The young fairy just stared at her plate without the courage to touch the food, feeling cornered by the heavy presence. The ruler praised the girl, stating she had come a long way to make it to the royal hall. The queen declared that no warrior had ever managed to get this far since the start of her long reign. She added that this victory was only possible thanks to the help of the fairy Shan and all her other old allies. The sovereign cruelly pointed out that all her friends were gone and dared her to try beating her all by herself. So Hyun lowered her head with tears in her eyes, whispering a confession that she didn't know if she could pull it off. With immense pain, she remembered the faces of her old companions who had vanished from her life forever. The girl cried upon realizing she couldn't remember the names and faces of those who had supported her so much. The cruel queen pointed out that the young woman forgot her friends, concluding that she lost her most precious treasure in the world. A single tear rolled down little So Hyan's face as she felt completely empty and out of strength to fight. The girl cried bitterly, admitting she lost everything that mattered and that the pain of loss was unbearable. She wondered what the point was of having so much magic and power, if deep down she still felt overwhelming fear. The girl cried, asking herself how a weak, scared kid could ever beat such a strong queen. She tried to remember how her old version managed to gather enough strength and courage to protect that world. The cold queen disdainfully decreed that trying to save the world fighting alone would be an utterly impossible task. The queen says the young girl needed the strength of many allies, like fairies, plants, and her friends, to get this far. She states with absolute coldness that, without everyone's help, the girl's power amounts to absolutely nothing. The sovereign points out that the massive difference in strength, the two is more than clear at that moment. Little So Hyan begins to shed tears as she feels totally helpless in the face of that situation. Even so, the queen acknowledges that the young freshman somehow managed to save the world on her own in the end. She explains that the power displayed wasn't the magic of that world, but rather the true magic of humanity. This was a unique power that no one else possessed, and it ended up completely changing the course of history. The girl is quite intrigued upon hearing that and wonders what exactly this special magic could be. The queen sets her fork on the table and calmly replies that she has already revealed the answer to that question. The sovereign declares that the banquet has finally come to an end and orders her to show her true hidden power. So Hyan stares at the ruler with a confused look, not understanding what exactly she is supposed to show her now. With a mysterious smile on her lips, the powerful queen demands to see the legendary magic that belongs to the girl. Back in the present in the arena, the freshman spots her dear brother Song Hyan, standing right there in front of her. The girl knows very well that everything around her is nothing more than a grand illusion created by her opponent. But she realizes she might actually be capable of pulling off the great legendary feats everyone talks about. And the mere thought of carrying this immense responsibility as a hero was something that completely terrified her. The mysterious voice in her mind firmly repeats that she has borrowed the strength of many people from the world. The young girl looks around the combat arena and begins to perceive reality in a totally new way. This means she was never truly alone during the toughest battles of her long journey. As she focuses her attention on her brother Sung Hyan, she feels an immense wave of relief wash over her heart. The freshman is absolutely certain that her dear older brother would be right there to protect her once again. She feels extremely grateful and happy to have someone so important by her side in that painful moment. With her brother nearby offering support, all that terrible accumulated panic starts to fade from her mind. Without a trace of fear in her heart, she moves with agility and manages to dodge the rival's strike. Sung Hyan and the other seniors in the stands watch the impressive dodging scene in total shock. The villain Miju is in a complete state of shock upon noticing that her opponent escaped her invisible marionette. The freshman executes a smooth dodge across the courtyard while her opponent desperately wonders how that is possible. In truth, the complex illusion created by the terrifying senior contained a severe flaw in its basic structure. This powerful and dangerous cursed magic presented a weakness that could now be easily exploited. Because of So Hyan's previous quick attack, the senior had to cut short part of her long incantation. That small omission in the spell ended up turning into the opening the freshman needed to counterattack. The girl takes advantage of this incredible opportunity to easily slide right underneath the enemy's charge. Her opponent's eyes widen as she realizes her combat strategy has been completely exposed. Miju's incomplete spell wasn't able to take total control over So Hyan's refined hearing. This weakness would have been easily noticed with a calm mind, but the villain used her panic to prevent her from thinking. However, the situation changes now that the young freshman has fully regained her focus and peace of mind. With the fear gone, she managed to effortlessly decode the secret behind the rival's spell. Even so, Miju tries to calm herself down, believing that her opponent always hesitates and stumbles before landing a blow. The senior plans to strike at that exact moment of hesitation while preparing some dark magic with her wand. She casts a silent spell in a desperate attempt to paralyze the girl and end the match once and for all. But So Hyen reacts immediately by activating her ultimate Sagittarius aim with relentless determination. This move represents the legendary magic of courage, which is capable of overcoming any kind of fear or doubt. All that intense blue light shining around her reveals the freshman's true and frightening strength. The young girl leaps into the air with agility and points her concentrated power directly at her startled opponent. Seeing that unbelievable display of bravery, the senior trembles with terror, unable to muster any reaction. Miju plunges into total despair upon suddenly realizing her fingers are frozen and won't move no matter what. She realizes too late that she should have completely destroyed the statue's hand part before the attack. The freshman keeps her aim locked perfectly on the target without showing any kind of doubt or weakness. A massive whirlwind of mystic power forms around her, signaling that the final blow is about to be fired. With no other way out to escape imminent defeat, the senior raises her arm and declares her surrender. The official announcer loudly calls the end of the duel, leaving the young freshman quite surprised by the outcome. The entire arena cheers as freshman So Hyen is declared the grand winner of that thrilling battle. The girl stares at the spot with wide, open eyes and whispers to herself that she actually managed to win. The excited young freshman runs toward her brother, asking if he saw what she just pulled off in the arena. She asks all enthusiastically if her brother took a picture, but he awkwardly confesses that he didn't. The girl makes a cute pout, lamenting that she doesn't have a photo of such a milestone moment of her victory. Suddenly, the freshman loses her strength and collapses, tired, against her brother's chest, startling him. She simply falls into a deep sleep due to the extreme fatigue caused by using her powerful magic. The guy is completely left without a reaction upon realizing his sister fell asleep right in the middle of the arena after the big win. He carefully cradles the young girl in his arms and decides to take her to rest in a quieter spot. An irritated Miju walks over, complaining that meddling in someone else's battle goes against school rules. The senior claims with conviction that she would have easily won that combat if he hadn't been there to help. Song Hyen tells her to stop talking nonsense immediately in an extremely cold and authoritative tone. The guy glares at the senior with anger and warns that calling that cowardly excuse for a battle a real fight is a complete joke. He points out angrily that it was a school duel, not a place to try and mentally break someone. The young man questions with indignation how she had the nerve to use such a perverted illusion technique in there. The villain lets out a mocking laugh, saying he would never understand the complexity of her cursed technique. She orders him with contempt to stay quiet in his corner, like the talentless student he really is. Senior Junal places a hand on the boy's shoulder, advising him to keep his cool and just brush off those insults. The senior warns that there are many important people and watchful eyes observing everything happening in the arena. A proud Miju turns her back on the group and slowly walks away from the courtyard with her usual air of superiority. In her mind, she tries to convince herself that she could have easily won if the opponent didn't have that aim. She admits with heavy frustration that she ended up completely overwhelmed by the freshman's unshakable determination, but the villain consoles herself by remembering she managed to showcase the legendary Echo Sword performance she had planned. She reflects that her own abilities were also displayed in a quite satisfactory way for the public. The young woman leaves the combat area, carefully evaluating every hit and mistake made in this observation class. However, there was a grave and hidden flaw that the proud senior still hadn't managed to notice. Her biggest mistake was provoking and waking up the terrifying fury of the person she least should have annoyed at school. She ended up drawing the attention of Song Hyen, the type of determined guy who never leaves an insult unanswered. The scene cuts to the start of a new episode, and the preparations for the Academy's next intense battles. The charismatic Moden appears quite excited and shouts congratulations to her good friend for her victory in the arena. She is about to keep celebrating, but notices that So-Hyun fell into a deep sleep after releasing all the tension from the fight. The young man asks Moden to look after his sister and announces he's heading to the magic items storage room to grab a good weapon. Blonde Woojin walks past laughing and jokes that he really needs extra help to fight in the next round. Song-Hyun just ignores him and walks away, while Moden asks if he isn't going to stay and watch Woojin's match. The girl huffs in annoyance upon noticing that the guy simply left without answering her question. Moden sits down next to So-Hyun while the arena announcer calls the official start of the 13th match. Talented students Seal Subin and Jian Woojin are called to take their positions in the center of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sung-Hyun reaches the large metal doors of the school's massive magical device storage room. Upon entering the room, the young man spots his colleague Purium carrying some rather heavy cardboard boxes. Purium asks in surprise why he isn't in class, and the guy explains he came to grab a weapon for his duel. Song-Hyun asks what he's doing there, and his friend reveals he's just selecting items for the next class. Purium gets completely shocked and yells upon discovering that Song-Hyun's opponent is actually a regressor. His colleague comments that the guy's school life always seems so exhausting due to these intense messes. The young man points at the Hongyan sword and remarks that it's an excellent weapon, surprising his companion. Purium confirms this, saying he had the rare chance to handle that powerful mystical item in last year's class. His companion adds mysteriously that the famous Hongyan sword also has its own weak points. He explains that while the slashes seem to cover all sides, it can never fire attacks backwards. He concludes that the user's back is left exposed, but the guy thinks this is a nearly impossible weakness to exploit. He thinks thoughtfully about how the item works and tries to cook up a brilliant strategy for his upcoming fight. Purium analyzes the weapon's situation and comments that it's actually way less impressive than he imagined. He starts grumbling about the limitations of hunters, leaving the young protagonist totally confused. The specialist yells indignantly, asking if an energy attack passing right through a body even makes sense. He explains that any device created by humans will always have limits and asks where the guy got hurt. Purium says the most amazing thing about that weapon is the fact that such immense power fits inside such a small sword. The young man realizes he wandered into his friend's department by mistake and praises him as a master of the school's magic engineering. The specialist states that creating items is like programming and that there are always strict capacity limits. Hearing this, Sung-Hyun realizes that Junel's famous reflector sword must also follow similar rules. The guy deduces that the item isn't just a perfect shield and that there must be logic behind the effect. Suddenly, the young hunter stops in his tracks as he remembers an extremely important piece of information. He calls out to his friend hastily, making the specialist look back, quite curious about the sudden urgency. The protagonist asks with a confident smile if his friend can find the specific item he asked for. He details the features of the magical piece he needs to put his new action plan into practice. The item specialist analyzes the request and replies that it won't be hard to find, but he's quite curious. Purium asks why he needs that object, and the guy smiles, stating he just remembered something. He reveals in his thoughts that he has finally figured out an efficient way to defeat a dangerous regressor. And to top it off, he plans to use this incredible strategy to teach that arrogant, wicked senior a good lesson. His companion just stares at the protagonist, having absolutely no idea what his mysterious plans are. Meanwhile, in the dueling arena, the announcer starts a 5-second countdown to begin the match. Both opponents focus to the max as the official countdown quickly ticks down to its final seconds. The exact moment the combat begins, Woojin charges forward at high speed, causing a massive rumble on the ground. Young and skilled Subin fixes his gaze on his opponent, tracking every single movement with extreme attention. Woojin unleashes a powerful blast of yellow energy, demonstrating the full force of his martial technique. The scene flashes back to a few minutes before the match, when the two warriors were walking together to the arena. The newbie sincerely thanks the senior for accepting the challenge to participate in this training duel. He explains that the seniors were running away from him because he's the top freshman, and Woojin finds the situation funny. The senior remarks that nobody wants to stir up trouble fighting someone strong, and they all prefer the safe route. The freshman then asks why Woojin himself accepted the fight if he could have chosen safety too. The newbie states with conviction that a hunter's job is the farthest thing in the world from living safely. Woojin smiles out of the corner of his mouth, saying he can keep thinking about elaborate plans and complex fighting tactics. He warns with a very serious look that things in this world never happen the way we plan them. In the middle of the stands, Senior Miju lets out a sudden sneeze that breaks the silence of the moment. At the same time, in the storage room, Sung-han also sneezes loudly, startling his companion with the sudden noise. The senior states that his motto is to never back down and face any opponent head-on without cooking up tactics. He raises his fingers in a victory sign and declares that this is exactly what being a real hunter means. The protagonist recalls his own words about the importance of respecting every combat objective. Hearing the senior's motto, the young freshman cracks a slight smile and acknowledges that his stance isn't bad. Back in the storage room, Purium asks in surprise if Woojin and the top freshman are really facing each other. The specialist thinks for a moment and states he'd bet all his chips on a guaranteed victory for the senior. Sung-Hyan questions the bet, reminding him that the battle is between a repeat student and the most talented freshman. Purium agrees that most repeat students tend to have inferior skills compared to new talents. However, the specialist makes it very clear that Senior Woojin is a complete and terrifying exception to the rule. He reveals that the guy only repeated the school year because he received a ton of disciplinary punishments from the academy. His friend guarantees firmly that if it weren't for those issues, Woojin would be at the top of the school rankings. Out in the arena, the senior makes a brutal move, shattering the stone floor with the impact of his blow. The freshman's eyes widen slightly as he feels the overwhelming strength and speed of his opponent's charge. He concludes that the senior would definitely lead the second-year physical combat ranking without any trouble. The young newbie senses the imminent danger and focuses all his attention on trying to defend against the impact in time. The senior executes an impressive aerial close combat charge with extreme aggressiveness. The brutal blow hits the freshman dead on, sending a massive shockwave across the entire combat courtyard. At the last second, the freshman manages to defend against his opponent's powerful kick in an impressive way. Young Subin uses his glowing spiritual barrier to contain the advance of the overwhelming blow. Up in the stands, Modin's jaw drops upon noticing that the newbie managed to block the swift strike. The crowd is surprised to see that the young man was able to stop a physical attack he had never seen before. But the truth behind this spectacular defense is very different from what everyone is imagining at that moment. Freshman Seal Soo-min actually wasn't able to track the opponent's ultra-fast movements. Since his category is spiritual arts, it's nearly impossible to keep up with that extraordinary speed. However, this doesn't make the slightest difference to the newbie, even if he can't track the opponent. Unlike the mechanical puppet control of curses, spiritual manipulation follows its own path. The biggest and most crucial difference in combat, that summoned spirits possess their own consciousness. While curse users control puppets, spirit summoners merely give direct orders. It's for this specific reason that sacred spirits can act on their own to protect their master. The blue diamond-shaped spirit absorbs the terrible impact of the kick, successfully protecting the freshman. Subin stares at his opponent with a look intense concentration as he prepares to execute his counterattack. Woojin quickly pulls back, taking a leap backward to reposition himself in the wide combat courtyard. The experienced senior cracks his knuckles, showing he's fully prepared to keep the match going. He fires a massive jet of compressed water toward the newbie, causing a huge rumble in the arena. Subin tries to dodge the powerful point-blank strike, but ends up getting lightly hit on the cheek. Watching from afar, Modin remarks that the seniors' attacks are way sharper than on their last last trip. The senior shows an incredible evolution in the precision of his blows, leaving the female spectators shocked. Subin moves with agility while summoning new diamond spirits to defend himself against the bombardment. His opponent launches consecutive water blasts, forcing the freshman to create multiple magical barriers. The arena turns into a true destruction zone with the exchange of intense blows from both sides. Woojin closes the distance quickly, trying to land a direct punch against the freshman's armed defense. The newbie gathers his strength to contain the senior's terrible physical advance, using all his energy. The massive collision of powers causes the arena floor to crack completely, startling the spectators around. Woojin channels even more power into his fists, demonstrating truly monstrous physical strength. The senior delivers a devastating punch that generates a massive wind explosion and shatters the enemy's defense. The freshman's eyes widen as he realizes his spiritual barrier was completely destroyed in the action. The experienced senior takes advantage of the opening in the defense to charge directly at his opponent's face. He lands a powerful close combat blow, sending the newbie flying away with extreme ease. In the stands, Moden eats popcorn wearing sunglasses, excitedly commenting that the senior broke another barrier. Subin quickly recovers from the impact and summons new spiritual diamonds to try and check the rival's fury. His opponent glares at the barrier with a dark look, entirely confident in his overwhelming victory. A frightening smile appears on the experienced senior's lips, as he already knows exactly how to beat the freshman. Knowing that the spirits act on their own to protect the master, he decides to use a very simple tactic. He uses his total annihilation attack to sweep all the spirits from the battlefield in one fell swoop. To him, detailed strategies only exist because a fighter doesn't have enough power to solve everything head-on. That's why his motto has always been to face battles without plans and without backing down from anything. He believes that with enough brutal physical strength, you don't need any battle plan at all. Since Subin pants heavily tired, sincerely admitting that his opponent truly lives up to his great fame, his adversary tauntingly asks if he, being a high-ranking hunter, still has any spirits left. The freshman stares at his rival with a mysterious look and murmurs that he has no other choice but to use his trump card. He confesses seriously that he doesn't really like resorting to this special trick in front of other people. Suddenly, the young newbie extends both hands and summons two spiritual diamonds at the same time. The senior's eyes widen, and he is totally paralyzed upon seeing that unbelievable dual mystic summoning. In the audience, even the legendary Shin Bak is quite surprised to see the boy summon two sacred spirits. Realizing the danger of that powerful technique, Woojin charges in fury, cursing his opponent with a lot of anger. The freshman concentrates to the max and prepares his final blow, keeping his cool in the face of the desperate charge. He casts his rapid flow, unleashing a gigantic blue energy wave that surges straight toward his opponent. The massive wave of water hits the arena with overwhelming power, leaving the audience completely in shock. Senior Woojin gets annoyed upon noticing the gigantic amount of energy his opponent is releasing. He admits in surprise that he totally underestimated the young freshman's true hidden power during the fight. The boy's mysterious secret is finally revealed as it shows his actual level is S rank. Woojin finds himself submerged in the arena's water and tries to figure out what exactly just happened there. The senior opens his eyes underwater and confusedly wonders if he got transported to the middle of the ocean. Suddenly, a friendly blue dolphin appears right in front of him, calmly swimming through the aquatic scenery. The guy gets extremely shocked and wonders if that's actually a real dolphin right in front of him. He tries to decode the funny sounds the animal is making without being able to understand anything at first. To his surprise, the marine creature tells him to wake up immediately in a pretty rude and direct way. Woojin's eyes widen as he fully recovers his senses after the animal's unexpected scolding. The school arena's safety system activates instantly to prevent a major tragedy in the courtyard. The senior gets an emergency oxygen respirator to keep him from drowning during the match. He remembers the rules that will declare him defeated if he consumes all the available air inside the helmet. Even protected, he finds the situation bizarre and feels quite uncomfortable underwater. The young man cautiously wonders if that absurd level of power is exclusive to S-rank hunters. Woojin starts calmly analyzing the brilliant and dangerous strategy the freshman used in the battle. Subin has a contract with the water spirit and therefore suffers no limitations in this environment. In other words, the newbie can breathe and move freely across the entire flooded arena setting. Meanwhile, senior Woojin is at an extreme disadvantage since he has no affinity with this element. The freshman takes advantage of his immense aquatic advantage to unleash quick strikes against his opponent. The water moves at high speed, creating strong currents that make any reaction from his opponent difficult. Woojin tries everything to dodge the attacks, but his heavy body in the water doesn't respond the way it should. He realizes with frustration that he is completely incapable of closing the distance to hit the young freshman. With the entire arena flooded, that enclosed space has turned into Subin's absolute and perfect domain. The situation proves to be a true checkmate since it's impossible to fight seriously with that rank difference. The senior finally understands why the boy didn't resort to this power right at the start of the fight. If he had done that earlier, Woojin wouldn't have had a chance to show anything and would have been defeated on the spot. The guy wonders if the newbie's attitude was just a polite way of showing consideration for him. Surrounded by water and with zero cover, he knows there is no easy escape from this tight spot. The freshman keeps his focus, knowing that just sustaining that immense water barrier already guarantees his victory. Watching from the stands, young Moden stares at the battlefield completely speechless with surprise. Sung Hyen pops up by her side out of nowhere and asks, startled, what kind of bizarre situation that is. The guy remarks tensely that he knew the opponent's strength, but never imagined he'd be this powerful. He stares at the imposing silhouette of the S-rank freshman enveloped in a frightening and dense aura of power. Woojin stays silent underwater while reflecting on his next and decisive move in the duel. In the stands, the crowd starts whispering in confusion, not understanding why he hasn't surrendered yet. Sung Hyen watches everything seriously and wonders what the experienced senior is planning to do now. Woojin lowers his head with determination, concentrating every drop of his physical energy inside the helmet. Suddenly, the young protagonist notices something surprising about the senior's posture and focuses his attention on him. His classmate also gets startled upon sensing a sudden shift in the arena's power flow. Sung Hyen panics upon noticing the danger and asks what on earth the senior intends to do in that state. He scoops his sleeping sister into his arms and tells Moden they need to get out of there as fast as possible. The guy shouts urgently, telling everyone to get away immediately because of the imminent danger in the arena. Woojin concentrates deeply while his body begins to overflow with a colossal amount of energy. The senior stares at the young freshman with pride and sincerely admits the opponent's tremendous superiority. He closes his eyes and repeats underwater that he truly underestimated the boy's extraordinary abilities. But he points out that physical enhancement specialists like him are capable of pulling off unbelievable feats. The whole audience and even the legendary Shinbok watch in shock at the massive glow starting to form. The instructor screams desperately into the microphone, asking what on earth Woojin thinks he's doing in there. The instructor screams desperately into the microphone, ordering Seal Subin to deactivate his technique immediately. The young freshman stares at the professor with a completely confused expression, not understanding the reason for that order. Subin wonders why the scolding is directed at him and not at the opponent who is causing trouble underwater. In fact, every solid object in the world possesses a physical characteristic known as a natural frequency. Sung Hyen's father carefully observes the scientific details of the battle through his mysterious book. If an external vibration matches this exact frequency, the object will start to shake very violently. The impact generated by this force is so violent that the object ends up breaking completely, regardless of the type. Woojin channels all his raw physical power to vibrate his body and start a chain reaction in the water. The experienced veteran gives a sideways smile upon realizing that the massive water barrier is also just a common object, Knowing this, he uses this physical loophole to neutralize the powerful magical domain created by his opponent. The collision between the bodily vibration and the element generates a spectacular physical phenomenon that destroys the barrier. This incredible breaking effect is widely known by the Academy students as power resonance. With the sudden end of the water spell, a huge amount of water falls onto the audience, leaving everyone soaked. The professor and the other students get completely wet from the giant splash generated by the breaking of the domain. The students stare at the battlefield totally confused, unable to understand how that massive barrier disappeared. Moden wipes her face with her sunglasses and lets out a laugh, seeing the amusing situation they find themselves in. Little So Hyun watches the water bubbles floating around her and remarks in awe that the scene is beautiful. The spectacular moment of artificial rain enchants the freshmen who watch the duel enthusiastically. In the middle of the now dry courtyard, Subin stares at his opponent with a look of surprise at having his barrier nullified. Woojin approaches confidently, claiming that the technique consumed a lot of the freshman's stamina and guarantees his own victory. He celebrates his triumph early, believing he pulled off a flawless combat strategy. However, the official announcer takes the stage, raises Subin's arm, and declares the freshman the grand winner. Woojin goes into despair, asking why he was disqualified for committing a severe foul in the fight. Sung Hyun complains angrily upon realizing that the veteran broke the rules and ended up drinking the water from the arena. The protagonist finally understands the real reason why the veteran cheater has such a terrible track record. He realizes that the guy always ends up getting punished by the school administration because of his reckless attitude. With the water rapidly evaporating from the courtyard, the announcer cleans up the mess and announces the start of the 15th match. The official calls protagonist Sung Hyun and the feared veteran Oyeon to step forward onto the field. So Hyun cheers excitedly for her beloved older brother, while Modan watches the situation rather tensely. The veteran audience starts laughing mockingly upon noticing that the talentless newbie is going to fight a returnee. They think the kid got super unlucky for drawing precisely the most dangerous opponent in the entire school. Subin asks his peers curiously what the big secret is behind that veteran's terrible track record. One of the students reveals that young Oyeon seems calm, but is actually known as a complete psychopath. He gossips that she completely lost control the previous year and blew up an entire building. Subin stares at the protagonist with a worried look, wondering what his plan to survive will be. The freshman reflects that although Sung Hyun always pulls stupid stunts at school, he is not a total fool. He remembers that the guy already used a powerful sealing artifact in the past, proving to be quite smart. Subin concludes that the protagonist must certainly have prepared a genius strategy to win the match. The announcer orders both fighters to place their respective weapons on the registration platform. Before starting the training duel, Sung Hyun decides to make an important statement to his adversary. The guy points at his equipment, stating firmly that that is the famous Crimson Lotus sword. Both veteran Oyeon and the academy professor widen their eyes in absolute shock upon seeing the weapon. He explains that he analyzed her style and knows she doesn't use magic, fighting only with that specific sword. Sung Hyun reveals that a great friend from the magical engineering department helped him get the exact same item. He proposes that, since he is weak and she won't use her magical powers, the two of them can fight on equal footing. The professor stares at the guy in disbelief, thinking it would be totally impossible for him to obtain that real sword. He reflects that even with the weapon, it's crazy for the kid to think he's on the same level as a feared returnee. The abyss in skills between them is simply gigantic as the system identifies the registered weapons. The arena's holographic panel blinks on screen, announcing the immediate start of the sword registration process. The two opponents place their weapon cases on the robotic conveyor built to finalize security verification. The instructor watches the young protagonist with a distrustful and nervous expression before the fight begins. With great agility, Sung Hyun secretly uses his magical chains to pull off a bold trick. The arena's holographic panel confirms with digital lights that the weapon registration process is complete. The protagonist closes his equipment case, pretending nothing strange happened during the process. The veteran looks at her opponent out of the corner of her eye with a suspicious expression, noticing something is out of place. The school arena's official announcer starts a 20-second countdown to the start of the match. Sung Hyan draws the Crimson Lotus sword from his case, adopting an extremely firm combat stance. To everyone's surprise in the arena, veteran Oyeon draws the famous Echo Reflector sword belonging to Junal. The brute Junal panics in the bleachers upon seeing his precious sword in the hands of that adversary. He stares at the scene completely in shock, trying to understand how things got so out of his control. The villain Miju turns pale with rage and astonishment upon noticing that her secret strategy has been totally ruined. She screams furiously at Junal, demanding explanations as to why his weapon is in another person's hands. The veteran stutters desperately, swearing up and down that he never lent his precious item to the adversary. The scene cuts back to moments before the fight, when the cunning Song Hyan approached Junal in the school hallway. The protagonist asks with a completely straight face if he could borrow his powerful weapon just this once. The guy reveals that he heard the veteran complaining in the bathroom about the lack of chances to show off the sword's power. He suggests it would be much more interesting if he himself used the item during his arena match. The young man argues that if he wins with the item, the weapon's fame will soar, and if he loses, the blame will fall on his weakness. With this clever argument, the protagonist manages to convince the arrogant veteran to strike that deal. Junal reflects that the proposal wouldn't really cause any damage to his image in front of others. It was in this exact, smart way that the protagonist managed to get his hands on the legendary Echo sword. His friend Purium recalls that the guy asked for an identical replica of Oyeon's sword case for the plan. The whole ingenious farce was set up to trick the high-tech security systems of the Grand Arena. The two opponents positioned themselves facing each other, waiting for the official release of the weapon conveyor belt. Instructor Che-jae Hein looks at both with a suspicious gaze, feeling that something went wrong there. During the handover, the protagonist uses his chains quickly and silently under the counter. With this flawless mystical trick, he physically swaps the swords between cases without anyone noticing the action. Back in the present, veteran Oyeon prepares to fight wielding the powerful Echo sword. Freshman Subin watches the scene with apprehension, imagining what the protagonist's true plans might be. He questions whether that risky equipment swap won't end up making Song Hyan's situation worse. After all, if he swapped it for a replica, it would force the rival to use magic, making her capture with the chains easier. The final countdown of the duel begins on screen, leaving the protagonist quite tense in the arena. Knowing his severe physical limitations as an F rank, he knows he needs to act desperately. In this tense instant, the wise and stern words of his former master Ju Young echo in his mind. At the exact moment the match is unleashed, the protagonist's eyes flash with an intense energy. He runs at full speed, swinging his sword and attacking head on to manage to survive there. The veteran watches his advance with a sharp, unforgiving gaze, demonstrating all her combat experience. She raises her new weapon with dexterity, preparing to block and nullify the newbie's first attack. The protagonist executes a sideways slash, generating a massive and dangerous red, cutting wave across the courtyard. Freshman Subin widens his eyes upon feeling the overwhelming force unleashed by Sung Hyan's sword. Veteran Junal stares at the scene confidently, believing the mystical slash would be easily reflected by the shield. However, the force of the impact pushes the protagonist back, who realizes the opponent is faster than he thought. Subin watches, impressed, seeing the kid use a long-range attack to close in on his rival. Sung Hyan spends his body with skill and unleashes a new, swift sword strike against the veteran. Young Oyen uses the reflective blade to defend herself against the protagonist's terrifying red energy slash. The guy executes an agile dodge, spinning through the air to escape a potential counterattack from his opponent. The veteran widens her eyes upon noticing something very strange happening with the energy flow of the strike. The red mystical slash simply passes right through her without being repelled by her sword's ability. The instructors and Junal scream in the bleachers upon seeing that the famous reflective technique failed. A tired Woojin stares at the scene, scared to notice that the protagonist's powerful attack wasn't reflected. In the audience, Moden's jaw drops upon noticing that the opponent's strike simply didn't bounce back as expected. Talented Subin watches impressed, realizing the protagonist actually managed to pull off his plan. Everyone is in shock seeing a mere F-rank hunter's direct attack hit a returnee square on. Seizing the moment of distraction, Sung Hyan quickly hurls his chains toward the target. He manages to firmly bind one of the veteran's arms with his mystical item, securing a huge advantage. The guy gives a sideways smile upon realizing he temporarily neutralized his opponent's attacking arm. Suddenly, the protagonist recalls an old, serious conversation he had with his mentor before the tournament. The master said with conviction that he knew the true potential and hidden strength the young man carried. He knew the kid's power wasn't something simple that revealed itself easily on the surface of the body. For this reason, the mentor encouraged the young hunter to show his real abilities to the entire school. The master asked him to proudly display his strength to silence the other students' jokes once and for all. Back to the combat in the arena, the guy advances at full speed, holding his blade at the ready. The two opponents glare at each other very seriously in the courtyard, preparing for the definitive clash of swords. The arena panel glows brightly, indicating that the grand showdown is about to reach its peak. The two blades clash violently, generating a massive amount of bright sparks all across the courtyard. The roar caused by the impact of the weapons echoes loudly through the arena, startling those watching the duel. The veteran stares at her opponent with a look full of anger upon noticing his surprising resilience. Song Hyan ignores the enemy's pressure and keeps delivering swift strikes to maintain the combat pace. The veterans in the bleachers watch the scene, confused to notice that her sword technique failed again. Suddenly, the clever Junal grasps the logic behind the strike and realizes what the protagonist pulled off. He notes in shock that the guys somehow managed to reverse the Echo's basic operating principle. This genius discovery finally explains the feeling of strangeness everyone felt at the start of that clash. The guy remembered that the sword was easily destabilized in the past by a simple physical strike from Moden. Sung Han recalls Purium's valuable explanation about how magical item creation resembles coding. He realizes that any mystical device must follow strict programming rules to work well. Since every hunter possesses a unique skill, there are infinite different defense mechanisms in the world. For this specific reason, it is completely impossible to create a single, perfect weapon capable of nullifying everything at once. The guy deduced that the Echo's sword was designed only to absorb and bounce back very simple physical attacks. The item's reflection logic works by absorbing incoming impact and then firing it in the opposite direction. Song Hyan realizes this simple reversal mechanic follows basic redirection programming. Knowing exactly how the trick works, the protagonist plants his feet firmly on the ground for the decisive attack. The young man advances with determination toward his adversary, preparing to put his plan into practice. He realizes that the tactic he needs to pull off to win this difficult duel is surprisingly simple. At the exact millisecond the two blades clash, he plans to fire his energy slash. However, instead of directing the attack at his opponent, he takes an extremely dangerous and bold action. The guy decides to do something no ordinary hunter would ever think of trying in the middle of a battle. Song Hyan simply aims and fires his sword's powerful mystical strike directly at himself. Since the slash is about to hit him, the opponent's Echo's sword absorbs the blow and inverts the direction the other way. With the reversal mechanic triggered, the energy is blasted backward, hitting the veteran herself square on. The opponent widens her eyes upon being struck by the very attack she thought she'd easily repel. Sung Hyan slides backward across the courtyard, managing to escape the impact with impressive agility. The freshmen in the bleachers watch the scene with their jaws dropped, not understanding how the protagonist pulled off the feat. The protagonist lets out a shout of determination to shake off the extreme exhaustion beginning to weigh down his body. In his mind, he recalls when he was a defenseless child and spent his days watching television. A firm voice in his thoughts screams, ordering him never to give up and to keep fighting with all his might. The young man advances again at high speed, delivering consecutive strikes against his adversary's defense. He keeps pressing the target without giving the veteran any chance to recover from the shock in the arena. Sung Hyun knows very well that she is a powerful, experienced returnee who has faced mortal perils in the past. Meanwhile, he remembers bitterly that he is still just a mere F-rank rookie summoner at school. The guy recognizes that the abyss of power and skills between the two of them is simply gigantic right now. Sung Hyun knows his current physical ability is far inferior to his opponent's. That's why he needs to wrap up this dispute quickly before his lack of stamina hurts him. The young man concentrates to the utmost, knowing his next attack needs to be extremely accurate. The tactic will only work if he fires in the exact millisecond the blades touch. Any tiny timing error could put a definitive end to his chance of victory. He tries to focus all his attention to an extreme level, so as not to miss the right moment. Song Hyun repeats to himself that he cannot fail no matter what on this decisive play. The guy recalls all the difficult and lonely moments he faced at school up to now. He is totally determined to win this combat, no matter the cost in the arena. The young man remembers his exhausting hours of solitary training in the past to master the chains. He also thinks of the mysterious figure of his father, who has always been present in his memories. All this baggage turns into a shout of determination to prove his true worth. Instructor Che Jae Hein watches everything, extremely shocked by the intensity of that duel. The professor starts breaking out in a cold sweat, realizing his suspicions about the guy were right. Sung Hyun moves like a red blur, skillfully dodging his opponent's attacks. Che Jae smiles excitedly, confirming that his assessment of the young man wasn't wrong. Junil realizes the great contradiction of the defense weapon having turned into the greatest threat to her. The protagonist's plan leaves Yoyeon with no way out and forces her to activate her special mystical ability. In the bleachers, Seel Subin watches the showdown up close with a very serious and focused expression. The protagonist keeps his sharp gaze focused entirely on his adversary's next moves. A mysterious and intimidating presence seems to start manifesting on the battlefield. All the spectators hold their breath at the enormous tension spreading through the school arena. Moden calls out to So Hyun, warning her that even at a disadvantage, the opponent is still a feared returnee. She genuinely worries about what might happen to the boy if this dangerous duel continues. The young woman turns to her friend but notices So Hyun has a rather melancholic expression. So Hyun stares at her brother in combat, wondering to herself why he looks so sad. The girl can't understand why Sung Hyun is fighting with such a melancholic look. On the other side of the arena, Oyeon starts releasing a colossal amount of energy from her weapon. The veteran recites a mysterious incantation in an ancient language to activate her secret trump card. An explosion of absurd power cracks the arena floor, creating a true scenery of destruction. Chi Jae Hung and the protagonist realize that the opponent is finally going to use all her real strength. The powerful returnee takes on her full battle form, revealing all her divine glory. In a recent memory, a dialogue in the magic item warehouse begins to unfold. Purium asks, confused, why the protagonist would be sure of victory if the adversary used her power. His friend recalls the guy's talk about defeating the returnee and still screwing someone over in the process. Purium asks curiously who the person would be who ends up getting thoroughly screwed by this bold plan. The protagonist gives a confident smile, remembering exactly who he plans to expose in front of everyone. Back to the present, the violent clash of powers makes the entire arena tremble intensely. One of the directors of the company responsible for the weapons watches the combat very nervously. He calls his assistant by name, trying to contain the evident panic in his voice. The director stands up in a hurry and urgently orders that training fight to be stopped. He screams angrily, reminding the assistant that the sword used by Oyeon was manufactured by his company. The weapon in question is an exclusive prototype that hasn't even been released on the hunter market yet the protagonist is making the powerful tech item look like a complete joke in the fight. This is happening right in front of dozens of important hunters present in the audience. Suddenly, the man's phone starts ringing insistently, breaking his train of thought. An authoritarian female voice on the device asks, with a lot of anger, why he's still just standing there. She screams furiously, ordering him to do whatever it takes to stop that combat immediately. He replies that he's already acting, knowing that the defeat of a returnee would sink the company's stock. The call ends abruptly, leaving an atmosphere of panic and urgency in the cabin air. Han Chi-won panics, holding the cracked phone, unwilling to accept the direction of that situation. The young woman knows very well that that mystical project was a job of extreme trust confided by her father. She starts breaking out in a cold sweat, imagining the terrible punishment if news of the failure reaches her father's ears. Meanwhile, in the combat arena, Sung Hyun remains focused on maintaining absolute pressure against his adversary. Han Chi-won stares at the scene in shock and starts deducing the real intention behind the protagonist's actions. She asks herself, incredulous, if everything that happened up to this point was planned by him from the start. The young woman can hardly believe he handed the Echo Sword to Oyeon just to put her in this position. She reflects that if the only goal was to win, it would have been much smarter to use a fake sword. The villain grinds her teeth in anger, cursing in her thoughts against Song Hyun's cleverness. She finally understands that the hunter is setting up a perfect trap to expose her publicly. In the hallway, guild employees discuss how to interrupt the duel using the underground water system. The director suggests desperately simulating a fake fire to force an immediate evacuation. Young assistant Teo swallows hard, quite worried, and asks if this absurd measure is safe. He tries to argue that there are certain ethical and safety limits they shouldn't cross. His superior stares at the youth with a stern look and says, "Limits don't matter in the face of imminent loss." In the combat arena, an exhausted Oyeon feels the enormous current pressure is similar to what she lived through in the past. The returnee's incredible transformation in the arena grabs the attention of all the spectators in the bleachers. Song Hyun tightens his grip on his weapon wrapped in chains, determined to halt his adversary's advance. However, the protagonist widens his eyes upon noticing something totally unexpected in her behavior. Veteran Jeon Woojin observes the arena courtyard, confused to notice the sudden hesitation in the grand showdown. Modin also gets quite intrigued by the sudden posture shift from the formidable opponent. To everyone's surprise, the warrior in her glowing mystical armor simply stops attacking. So, Hein watches anxiously from the bleachers, wondering if something went wrong with the activation of that technique. Sung Hyun starts breaking out in a cold sweat as he tries to read the intentions and feelings behind her eyes. The young man reflects regretfully on the motives that led him to jump to such hasty conclusions about her. He realizes he erroneously presumed the warrior had full and total control over her own gift. The youth notes with sorrow that, in truth, the returnee feels an immense terror of the destructive force she carries. In a past conversation, a guy in sunglasses asks if she acted that way because she couldn't speak. The attentive young man in sunglasses crouches patiently before the isolated girl on the school bench. He mentions finding it very curious that she can't communicate in this world's standard language. He explains that returnees normally gain a sort of natural instant translation gift. The youth says the gods who send people to other worlds must value mutual communication a lot. He deduces intelligently that her translation ability didn't vanish, but rather ended up getting distorted. For this specific reason, the poor girl can only communicate using the other universe's language. She gives a brief demonstration, pronouncing a few incomprehensible words in that mystical tongue. The guy listens very closely, demonstrating total empathy with the girl's suffering and loneliness. Suddenly, the friendly youth proposes an innovative idea that leaves the girl quite surprised and intrigued. He extends his hand with a smile, inviting the young girl to join the school under his firm protection. The guy guarantees with total kindness that they can understand each other perfectly even without using any words. The scene then cuts to the beautiful and imposing main building of the renowned Sanghan Academy under the blue sky. The youth in glasses and a hat introduces the school's hallways and lockers to the new and timid student. She walks admiringly, observing the diversity of skilled students attending the academy's classes. The guide says smoothly that place welcomes many other special youths with similar stories. The girl starts walking alongside her new classmates, feeling a bit safer and more integrated. Uin sketches a faint smile on her face upon feeling that she finally found a place where she can belong. He warns that some returnees are unstable and that the previous year one of them completely lost control. The incident was so devastating that the out-of-control student ended up destroying an entire building alone. Oyan widens her eyes, extremely scared upon hearing about the immense danger their power represents. She starts trembling with dread upon realizing the immense responsibility and risk of carrying so much hidden strength. The memory ends, showing the melancholic image of a desolate figure in the middle of a ruined scenery. She points out that it is impossible to predict what goes through the minds of hunters who return with unstable psyches. Purium emphasizes seriously that the greatest virtue of any true hunter must always be judgment. Her friend explains that this means not setting up barriers or limits when you have to make a tough call. The basic rule in combat is that if you actually have the ability to pull something off, you just need to do it. He reinforces that you shouldn't waste time worrying about invisible boundaries you supposedly aren't allowed to cross. Back in the present, an exhausted Yoyayan stares down her opponent, her face covered in sweat and her breathing heavy from fatigue. Suddenly, the girl stares at the scene in shock as she realizes something completely out of the ordinary is about to happen. Sung Hyan makes an insanely shocking move and simply hurls his own sword far away. The metactalator clad of the weapons hitting the ground echoes loudly across the entire arena courtyard, leaving everyone speechless. The protagonist acknowledges that winning that clash using cheap tricks would only make him look petty. He admits that a victory without honor would leave a bad taste in his mouth and a bad feeling in his gut. Professor Che Ji Hein crosses his arms intrigued and starts calmly analyzing this surprising choice. The young man lets out a shout of determination, casting aside all his doubts and accumulated physical exhaustion. He openly challenges her to attack him with everything she's got, without needing to use that ability that terrifies her so much. He remembers the promise that it is entirely possible to forge a real connection, even without using words. These words echo in the girl's mind, finally making her understand the protagonist's true purpose. Moved by his gesture, the warrior completely dismisses her fearsome mystical combat armor. The digital scoreboard high above the arena updates, showing the time remaining until the official end of the training session. Oian sprints at high speed, her long golden hair whipping freely through the air. With only a minute left on the clock, the returnee charges forward, completely unarmed, toward her opponent. Modan and Jian Wujin watch it all with wide eyes, completely baffled by this drastic change in behavior. The crowd stares in shock at an opponent who gave up her power and a protagonist who threw away his weapon. Except for a few spectators, almost no one there can wrap their heads around this bizarre twist in the duel. Maybe even the two warriors involved don't fully understand the motivation behind their decisions. Yet, it is precisely because of this lack of easy answers that the clash becomes so special. Deep down in their hearts, both share a strong, genuine desire to understand each other. Hyoyen wonders to herself what on earth led her adversary to disarm himself. She questions whether he did it out of desperation, or if he really gave up the win just for her. In the same way, Songhain tries to figure out why the proud warrior also decided to discard her weapon. The guy reflects that she didn't have to follow his reckless, dangerous move of tossing his sword away. Both of them sprint toward each other, while that exact same question hammers away intensely in their minds. But all those unanswered questions are brushed aside the moment the distance between them shrinks. Song Hai unclenches his right fist tightly, bracing himself for the first physical clash. The young returnee also sets up her straight punch, keeping her eyes locked entirely on her target. The two physical strikes connect at the exact same time, sending a shockwave echoing across the entire arena. The girl dodges her opponent's fist by a hair, feeling the wind graze right past her face. protagonist is seriously impressed by his opponent's reaction speed and physical agility. Seizing the opening, the skilled young woman lands a precise punch right in the guy's face. Yet, even the veteran is surprised to notice the sheer physical durability he's showing. Even after taking a direct hit, Song Hyeon doesn't back down. He plants his feet with iron determination. He immediately fires back with a right hook, using every last ounce of strength left in his muscles. His look conveys a pure, clean, and straightforward will to fight toe to toe. The two of them keep trading brutal punches and elbows without showing any intention of backing down. The veteran grinds her teeth, feeling extreme exhaustion, and the pain of the blows start to pile up in her body. The guy keeps attacking with rapid jabs, constantly keeping his opponent on the defensive. This frantic sequence of weaponless trading creates an electric atmosphere inside the courtyard. Song Hyeon yells out, showing all his willpower as he keeps pushing through his physical limits. Both of their faces show extreme fatigue, but also the mutual respect born during this clash. With a fluid move, Oyeon ducks under a high punch and sets up her decisive blow. She lands a heavy strike to her opponent's stomach, whispering in her native tongue that his energy was weak. Oyeon yells out angrily in her original language, calling her adversary a low-rank hunter. Suddenly, she hears the familiar metallic clatter of mystical chains being dragged across the arena floor. Song Hyeon flashes a smirk, revealing that he used the glowing chains to firmly trap her legs. The guy shouts that he has no clue what she's saying in that incomprehensible language. He pulls the chains hard, throwing the warrior off balance and slamming her violently onto the pavement. The girls in the stands watch the opponent's brutal fall, completely tense and open-mouthed. The heavy impact sends both exhausted fighters flying in opposite directions, kicking up a cloud of dust. Song Hyeon lets out a groan of pure pain, trying to scrape together enough strength to stay conscious after the fall. On the other side of the courtyard, the veteran also crashes against the rocky ground, sliding back several meters. The guy rolls to the side with a lot of effort, trying to get back up under Oyeon's watchful gaze. John Woojen bites his lip nervously, realizing his friend's situation is looking crazy precarious. The protagonist realizes, gasping for air, that he's burned through almost all his life force and mystical energy in the fight. He regrets burning way more stamina than planned due to the extreme focus required. The young man notes that he now only has enough mana left to cast his mystical chains one last time. Being in such a pathetic physical state, he starts questioning whether victory is even possible. A hint of regret creeps into his mind, as he thinks maybe he shouldn't have tossed his sword away. But he quickly shakes off the doubt and decides to focus entirely on how to keep pushing forward. The guy remembers an old taunt from an arrogant classmate back in his early school days. The bully had rudely claimed that Song Hyeon would never actually become a real hunter. Back then, they told him that keeping up street fights, that would leave him completely friendless. Stubbornly, the protagonist had replied that he didn't need partners or friendships to move forward. He firmly believed that friendship bonds didn't make a lick of difference on a hunter's journey. He also recalls reviewing various reports that omitted details about close quarters combat. Song Hyeon hadn't expected to run into opponents who were this insanely skilled at hand-to-hand fighting. These memories bring back all his old frustration of feeling weak and isolated from everyone else. Suddenly, a memory pops up of a heartfelt conversation about tough decisions made in the past. The kid remembers when he risked his own life to save his sister from the clutches of that illusion. The honest question about why he acted so heroically echoes deep within his mind. Song Hyeon hesitates for a second to answer, trying to find the right words in his feelings. Back to the arena combat, Oyeon stares at the panting protagonist and asks in her language if it's getting tough. The warrior shows genuine concern, asking if he's still in any shape to keep going. She focuses on the guy and calmly asks if they should really keep up this physical brawl. The young woman also offers the option of ending the fight right there before both of them get seriously hurt. The protagonist realizes that in make or break moments like this, there's no room to calculate gains or losses. The guy takes a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his face as he makes his final call on the duel. Yoyun's eyes go wide in extreme surprise upon hearing a heartfelt thank you from her opponent. Sung Hyun genuinely thanks her for her patience in waiting for him to recover mid-fight. With a renewed smile on his face, the young hunter enthusiastically calls for them to keep fighting. The warrior wipes a quiet tear of happiness, finally feeling understood by someone. With their spirits totally renewed, the two opponents charge forward for the ultimate clash. Their fists blur at incredible speed, kicking off bright sparks of pure combat energy. The stunning exchange of physical blows echoes at full blast through the entire academy courtyard. Sung Hyun pours all his strength into a decisive strike that smashes right through the adversary's defense. The girl feels the heavy impact push her back, but she keeps her stance firm without letting herself break. Instructor Che Hung watches this display of grit, totally impressed by both students. The protagonist feels all his physical pain just melt away amid that intense joy. Oion stares at his advance, pretty surprised to notice the radiant glow of determination in his eyes. The guy pulls off a perfect dodge and quickly sets himself up for the final blow of the match. Song Han unleashes a devastating right hook that wraps up the showdown in style. Up in the stands, the students with curiously, trying to figure out who this mysterious rank F guy is. He feels his entire body burning intensely from the extreme effort and physical exhaustion of the fight. One of the spectators asks in disbelief if a mere rank F hunter could really pull off something like that. To Oyeon's surprise, the feeling of fighting with this much intensity is wildly refreshing and fun. She's having more fun than ever in a combat. Feeling like this exact moment is amazingly special. The protagonist recalls with a touch of melancholy when he used to tell himself he didn't need friends. He lets out a deep sigh as he finally realizes the truth about what he was really searching for deep down. The guy admits he was scared of looking pathetic, and that's why he always avoided bonding with others. Still, he acknowledges that deep down, his biggest and most sincere wish was always something very simple. He just wanted to find someone special to share such a genuine moment with. Oyeon stares at her opponent with teary eyes, realizing the purity of the feelings surrounding the guy. The girl reaches out her hand wrapped in the protagonist's glowing chains in a gesture of acceptance. Sung Hyun's eyes widen at this unexpected and touching move by his adversary. The two of them finally clasp hands firmly, sealing a strong bond of friendship and mutual respect. The young returnee stares at her opponent with an expression packed with shock and genuine surprise in the courtyard. She looks down in shock at her own left hand, realizing something totally impossible has happened. The crowd wonders if the severe wound on her hand already healed, or if she was just faking the injury. Han Chiwon glares at the scene from a distance, furious to realize she was completely played by the protagonist. The veteran stares at the young hunter, picking up on all the genius behind his bold plan. Song Hyun reaches out with a friendly smile, helping the exhausted adversary up from the rocky ground. The guy breathes a sigh of relief as the heavy weight of exhaustion finally starts to drain from his body. Oyeon stares at the protagonist, still barely believing the crazy sequence of events she just lived through. She realizes with wonder that she finally managed to spit out words of gratitude in the local language. The guy's eyes go wide as he notices the girl actually broke through the language barrier. Meanwhile, up in the broadcasting booth, the director screams in panic over the guild's impending defeat. The crowd goes wild with the students' mixed reactions to the match's surprising end. The protagonist stares at the courtyard with a look of pure astonishment upon hearing the final verdict of the fight. The official Time's Up announcement echoes over the arena speakers, calling an end to the training. Sung Hyun stays frozen in the center of the yard, trying to process the outcome of that intense brawl. Referee Che Hyun grips the mech seriously, gearing up to announce the winner. He makes a formal gesture with his free hand, signaling that he's about to deliver the technical committee's official call. The microphone blasts out the official announcement of the winner of this massive, exhausting fight. Ki Sung-hain's name reverberates across the entire school arena, sparking a massive wave of cheers. The whole crowd roars with excitement, celebrating the improbable and historic victory of the young rank F freshman. So, Hyen and Moden applaud standing up, super proud, while the adversary stares at the winner with admiration. Big guild recruiters in the stands chat with interest about the guy's massive potential. Suddenly, one of them notices a suspicious absence and wonders where the Shinsung guild members went. Instructor Che-ji. Hyen flashes a satisfied smirk as he congratulates the protagonist on his huge achievement. The ref asks the tech crew to open the arena gates, but notices a weird hesitation in their response. His colleague warns him that something is seriously wrong with the security system and the exits just won't budge. A weird mystical communication glitch starts messing with both teachers' audio devices. Song-han and Oyeon hear a metallic cracking sound coming straight from under their feet in the courtyard. Instructor Che Ji-hung stares at the control panel, super confused by the system's glitchy behavior. The director watches everything cold sweating, praying his terrifying suspicion isn't true. He curses in rage, terrified that the rival members sabotage the structure for good. Suddenly, giant, shadowy arms bust right through the courtyard floor, freaking out the hunters on the scene. So Hyen and Moden watch this sudden monster invasion with faces full of shock and panic. The season bid, guild recruiters instantly shift their posture and gear up for the worst. The protagonist stares at the massive crack that ripped open the ground, totally confused by the unexpected situation. Without hesitating, the brave Oyeon leaps in front of the guy to shield him from this mysterious colossal threat. The young warrior unleashes a powerful red energy blast against the giant monster arm in the yard. Oyeon stumbles back in shock, realizing her hit wasn't enough to stop the monster's advance. Two red light beams slash across the yard, signaling the release of a heavy barrier spell in the arena. Instructor Che-ji, Hyen draws his weapon and sprints toward the threat to protect the young students. The professor glares at the monster with fury, blaming whoever let this terrifying creature loose. With a fast, precise move, the veteran instructor charges forward, ready to shred the threat right in front of him. The bizarre, headless colossal beast looms tall, wrecking part of the academy courtyard. It's a terrifying specimen that the hunter school itself had captured for research. Che-ji. Hang yells out the creature's name, revealing they're facing the legendary and dangerous Asura. Through a special telepathy technique, a mysterious voice starts echoing in everyone's mind there. Professor Hajiwara Jin uses his own energy flow to beam out orders and calm the hunters down. He introduces himself right then as a prestigious faculty member from the renowned Sanghan Academy. The teacher explains he's using a mass mental telepathy technique and asks everyone to bear with the pain. Modan is shocked to realize she can suddenly understand the message piped right into her head crystal clear. To keep efficiency up, he decides to broadcast orders to just a select group of elite hunters. The rest of the hunters in the stands get direct instructions to help evacuate the school safely. He fires off specific instructions to Instructor Ji, Hyen and the brave student Oyeon. He orders both of them to protect Song Hyen no matter what until the arena barriers get dropped. Jin wipes blood dripping from his mouth from the extreme strain of holding that telepathy. The exhausted professor gears up to lead the rest of the pro hunters in containing the massive threat. He orders the containment plan to kick off immediately while the Asura monster thrashes wildly in the arena. Before passing out, Jin let everyone know that Asura is a rank A beast that popped up back in the Busan portal. The terrifying monster has infinite flexibility in its multiple arms and insane regeneration powers. Luckily, the arena's mystical barrier is up, keeping its attacks from hitting the outside crowd. Still, the biggest danger is that this monstrous beast self-destructs right after it dies. Back in the day, a blast like that wiped out 4 elite hunters and seriously hurt another. The instructor knows taking down Asura the old school way puts everyone's life inside at extreme risk. The biggest worry is Song Han, who's just a newbie rank F hunter with 0 heavy defenses. Up in the stands, the vets guide the freshmen out of the area in an orderly way without panicking. The plan is to get the students out and then use resonance to crack the mystical barrier from the outside. After rescuing Sung Hyan, they all plan to team up and wipe out Asura once and for all. Jae-hyang yells out, ordering Yoyeon to use special mystical skill to summon stone golems. The girl stares at the instructor, showing massive hesitation about firing up her powers again. The professor pushes back, saying the golems would be perfect to pull the monster's aggro away for a bit. But the young woman stares at the chaotic scene in panic, admitting to herself she can't pull that off right now. She feels like firing off multiple complex skills will bring unbearable mental burnout right now. The girl is terrified of totally losing control of her powers and causing another terrible disaster at the school. Catching her trauma, Jae-hyang barks out an order telling her not to sweat any of the responsibility. He steps up to take all the blame as the adult in the room, guaranteeing his beloved student's safety. He roars with absolute conviction that as long as he's standing, he won't let anyone die in this arena. The warrior stares at her professor's bravery, feeling her heart deeply touched by his move. Decided to fight, she finally triggers her special technique called rock manifestation in the arena. This powerful skill lets her gather surrounding stones to craft a swarm of tiny golems. The more golems she summons, the smaller and more agile each individual one gets. Even though fine control goes out the window, those little golems are super handy for distractions. The instructor brushes off the technical limits. Knowing the priority right now is targeting the exposed torso, he lines up his next blade attack to go after the immense beast's massive, exposed legs out in the yard. His plan is to land precise cuts to kill the monster's mobility without actually taking its life. Yet the beast reacts lightning fast, unleashing rapid strikes with its long arms. One of the colossal arms lunges right toward the two young hunters, sitting defenseless in the arena yard. Jae-hyang watches in shock as his dedicated student takes a brutal hit to save her teammate. Sung Hyan stares at the scene, totally shocked to see his partner take a hit just to save him. The heavy impact of Asura's fist sends the young warrior flying, tearing up the courtyard. Jae-hyang bites his lip in despair, noting the terrible, disadvantaged spot both students are in. The instructor gets clipped by one of the colossal arms too, flying hard through the air. With both protectors hurt and unable to fight, Sung Hyan is left completely defenseless against the beast. The guy stares at the chaotic scene in total silence, feeling the heavy pressure of facing death. Instead of running, the protagonist shocks everyone by sprinting at top speed in the opposite direction of the danger. Jae-hyang yells out in panic, thinking orders for the young hunter not to make any reckless moves. The professor knows any sudden twitch will draw Asura's immediate focus right onto the defenseless kid. Sung Hyan slides across the yard with agility, stretching his arm toward a specific item on the ground. He manages to grab the legendary Echo Sword a millisecond before Asura's fatal strike lands. The monster's giant fist smashes hard into the dirt, totally wrecking the spot he was just standing on. But the young hunter pops up unscathed through the smoke, gripping the blade, which now glows with mystical light. Che and Oyan watch and wonder as he didn't run to the adults for protection when things got dangerous. He sprinted straight for his dropped sword, choosing to face the threat with his own power. While everyone was busy fighting the beast, the kid coldly calculated every second of his play. In his head, the protagonist realized his protectors wouldn't be able to fight right if they had to babysit him. He scarred his mind for any useful way he could actually pitch in during this desperate battle. The guy admitted that even if he couldn't solo the monster, he at least needed to stop getting in the way. He stares at his allies' skill and power, wondering if he's got what it takes to scrap at that level too. Sung Hyan remembers the massive gap in mystical power that's always separated him from the elite hunters. A genuine wave of frustration takes over the guy as he intensely wishes he was stronger to protect them. He finally faces the truth about his own weaknesses and the limits he always ignored. All the built-up exhaustion from the back-to-back fight starts crushing down hard on his body. he hits a wall of deep, overwhelming despair like he's never felt in his life. The kid gets blasted full, forced by a colossal wave of mental stress, ready to shatter his willpower. Yet, right in the middle of total chaos, his sharp gaze flashes bright, revealing a fresh spark of energy. His unbreakable drive to beat this terrible spot makes his mystical power spark up again. This strong desire ends up unlocking a hidden, extraordinary potential locked deep inside his soul. Even with this awakening, though, his exhausted body might not survive the beast's next killer strike. The guy feels a massive jolt of blue energy rush through his nervous system in a split second. He pulls off a precise slash, letting loose a huge glowing shockwave from his sword straight at the enemy. Instructor Chejai Hung stares at the attack in total shock, noting the kid's crazy output. Song Hyun pops up completely transformed, his blue hair glowing bright with crackling electricity. Using his new lightning chains, he manages to lock down and yank Asura's giant arms straight down. His look gives off a crushing presence worthy of a legendary warrior ready to end this threat. He kicks off a frantic string of lightning, fast slashes that tear through the colossal monster's thick defense. The terrifying beast roars in pure pain as its multiple arms get sliced up by the kid's relentless onslaught. Both allies watch with their jaws dropped, totally clueless about where this sudden, crazy evolution came from. The instructor yells out in panic, comically asking if the kid downed some banned performance boosters to fight. Chain notices that not only did the chain's power jump, but his physical stats maxed out. The professor starts putting the pieces together in his head, recalling a legendary, super rare phenomenon among hunters. He realizes with a scare that the protagonist is going through the legendary process, known as re-awakening. Re-awakening is a rare event where a hunter suddenly scores a massive power up out of nowhere. Normally, a hunter's energy caps are locked in during their first awakening, setting their official rank. Still, a legendary re-awakening can smash right through that natural wall in a totally shocking way. This rare event shoots an individual's rank way up or hands them brand new skills. But the veteran instructor notices something super weird and unique about Sung Hyun's case. Chain notes the kid isn't showing the typical mana spikes, even though his energy pool shot up. The professor wonders, intrigued, what the real secret is behind the scary mystical power the guy is giving off. The instructor outside hastily asks if the system to open the barrier is ready yet. He reports that all the students have evacuated the area and tells them to open the gate as fast as possible. The other hunters insist that the students need to change buildings first to guarantee total safety. Hunter dude Jin-wook urges calm, reminding them that there is a teacher and a regressor protecting the place in there. Jin-wook notes that the internal situation is stable and suspects that the protagonist's F rank is a mistake. Even so, the hunters agree that they can't just stand around watching without taking action. Suddenly, the group's attention is drawn to an imposing figure approaching with firm strides. Shin-baek appears in a fedora and suit, stating that he's going in to handle the situation personally. The startled hunters warn that opening the barrier now will put all the students' lives in danger. Shin-baek flashes a subtle smile under his hat and firmly guarantees that he has a foolproof plan. Back in the courtyard, the strategy used by the experienced Professor Che-ji Hyung starts to fail in the arena. He realizes with frustration that the trick of using small golems to distract Asura is no longer working. The monster's intelligence led it to figure out that the small stone creatures pose no threat. At this moment of extreme tension, Yoyan focuses and starts reciting an incantation in her native language. Asura feels the sudden surge of mana all around and focuses its attention toward where the mystical energy is coming from. The warrior gathers all the fragments scattered across the arena floor to raise a single giant stone golem. She hadn't tried this massive invocation before out of fear of hitting the protagonist amid the chaos. However, with the guy showing great mobility, she no longer needs to worry about accidentally hurting him. The protagonist notices that the strength and resistance of his lightning chains have dramatically increased. He shouts with confidence that they actually have what it takes to subdue the monster by working together in the arena. Sung Hyun flings his glowing chains, masterfully binding the creature's multiple arms. With a violent yank, the young hunter restricts the enemy's movements, creating an opening for his allies. The tight grip of the lightning chains keeps Asura from dodging or counterattacking their upcoming moves. Seizing the huge opening, the giant golem smashes the monster while Chase slices its leg with his sword. The professor praises the guy's performance, saying he would get top marks if he did this on a test. He jokes that Sung Hyan's flawless performance in that crisis is worth 100 points on his grade. The colossal Asura monster finally goes down in the arena courtyard with all its limbs severed. The exhausted professor asks if they managed to win, but the protagonist tells him not to count his chickens before they hatch. Che explains that they just need to keep hacking off the creature's arms in case it tries to regenerate again. Suddenly, the voice of the hunters outside announces that they finally managed to open the arena barrier. Right at that second, Song Hyan drops to his knees in the courtyard and coughs up a bunch of blood from the strain. The young hunter gasps in pain, realizing that the terrible physical backlash of using so much power has taken its toll. However, the real danger reappears behind them as Asura's fallen body starts to swell and glow. Cheji, Hying and the young warrior turn around in a panic, realizing the monster is about to blow. Che realizes with horror that the monster has the ability to self-destruct even without actually dying. The instructor lets out a cry of pure panic upon realizing there won't be enough time to escape that explosion. The young regressor falls into despair upon seeing that Sung Hyan is totally vulnerable and unable to defend himself. Outside the arena, Shinbake opens his mystic book and starts chanting a powerful defense spell. The experienced hunter creates a golden protective barrier, ordering the force of the blast to dissipate. The violent roar of Asura's detonation is almost entirely contained by the dome of mystic energy. The protagonist slowly opens his eyes, focused on trying to figure out who was responsible for saving them. Shinbake's luxurious golden barriers starts to dissolve into glowing particles of light across the courtyard air. Small rock fragments and dust slowly rain down around the fighters who managed to survive. In his mind, the young hunter recalls some valuable advice his father gave him in the past. His dad had said very seriously in his memories that the guy had a duty to protect his beloved sister. He asked the young man to always look out for So Hein's well-being, no matter what dangers lay ahead. Shinbake appears imposing in the arena in a suit and states that he now needs to impose a new condition on his son. The father orders with affection and firmness that from now on, the young man must also protect himself in fights. Outside, the other hunters agree they couldn't open the barrier because of the risk of the monster escaping. For that reason, Shinbake planned to open just a tiny crack in the mystic barrier to rescue the students. Jinwook explains irritably that cracking a major corporation's complex barrier requires a full system analysis. Suddenly, the hunter asks for a moment upon noticing something strange happening right before his eyes on the mystic barrier. He is completely shocked to recognize the identity of the mysterious person operating there in the testing arena. That imposing man controlling the situation is none other than the legendary national hunter Ji Shinbake. A huge glowing crack opens up in the containment barrier, clearing a safe path for everyone in the courtyard. Faced with the hunter's overwhelming power, the youngsters decide the only viable option is to put their full trust in his actions. Sung Hyan is completely speechless at seeing his own father floating in the air after saving them from the terrible blast. The young hunter asks with a trembling voice if his dad was watching his duel against the powerful monster. Shinbake replies directly in the affirmative, while the other survivors try to recover from the massive shock. However, the legendary hunter sternly warns that his son is still a long way from actually being ready. He adds that the student council is way out of the kid's current league. Sung Hyan repeats his father's words in his head while trying to process that harsh evaluation of his power. The young man recalls how his dad always said his attempts to get stronger would never work out in the end, but he cracks a relieved smile upon realizing that at least his dad didn't say his effort was completely impossible. The experienced hunter just looks at his son, showing a hint of surprise at the young man's positive reaction. With no strength left to stand, Sung Hyen finally closes his eyes and starts passing out from extreme exhaustion. Young Oin quickly catches him by the shoulders, keeping the guy from crashing straight onto the unprotected courtyard floor. The terrible monster invasion incident at Sung and school shocked everyone with how much danger it represented. Analyzing Asura's massive scale of power, everyone knew the outcome could have been a huge tragedy, but fortunately, the invasion ended with just light damage and minor injuries to the students who were there. Shin looks at the scene seriously and thoughtfully, knowing the school won't be able to dodge the consequences. Indeed, the educational institution couldn't avoid harsh public criticism for failing in basic student security. In a school conference room, an urgent meeting is called to address the matter head-on. All the leaders sit around the table with tense expressions, waiting for the board to start explaining things. Professor Hajiwara Jin kicks off the discussion by stating that the terrible monster's escape was definitely no mere accident. Professor Ryu Hyesung questions the claim, explaining that he tried to contain the monster with curse arts to no avail. Professor Lena Wright points out the failure of that immediate containment technique carries a very serious meaning. Hajiwara Jin reveals that the Asura monster was already under the total control of someone from outside the school. Professor Che Jiang reminds everyone that users capable of dominating monsters of that level are extremely rare. He reveals that the investigation points to Hunter Mateo from Shinsung Guild as one of the rare users with this talent. Yu Ji-won accuses the rival guild of being responsible for the invasion, while Oh Gang-ho reacts with total surprise. He yells that they caused the crisis to cover up image problems with their own magical products. Gang-ho fires back at the accusations harshly, pissed off at the heavy hints dropped against his guild's reputation. Shin back calmly interrupts the argument, pointing out that Shinsung Guild has a solid alibi for that day. Ryu Hyosung shows major displeasure and tension upon hearing that the suspicions against the rival guild fell through. The National Hunter keeps his focus on the facts, explaining what really happened at the exact moment of the monster invasion. He warns that they shouldn't limit their own judgment when analyzing who could really be behind everything. Shinbak advises them to forget obvious guild rivalries so they can see the hidden truth of the case. Gang-ho questions what that cryptic advice means, not getting where the hunter is trying to go with this theory. The members present in the room look at each other thoughtfully, trying to grasp the real meaning behind the warning. The legendary hunter's unpredictable presence stands out in the mystic environment, bringing an atmosphere of pure seriousness. Gang-ho explains that he acted fast to contain any potential threat before the worst happened in the testing arena. An order for silence is given in the room, cutting off the heated argument and restoring order among the professors. Principal Yang Jin-sok states that he also prefers not to believe Shinsung Guild would act so foolishly. He points out that the attack was an act of terrorism, which is why he called in the two major guilds to beef up security. The principal firmly reinforces that the goal of the leaders' meeting is to seek cooperation, not spark new conflicts. Suddenly, the principal focuses his attention on the National Hunter, asking why he looks so serious and worried. Shinbei calmly replies that there's a strong concern weighing on his mind regarding the real threat. He directly reveals his strong suspicion that there's an infiltrated spy operating freely right inside the school. Shinbei concludes that even if the main culprit isn't in there, they definitely had the help of an insider. Shinbei explains that controlling the monster proves the invader knew where the creature was underground. He logically concludes that only someone infiltrated inside Sung-en School itself would know that location. Ryu Hyosung listens to the National Hunter's serious deduction with an increasingly worried and tense look on his face. Outside the institution, Oh Gang-ho walks down the street while talking worriedly on the phone about the incident. Mateo Desika confesses on the phone that he feels relieved not to have become the prime suspect for the invasion. He warns the person on the other end of the line that he needs to hurry because the gateway ship leaves at precisely 3 o'clock. The imposter repeats the departure time while looking at a poor hostage all beaten up and tied to a chair. The mysterious female ally asks if he finally hung up the call as the guy apologizes for the delay. She asks him to keep going with the story about what it felt like to mind, control that colossal Asura monster. The villain confesses the experience wasn't bad, but Shinbek's constant watch got in the way a lot. He brags about being an elite regressor, but is abruptly cut off by a strange sound coming from the room. The girl points angrily at the real Matteo tied up and asks why he hasn't been eliminated yet. The imposter explains he was just following orders to keep the victim alive until that exact moment. The red-haired leader gives the final clearance for the execution, saying he's already memorized every feature of that face. With a sadistic smile, the powerful red-haired enemy proudly states that he's memorized the poor guy's looks. He shows huge excitement testing out the new form and confirming that he now looks just like the real Matteo. The girl ironically apologizes, saying they needed the identity of an influential member of Shinsen Guild. The invader reveals that his own name sounds very similar, which is why he picked that young man as his perfect target. He smugly guarantees he'll make great use of both the appearance and the guy's incredible summoning power. With the mission accomplished, the mysterious redhead says goodbye to his accomplice and leaves the place in total peace. The girl warns him not to make too much noise during his escape and to finish the job as fast as possible. As the young man heads down the outside stairs, muffled cries of agony and pain echo from inside the holding room. The red-haired villain smiles sadistically, thinking there's very little time left before they turn that prestigious top-tier school upside down. Back in the present, legendary national hunter Shinbek walks thoughtfully and calmly through the academy's open courtyard. Suddenly, white-haired youth Seal Subin pops up and approaches him in an extremely tense and harsh manner. The two stare at each other in silence in the middle of the tree-lined park, creating an atmosphere loaded with pure hostility. Seal Subin screams with a lot of pent-up fury, asking if the powerful national hunter still remembers him. Shinbek just watches the kid's hateful expression, flashing a very subtle sign of recognition. Painful memories of that terrible disaster day in the past start surfacing in the young hunter's tormented mind. The desperate chaos and destruction of that old tragedy still feel way too vivid to him. He remembers with deep pain the desperate crying and the face of his beloved sister amid the revel of that day. The terrifying face of that mysterious man involved in the tragedy was forever etched into his worst memories. He focuses his attention on the man in the suit and fedora, knowing exactly who is standing right in front of him. Shinbek finally understands the situation upon realizing where all that bitterness and thirst for revenge comes from. The national hunter asks if he is the surviving child from that fateful day and if he really remembers everything. Seal Subin coldly confirms that he never forgot a single thing that happened on that painful day in the past. He lowers his head for a moment and warns that he needs to ask a very important question to get some answers. Maintaining his calm and unshakable posture, Shinbek simply tells the kid to say whatever's on his mind. The white-haired youth hesitates for a brief second while trying to gather the strength to question the hunter. The image of his sister crying desperately resurfaces in his thoughts, fueling his outrage. He clenches his fists super tight, feeling a wave of hatred take over his entire body at that moment. The painful memory of the reflection of his own youthful weakness burns intensely inside his mind. He yells furiously, demanding to know why the powerful warrior took the lives of so many innocent people. Shinbek fires back coldly, asking if that rancor-filled question comes from genuine curiosity alone. The kid screams, demanding an immediate answer as he pulls out a mysterious glowing diamond-shaped crystal. He insists he wants to hear the justifications straight from the mouth of the man who caused so much pain in his life. The blue mystic crystal starts glowing brightly in his hand, releasing a very powerful magical energy. Shinbek fixes his gaze on the magical artifact, showing he's ready to deal with whatever the kid pulls. Facing the imminent threat, the experienced hunter makes a calm and precise move to check his opponent's momentum. The young man's eyes gleam with determination, knowing he won't take a single step back until he gets his answers. Shin-bak keeps his expression calm and focused while seriously analyzing his young opponent's fierce resolve. He lets out a long sigh and starts moving his hand slowly toward his pocket with a very relaxed posture. Seal Subin points the mystic crystal and bitterly recalls that on that tragic day, there was only one monster on the street. With a voice trembling with hatred, the young man starts uttering the terrible name of that colossal creature that caused the chaos. The terrible and feared S-rank monster responsible for that massive past devastation was named Legion. The creature possessed infinite regeneration, way beyond Asura's, and split rapidly into thousands of copies. To stop that plague's exponential multiplication, the only viable alternative considered was wiping out the entire area. Shin-bak lifts his head, stating coldly that he made the most rational decision possible in the face of that extreme crisis. Subin questions furiously how the man can talk about rationality with such coldness plastered across his face. The kid screams that a real hunter would have tirelessly searched for a way to save every single life. He reveals that he completely rejects today's hunter world, which insists on protecting and defending a man like that. Subin declares that his single biggest goal in becoming a hunter is to tear down and revolutionize this entire unjust system. The legendary national hunter just listens the kid's rant, serenely under the academy's open sky. In his thoughts, he ends up recalling the determined smile of his son Sung Hyun during battles. He calmly concludes that if the kid sees it that way, there's nothing more to be done here. Subin demands furiously that the man offer a sincere apology, since he's never seen him show any regret for the massacre. Kid begs with tear-filled eyes for even a tiny sign of remorse from that relentless warrior. He cries out for an apology directed mainly toward his beloved sister, who was the greatest victim of all. The veteran warrior stays silent for a few moments, keeping his mysterious and enigmatic look. To the young man's surprise and outrage, the national hunter firmly declares that he refuses to apologize. Subin's eyes widen in disbelief at the sheer coldness of that direct answer from his arch-rival. Shin-bak calmly explains that for an apology to be truly genuine, 3 pillars are necessary. He lists recognizing the mistake, sincere remorse, and the solemn promise that the tragedy will never happen again. The hunter concludes coldly that for this exact reason, he would never make a promise he can't keep. He gives an example, saying that if the entire nation were in extreme danger and sacrificing one island saved the rest, the man states with his head held high that he'd be willing to repeat that exact same terrible sacrifice without hesitation. Overcome with hatred, Subin raises the mystic crystal, declaring that the hunter will have to stop him by force once more. The two opponents glare at each other, their eyes full of determination and mutual hostility in the courtyard. Shin-bak gets his magic grimoire ready, knowing physical combat has now become completely inevitable. Tension hits its absolute limit as both position themselves to kick off a death match in the middle of the park. The white-haired youth channels the crystal's energy and fires a powerful mystic projectile at his rival. The violent beam of light crashes into an invisible barrier, sparking a massive shock wave of pure magical energy. Shin-bak dodges the attack with extreme ease, while a gust of wind blows his hat flying across the arena. Subin is shocked to notice that the hunter managed to create a defensive orbit without even opening his grimoire. In a split second, the experienced warrior's insane speed takes the young freshman totally by surprise. With a spectacular acrobatic leap, Shin-bak attacks from above, landing a devastating blow in the arena. The ground beneath them simply rises up from the force of the impact, making the kid completely lose his balance. Several rings of mystic containment start floating around the boy, ready to lock down his movements. He tries desperately to dodge the magic trap, but the projectiles are moving way too fast. A sequence of energy explosions consumes the area, trapping the kid inside a solid containment structure. Subin looks around in despair, trying to find any opening to escape his rival's mystic prison. He realizes with horror that the legendary hunter has simply vanished from his field of vision amid the smoke. The heavy metal rings snap shut relentlessly, finishing the process of trapping his opponent. Totally immobilized and unable to use his abilities, the young man drops to his knees on the ground, unable to fight back. A violent blast of water under super high pressure is fired at the spot to wrap up the fight once and for all. A massive rock wall thrown up in a rush manages to contain the devastating force of that terrible water attack. The young man gasps for air, revealing he only survived by luck when he used the rock barrier construction formula. He bitterly acknowledges that only a genius construction mage could pull off calculations without a grimoire. Shin-Bake warns him coldly that next time, he needs to attack with the actual intent to kill the enemy. The kid yells, furious and outraged by the warrior's cockiness, as he keeps giving him lessons right in the middle of a fight. Suddenly, Seal Subin's mystic crystal shatters completely in midair with a violent pop. The kid is totally shocked and speechless to see his precious artifact broken right in front of him. He desperately asks himself why this is happening while he remains pinned to the ground. Subin frustratedly questions why the national hunter is so impossibly powerful. The kid starts wondering if the painful sacrifice from the past was really the best choice after all. Shin-Bake just watches him with his sharp, red gaze, showing zero weakness. He tosses a business card to the kid and invites him to look him up. When the school internships start, Shin-Bake offers to train him, but the kid reacts indignantly, asking why he'd ever accept that. Subin tells the man to train his own kid instead, but Shin-Bake replies that passing up opportunities is inexperience. The veteran warrior advises the guy to use whatever means necessary if he wants to pull off his plans. Subin grinds his teeth with deep hatred and frustration as he watches his arch-rival walk away in the park. In another spot in the forest, young protagonist Sung Hyun walks thoughtfully, taking in the nice scenery. Young Yoiyon strolls peacefully through the school grounds, knowing things have finally quieted down. Sung Hyun tags along close behind, but curiously asks where exactly they're heading now. The girl just looks back in silence, keeping a totally mysterious and expressionless face. She starts talking about an important heads-up, but soon realizes she forgot to mention the details. Oyeon recalls the incident from the day before. Inside the modern spruce building at the renowned academy, the memory of the terrifying Asura monster getting hit by a violent mystic attack resurfaces in her mind. In the training room, Professor Chae Ji-hyung jotted down some notes and evaluated the students' performance. The professor awards an excellent score of 98 points, leaving the group of students beaming. The youngsters celebrate the workout's huge success, while happily chatting about finding the weak spot. Sung Hyun wipes the sweat with a towel and calmly explains that he just read an article about that creature. He says it was pure luck and mentions with relief that the bullying at school dropped off a lot after classes. The guy walks down the hall and notices that the other students now treat him with a lot of respect and warmth. Sung Hyun watches his beloved sister from afar as some girls go over to apologize to her. So Hyun is a bit confused, but her brother happily notes she's adjusting really well to her new school life. The protagonist firmly recalls the serious warning he gave that problem upperclassman in the past. He threatened to leak her secret on social media, and ever since that day, the upperclassman never tried to bother them again. He feels like his school life finally got a lot more peaceful, but knows he still can't truly let his guard down. The young man turns his focus back to the training environment, determined to keep leveling up his powers. Oyeon and Professor Chae Ji-hyung watch him closely, waiting for another practical test to start. Sung Hyun tries to channel his mystic energy, but frustratingly realizes his physical body is still weak. He pushes so hard that Professor Chae makes a funny joke, grossing young Yoiyon out. The protagonist falls backward, exhausted, not getting why he can't pull off what he did in the last battle. The professor explains seriously that in the fight against Asura, the kid actually absorbed Oyoyon's vast energy. Chae says the young man's chains seem to temporarily inherit the immense strength of any regressor he touches. Sung Hyun laments, but the instructor reassures him, saying almost no summoner fully understands their own power. Che explains that a summon is the embodiment of the soul, and there are no textbooks for such a unique gift. He concludes by saying the guy will need to trust his instincts to unlock the full secret of his technique. Sung Hyan looks at his cell phone screen, reading a bit past 8 o'clock at night, and decides to call it a day. Young Yoyan asks if he's really not coming with them to grab food as she packs up her stuff. She mentions the plan to eat fried chicken with their friend Moden, but the protagonist prefers to stay behind and train. He silently admits that his energy control is clumsy and he needs to push himself to catch up with the others. Suddenly, he hears his sister's soft voice calling his name with a lot of care and attention in the empty room. So Hyan asks with a worried look for her brother to at least head home earlier during the nights. The protagonist is left alone in the huge training room, reflecting on his sister's words of concern. He realizes that ever since classes started, he spent literally every free minute training until late. The guy remembers that his exhausting routine of intense training has been exactly the same way since long before. He knows full well that if he doesn't keep running forward with determination, he'll never be able to protect the people he loves. The big wall clock reads precisely 9 o'clock at night, showing his day is far from over. Ji Sung Hoon is still sitting alone on the floor of the training room, trying to focus on his mystic power. The young man realizes he can't concentrate and decides the best thing to do is head back to the dorms. Suddenly, his eyes snap open in a panic as he senses a completely unexpected presence approaching him. Senior Oyayan appears right in front of him, keeping her eyes closed with a very serious and calm posture. The two of them sit facing each other in silence inside the school's massive training hall. Song Hyan is totally confused, wondering why that troublesome senior just showed up there. Yuayan slowly opens her eyes in silence and starts staring down the guy with her usual cold look. She suddenly starts getting to her feet, putting the protagonist even more on edge with her approach. The guy starts wondering how she actually feels about him after everything that went down. He admits that he kind of tricked her in the past and wonders if he should apologize to her. Out of nowhere, the young woman slips her hand inside her leather jacket, seeming to search for some mysterious item. The senior lunges forward fast, startling the guy, who immediately summons his mystic chains. The two trade quick moves, and Sung Hyan is shocked by how agilely she manages to dodge. She's simply holding a notepad and a pen while his chains quietly wrap around her arm. The protagonist gets totally awkward and tries to explain himself while keeping her trapped in the glowing chain. He's surprised when, instead of complaining, the senior asks what day-to-day is with dead seriousness in her eyes. Oyayan insists that he give her the exact month and day of the week they're on right then and there. The guy feels super awkward about such a weird question and hesitates to answer right away. He timidly decides to correct her pronunciation, explaining the proper way to phrase the question. The senior falls completely silent upon realizing her little grammar slip and stares him down hard. She looks away, a bit embarrassed, while trying to brush off her annoyance at that dumb correction. Yoyayan threatens the kid, telling him never to correct her again if he wants to live, and he just agrees, terrified. Sung Hyan tries to apologize for what happened in observation class and asks if that's why she tracked him down. The senior honestly reveals that she actually just wanted to apologize to him for the past. She then demands that he do her a special favor so she can finally forgive him fair and square. The next day at lunchtime, things start getting busy around the academy's Poppy Hall dorms. The room is a total wreck filled with cans and trash, with young So Hyun passed out on the living room floor. The two girls look at the scene in shock, remarking that the dorm supervisor has gone overboard again. Moden suggests grabbing some hangover meds, while So Hyun decides she's never drinking when she gets older. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, cutting them off and making them wonder curiously who could be at the door now. Moden casually opens the door, but she completely freezes when she sees who's standing on the other side. Oyeon greets the girl politely, and So Hyun quickly steps up, recognizing the visitor from class. So Hyun points in surprise and says she's the one who lost to Sung Hyun, who pops up right behind her looking pretty awkward. The guy's sister screams in shock upon seeing him there, while Song Hyun calmly confirms he's actually around. A little later, Yoyeon and Sung Hyun walk together across the school campus, leaving the other girls watching. The two friends follow them with their eyes, suspiciously wondering where the hell those two are heading off to alone. Moden jokes that she can try beating him up for losing, but So-hyun thinks the vibe felt different. Her hyped-up friend suggests they follow the two in secret just in case. So-hyun is actually worried about her brother. So-hyun weighs the idea for a brief second, looking super interested in finding out what's going on. As they walk, Oyeon calmly explains to the guy that the favor she needs is dead simple. She says he just needs to help her manage to speak normally whenever she's standing in front of her best friend. She explains that she can only express herself clearly when she's in physical contact with his chains. Sung-hyun asks if her speech problem messes with her writing too, but she's quick to answer that it doesn't. The guy stays deep in thought, not getting the real reason why she needs his summoning power so badly. He figures that text messages or simple written notes ought to be more than enough to communicate. Suddenly, soft footsteps are heard in the woods, signaling that the person they're looking for is right nearby. A pointy elf ear pops out between the trees upon spotting Oyeon approaching the clearing. The beautiful elf Shijaya notices her friend isn't alone and spots an unknown companion. Shijaya is revealed to be a powerful third-year returnee who also studies in the hunter department. The two keep getting closer to the spot as the mystery behind the mystic meetup slowly unfolds. Moden peeks discreetly around the corner of the wall, wearing a hoodie and sunglasses to go undercover. She calls So-hyun to follow her, while her friend hesitates to go after her brother. So-hyun questions how they're supposed to follow Sung-hyun without being able to see him, but Moden says she can sense his energy. Moden explains that everyone gives off super fate waves called energy waves. She says people with skills can track others down, but So-hyun admits she doesn't know how to do that. So-hyun jokes that her friend sounds like a dog, leaving Moden totally shocked. So-hyun explains that dogs find their way by scent, and Moden finally gets what she meant. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun and Oyeon walk through the forest, linked by the mystic chain. The guy asks if her friend is really around, and Oyeon lets him know they've finally arrived. Sung-hyun spots a girl sitting near a tree and is surprised to notice her there. He instantly realizes that this mysterious young woman with pointy ears isn't human. The elf gets up gracefully as a bunch of leaves flutter around her in the woods. She breaks into a bright smile upon seeing her friend and greets her, saying she finally made it. Oyeon gets super shy and gets ready to talk to her dear companion. The elf is taken aback when Oyeon greets her in a simple, straightforward way. Jaeya thinks it's super cool to hear her friend speak Korean, and Sung-hyun just stands back and watches the chat. Jaeya mentions returnees coming back different and asks if the guy next to her is Sung-hyun. She introduces herself as Shijaya and says she already knows he can seal returnees' powers. Jaeya says he's famous at school, but Sung-hyun thinks that Academy Forum seriously needs to be shut down. Oyeon tells her friend the reason for her visit today is to keep an old promise. Jaeya looks back on the past and asks if the one she saw in the video really was Oyeon. She pulls up an old video of Oyeon singing and praises her hard work back then. Jaeya asks her friend to sing a little, but Oyeon answers in writing that she can't do that. Oyeon shows a note explaining that she gave up singing after everything that happened. She reveals that she can't hit the right pitch or remember the lyrics to any song anymore. Oyeon keeps writing in her little notepad in silence. The paper reads that she can't sing, but Jaeya cuts her friend off right away. Jaeya asks if she'd agree to sing in the future in case she manages to break this curse. Oyeon stares at the elf, totally stunned by such a sincere promise. She then crosses out her previous word and writes down that she accepts her companion's invite. Back in the present, Sung-hyun and Jaeya sit on the grass to listen as Oyeon gets ready. Oyeon clears her throat, wondering how many years it's been since she last tried to sing a song. She asks herself if it's even possible to go back to the way she was before everything changed. The young woman reflects on how she ended up changing and turning into someone scarred by a rough past. Oyeon looks at her childhood friend before taking the first step. Jaeya fires back with a super warm, confident look to cheer her on. Oyeon is pretty surprised and touched by that silent support. The young woman takes a deep breath and opens her mouth, getting ready to let her voice out. Ioyan starts singing beautifully in Italian, leaving Song Hyan in shock at her talent. The guy realizes with awe that she's singing a moving classical piece. He finally figures out that Oyen's curse upon returning was language distortion. Song Hyan understands that this distortion messes with her pitch and word control when she sings. Because of that, she needed his chain powers to cancel out this curse. He thinks to himself that, to be totally honest, that situation is brutal. Song Hyan glances over at Jaya, while the melody keeps echoing through the woods. Jaya listens to the song, deeply moved, while Oyen keeps singing with a lot of emotion. Oyen sings the next verses while the guy watches her super closely. Song keeps echoing in a beautiful, profound way through the trees in the clearing. Yoyan wraps up the song with a light, sweet smile of relief on her face. She announces the end of the song, and Jaya starts clapping, saying she loved the performance. Jaya praises the performance, saying it was great, while Oyeon gets a little shy. Oyeon shyly thanks her for the compliment with a lovely smile on her face. Song Hyan thinks back to when he was sitting alone in the school cafeteria. He hangs his head thoughtfully, remembering the moment Oyeon tracked him down. Back in the woods, the senior thanks Song Hyan for all his help with the curse. She confesses with a gorgeous smile that she was able to feel like her old self for a split second. The kid stares at her, pretty surprised by that super honest confession from the young woman. Sung Hyan says it was just luck having this ability, and that anyone would have done the same. Jaya quickly disagrees with a gentle smile and steps closer to talk to the guy. The elf explains that to normal people, returnees are always seen as dangerous. She says nobody looks at them like people in need of help the way he did. Jaya stresses that this attitude of his is something super rare and special. The guy is deeply touched by the elf's sweet words of praise. Sung Hyan reflects in silence, while the two girls look at him affectionately. Suddenly, a loud noise from the brush startles the trio, and they look to the side. They run into So Hyan and Modon camouflaged in the bushes, holding a toy gun. The three witnesses glare at the intruders with dead, serious, suspicious looks. Modon tries to shake off the embarrassment of getting caught red-handed spying on the group. She compliments the senior's voice with a forced smile to try and chill the vibe out. Yoyan gets insanely pissed and glares at them with flames of annoyance in her eyes. She drops a brutal threat in case they spread rumors, and that wraps up the class arc. A short while later, Sung Han shows up sweating bullets and totally terrified. The kid panics when a giant creature shows up, stomping heavily on the ground. He tries to figure out how things spiraled so out of control in such a short time. The protagonist deeply regrets deciding to tag along after his little sister. The story then flashes back a few hours to show how the whole mess started. So Hyan shows up eating happily and showing off her chopstick skills. Sung Hyan complains about the stalling and asks everyone to just eat in peace already. They start bickering at the table when Modon asks where So Hyan is off to. Modon notices her friend's dressed up clothes, and she reveals she's heading to check out a school club. So Hyan says a friend invited her, and her brother immediately goes on high alert. She mentions she thinks it's the school journalism club, and Song Hyun gets suspicious on the spot. The guy pictures the club members as creepy and meddling. He screams in desperation for her not to go with them, scaring the two girls at the table. Later on, So Hyan walks down the street, surprised to see her brother decided to tag along. Modon decides to come too, guaranteeing they'll protect her from any danger. Her friend warns her about the club's dirty tricks, like the ones they pulled on Sung Hyan. So Hyan laughs confidently, saying they wouldn't pull anything on an invited guest. The protagonist stays super tense and worried, tailing the girls closely. They reach an abandoned school building that's totally wrecked on the inside. So Hyan checks the map, confused, and suggests a vote on who goes in first. The two vote for Song Hyan, who just complains about his little sister's harsh words. Suddenly, a mysterious voice pops up behind the group, making the girls shriek in surprise. The guy runs into Seal Subin, who is also totally spooked by their screaming. Modon asks if the journalism club reached out to him for the event as well. Subin confirms they did, and Sung Hyan gets thoughtful, analyzing the coincidence. The protagonist discreetly pulls Moden aside to talk in private. He asks if she doesn't find this sudden invite from the journalism club super weird. Moden is confused while he explains that the invitees are all from the same dorm. Sung Hyun notes they're all from the dorm the paper couldn't investigate. Moden asks if the club wants to expose Sung Hyun, and he replies he isn't totally sure about that. The guy warns with a serious look that he won't sit idly by if they pull something against him. Moden listens closely in silence and says she gets her friends worried. She warns she won't back down either, even inside the school, if trouble pops up. They try to walk through the club door, but realize the entrance is locked. Song Hyun confirms the door is shut and tries to find a way to open it. Moden warns that the electronic lock might need a student ID to unlock. The door swings open, calling Seel Subin inside, and the group realizes he really is a student. Suddenly, the entrance snaps shut right after Subin walks through, leaving the others outside. Subin walks alone down a dark hallway as the lock makes a loud clump behind him. The system calls So Hyun in next, revealing that the process is individual. The young woman swipes her student card, and the electronic lock lets out a quick beep. Sung Hyun panics when he feels something weird happening in the area. So Hyun steps through the entrance, but the metal door suddenly starts coming down. The heavy metal door slams hard onto the floor, blocking everyone's way. The intruder alarm starts wailing, and Moden complains indignantly about being the only one shut out. The system lets her in, but Moden ends up planting on the floor after getting shoved. So Hyun wonders if they're trapped, and the guy warns he'll wreck the place if anything goes wrong. A hologram pops up, welcoming the new visitors to the journalism club. The broadcast gives a creepy warning that the club doesn't take unwanted guests. The hologram explains they need to pass a test to prove they're worthy of the club. The floating system announces that the school's admission exam is starting right now, so Hyun is pissed off about having to take some dumb test just to join a club. Subin explains that's common at the academy, and that clubs just serve as fronts. He says the real goal is making connections with talented people for the future. The guy adds that anyone without useful skills gets tossed aside right away. Moden thinks it's over the top, but the system announces the test has 5 challenges. A bright light kicks on in the back, revealing 5 mysterious doors in the hallway. The hologram says they must pick 3 doors, and that only 2 people can go at a time. Sung Hyun angrily demands they show their faces and stop hiding behind tests. The system's voice says journalism exposes rather than hides, making Moden mad. Moden decides to summon a glass bottle to blast her way through, leaving everyone surprised. She lunges to strike the metal door, complaining that this place is super shady. Suddenly, a mechanical noise spooks the young woman, and she stops her attack right then and there. A massive machine gun lowers from the ceiling, and the system warns that vandalism is forbidden. The robotic voice also warns they don't have permission to leave the area. Song Hyun realizes the test has to go on, and is stunned by all that tech. He questions how a school club has weapons like that, but the voice says journalists have no limits. Sung Hyun yells angrily at the system, but Subin warns him not to provoke the enemies. Subin reminds them the weapons are aimed right at them, and that there could be way more danger. The white-haired guy fears someone might get seriously hurt if they try to fight. Sung Hyun glares at him coldly, finding Subin's stance annoying. The guy decides to play their game for now, and So Hyun asks what the plan is. So Hyun suggests they just take the test to get out of there safe and sound. Song Hyun agrees, but warns with a scary look that he's going after whoever did this. Moden wonders what the club wants with them, while a camera watches their every move. A mysterious person watches the 4 youths through a screen in a dark room. The shady figure silently comments on the presence of 2 unwanted guests. Sung Hyun checks out the 5 colored doors and wonders if they represent types. He points at the different colors and symbols carved into each entryway. Sung Hyun explains that the colors represent physical arts, creation, spirits, summoning, and curses. Moden suggests the test might feature virtual battles based on class hologram systems. She agrees, figuring the 2-person rule is meant to balance out the challenge's difficulty. Suddenly, the floating loudspeaker pops up again, demanding they pick a room in 3 minutes. Sung Hyun gets pissed, kicking the air while Subin begs him not to provoke the system. The main hallway screen flashes, with a glowing warning signaling the start of the door selection. The key siblings head to the physical test. Subin picks creation, and Modun decides to face the curse. So Hyun asks worriedly if her friend will be okay, and Modun reacts with surprise to her question. The young woman warns that curse magic sucks to take, but Modun just laughs it off confidently. Modun explains curses take a while to activate, and she plans to win using her high speed. She asks if Subin picked the same one for that reason, but he warns that's not always true. Subin says skilled people are fast, and Modun wonders why he picked the red room. He says his real goal is to take down strong people, like Shin Bake, by walking into the creation room. Subin steps into the creation room and realizes their guess about the art divisions was spot on. The system explains that creators freely control surrounding objects to attack enemies. The voice reveals long-range attacks are hard to dodge, kicking off a dodging test. The obstacle dodging challenge starts out of nowhere, with a big red block showing up. He's surprised it's not a monster duel as 3 life hearts float into view. The system warns yellow blocks will pop up first to serve as warnings for danger zones. The voice warns the time limit is 10 minutes, and Subin drops an important question. He points at the ceiling gun and asks what actually happens to whoever fails the test. The recording refuses to answer, saying confidentiality is a key virtue for journalists. The dodge test finally kicks off, and several warning blocks start popping up in the gray room. Subin starts running around the place, finding this whole dodging setup pretty unexpected. The guy notices the red blocks are showing up at a super slow speed. He flashes a smug smile, figuring surviving 10 minutes and there will be a walk in the park. Elsewhere, Modun reaches the purple curse room as the floating paper welcomes her. The system explains the journalism club needs investigative skills to uncover the truth. Modun panics when she gets magically turned into a detective for the find the culprit test. She pops up in the middle of a virtual street, surrounded by people acting like case suspects. The voice explains a theft victim scenario and puts forward 5 people as potential culprits. The system warns she has a set amount of time to catch the real culprit or she'll fail. The intel warns that attacking innocents will crank up the difficulty, leaving the girl speechless. Modun wonders, confused, what this bizarre test actually has to do with curse arts. She reflects that deduction skills are super useful for hunters dealing with traps. Modun decides to kick off her investigation by approaching the victim, who answers her call timidly. The detective asks about the robbery details, and the victim replies that her lost wallet is pink. One of the red-haired suspects cuts into the chat, calling the girl a detective. He and another guy complain they're busy and question if it's right to lock up innocent people. Modun harshly tells the guy to shut his trap, seriously pissing off the suspects around her. The girl blows off the complaint and keeps grilling the victim about the culprit's details. The buff guy loses his cool, grabs Modun by the collar, and screams at her in a rage. The girl complains he's attacking test characters, and the giant starts grumbling. A little girl starts crying loudly for her mom, stressing the detective out big time. The suspects start arguing among themselves loudly, leaving Modun even more confused. The redhead demands to be let go, while the victim warns she doesn't remember the thief's face very well. Suddenly, a guy in a suit starts talking on his phone, completely ignoring the whole mess. Modun looks terrified at the businessman, who keeps chatting away on his phone without caring about her. The businessman announces he's leaving his business card with them and has to bounce soon. Modun screams in utter despair as she realizes the situation is turning into a total circus. Modun gets furious when she realizes the guy in the suit is still completely ignoring her calls. She realizes that everyone in that room is just a virtual NPC created to mess with her investigation. The young detective notices that the characters don't cooperate at all and just wander around in random directions. Actually, the real goal of that mysterious challenge is way different from what she had imagined. The purple room doesn't test deduction skills, but rather a person's mental strength under heavy pressure. Finding the real culprit would be a piece of cake if the virtual characters actually helped with the case. The ticking clock and that the gun pointed at the ceiling are just there to amp up the fear of failing the test. That intense psychological stress is precisely why this place is called the Room of the Curse. The two guys decide to walk away and leave the detective talking to herself in the middle of the simulated street. Moden watches in surprise as the giant blue-haired suspect starts feeling something really weird. The little girl starts crying loudly again, catching the attention of the redhead, who starts sweating nervously. The blue giant starts screaming in a panic when he realizes his hand is suddenly melting away. He screams in pain as his entire virtual body starts disintegrating and turning into blue slime. The redhead freaks out and asks what's happening to him while his body melts into the floor. Moden stares at the puddle of blue slime on the floor, thinking the whole transformation is pretty bizarre. Detective quickly smacks her giant metal spoon down to get everyone's attention. She announces she's going to frisk everyone and steps right on top of the guy who turned into blue slime. Moden orders the businessman on his phone to turn back, warning him she's way faster than his escape. The redhead complains that she's not a cop, but the detective warns him she doesn't feel like overthinking things. The young girl says she prefers simple solutions and accuses the redhead of not being the real criminal here. The difficulty of the test goes up a level, making the characters aggressive, and the redhead pulls out a gun. Moden realizes with a shock that the weapon the guy is holding isn't just a hologram. She goes on high alert, noticing the revolver is real, and demands he drops the weapon right now. The redhead warns her that hunters are still human, and it's game over if she gets hit by a bullet. Moden gives him a deadpan stare and dares him to shoot while shielding herself with her giant spoon. The red-haired guy is completely dumbfounded and spooked by the girl's guts. She admits she could die, but swears she's fully confident she can block the shot. The detective explains that bullets always travel in a straight line, which makes it easy to defend herself with the spoon. The redhead realizes she's dead serious and freezes with fear, knowing he can't beat her. Moden starts a countdown for him to surrender and throw the revolver on the ground, desperate with no way out. The guy starts trembling in the face of the detective's unshakable resolve. Suddenly, the alleged victim of the robbery jumps at Moden's back, trying to stab her with a knife. The detective easily dodges the sneak attack and asks if she was the culprit all along. She disarms and strikes the fake victim with her magic spoon, instantly disintegrating the character. Moden explains that the system only mentioned a victim, but never actually specified who it was. She admits she just assumed the girl was the victim because she was crying next to her at the start. The detective figures the real target of the robbery was actually one of the other characters in the room. The fake victim complains she got busted over a mere hunch, but Moden says that doesn't matter. Moden laughs and reveals her original plan was actually to take out all the suspects anyway. The imposter is horrified by the girl's craziness seconds before vanishing completely. The system announces that Moden passed the curse room test in just over 2 minutes. Back at Subin's challenge, the system says, ironically, that it should have given him a tip beforehand. The guy appears sprawled on the floor, totally exhausted, while the AI repeats its motto. Subin tries to get up with a ton of struggle as the block, dodging test keeps going. The system explains that the number of red blocks in the room is increasing exponentially. The guy panics when he sees the mix of colors, which demands extreme concentration to dodge everything. Subin realizes the test is getting out of hand and acknowledges his biggest weak spot. The freshman silently kicks himself for not training his physical abilities enough. The guy reflects that combat hunters constantly train their physical strength. He acknowledges that long-range hunters focus solely on magic power and neglect their bodies. Subin figures that the higher a hunter's level, the less they need close quarters combat. He realizes with frustration that having strong spirits is useless if your physical defense sucks. The freshman laments that his own body is his biggest weakness during battles. Subin remembers his past defeats and dreads keeping on losing with no other choice. He opens his eyes in a panic, realizing new blocks are hurtling towards the area. The guy is met with a massive downpour of red obstacles coming right at him. In an act of desperation, Subin orders his water spirit to hit him with full force. A giant jet of water hits the young man right in the chest, violently shoving him backward. The impact blasts him away, letting him dodge the dangerous block just in time. The freshman groans in pain as he slams into the floor, completely soaked in water. Subin slides across the floor of the gray room, barely scraping past the huge obstacle. He gets violently dragged along by the current created by his own water spirit. Subin gasps for air with difficulty as he tries to get back up in the middle of the test. He thinks that if it were Modon with her crazy speed, she'd breeze through this test easily. The guy complains that compared to So Hyun and Song Hyun, he's still way too weak and inexperienced. The freshman questions what kind of S-class hunter he is if he can't even dodge. Subin ends up slipping on the pooled water on the floor and loses his balance mid-jump. The guy crashes flat on his back on the room's floor, while the blocks close in to disqualify him. The loudspeaker mocks him, saying the test doesn't stop just because the candidate decided to take a break. Subin tries to defend himself, saying he just slipped on the water from his own technique. Suddenly, he repeats the word in silence and gets a brilliant idea to beat the challenge. The freshman realizes he overlooked a simple fix while the test timer keeps ticking down. The system's voice cheerfully announces the guy's elimination after losing all his lives. But Subin catches the system off guard by mysteriously vanishing from the spot where he should have been hit. He realizes that using the fluidity of water to his advantage was crazy simple. The guy kicks himself for ignoring such a basic movement tactic until now. Subin reappears floating in mid-air atop a platform made of pure water energy. The system is super impressed to see that the candidate learned to surf on his spirit. The freshman starts gliding across the room at top speed, easily dodging everything. He locks his determined gaze on his path while steering the spirit to perfection. A giant trail of water is left behind as he charges forward at full speed. Subin pulls off tight turns and cruises past all the red obstacles without taking a single hit. The system praises the freshman's insane agility as he moves way faster than before. The voice explains that he's using the spirit's energy for propulsion to pick up speed. Subin zeroes in on his goal, dead set on proving he can still get way stronger. Meanwhile, the key siblings enter the physical room, and the story flashes back to So Hyun's past. So Hyun remembers when her classmates used to say it was super easy to talk to her. The students praised the girl, saying she didn't even seem like a real regressor. She would get confused, totally missing the real meaning behind that weird comment. Her classmate would just apologize and change the subject, leaving So Hyun deep in thought. Deep down, So Hyun felt like people treated her differently for no good reason at all. She noticed looks of fear and even contempt coming from the other kids at her old school. The girl didn't know the concept of prejudice, but she knew it felt like something really bad. So Hyun suffered because she couldn't figure out the real reason behind all that unprovoked hate. Back in the day, Modon asked if she wanted to know what really happened to her dad, but her friend clammed up on the details, saying it wasn't something she was allowed to spill. The girl asked So Hyun not to take it the wrong way, since it was a touchy subject even for friends. Modon suggested she ask her younger brother, but Sung Hyun clammed up too. Her brother promised he'd tell her everything in the future, when she was older, leaving the girl sad. So Hyun accepted the answer, but deep down she wondered why everyone was hiding the truth from her. So Hyun tried searching about her dad on a device, only to find the info was locked. The young girl felt super bummed, wondering why they were keeping this a secret just from her. The story cuts to So Hyun getting cornered in the hallway to check out the journalism club's activities. The rep says she was recommended by the president and that just dropping by for a quick visit would be enough. She drops the hint that in exchange for the visit, the club would spill a secret about the hunter world. So Hyun gets curious, and the girl in the cap swears it's rare data you can't find online. The young girl bites immediately, deciding that if nobody wants to talk about her dad, she'll find out on her own. Back in the present, the system warns that physical strength is also an essential trait for journalists. The AI announces that this room's test is a fast-paced game called Catch the Ball. Sung Hyein thinks the setup is ridiculous, and so Hyein repeats the challenge's name, looking pretty clueless. The hologram explains they'll get 10 tries total, and a 3-second countdown will kick off. Once the timer hits 0, a blue ball like that one will randomly spawn somewhere in the room. To pass, all they gotta do is touch the ball before the robot in at least one of the 10 rounds without hurting anyone. The metal monster asks if they thought it was easy, and so Hyein just gives a shy nod. The system kicks off the first round and starts counting down to drop the item. The exact second the timer hits 0, the robot gears up to grab the ball at lightning speed. Sung Hyein glues his eyes to the spot, trying to predict exactly where the blue object will spawn in the room. But so Hyein moves at an absurd speed and grabs the ball before the robot can even react. The young girl zeroes in on her goal to uncover the truth about her dad through that intel. The system is totally blown away by the blue-haired girl's insane speed. Sung Hyen's eyes pop wide open in shock because he couldn't even track his sister's movement. He realizes she's faster than before, and the system instantly passes the girl on the test. The test time was just 0.1 seconds, leaving So Hyein super proud of her win. But the robot warns the test isn't over yet, since her partner needs to pass too. Sung Hyein freaks out, realizing his sister passing didn't automatically clear him. The guy gripes about the unfair rule, but the metal robot says common sense doesn't apply in this test. The system points out he has 9 tries left and warns that the robot has the speed of an A-class hunter. The monster dares Sung Hyein to be faster, and while the guy gets his chain ready, elsewhere in the school, Moden finally tracks down the place she's been looking for. The girl kicks the door open and glares at the enemies, asking if they're the ones behind all this. Moden accuses the 3 people in the room of being the ones who pointed a real gun at her head. The 3 journalism club members stare back at the girl with ice-cold, creepy looks. The scene cuts to a shot of the 2 siblings, who now have to push through the hardships without backup. The robot starts the second round, warning that students who've already passed are banned from helping out. So Hyein is super surprised to find out she can't lend her brother any assistance. The monster explains that cheating would ruin the point of the test, since it's all about raw physical power. It warns that if Sung Hyein relies solely on tricks, he picked the wrong room to fight in. Annoyed, the guy tells the robot to shut up and demands the test countdown start right now. The panel signals the start of round 2, and the protagonist gets into position to try and grab the ball. The 3-second countdown starts flashing on the screen, cranking up the tension in the room. At second 0, the robot snags the blue object with extreme speed, leaving Sung Hyein totally stunned. The metal monster celebrates its round win, pointing out its time was under 1 second. So Hyein gets super spooked, realizing the robot is way too fast for her brother's ordinary reflexes. She notes with worry that Sung Hyein couldn't even move in time to contest the blue object. The opponent asks if he wants to keep going, but Sung Hyein just nods with a dead serious expression. The guy accepts and decides to calmly sit down on the room's floor, leaving his sister totally confused. So Hyein screams in panic, thinking he gave up on the test, but her brother tells her he's not quitting. The protagonist knows that trying to race a machine is useless and would just drain his body. He decides to study the opponent's moves to find a blind spot and win in a single shot. So Hyein gripes about his attitude while the robot warns the guy he only has 5 chances left in the test. Sung Hyein analyzes his opponent and realizes both of them are boxed in by the cramped space of that tight room. The difference in reaction time and running speed between them ends up being just 1 to 2 seconds in the end. The protagonist concludes that if he can stall the robot for that brief window, he can finally beat the test. Suddenly, the opponent moves with a swift whoosh, catching Sung Hyen's intrigued gaze. Sung Hyun stands up and says he's ready to start, but first he wants to pitch a simple proposal to his foe. He suggests starting the round right in the center of the room, right next to the opponent, catching the robot off guard. The guy explains that starting in the middle is fairer since the robot always had the edge by spawning closer to the ball. Next, he tells So Hyun to back off and head to the corner of the wall, and she obeys, looking confused. Song Hyun sets himself up with his back to the opponent, demanding they start from there to make the test totally fair. The robot laughs and agrees, figuring this change won't make a difference as the panel announces round 7. The countdown starts flashing fast on the screen, signaling that the clutch round is about to kick off. The moment the timer hits 0, the blue ball pops up in the room, and the competitors brace for action. The opponent moves lightning fast and snabs the item, leaving So Hyun in total despair over the result. The robot gloats, saying the guy just had bad luck since the ball spawned right next to the machine yet again. Sung Hyun flashes a confident smile and agrees that it really was a massive stroke of bad luck. The robot gets confused when it notices the protagonist didn't even try to run for the blue item. The metal monster is shocked to see he didn't budge, while Song Hyun suggests kicking off round 8. The metal foe starts getting suspicious of the kid's chill vibe and tries to figure out his real strategy. The enemy starts connecting the dots in its head, while the room's panel flashes the start of round 8. The protagonist reveals he was super curious to reverse engineer how his opponent's system works. He explains that real people get tired and have performance dips, unlike flawless machines. The guy noticed the robot's speed never dipped, and that it always ran in a standard straight line. But there was one single moment where the monster's speed to grab the object got slightly sluggish. The scene cuts to the opponent running the opposite way to catch a ball that spawned far away. That blind spot happened precisely when the blue ball popped up right behind the opponent. It has to waste time turning around when the item spawns behind it, which throws off its machine reflexes. Because of that flaw, the guy planned that starting position to force the opponent to turn its back. In that spot, the enemy couldn't easily turn around while the protagonist was glued to it. The plan is to block the robot's physical rotation, stopping it from spinning its body to grab the blue ball. Since the rules ban hurting your opponent, the robot is stuck and can't shove the guy away with full force. The moment the opponent finally manages to spin around, it runs face first into a massive wall of chains. Song Hyun reveals the chains were whipped up in a hurry and are fragile, but the opponent has no way of knowing that. The barrier serves as a flawless psychological bluff to lock the metal robot's attention for a few seconds. The plan works like a charm, and the protagonist stretches out to finally reach the winning blue object, but the opponent's metal hand comes out of nowhere and grabs the item a millisecond before the kid can touch it. Sung Hyun is completely shocked to see his flawless plan fall apart at the very last second of the challenge. The robot slams the protagonist to the floor in humiliating fashion while holding the victorious blue object. So Hyun winces at the impact to her brother's nose, while the guy indignantly wonders how the rival was that fast. The opponent brags, explaining that users of advanced body techniques can even morph their bodies. The two siblings are horrified to see the metal monster casually grew a giant eye on its back. The enemy reveals it caught on to the plan since the last round and used the transformation to cancel out its blind spot. The protagonist gets frustrated, noting that this machine's AI blows any ordinary system out of the water. Panicking, the guy realizes none of his techniques or strategies seem to work against this opponent. Sung Hyun starts beating himself up bitterly, thinking he always flakes out in crunch time due to pure carelessness. In his moment of deepest despair, So Hyun yells for her brother and offers her own power to help him win. The girl makes funny gestures, trying to remind him of the trick he pulled earlier against the monster at school. The metal robot cuts them off, warning sternly that So Hyun is banned from interfering in any way. The young girl gripes angrily, asking if even thinking together is forbidden, and the robot agrees to let her stay close. So Hyun pumps her brother up, telling him not to stress alone, because together they'll definitely cook up a killer strategy. She offers to carry her brother or grab the ball for him, but the robot vetoes everything, leaving the girl ticked off. Sung Hyun gives his sister a serious look and calmly tells her she doesn't need to step in to help him. He states with conviction that clearing this tough test is a job meant for him alone to handle. So Hyun gets super pissed at her brother's attitude and delivers a hard smack straight to his head. The guy complains in pain, totally clueless, while the girl screams that this isn't a solo homework assignment. She emotionally reminds him that all their friends are gathered here and that this problem belongs to the whole group. So Hyun hits him again and asks through tears if he always blows off her help just because he thinks she's a dummy. Crying her eyes out, she confesses she knows the students don't like her, but she's grateful to have good friends around. The guy reveals he kept his distance in the past just to avoid dragging his sister down with his crappy reputation. He vents about his fear of falling behind, but the girl fires back, yelling she never would have known without him telling her. The young girl says he should have just trusted her instead of lugging around that heavy-ass burden all by himself. She cries, saying she just wanted the two of them to share their worries and push through this together. The scene shows the two of them kneeling side by side, so Hyun fondly recalls that they're a tight-knit family. The protagonist starts pondering about strength and whether a solo hunter is truly the strongest. He realizes that at the end of the day, dungeons are cleared through the teamwork of an entire guild. The kid accepts that no human can live or beat this world's challenges all alone. Sung Hyun flashes a slight smile and decides to take the advice, officially asking for his beloved sister's power. With a confident posture, he reveals the chat made him remember a great strategy to beat the test. The metal opponent watches the guy's sudden mood swing and gets pretty intrigued by the claim. Right after saying that, Sung Hyun starts pacing around the room, inspecting every little corner like he's hunting for something. The guy uses his arms to measure the room's dimensions, checks out the ceiling, and jots down a bunch of info on his phone. About 3 minutes fly by while the robot and So Hyun silently watch all this weird movement. The metal foe racks its brain over the guy's comment about borrowing power and tries to outguess the play. The machine decides to shut down any interference from So Hyun while the guy calls his sister back over. He hands her his phone and asks her to track the exact start and end time of the 9th round with absolute precision. Both the young girl and the metal opponent are totally lost on the point of such a simple task. The guy explains that she's got killer reflexes and more than enough agility to time fractions of a second. He hypes the girl up, saying only she could pull off this mission, and So Hyun accepts the challenge, feeling motivated. With the details of the plan locked in, the protagonist glues all his attention to the upcoming round. He fondly recalls his sister's words about coming home and having dinner together more often in everyday life. The guy promises that from now on he'll be back for dinner, and they can openly talk about everything. So Hyun lets out a super happy, friendly smile as she wipes away her tears and agrees to his promise. The protagonist guarantees that with this strategy, nobody's breaking the rules by touching the ball or the rival. The metal monster suspects the guy is just stalling for time, now to cook up something for the final round. The machine takes the bait and starts round 9 while So Hyun sets up with her phone ready in the corner of the room. To avoid the previous blocking trick, the two start further away from the center, and the 3-second countdown begins. The guy zeroes in on the countdown, knowing he needs to make every move count from here on out. At second 1, the protagonist charges forward, hurling his mystic chains and catching the foe off guard. When the timer hits 0, the glowing chains fan out, building a literal web around the machine. The opponent realizes he's trying to blind and deafen it with that massive amount of barriers. But the robot explains that advanced close combat hunters have other senses dialed up to the max. Sung Hyun leaps high while the machine moves with relentless precision, smashing through the barrier effortlessly. The opponent brags about its sharp hearing, capable of tracking any sound even amidst that chain mess. It perfectly spots the blue ball spawning and preps to obliterate anything in its way. The robot celebrates the win, but suddenly spots So-Hyun standing right in its running lane. The metal opponent's blue eyes pop wide open in shock as it registers the young girl's unexpected presence at that critical spot. It's completely frozen, seeing the girl standing dead, still right on the direct route to the test's blue object. The young girl keeps an ice, calm gaze locked strictly on the phone timer, showing zero fear. Panicking, the metal robot tries to figure out why she's standing in such a dangerous spot in the arena. It knows if it dodges, it'll lose time, but if it keeps running, it'll plow right into the girl and break the rule. The monster freaks out, screaming that this is straight up cheating by backing it into a massive dilemma. Sung-Hyun pops up right behind him and snaps back that this is definitely not cheating. He gives his rival an intimidating stare and asks if the monster doesn't remember the rules it laid down itself. The guy reminds everyone that So-Hyun had asked if she could stay by his side, and the machine itself accepted that condition. At that moment, the robot allowed the girl to stick around since it couldn't force her to leave. He explains that his sister is just keeping time, and if the robot collides with her, the penalty for causing damage will fall on the machine. The opponent realizes he has to act super fast and make a split-second decision. The monster then bizarrely stretches its metallic arm right over So-Hyun to reach the target. It channels all its energy into its upper limb to morph it and grab the ball from a distance. The machine celebrates, believing it's going to touch the item first and secure its ultimate victory in the round. But Sung-Hyun flashes a smirk and calmly warns that by making that desperate play, the robot messed up. He explains that by focusing all its physical enhancement power into its arms, the rest of its body was left completely drained of energy. The protagonist seizes the opening, traps the opponent's legs with chains, and asks how he's going to deal with that. The robot freezes up entirely in shock when it realizes its giant hand missed the target by a hair. With a hard tug, Sung-Hyun throws his opponent off balance and sends him spinning wildly through the air. So-Hyun cheers excitedly watching her brother's supreme technique in action, even knowing it's his only trick. The guy runs free and makes sure his touch on the ball will be way faster than his opponent's disastrous wipeout. The protagonist finally touches the blue object, and the panel announces that he successfully passed the body arts test. The scoreboard shows a total time of 6 minutes, and the defeated robot starts glitching repeatedly, unable to figure out how it lost. The monster wonders, completely confused, how the kid knew the exact spot where the object would spawn in the 9th round. Looking at the girl's phone, the machine realizes she wasn't using a stopwatch app, but the Notes app. The opponent starts putting the pieces together and gets totally horrified as he uncovers the whole scheme behind the kid's plan. The robot recalls when the protagonist handed the phone to his sister, telling her she needed to keep the right time. At that moment, the young girl was super confused by the device because she noticed the instructions were totally different. The screen showed a clear order for her to stand right between the ball and the machine during round 9. The message said that the positioning was crucial and that only So-Hyun could pull off that dangerous task. The machine concludes, furious, that the whole time, keeping story was just a well-planned bluff. In reality, the guy used the chains to blindfold the robot right before the start of the test's second to last round. During that split second when its eyes were covered and the blue ball spawn location was generated in the room, So-Hyun rushed straight to the right spot, blocking the opponent's path before he could even see. The monster starts disintegrating into virtual data while screaming angrily that that move was cheating too. The guy replies calmly that it doesn't matter if it was a foul or not, since the real problem of the test was something else. He explains that since the robot itself controlled the rules, any trick it failed to catch counted as fair game. The creature refuses to accept defeat and yells at the kid's method, while its virtual body completely fades away. Sung-Hyun just watches the defeated opponent's final rant with a cold and indifferent look. Then, the metal monster explodes into thousands of tiny digital pieces, clearing out the test area for good. So-Hyun screams furiously at the robot's remains, saying that nobody who hurts her brother has any right to complain. The two siblings breathe a sigh of relief in the middle of the now empty room after finally beating the club's challenge. The system confirms the siblings passed the the test, but suddenly a loud laugh echoes out of nowhere, freaking the duo out. A voice laughs and asks who passes in such a bizarre way, while the protagonist panics, searching the room for cameras. The mysterious voice says it already figured Sung Hyun wouldn't pass normally, leaving the guy pretty intrigued. Startled, he asks if the person knows him, but all of a sudden the floor opens up, and the two start falling into a black hole. They both scream in desperation as they plummet at high speed toward the floor below. At the bottom of the pit, the journalism club president, Jeon Woojin, is calmly waiting for them and welcomes them in. In another room, a journalism club member is being held hostage by a furious opponent threatening to rip his arm off. Subin is sitting on top of the defeated opponent, while the guy begs for mercy and promises to tell the whole truth. Back in the main hall, Sung Hyun grits his teeth in pure rage as he comes face to face with the leader of the place. But the protagonist suddenly freezes in shock upon spotting something completely unbelievable right in front of him. So Hyun firmly grips her brother's hand as the two float down smoothly to land safely on the room's floor. The guy's feet touch the cracked ground, confirming the landing was a success thanks to his sister's magic support. Woojin watches the duo's stylish descent and murmurs thoughtfully as the siblings get ready for a showdown. The president says sarcastically that he prepared the padding for nothing, while the protagonist recognizes that voice. Woojin starts looking for something in the room, mentioning it's been a long time since they had visitors. He politely offers tea or coffee to the guests and starts listing the various flavors available. Annoyed, the guy yells that he doesn't care at all about the drinks offered by the club president. He demands to know why he's here, and Woojin laughs, replying that he just watched the automated test for fun. Sung Hyun angrily questions what the real plan is behind luring his little sister into that dangerous place. Woojin plays dumb about having a secret plan, and suddenly the two siblings notice more people around. Protagonist is surprised to see the other peers in the room, as Modan and Subin show up with one of the members. Sung Hyun rushes toward the journalism club member, while So Hyun just asks if they have strawberry milk. A pot of tea and a small carton of strawberry milk are served on the meeting table to calm the group down. He explains that the journalism club also investigates cases requested by students to get good scoops. Woojin shares that they got a request to spy on the guy in the past and offers a sincere apology for the club's behavior. The member who spied on Sung Hyun swears he's innocent, while the other members complain about his stupid actions. The guy insists on knowing why the club invited So Hyun and Subin to take part in those room tests. The president explains he only invited close people, and that S-rank students don't need to worry about grades. Modan and So Hyun chat casually about food, expressing a craving for some good pizza after all that chaos. The guy jokes that So Hyun must have tons of free time since she's not in a club, but she defends herself, claiming she's super busy. So Hyun proudly shares her mission of hunting monsters in a virtual game, and her brother replies that that's the definition of having free time. The protagonist cuts the chat short and demands the reward promised by the club for successfully passing all the tests. Woojin seriously confirms the club's tradition of reveal any confidential info the winners want to know. The guy scoffs at the school's data quality, but the president guarantees their intel is extremely rare. He claims they are top-level secrets that can't be found easily even on the famous Blue Cube network. The list includes which guilds are about to level up, the real market situation, and even top hunters' secret techniques. The protagonist asks suspiciously how a school club knows so much, and the members explain about the president's connections. Modan suddenly drops that Jeon Woojin's dad is none other than Jeon In-seok, leaving So Hyun pretty confused by the name. Sung Han's eyes go wide in shock as he instantly recognizes the identity of the VIP mentioned by his friend. He reveals in surprise that Woojin's dad is the current CEO of the UJ Group, one of the biggest hunter powerhouses in the world. The guy realizes, stunned, that their class brings together the heirs of two of the biggest corporations in the hunter world. Woojin laughs at Jae-shin Baek's sons. Shakin mentions that inheritance doesn't mean much to him right now. Amidly guarantees their info source is totally reliable while the other members whisper among themselves. even without fully understanding, so Hyun trusts their word and announces, with determination, that she wants to know about a real matter. The girl shouts out her question, wanting to find out once and for all what her and Sung Hyun's father actually did 7 years ago. The protagonist completely panics, trying to stop his sister from bringing up that taboo subject in front of the other students. So Hyun fights back in tears, saying she has every right to know the truth about her dad and refusing to be left out again. Modon watches her classmate's deep sadness and sympathizes with the anguish she carries in her heart. The story recalls how nobody was able to reveal the whole truth to the young girl while she was stuck in a coma in bed. The mysterious actions of their legendary father in the past remain the family's most heavily guarded secret. Faced with the tense silence in the hall, Modon looks over curiously and asks the siblings what this whole family mystery is about. Suddenly, the door opens and their rival Seal Subin walks into the meeting room, casually carrying his jacket. The two siblings stare at the white-haired classmate's sudden entrance with pretty surprised expressions. The white-haired guy asks, confused, if they were really arguing about events from 7 years ago. Subin walks over calmly and decides to sit at the table with the others to join the conversation. So Hyun gets super tense and sweats nervously at his presence while her brother keeps a serious and focused gaze. The club president and young Modon watch the newcomer closely to figure out what he's getting at. The atmosphere gets extremely heavy and silent, with all the students gathered around the big wooden table. Subin quietly mentions to the girl that she must have already heard rumors about that case during their boat trip. He explains that since they're going to keep studying together, it's better to clear that up once, and for all to avoid conflicts. The protagonist gets super annoyed by his rival's mature attitude, finding his calm vibe irritating. The president takes a deep breath and admits he feels a bit hesitant to drop details about the incident from 7 years ago. He holds up 2 fingers in front of Hyun and asks mysteriously if she'd rather hear version A or version B of the story. Woojin explains that option B represents the dark truth that is totally unknown to the rest of the world. He repeats the question very calmly, making it clear that the final call to listen or not is up to her. With a firm and determined look, the girl takes a deep breath and announces she wants to hear the mysterious truth of option B. The journalism club president puts on an ultra-serious face upon hearing the girl's brave decision. He starts the narrative by explaining that everyday people usually only pay attention to famous A-rank and S-rank hunters. The guy points out that B-rank hunters have serious physical limits and brings up a portal case from 2019. The scene zooms in on a wounded hunter crying her eyes out, not understanding how a simple B-rank portal could be so dangerous. Crawling with a lot of struggle, she begs for her life, desperately saying she doesn't want to die there. Just as she cries without strength, a giant monstrous plant opens its scary jaws to devour her. But suddenly the monster is wiped out by a powerful attack as the narrator reminds us that their dad was also a B-rank. The legendary hunter shows up with a mysterious book in hand and asks if she's okay, leaving the young woman totally shocked. Jai Shin-bak asks for the situation report, showing a legendary strength frequently compared to an S rank. The system explains that upon awakening, each hunter gets a rank based on their general physical power level. This birth rank is unchangeable, just like a weak game character who can never surpass their base stats. But very rarely, true masters emerge who can beat stronger warriors using basic skills. These extraordinary individuals make up for it with vast experience, refined control, and crazy intelligence. And at the top of that pyramid are the rare legendary warriors who combine all these traits. The legendary hunter lightly taps the pages of his mystic book, summoning unbelievable power on the battlefield. Jai Shin-bak's attacks easily cut the enemy in half, proving he could transcend the rank barrier. The young hunter saved from danger stares at that massive display of power, with her eyes sparkling in admiration. This legendary group was known as the Veterans, led by fearless rescue captain Jai Shin-bak. The story cuts to a car speeding down the road at night while the passengers argue about how easy the missions are. Hunter Che Jae-hung comments, bored, that nowadays people people send rescue requests for any little thing. His team agent Yeshin agrees, saying weak guilds are on the rise and calling for backup over nothing all the time. She asks Ryu Hyoseong for his take in the back seat, and the guy wakes up startled, not quite following the conversation. Hyoseong figures that Portal this time seems super challenging and dangerous even for a B rank. Captain Ji Shin back comments that the previous rescue team probably just had bad luck and hit a natural disaster. Jin Yeshin fires back, seriously reminding him that a regular dungeon shouldn't be compared to a tragedy. He explains that the hunters messed up by not carefully watching the obvious weak points in the dungeon monster's defenses. The captain concludes thoughtfully that modern society urgently needs to train more elite and genuinely strong hunters. He wishes for more fighters capable of protecting the population against the constant, terrible threat of portal monsters. The scene cuts to a diner where Ryu Hyoseong eats dinner nervously, asking if he made a mistake talking to the leader. Che Ji-ahong calmly eats a piece of meat at the grill and asks why his teammate is so tense. The guy reveals he'd never seen the captain talk so harshly and that he even skipped the team dinner that night. Jin Yeshin tells him not to worry, since the leader always rushes to the hospital to visit his wife if work wraps up early. Jae-heng laughs, saying the captain was super violent in his youth and his wife's love finally calmed him down. Jin Yeshin corrects his teammate, saying the leader actually always had a heart of gold behind his cold exterior. He silently reflects that the captain's mental state seems to be deteriorating fast due to all his worries. Ji Shin back appears in a hospital room, staring into space with a tired look loaded with anguish. The legendary warrior's dark shadow projects onto the room's wall, showing his loneliness in that situation. Suddenly, little Song Hyeon calls out to him in an innocent voice, pulling his dad out of his deep thoughts in the dark room. The hunter asks about his wife and daughter's whereabouts, but the boy just replies he has no clue where they are. The scene cuts to the glowing sign of the hospital's emergency room, signaling something very serious just happened. Ji Shin Baek carries his son in his arms with a determined look as he hurries down the medical hallways. In the room, he finds little So Hyun unresponsive on a stretcher, with his wife sitting right next to her, watching over her sleep. Crying heavily with a worn-out face, his wife looks at her husband, relieved to finally have his support. The doctor on duty explains to the captain that his daughter suffered an extremely severe seizure during the night. He confesses he was totally shocked when the little girl ran desperately to the hospital all by herself. The memory shows the exhausted mom running through the ER reception with her sick little girl on her back, seeking help. Sweaty and crying in desperation, she begs the doctors to save her beloved daughter's life at any cost. The family appears gathered in the hospital waiting room, waiting in silence for news on the girl's condition. The hunter laments, saying it had already been 5 long years since the day his daughter fell into that deep sleep. Crying hard, his wife vents that she had real hopes their little girl would finally wake up this time. He suggests hiring a professional caregiver to spare his wife the physical and mental toll, but she stays silent. The dad starts blaming himself bitterly, wondering why he let the little girl sleep alone that night. He imagines with sadness that if he had stayed by his daughter's side in the room, the tragedy could have been avoided. He reflects with tears in his eyes that his daughter's terrible seizure might never have happened with him around. Ji Shin-bak bows his head, crushed, and takes full blame for the terrible fate that befell his beloved family. The narrative brings back the moment when one of his subordinates blamed the previous portal's tragedy on a natural disaster. The legendary hunter appears weak in a hospital bed, reflecting that a real disaster isn't something so simple. He explains in his thoughts that in this terrible situation, there's no enemy to fight or labyrinth to beat. The man lying down feels totally helpless against a pain that has no logical cause or clear purpose. The scene shows the welcoming image of a smiling nurse, trying to bring some comfort amid that chaos. Family tragedy hits completely suddenly and unexpectedly, shattering those hunters' happy routine, completely destroying the family's hopes and dreams as they now have to deal with the constant suffering. The warrior concludes with deep sadness that watching the people he loves suffer like that is the real disaster. the story cuts back to the present, showing the imposing facade of the Exorcism Department's official office. Inside the office facilities, rescue team hunters work focused on their computers and reports. Jin Yeshin yawns and comments that the calm, incident-free weatherly makes her a bit uneasy about what might come. Sitting next to her, Captain Ji Shinbake stays quiet and focuses all his attention on the open files on his desk. Che Jaihung lets out a long, tired sigh while his teammate Ryu Hyosung watches him in silence across the office. Wounded members of rescue team 2 walk into the room, complaining of extreme fatigue after finishing their mission. The hunter asks where they've been, and the newcomers share that they faced dangerous A-rank enemies in Jongno. One of them asks if Ji Ayoung is playing video games at work, but the man warns that the captain is waiting to talk to them. Jishin Bak puts on a serious expression and calls the team over for a private chat, leaving the guys pretty curious. The silence is broken only by the coffee machine hum as a rumor about a dangerous S-rank portal gets dropped. Jaihung reveals that a secret report points to an S-rank portal opening up in Mapo district in a few days. He sips his coffee and warns that Rescue Team 1 has been officially assigned to handle this major threat. The captain questions the decision, and Ji Hyung comments that tasks have been pretty scarce for them lately at the agency. He recalls that in the past, while the other teams were overloaded, their squad always stayed strangely calm. Jae-hyung suspects the captain actually received some extraordinary secret mission way above of NES rank portal. He wishes his buddy stays safe since they're the only survivors from their old hunter batch at the agency. The captain agrees thoughtfully, and the group gathers to officially report outside the Director General's office. Ryu Hyosung swallows hard and whispers to his teammate, not getting why they're standing in front of that room. The agency boss puts on a firm stance and warns that the mission assigned to Rescue Team 1 is extremely complex. He reveals that recently, a dangerous government mystic artifact was stolen by a bunch of underground mercenaries. The Director General points out seriously that the squad's big mission is to recover the mystic item at all costs. Jae Bake openly questions why his team was specifically chosen to handle that case. He argues that there are hunters better suited for search missions. Just as the room door gets busted open loudly, a female voice echoes from the hallway, revealing the assignment came from her, and a red-haired young woman shows up at the entrance. The rescue team members get startled by the girl's loud arrival, and the captain quickly goes on high alert. The leader makes a precise move to block the young redhead's sudden advance, and the two lock serious gazes. The force of the impact between them is so huge that the room's wooden doors get completely blown to pieces in the air. The red-haired girl lets out a loud, obnoxious laugh while the other members watch the dust settle in absolute shock. She jokes that the hunter duo hasn't changed a bit, and Ryu Hyosung is shocked to see the intruder looks like a kid. Jae-hung bows with extreme respect and calls her master, leaving the rest of the team completely jaw-dropped. Ji Shinbake sweats nervously, remembering the brutal training period when they became official hunters. The captain reveals that this young woman named Song Warren is the agency's security director and trained them in the past. The narrator warns that the S-rank portal's emergence and the stolen mystic artifact would lead that mission to an unimaginable outcome. Far away in the scenic setting of Sicily, Italy, a mysterious woman starts a secret chat about the golden words. The woman asks in Italian if she's going to listen to the golden words, leaving the young woman pretty confused by the approach. The red-haired man walks over and repeats the question while she confesses she doesn't speak any Italian. The girl smiles sheepishly and says she really has no clue what the mysterious guy is trying to communicate, but her expression suddenly shifts to a wince of deep pain under the effect of some mystic spell from the guy. Medio Desika puts his hands together like in a silent prayer while watching the girl's terrible suffering. She throws her head back, letting out groans of pain as her mind gets completely dominated by his ability. With lifeless yellow eyes, she finally repeats robotically that she will listen to all his golden words. The red-haired guy jokes that she still has bizarre hobbies, but the mind-controlled girl demands to talk strictly business. Mario de Sika smirks and asks directly for her to spit out the reason they're gathered in the alley. He asks with a bright, mysterious look about how the rescue of that important item he requested is going. The yellow-eyed girl stares at him blankly, without showing any emotion or hesitation at the question. She coldly reveals that the mystic object has already been captured as the scene shows a trail of blood and destruction in the room. On the destroyed vault wall, a symbol is painted in blood, representing the feared Golden Butterfly Mafia Syndicate. Warren explains in her presentation that the Golden Butterfly is an Italian mafia known for assassinations and heists. The agency managed to track the group's smuggling routes and sent secret teams to monitor suspicious ports. She warns that Rescue Team 1 will be tasked with watching the dock, hiding in a coffee shop right behind it. The scene shows an aerial view of the port where various boats and cargo ships are docked under the heavy dock fog. Gathered inside the area's small coffee shop, the rescue team positions themselves strategically to watch all the movement. The veteran asks if the guy has ever faced awakened humans, and Hyo-seong confesses it's his first time against a mafia. Song Warren laughs in his face and teases whether the rookie is scared of fighting dangerous mobsters. She and Jae-hong start cackling loudly while the young rookie just sweats nervously at the attitude. Sipping her coffee, the director confidently guarantees that under her protection, nobody there is dying on the mission. Captain Ji Shin-bak watches the chat in silence, keeping his serious expression focused on any sign of danger. The red-haired girl spits out her coffee, complaining it's way too bitter, while Hyo-seong tries to convince himself she's reliable, trying to escape that weird, loud vibe. The rookie gets up from the table and announces he's going to use the local restroom. Jae-hong gets up right after and decides to tag along with the rookie, warning that walking around alone there could be dangerous. While heading up the stairs, Ji-hong explains young people's favorite drink and suddenly hears a weird noise on the floor. The veteran hunter points out that the coffee shop's men's restroom is located exclusively on the second floor of the building. Suddenly, they cross paths with two men in suits chatting about the building with pretty suspicious vibes. Chae Ji-hung immediately suspects the two unknown individuals inside, eyes them as they walk right past. The older man in the gray suit also catches his look and shoots back a cold, mysterious stare over his shoulder. Silent tension builds as the two duos cross paths right in the middle of the narrow wooden staircase steps. The two strangers keep walking up the stairs in a hurry, with their backs to the rescue agency hunters. Jae-hung freezes on the steps and watches the two men walk away with a terrible gut feeling in his mind. Suddenly, one of the strangers makes a quick move and pulls a firearm from under his jacket to attack from behind. But with insane reflexes, Ji-hang draws his blade and delivers a precise slash, disarming the opponent instantly. The criminal's blood splashes across the stairwell walls while his bearded accomplice watches the scene without panicking. Rookie Ryu Hyo-seong is totally paralyzed with shock at his partner's violent and unexpected reaction. Gunshots start ringing out from the top of the stairs toward the hunter duo, who need to defend themselves fast. With agility, Hyo-seong steps up front and uses his mystic hammer to deflect the enemy projectiles in the hallway. The shots collide violently against the barrier, throwing off glowing sparks as they try to push forward step by step. The bearded mobster coldly deals a fatal blow to his own wounded comrade to silence him for good on the spot. Raising his hand, he reveals a scary cybernetic eye implanted in his palm, leaving Ji-hong extremely stunned. The bizarre creature focuses its artificial eyeball on them, revealing the mafia was also spying on the agency. Green, toxic sparks pouring from that palm, casting a strange magical support skill. Ryu Hyo-seong knits his brow, determined not to let the criminals escape alive after that treacherous ambush. The enemy runs toward the exit and hurriedly pushes open the back doors to try and escape the team's pursuit. Even wounded, the accomplice keeps shooting toward the hunters as he crosses the second floor exit door. On the first floor, the other members hear the gunshots coming from above, and Hyosong runs down to sound the alarm. Ji Shin-bak sweats coldly, wondering what's going on and how the enemies found their secret hideout. The villain figures his goons will join the fight any second now, since they can hear the gunfire, giving them a massive numbers advantage. He realizes the short-haired guy is dangerous because his power lets him teleport anyone who looks straight into the eye on his palm. Hyosong knows he is the only one who understands that bizarre power, so he raises his mystic hammer to prevent any more casualties. Bullets rip violently through the staircase, kicking up smoke and blasting destructive holes straight into the diner's wooden steps. Suddenly, Director Song Warren reappears in a flash right behind the criminal who was trying to make a run for it up the stairs. She points her spear with lethal precision directly at the villain's neck, completely shutting down his advance. But with lightning-fast reflexes, the old man thrusts out his mystic palm to use his creepy eye ability on her. Quick to the danger, Warren immediately looks away and pulls off an acrobatic move to dodge direct eye contact. Seizing the distraction, young Ryu Hyosong charges forward at top speed with all his might to land a counterattack. Screaming his partner's name, he slams his hammer into the ground with so much force that it smashes the entire staircase to pieces. The sheer impact hits the gray-suited opponent dead on, delivering an intensely devastating blow. The wooden steps buckle under the sheer weight of the power, and the criminals start plunging down amid a massive cloud of dust and debris. The diner's concrete and wood structure cracks ominously, threatening to bring the whole floor down right on top of the group. Jin Yeshin watches in shock at the massive damage and total destruction the mystic hammer just caused on the second floor. Director Song Warren lands smoothly in the middle of the rebel and gets her spear ready to keep up the chase. The rookie stands up, completely outraged, and asks if the violent methods they are using for this pursuit don't look straight up like terrorism. Ji Shin-bak walks over and gives the rookie a piercing glare to keep him completely focused on the danger of the situation. Out of nowhere, Hyosung's weapon starts floating in the air, wrapped inside a weird magical energy bubble covered in tiny eyeballs. The kid realizes with a jolt that this floating mystic sphere was generated by one of the stray rounds fired by the criminals. The scene cuts to Hunter Chae-Hong downed and wounded on the ground as the dust and rebel begin to settle in the room. The injured hunter points at Ji Shin-bak's hand and freaks out when he sees him carrying the legendary mystic building book. His teammate Jin Yeshin goes wide-eyed in absolute shock as she recognizes the mystic relic the team leader is holding. The mysterious floating magic sphere starts glowing intensely, signaling that a massive magic explosion is about to go off. Ryu Hyosong puts everything he has into blocking the destructive shrapnel to shield the rescue right there on the spot. The young guy screams in rage as he realizes the real intention behind that weird explosive artifact left behind by the mafia shooter. The villain triggers the final detonation command, causing a gigantic blast to swallow the entire second floor of the building. The violent impact blows out the diner's outer walls, sending up a massive column of fire and smoke that can be seen from far away across the harbor. A gigantic stone barrier shoots up from the ground to protect the group from the lethal impact and contain all the destruction. Jin Yeshin nervously remarks that the mission is going to be a total nightmare, and Director Song Warren just asks why. The group watches on high alert as three mysterious figures start emerging from the rebel and smoke of the collapsed building. The captain gives a grim warning that every single one of those mafia mercenaries is at least A rank power level or higher. The criminals stroll casually and arrogantly down the harbor pier sidewalk, showing zero rush to escape. The yellow-eyed girl coolly mentions that it looks like there are even more agency hunters waiting for them in the surrounding area. The suit-wearing mobster says he doesn't sense any strong presence at all and asks if that's just another one of her hunches. She thinks it over, noting that the mission has been way too easy so far, which makes her super suspicious, since they are in a superpower hub for hunters. The young woman suggests making a quick stop at the diner to check out the whole harbor from the 3rd floor before they ditch the place for good. She repeats thoughtfully that 100% flawless mission score is great, but her gut is still screaming danger. The rescue squad finally cuts off their escape route, and the mafia girl suggests striking up a friendly chat with the team. She mocks the group, saying they look like government desk jockeys who just follow state orders without thinking things through. The female villain asks if they really want to risk their lives over this, while Hyoseung groans in pain, collapsed on the floor. His teammate yells out in worry for the injured guy, while Hyoseung jumps up, startled by a weird magical vibration. The yellow-eyed girl smiles maliciously and reveals she just linked all their minds together through a curse. Jin Yeshin demands that the rookie quickly fill them in on the dangers and known abilities of these mafia mercenaries. The villain sneers, pointing out that most of the team is below A rank while the entire trio of mercenaries consists of elites. She locks eyes with them, flashing her creepy yellow eyes, and states coldly that they don't stand a single chance. Captain Ji Shin back narrows his glowing red eye in pure rage, showing he is ready for the real fight. She tries to propose a peaceful deal, but the bearded old man freaks out when he hears a weird noise coming from under the rocks. Right at that moment, a massive, razor-sharp rock spike bursts violently out of the ground straight at the elderly villain's chest. The brutal blow sends the bearded old man flying with massive force, drawing a ton of blood and shattering the mercenaries' defenses. The crushing force of the shockwave slams dead on into the yellow-eyed girl, launching her backward right into the wreckage. The villain gets up covered in blood with an insane look in his eyes, chewing out the team for interrupting his speech. Ji Shin-baek locks his focus onto the enemy's absurd reaction speed and carefully analyzes the situation. He figures their power still hasn't hit SS rank, and director Song Warren completely agrees with his assessment. One of his cronies yells out for the old man as fresh volleys of destructive shots rain down on the red-haired director. With insane agility, the redhead throws heavy punches right into the air, blowing up the projectiles heading her way. The shards of the shattered bullets drop dead to the ground right next to her hand, which is powered up with combat energy, but the floating sphere of magic eyes triggers its paralyzing power, freezing the girl mid-move. The mercenary mocks her paralysis and asks what she's gonna do now that she's totally wide open to his attacks. One of the mafia swordsmen seizes the opening and charges in at top speed with his sword to land the killing blow. In an unbelievable move, the red-haired director bites down on the blade with everything she's got, stopping the attack with her bare teeth. The yellow-eyed swordsman's eyes go wide in total disbelief at that girl's absurd physical durability. She literally snaps the metal blade in half with a savage bite, leaving her opponent completely disarmed. Right after, she spins around and delivers an ultra-powerful kick that sends her opponent flying back with brutal force. The impact makes the surrounding stone structures crack heavily, sending debris flying all over the battlefield. Ryu Hyoseung sprints in to back her up and unleashes a powerful wave of mystic shockwaves with his massive combat hammer. The enemy's swordsman takes the devastating attack square in the chest, coughing up blood as he goes airborne from the heavy impact. The other mafia mercenaries back off in a panic once they realize rescue team, one's strength is way out of their league. A fresh barrage of destructive projectiles gets fired at the captain and the director in a bid to pin them down. Captain Ji Shin back narrows his glowing eye, dead set on deflecting the incoming fire using his incredible creation magic. With lightning speed, he raises sharp stone pillars that intercept the projectiles mid-air, saving the group from the line of fire. Song Warren points at the bearded old man and demands to know in a furious rage if he was the one behind this whole treacherous plot. The redhead says he's going to pay dearly for hurting her precious teammate and raises her fist wrapped in magic. Just as she's about to throw the punch, a glowing mystic barrier made of stars pops out of nowhere and blocks her hit with ease. Warren is stunned by how tough that unexpected defense is while the captain and the rookie look on, intrigued. The narrator reveals that this glowing defensive barrier was summoned by a mysterious elite spirit, The director glares closely at the shimmering shield, completely baffled as to how a mere mercenary could pull off summoning magic. Right after that, a massive beam of overwhelming blue energy fires back, blasting the red-haired girl away with extreme violence. The huge beam of blue light streaks across the harbor sky, creating a deafening boom that terrifies everyone living in the city. The rescue team members watch it all go down with eyes wide in panic as they realize the sheer level of that attack. The enemy swordsman remarks that aside from the captain, the rest of the team are B rank or lower and total pushovers. The bearded old man flashes an arrogant grin, claiming that from here on out, beating them is going to be a total breeze. Jin Yeshin breaks out in nervous sweat as she takes in their numbers disadvantage, and the absurd power level the mercenaries just flexed. Captain Ji Shin-bak screams desperately for Jin Yeshin not to turn around and look at the bearded enemy, but it's already too late because the old man appears right behind her, using the eye on his palm to open a blue mystic teleportation portal. The scene zooms in on the creaky eyeball in his palm, glowing with a greenish light to seal the wounded hunter's fate. Jin Yeshin panics when she sees the eye locked on her, wondering in sheer terror how the old man managed to move so fast. Ji Shin-bak bursts through the smoke with his mystic book wide open, using stone magic to shut down the enemy's spell. The captain reveals he anticipated that the villain also had a cybernetic eye in his left hand to pull off his mystic trick. The bearded old man is utterly terrified to see his secret teleportation trick get successfully blocked. With the portal destroyed, the battle suddenly turns into a fierce 2 versus 4 brawl right down on the harbor pier. The mafia swordsman screams in desperation, ordering his bearded accomplice to snap out of his trance and take out the rescue team leader. The shooter complains angrily about running low on ammo as he preps his final magical shots against the group. A gigantic explosion of smoke and dust completely blankets the combat zone, blinding the hunters to what's happening. Ji Shin-bak drops into a defensive stance amid the heavy wind, trying to spot the enemies through the thick white cloud. The enemy swordsman, downed on the floor, coughs up blood and gasps in pain as he warns that his 2 partners cowardly bailed out of there. She orders Leandro to rescue Nico and get out of the country since the mafia's top priority is transporting the stolen artifact. Ruo Haosong watches in shock as the 2 mercenaries jet away across the sky at top speed, realizing they actually escaped for good. The kid figures out, feeling a bit relieved, that since they're only B-rank hunters, taking down 4 A-rank opponents at once would have been impossible. The enemy swordsman left behind gets slapped into a bluish ice cage, swearing he's gonna hunt down the traitors the second he gets the chance. The story reveals the group decides to rush toward the harbor before director Song Warren manages to make her way back to the fight. Nico yells in fury when he realizes the creation. Magic Hunter didn't run off and is still laser-focused on fighting. Ji Shin-bak drops the cold warning that he plans to blow up every single boat in the harbor, leaving Haosong completely shook. He says the government will cover the losses, but the young guy panics when he realizes they're going to have to fight alone. Trapped in the cage, Nico warns that the captain is dangerous, saying he's never seen anyone wield creation magic with that kind of precision. The mercenary wraps it up by saying nervously that the agency leader is the most dangerous and unpredictable wildcard in the whole fight. He warns that the captain is their biggest asset, since whoever used the teleportation trick burned through most of their juice. He remembers his partner got hurt by Jin Yeshin, who cast a lockdown spell right after during the fight. The villain suspects the female hunter dropped a heavy curse to mess with the suit, wearing old man's ability usage. Haosong wonders if those are just assumptions, but trusts that the director is already sprinting toward the harbor. He figures the director might have gone to grab backup, just as a massive shipping container comes crashing down from above at the dock. The rookie calms down, remembering she didn't land the job of security director by sheer coincidence or dumb luck at the agency. With a locked-in expression, Ji Shin-bak agrees with the kid, saying out loud that he totally trusts her too. Far away at the pier, the two mafia runaways are walking, trying to catch their breath after that disastrous escape. But when they get close to the ship, they run dead into director Song Warren, who's already calmly waiting for them at the dock. The bearded old man is completely shocked to see her again since he was sure she'd been blasted miles away from there. The red-haired girl flashes an intimidating smile and mocks them, saying she almost died of boredom waiting for the two slowpokes. Both mercenaries back off, spooked and frozen solid in front of the elite hunter's imposing silhouette blocking their ship. The villain freaks out, completely unable to wrap his head around how she made it back so fast from that heavy energy blast. He calculates that even after defending against the water shot, anyone should have been knocked way out of the harbor zone. The bearded man shivers nervously when he realizes the girl doesn't even have flight abilities to get back here. He panics inwardly, asking himself how this tiny, dangerous red-haired girl managed to beat them to the docks. Her partner tells him to run for it right now, confessing he won't be able to protect him during the fight. The partner takes the advice without missing a beat and bolts desperately in the opposite direction to save his own skin. Mockingly, the director asks in English if the bearded old man speaks the language at least a little bit so they can chat. He tries to cynically flirt, complimenting the young woman's looks and pitching her to switch sides and work for the mafia. The director jokes that she's a married woman and drops the shocking reveal that she is actually 60 years old despite looking young. The old man says that's crossing the line and kicks off the fight by hurling his powerful water mystic stars right at her. She fires back angrily, telling him to shut up, and charges in aggressively while the villain anticipates her direct physical rush. The red-haired girl wins up a devastating punch, but the bearded mercenary keeps a confident smirk, trusting his barrier to hold. Warren's heavy kick smashes into the tough liquid wall, setting off a massive explosion of water and bright sparks. The elite hunter keeps pressing the physical assault, but she can feel just how tough that powerful magic protective barrier is. From behind the water shield, the villain cracks a sarcastic smile, mocking how useless the redhead's physical hits are. Warren unloads another flurry of fast punches, trying to finally crack the magic shield guarding her opponent. She backs off temporarily, jumping backward to reset her position on the battlefield and size up the mercenary's defense. With crazy agility, she pumps out multiple speed clones, completely frying the bearded enemy's depth perception. The director's various copies glare at the villain with killer eyes, showing the real fight is just getting started. They drop a combo of devastating kicks on the liquid barrier, sending a deafening boom, echoing all across the harbor. The red-haired girl grinds her teeth in pure anger, calling out that annoying defensive trick protecting the suited opponent. The villain brags about his absolute defense, acting all arrogant and claiming her physical moves will never punch through his shield. He explains that his water dice technique automatically flags any outside threat and whips up the perfect liquid barriers. He sneers, saying it doesn't matter if she's a combat master because his defenses at the docks are totally impenetrable. The old man smugly guarantees the red-haired girl won't even be able to lay a finger on a single hair on his head. She leaps into the air to dodge ice spikes shooting out of the ground, realizing the enemy can hit her from below too. The director's blue eyes go wide as she spots the crazy amount of projectiles and magic spells zooming in on her fast. She crosses her arms to defend herself against the violent frozen crystal explosions, chewing up the harbor asphalt all around her. Panting on the pier, the red-haired girl gets ready to scrap against the opponent's endless elemental spirit summons. The bearded old man watches her wear down with total coldness, sarcastically praising the decent defense she put up. He orders his summons to keep up the non-stop pressure to test just how far the hunter's physical endurance actually goes. The villain chuckles, noting she lasted longer than expected, but calls it a one-sided slaughterhouse at this point. The red-haired director gets cornered right in the middle of a giant frozen lightning trap, closing in around her on the dock. Song Warren gets ready to strike for real, dropping the warning that if her opponent ends up dying, it's totally on him. Claudio spots weird movement and gets suspicious of the fast attack, closing in on him at the pier. The villain is thrown off, noticing something unexpected happening right in front of his wide, open eyes. The red-haired girl snaps her fingers, sending little sparks of destructive energy flying into the air. A devastating energy beam slams into Claudio's shield with overwhelming force out of nowhere. The bearded mercenary takes a massive electric shock that completely rocks his magical defenses. The smoke starts to clear, and the director lets out a sigh of relief for successfully landing that nasty hit. Claudio drops to the ground, pretty beat up, and is shocked to realize she's using close quarters combat techniques. She cheerfully reveals she's awakened in both physical combat techniques and creation magic. The villain goes into shock as he realizes what a massive threat this young woman poses to his plans. Seeing her opponent suddenly pass out, the redhead panics and screams at him not to go dying on her right here. Over in another spot, Ryo Hasung blocks fast attacks while Che-ji Hyan gets his magic book ready. The duo tries to bail through the alley while getting hunted by mysterious energy beams raining down from above. The kid hates that he's getting pushed away from the harbor and stresses out over how his director is holding up in the fight. Hyo-sung anxiously asks if his partner still can't trigger his main combat power. He confesses this is the first time he's ever faced a situation where he can't use his abilities. The captain thinks back to the enemy shooter who packs the rare ability to lock down creation magic. He knows very well he's dealing with a dangerous user of spiritual sealing techniques. All matter and energy in the physical world run on fundamental laws that govern the surrounding universe. The core of creation magic is all about understanding and reconstructing those complex laws of nature. If the energy calculations are even slightly off, any attempt to cast a spell is going to completely bomb. Some opponents manage to warp the surrounding energy to completely shut down other people's magic. The blue-haired swordsman warns Raphael not to drop his guard during this deathmatch. He reminds him that in hunter showdowns, even the smallest mistake can flip the whole fight. The shooter pulls himself together fast and agrees he needs to stay totally dialed in to win this. Both mercenaries advance cautiously down the dark stairs, looking for their targets in the area. The enemy duo realizes the runaways split up and decided to look for cover in the underground passageway. Raphael decides to keep chasing the creation user to keep him locked under his technique's effect. Meanwhile, down underground, Ryu Hyo-sung catches his breath and preps for the next round coming his way. The dangerous blue-haired swordsman pops out of the shadows to take on the young hammered user. Far away from there, the shooter sprints at top speed through the dark hallways of that massive underground setup. Raphael gets pissed at his boss's lack of trust and wants to prove he's way more than just a one-trick sealer. He analyzes the complex layout of that underground maze to corner his opponent for good. The shooter notices the enemy is trying to use the local layout to throw off the accuracy of his shots. But he doesn't stress about it and fires off a burst of magic shots around the long hallway's curves. The projectiles curve in an awesome way, hugging the walls to track down the fleeing target. The villain doubts that this seemingly low-class opponent could pose any real threat. He taunts the captain, daring him to try surviving his shots without using creation magic. To the villain's surprise, his own shot loops back around and nails him dead in the leg in the tunnel. The shooter drops to his knees on the damp ground, completely unable to figure out how his own attack just hurt him. He asks himself in desperation why his bullets are coming straight back at him. Looking up ahead, he gets terrified seeing dozens of projectiles floating in the hallway's air. The projectiles start spinning in a threatening way, all pointing straight at the cornered shooter. The captain watches his opponent with a cold, ruthless stare, signaling the fight is already over. A torrential rain of gunfire hits the mercenary, setting off a massive dust explosion on the spot. A big stone wall shoots up through the dust to shield the villain from that devastating attack. Raphael pants, confessing he only survived because he had the barrier creation page open. He can't wrap his head around how the enemy managed to pull off powers under his energy sealing zone. The shooter figures out the captain managed to crack the distorted energy flow in record time. He realizes with a fright that the enemy completely wrapped his head around the math formula behind his projectiles. Raphael is totally baffled, unable to understand how he got outplayed so easily in this fight. He watches in a panic as the floating projectiles glow intensely in a reddish hue down the hallway. Suddenly, the shooter starts remembering an important warning he got back in the day. He recalls the chat where he was told to watch his step around Korea's builders. The mafia boss explained there was an insanely skilled and legendary builder in that country. The leader warned that this elite hunter's grasp of formulas hit the absolute ceiling. The villain screams in pain as he realizes way too late that his sealing technique was totally useless. Hang snaps his green wire shut in a solemn move, while his defeated opponent crashes to the floor. The captain walks casually down the hallway, remarking it's been a hot minute since he fought someone strong. Meanwhile, Ru Hafong roams around panting and exhausted through the mazes of that underground setup. The hammer hunter is furious that he can't find the blue-haired swordsman in the dark tunnel. Suddenly, the dangerous enemy drops down from above, landing a fast hit with his glowing sword. Hyozong blocks the rush with his combat hammer, but complains about the heavy pressure of the attack. The blue-haired swordsman gets blindsided by a violent counterattack that smashes the floor all around him. The blue-haired opponent backs off, annoyed, and bitches about the young hunter's hit and run tactics. The villain quickly figures out all that physical toughness was just a stall strategy. He realizes the kid was sacrificing himself to buy his captain time to make a move in the fight. The swordsman whips up a powerful blue energy blade to deliver a one-shot fatal blow. A massive impact rocks the underground tunnel, wrecking the ceiling and kicking up a ton of dust. The attacker himself is stunned to see his devastating hit didn't pull off the effect he wanted. The sheer force of the impact smashes the floor and clears a path straight up to the surface. Captain Hang checks out the downed enemy and says, surprised, that the guy somehow managed to survive. The captain shouts out props for Hyosong's quick reflexes in using his spirit weapons to cushion the fall. He calmly asks if that technique was all the swordsman had to bring to the fight. The blue-haired villain boils with hatred at getting looked down on like that by the agency captain. The mercenary spits blood on the ground and tries to scrape together his last bit of strength to fire back a comment. Hyen thinks back to his master's words about the importance of trusting your partners. The swordsman goes wide-eyed in confusion as he feels a sudden, deadly bullet impact right in his forehead. The captain holds the smoking gun, revealing he used the shooter's own technique right back on the swordsman. He states that he trusts his team completely as the gunshot echoes across the whole area. The red-haired director shows up hauling the beaten, bearded leader and gives props to her teammates' accuracy. Hyung and the young hunter stare at the boss in confusion, having no clue what she plans to pull off next. She casually asks if any of them have a translation app on their phones. The bearded prisoner grumbles in sheer anger while staying locked down by the young hunter. The young rookie wonders where the other mafia cronies who fought the group ran off to. The captain explains the difference between normal summoners and those who pull off the reverse ritual. He breaks down how these rare warriors use their mystic weapons to seal away opponents' souls. The old man drops a provocative warning that if they kill him, all the trapped souls are going to get unleashed on the pier. He reveals he's got a bunch of souls belonging to both allies and enemies locked away right inside his own body. The prisoner grins, saying their buddies have probably already been wiped out in the soul world. He threatens that taking him out will unleash an endless horde of monsters and criminals right here. With pure arrogance, the mafia boss challenges the hunters to try taking his life at that port. Out of nowhere, the villain's cynical laugh cuts out when he notices weird magic movement happening all around him. Two strong allies in ripped suits pop up, exhausted, stepping out of a magic rift ripping open in the air. Hyoseong cheers happily seeing his vets again after they just made it back safe and sound. The veteran holds out his hand, proudly showing off the prized mystic artifact that had been heisted. Claudio is horrified to see the federal agents actually pulled off getting their precious item back. He panics as he looks over the massive pile of mercenaries taken down by the hunter duo. The agents walk up to Claudio, sarcastically reminding him of the smack talk he was running earlier. The vets stare down the prisoner with stone, cold glares and ask if he really had the nerve to challenge them. The two veterans look at each other, relieved to have finished their grueling mission in the soul realm. The agency's medical team rushes to the scene carrying first aid kits. The two nurses' eyes go wide in shock at the violent scene unfolding right before them. The enraged hunters beat the prisoner to a pulp in retaliation for all his crimes. The director watches the punishment with amusement, while the captain tries to calm his subordinates down. The medical staff begins treating the wounded. The containment barrier is set up on the street. The hunters take a quick breather, and the veteran happily expresses his gratitude for his former master's teachings. The captain gives a shy smile, saying he only acted as their senior for a brief period. The young director observes the conversation in silence. Wearing a thoughtful, melancholic expression at the port, she asks him about Ji Shin Bak and whether his daughter, So Hyun, has been recovering well lately. The captain sadly reveals there's little chance young So Han will ever wake up from her terrible coma. For the first time, the director confesses that she also lost her beloved daughter in the distant past. She explains the accident happened when she was 20, leaving the veteran confused about her real age. The red-haired woman reflects on life, saying that being able to smile again after such grief is already a miracle. She consoles her friends, stating that joy always returns, just like the sun rising after the night. Deeply moved by her advice, the captain starts reflecting on his own journey. He tells himself he has no time to fall into despair in the face of all these new challenges. The director notices the young man's resolve, just as the other veterans walk over to talk. The warrior suddenly announces that he and his partner have to leave immediately for another mission. Jin Yeshin reveals that a dangerous S-rank gate has appeared in Mapo Gu, requiring urgent reinforcements. His partner grumbles about how brutal it is to send freshly wounded hunters straight back into battle. The director takes charge of the port, while the rookie asks what that artifact is actually used for. The veteran jokes with the captain before heading out toward the new, dangerous rescue mission. The captain explains that the second rescue squad and several veteran hunters have already been deployed there. The director turns serious, realizing how dire the situation must be if they're calling in exhausted hunters. He also finds the lack of police at the port strange, guessing that something even worse is going on. The captain's worried look suggests that a major disaster is about to shake the entire city. The director tries to ease the tension, assuring him that the deployed team is extremely strong and dependable. He agrees, adding that their first priority is returning the recovered artifact safely back to base. In a mysterious location, a blonde woman receives word that her men were wiped out at the docks. Her red-haired companion gets pissed upon learning the mercenary squad failed their most important mission. He says they're out of options now, just as a car speeds through the city's dark streets. Breaking news warns of the imminent collapse of an S-rank gate near Hongdae. Inside the car, the hunters read the news and realize this is no ordinary rift. The director stares out the window anxiously, wondering if everyone will make it out alive. The captain holds onto his strong inner resolve, so he won't waver in the face of looming danger. The young woman whispers the legendary hunter's name while Ji Hyun keeps his eyes glued to the road. Police cruisers escort the prisoner convoy, while the wounded groan in exhaustion in the back. Trapped in the squad car, the disfigured villain mocks the authorities, claiming his syndicate won't go down like this. The old man flashes a sinister grin, laughing as he warns them that their supreme leader is already on his way. His red-haired partner is surprised, asking if the boss is actually coming to handle things in person. With glowing, imposing eyes, the master shockingly reveals he never said he was staying out of it. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of fire rains down from the sky, obliterating the road and the cars behind them. The three hunters leading the convoy widen their eyes as a massive heat wave washes over the highway. The cruiser right behind them flips over and explodes violently on the asphalt, engulfed in massive flames. The mysterious mob boss mutters an old saying about money and power as he looks over the trail of destruction. Federico Altamare emerges from the fire, declaring that everyone shuts up when Gold starts talking. Captain Che-ji, Hyung nervously readies his grimoire, sensing the intruder's terrifying aura. The villain blocks the entire highway, flanked by a massive, destructive ring of magical fire. The red-haired director steps forward and asks her comrades if they've ever fought a returnee before. The captain notes that returnees usually fall under the jurisdiction of the government's special task force. The director sternly warns them that they must stay calm and proceed with absolute caution against this intruder. He summons an army of deformed undead that surge hungrily toward the hunters. The red-haired girl panics at the sight of the massive monster horde and yells tensely to her comrades. She quickly focuses, gathering a massive amount of electrical energy into her fists. The director unleashes a devastating punch, electrocuting and wiping out several creatures at once in the street. But she realizes with irritation that the horde summoned by her opponent seems endless. The trio splits up, engaging in a frantic fight against the horde to protect the group's rear. Looking at the enemies up close, the experienced warrior notices a disturbing detail about these creatures. He realizes in horror that these monsters are the very ones that were sealed inside the prisoner's soul. The hunter nervously concludes that their mysterious foe is using an advanced necromancy technique. Federico appears behind the captain like a ghost, smugly asking for the item's location. The captain's eyes widen in panic as he feels that overwhelming, murderous presence right behind him. A massive shadowy creature looms over the young man, making him feel like his end is near. In the blink of an eye, the red-haired director leaps through the air and lands a powerful kick to knock the attacker away. The two quickly fall into formation side by side, ready to face this terrifying threat together. With a swift gesture, the captain activates his construction magic and orders the enemy to be launched. A massive shockwave blasts Federico into the air, with the hunters leaping right after him. The intruder's body plummets from the bridge, slamming violently into the dark river below. The director orders her allies to handle the undead, while she decides to hunt down the intruder herself. The warrior anxiously asks if the captain managed to spot any weakness in their terrifying opponent, but the red-haired girl is stunned to see the enemy rise from the water with massive scarlet wings on his back. The villain hovers in the sky like a true winged demon, putting his absurd power on full display. He unleashes his terrifying magical aura, putting the three defenders on high alert on the bridge. The monster fires devastating beams of red energy that tear through the sky toward the warriors. The violent fire attacks slice through the bridge's metal frame, triggering massive explosions across the roadway. Gigantic columns of fire erupt from the ground, turning the entire highway into a chaotic wasteland. The veteran screams in despair, shouting that this level of destruction exceeds even S-rank hunters. Sweating bullets, he admits that this battle urgently calls for the help of multiple elite hunters. The warrior tries calling out to his boss, but the brave red-haired girl is already charging the demon all on her own. The villain analyzes her rare abilities and asks in surprise if she possesses a dual core. She coldly snaps back, telling him she's under no obligation to answer an enemy's questions. The winged demon charges at high speed, launching a violent aerial assault on the director. Her two allies watch the dogfight unfold, while continuing to hold the ground against the endless horde. The hunter dodges skillfully, but the villain complains about her insolence during their clash. The demon smirks disdainfully, pulling off an acrobatic maneuver to flip upside down in midair. The girl unleashes a powerful electric discharge, only to watch in shock as the enemy completely nullifies her attack. The demon's terrifying face appears right before her, proving his speed is on an entirely different level. He delivers a brutal strike, sending the young director crashing straight into the asphalt. The deafening impact shows just how much raw physical strength is packed into that winged body. He hovers victoriously in the air, surrounded by a bloody mist of energy that fuels his power. The red-haired director recovers quickly from the blow, keeping her fierce, focused gaze locked on him. Intrigued by her rapid regeneration, the villain asks if she's trying to run away. The intruder brags arrogantly, pretentiously claiming he spared her life purely out of kindness, though Demon explains that his only real goal is to steal the valuable item the agency captain is carrying. He proposes a cowardly deal, promising to spare everyone's lives if they just hand over the artifact. But the fearless redhead rejects the deal, charging forward and shouting she doesn't believe a single word he says. Down below, it suddenly clicks for the warrior, and he yells out that their enemy is actually a real vampire. He lists off the opponent's bat, like powers and regeneration, while the captain asks what his weakness is. The captain recalls the legendary weakness, concluding that sunlight might be the key to defeating him. It all makes sense now, and the captain realizes why the villain only chose to strike after nightfall. The veteran asks the captain for cover, so he can execute a new plan to bring down the winged beast. Hein says he'll draft a new construction formula on the spot to take down the vampire. His comrade thinks it's pure madness to invent a complex construction technique in the middle of a deadly fight. The captain ignores the doubts and pours all his focus into creating the light formula inside his grimoire. Up above, the mighty vampire smirks mockingly, watching the defenders scheme amidst the chaos. The warrior fights desperately to keep the monsters back, while his partner finishes the incantation. He realizes that standard physical attacks and basic magic are enough to hold off the undead horde. The winged villain easily dodges and complains about the young director's annoying persistence in the air. The vampire admits that even though he's far superior, the girl's lightning armor is making things tricky. The electrical charge radiating from her body causes paralysis that slows his movements down. The intruder realizes that even his powerful blood magic is useless against her electricity, but the red-winged villain maliciously predicts that a drawn-out fight will end up killing her anyway. The elite hunter starts feeling the crushing fatigue of keeping that powerful lightning armor active. The enemy mocks her, claiming she'll die of exhaustion if she keeps pushing herself this hard. The director knows that fusing these techniques drains an absurd amount of physical and mental energy. The internal clash between the two power sources wears her body down much faster than usual. On a strict 1-minute limit, she silently begs her allies to hurry up. To protect her team, she screams at the top of her lungs, ordering them both to run away immediately. The hunter locks in with fierce determination, remembering that protecting the mystical item is their top priority. The captain asks how long she can hold out, while pouring all his strength into the spell. The suited young man calculates the time needed and guarantees he can finish the spell within 1 minute. The red-haired woman unleashes an overwhelming barrage of lightning strikes to keep the dangerous vampire busy. Out of breath, the girl narrowly dodges another violent blast of red flames in midair. A massive blast of magical energy lights up the sky, echoing with a violent boom across the highway. She uses the last of her fast reflexes to dodge the fairy debris raining down from the blast. The monster emerges unscathed through the thick smoke, his red eyes glowing menacingly. The young woman's eyes widen in utter shock, when she sees her attack. Didn't leave a single scratch. The demon strikes with ruthless claws, tearing across the hunter's chest and spilling blood on the road. Her allies on the ground feel the devastating impact of the blow their leader took and fear the worst. Her vision blurring and badly wounded, the director begins to plummet slowly toward the asphalt. The vampire lands softly on the bridge, admiring the trail of destruction his power has left behind. Wiping the blood from his lips, he mutters in boredom that he's wasted way too much time playing with them. The intruder strides imposing toward the captain, determined to take the artifact from his hands at all costs. The villain's sadistic glare makes it clear he won't hesitate to slaughter anyone who stands in his way. The fearless veteran hunter steps in front of his captain, blocking the monster's path. The warrior grits his teeth in rage, realizing he'll have to face this supreme master all by himself. The villain ignores the taunts, while in the background, the wounded director struggles to breathe on the cold ground. Weakly, she's relieved that her energy core is still intact, allowing her wounds to heal. The young hunter gathers all her willpower, telling herself she has to survive no matter what. Her mind drifts back in time, bringing up the painful memory of her precious daughter's lifeless body. She bitterly recalls how her daughter was such a gentle, healthy girl who never got into trouble. The terrible accident happened simply because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time that day. Cruel fate stole her daughter's life suddenly and mercilessly in the middle of that street. Back then, the young mother couldn't accept that a life could be discarded so unfairly, but her long career as a hunter had already taught her about the harsh truths of the world. She learned that fate is a ruthless, irrational force that you simply cannot fight against. The girl decided to stay with the agency, 'cause giving up on everything felt completely pointless. She resolved to keep moving forward until the gears of fate finally came for her too. The elite hunter lived coldly on autopilot, operating merely as another cog in the agency's machine. Right around the time her late daughter's face was beginning to fade from her memory, she looked in the mirror and was completely shocked to see she had regained her youthful appearance. A doctor explained that this was a rare phenomenon known as complete body transformation. This process happens to warriors who reach the absolute peak of their techniques, returning them to their physical prime. At first, she didn't care about the change, but something even more astonishing happened afterward. The director was stunned to realize her youthful face was identical to her beloved daughter's. With tears streaming down her face, the hunter apologized, whispering the name Yi-un. She wept uncontrollably, apologizing for ever trying to forget her little girl's face. Empowered by her grief, she resolved to grow stronger, swearing to never let her daughter die again. Federico screams in utter shock as he gets sliced clean in half by the Red A-Head's devastating surprise attack. The two comrades on the ground watch in awe at that absurd display of raw power in midair. The warrior lets out a deafening battle cry, gathering every ounce of his strength to stay in the fight. He throws a heavy punch, completely shattering the pieces of the vampire's regenerating body. The intruder flies into a rage at the relentless persistence of this woman who keeps getting in his way. He realizes too late that he severely underestimated just how fast the director can heal. The warrior roars fiercely, channeling all his spiritual energy to unleash even more strikes. At the same time, the red-haired girl lets out a war cry, unleashing an even more intense surge of electricity. The demon answers with a monstrous expression, charging blindly with fury toward his opponents. The powerful energies collide in the air, creating a massive explosion that shakes the entire bridge structure. The intruder's arm is violently severed, flying off during the intense clash of blows. The veteran grits his teeth as he gets grazed by the opponent's corrosive blood on the bridge. He calculates that only 30 seconds have passed and grows furious that he can't subdue them quickly. The warrior realizes with dread that he won't have enough strength to hold this monster back for long. He calls out desperately for the captain to finish casting the spell before he gets taken down. The captain gathers every thermal and light control formula to complete his complex spell. He tries combining all the equations into a single structure, but he realizes they just won't bond. The young man anxiously wonders if he made a math error or if the formula itself is flawed. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. To find the calm he needs to crack this major puzzle, the young man pours all his mental focus in. Seeking absolute concentration to solve the equation, he visualizes the spellstickle atomic structure aligning perfectly in his mind. He finds himself in a completely serene, flat mental plane, discovering the answer he was searching for. The captain's eyes widen as he unlocks the final key to fusing every element of the formula. He finally activates the spell, unleashing a brilliant, colorful glow just as his partner takes a hit. The winged monster looks back in confusion as he's bathed in that intense, mysterious, colorful light. The wounded director watches in relief as the captain proudly announces he has cracked the technique. The captain explains that the only sunlight capable of burning the monster, which doesn't exist in regular light, is UV. He fires a massive beam of ultraviolet rays that hits the terrifying vampire dead on. The blinding light engulfs the entire highway, temporarily blinding everyone present. The monster's confident smirk suggests he still has a terrifying trick up his sleeve against this attack. To everyone's horror, the vampire morphs into a tentacled beast without suffering a single burn. The veteran trembles in panic, seeing that the captain's secret weapon didn't deal the damage they expected. The demon mocks the hunters, flashing a macabre grin since he isn't burning under that bright light. With a swift strike, he uses his new claws to easily fling both defenders away. The captain freezes in sheer panic as he realizes the catastrophic miscalculation in his plan. The monster casually strolls up to the defeated captain, disdainfully commenting on human foolishness. He acknowledges that very few hunters would ever have the skill to conjure ultraviolet rays like that. The villain mocks the scientific logic the captain to apply to beat vampire lore. He explains that it's the mystical concept of sunlight that kills vampires, not some mere scientific element. He coldly states that there are no rules or physical laws governing his divine race's biology. The master concludes that the true power of a returnee lies entirely in the realm of fantasy and magic. The vampire looks at the fallen heroes, remarking that it is a shame to see such talented young men die here. Rising his sharp claws, he warns that the boy was simply unlucky enough to cross paths with a disaster. The captain lowers his head in exhaustion, accepting the lethal blow rapidly approaching him on the bridge. An old memory of Ji Shinbak comes to his mind, speaking about the inevitable accidents of fate. The captain wonders if losses happen purely out of bad luck and remembers the need for strong hunters. Fragments of joyful memories with his beloved teammates flash in pieces across his mind. He relives the painful scene at the hospital, with family members crying around the bed of Ji So-hyun, who is in a coma. The sight of young So-hyun asleep with no sign of waking up deeply shakes the suited young man. The desperate weeping of his loved ones fills his chest with immense anguish. In his private thoughts, the captain rebels against the injustice and cruelty of the world around him. Pitch black darkness seems to consume his final thoughts as death draws near on the bridge. But suddenly, the mysterious artifact he was protecting begins to shine brightly in the middle of the void. His eye reflects the immense hidden power of that sacred item, sparking a sudden glimmer of hope in battle. Federico's attack slams into a multicolored barrier of light that erupts, repelling the winged villain. The demon staggers back, completely baffled at being thrown back so violently all of a sudden. To his horror, he realizes the source of that impassable barrier is the hunter's precious artifact. In a flashback at headquarters, The henchman asks Matteo what exactly the valuable stolen artifact is. Matteo grins greedily, explaining that the item is the greatest magic power amplifier in the world. He reveals that if someone manages to use it, their magical abilities will reach a godlike level on Earth. The small device channels an endless flow of energy, merely waiting for the right trigger to awaken. A colossal blast of pink and white light expands, engulfing the pier and illuminating the skies of the entire city. The young captain's eyes glow intensely as he forms a deep connection with the core of the artifact. He sees flashes of the daily lives of ordinary people who rely on the agency's work to survive. The young man sees news reports of tragedies and innocent citizens fleeing in panic from rampaging monsters. The weight of all the pain and suffering of the people he could not save echoes painfully in his mind. He channels that immense anguish and resolve into his fist, turning his pain into raw magical power. The supreme master vampires recoils, trembling in dread as he senses the overwhelming pressure radiating from the youth. The red-haired villain had warned that if the device were activated properly, something truly unprecedented would happen. The resulting power would be so massive that not even an S-rank classification could measure it. Federico's eyes widen and his teeth grit in terror as he gazes upon the terrifying threat standing before him on the bridge. The suited young man now firmly grips a perfect miniature of a blazing sun glowing at his fingertips. The vampire calculates that nuclear fusion requires millions of degrees and despairs at the energy level before him. He knows all too well that controlling such an immense amount of heat is impossible even for elite hunters. The small, scalding miniature star slowly begins to rise from his hand, banishing all the darkness of the night. In sheer panic, the monster beats his wings, trying to retreat and escape that colossal, destructive source of pure heat. The artificial sunlight bursts forth at full force, washing over the pier in an unbearable golden glare. The demon screams in agony as the extreme heat ruthlessly begins to melt and scorch his skin. A colossal golden dome shines over the metal bridge, creating a sphere of pure solar energy across the area. All the darkness of the night is temporarily erased, turning the sky into the brightest, clearest day. The supreme vampire's body begins turning to ash, disintegrating under the power of true sunlight. He cries out his final laments, powerless as against the ultimate weakness of his divine race on that bridge. The demon's silhouette completely dissolves into thousands of glowing particles, vanishing into the night wind. Not a single trace of the winged invader remains, aside from the ashes swept away by the highway's strong breeze. Cheiji, Hyung drops to his knees on the asphalt, entirely drained both physically and mentally after the monumental effort. Panting and soaked in sweat, the captain finally sighs in relief, seeing that he managed to protect everyone there. He silently remembers the name of his great spiritual mentor and feels he has fulfilled his duty with honor. The young man slowly opens his eyes, watching the calm that has finally returned to that ruined highway. Sometime later, Hyung and the Red Director get back into the vehicle, sharing a thoughtful silence during the drive. The captain keeps a firm grip on the steering wheel, politely responding to his superior's remarks. She playfully complains, teasing that the young man in the suit does not have an ounce of charm in him. The director keeps giving him a hard time, saying he picks things up fast, but always walks around with a scowl. She laughs, recalling that he used to smile a lot more back when he first started dating. The redhead gives a sweet smile, mentioning how happy it makes her to see fresh signs of affection. The captain is puzzled by her comment and asks what exactly those signs are supposed to be. She explains that they are proof the day will come when everyone can smile with genuine happiness. He reflects on her inspiring words as he keeps his focus on driving down the highway. The director cheerfully tells him that he needs to keep showing those signs of happiness going forward. The rescue team gathers around the critically injured director, desperately trying to stop the heavy bleeding on the road. The seasoned warrior weeps in frustration, lamenting that he lacks the medical skills to heal his boss. He admits with sorrow that even a top-tier healer would struggle, since her mana core was struck. The warrior tries to comfort the captain, telling him not to blame himself for that terrible tragedy on the bridge. He urges the young man to accept their group simply crossed paths with an unavoidable disaster. A freezing wind blows through a silence, and sorrow hang over the devastated highway. The captain asks his comrade to watch over their boss and announces that he is heading straight for Mappo. Go. He walks forward with determination, knowing he must aid their other allies at the S-rank gate that just opened. Shortly after, Hyang arrives at the hospital's medical ward alongside a bespectacled agency assistant. He finds young Ryuhyo-sang covered in bandages and discovers that the medical staff is completely overwhelmed. She explains that many of the wounded are going untreated, just as the rookie wakes up and recognizes his captain. The messy-haired youth starts crying in shame, apologizing for failing during the battle. Traumatized, he recounts watching many comrades die before his eyes without being able to do a thing to save them. Sobbing, the rookie confesses that he no longer has the mental fortitude to go on as a hunter. The captain reacts with chilling detachment, bluntly telling him to quit being a hunter for good. The rookie's eyes widen, unable to believe the harsh, ruthless response he just received. He states sternly that watching people die in battle should never break a true hunter. He adds that if the boy does not have an iron will, he should pack his bags and leave immediately. He coldly warns that things will only get worse from here on out, and walks toward the exit with the assistant. The bespectacled assistant begins detailing the horrors of the S-rank gate that appeared in Hongdae. The captain walks in absolute silence, his face heavy and clouded with concern. His focused gaze shows that he is ready to face any danger to contain the gate. She reports that a strike team of 24 elite hunters began raiding the rift yesterday afternoon. The assistant grimly reveals that the entire strike squad was wiped out in less than an hour. Hyang listens to the tragic news with his head lowered, taking in the full gravity of the situation. He fondly remembers the light-hearted moments he shared with his colleagues back at the office. The legendary Ji Shin Bak had asked everyone with a warm smile to stay safe out there. The captain marches toward the gate, remembering that every other containment effort has ended in failure. She confirms with dread that a full-blown dungeon break has occurred in the city. Under normal circumstances, a gate serves merely as a stable passage linking the dungeon to the human realm. But during a break, the rift sucks in surrounding matter like a black hole, unleashing hordes of monsters onto Earth. The impact causes catastrophic destruction, turning crowded streets into a literal scene from hell. She warns that these new monsters possess the terrifying ability to multiply through cellular division. The captain concludes that these regenerators creature can be brought down through conventional combat methods. Determined, the suited young man takes off his coat and announces that he is joining the lethal fray immediately. Suddenly, a blue hologram appears, flashing an emergency alert before the captain's eyes. The message urgently summons all high-ranking hunters to the mystical Judgment Hall. This secure facility is an arcane chamber that safeguards secrets and connects every branch of the security agency. Through it, the summoned defenders can instantly teleport straight to the epicenter of the gate. Jae-hyang steps into the massive council hall, which resembles a giant colosseum for federal debates. Branch chiefs from other sectors shout in anger at having a meeting at such a critical moment for the city. Field Director An Tae-wan weeps in panic, begging for a swift strategy to deal with the break. The Director General thanks everyone for answering the summons and asks for their focus, so they can decide on immediate action. The Director drops a bombshell, revealing that the meeting is not meant for debate. as the plan has already been finalized. He explains that the Intelligence Analysis Division ran countless, complex calculations before making the call. Zhang Zhan, Wu bangs on the railing anxiously, demanding to know what this secret plan of attack is right away. The director announces that the operation requires gathering every single rank hunter and above at the site. The proposal is simply to level every city block within a 400-meter radius. The hunters freeze in shock upon hearing the sheer madness of such an extreme scorched earth measure. An Tae-hwan and the other directors tremble in horror at the horrific aftermath such a decision will bring. Ji Shin-baek listens to everything in dead silence, fully understanding the massive human tragedy it will cause. He realizes that by approving this plan, they will go down as the greatest executioners in the city's history. The official record of that day details the ruthless plan laid out by the agency's own Director General. A tense, grave silence over the entire arena as the defenders process those brutal words. The moment the announcement ends, the collective shock erupts into a wave of outrage across the room. The mystical judgment hall instantly devolves into a scene of screaming and utter chaos. Most of those federal agents fight for a strong sense of justice and refuse to accept such a sacrifice. The heroes yell in fury, refusing to endorse a massacre in the name of some supposed greater good. Director Yoon Gwang-hyun lashes out, demanding accountability from an agency meant to protect human lives. He pleads for more time, claiming reinforcements are on their way, but Jung coldly cuts him off. The analyst bluntly reveals that the success rate of a standard containment operation is a mere 1%. She explains that even if they win, losing so many low-rank hunters will trigger more dungeon breaks across the country. The veteran suggests deploying the military, but Jung counters that regular soldiers have their limits too. The leaders continue their heated argument, unable to reach an agreement over the lives hanging in the balance. Yoon Gwang-hyun warns that setting a precedent of human sacrifice will doom future generations to repeat the same mistake. Faced with the absurd national directive, several outraged hunters declare they would rather resign on the spot. He storms off in anger while the tension and moral arguments continue to tear the assembly apart. Deputy Director Yu Do-hyun states in anguish that the final order came from the top, and the military will be mobilized regardless. They realize in horror that the military's weapons will be turned on their own innocent citizens. The deputy director cries in frustration, lamenting that the agency will have to bear the terrible consequences. Time is running out fast, and the desperate need for immediate action leaves no room for further moral debate. While they argue in the Colosseum, the beasts continue to multiply rapidly in the outside world. With no viable alternatives in sight, many heroes fall into a crushing, defeated silence. Ignoring the hunters' protests, the Director General begins chanting the commands to initiate the spell. Right at that moment of despair, a commanding voice rings through the chamber, voicing an objection to the madness. Everyone in the assembly turns in astonishment toward the hunter who dared to cut off the director. The Director General stops his recitation with a stern look, demanding to know the man's objection. Ji Shin-baek stands firm on the balcony, representing the gangbuk security branch. The bearded veteran recognizes the young man and wonders what the young constructor is planning to do. The blue-haired analyst recalls he always comes up with brilliant solutions on S-rank rescue missions. The bespectacled deputy director is filled with hope, wondering if another combat alternative might actually exist. Young Ji Hang watches his master, desperately praying that he brings forth a peaceful resolution. Jaishin-bak firmly insists that there is indeed another way to save the city from the gate. He activates a massive pink containment circle and shocks everyone by announcing he will handle the job alone. All at once, a sealing spell prevents every hunter in the Colosseum from moving or speaking. He calmly walks toward the exit, ignoring the desperate shouts of the leaders trapped by the spell. The constructor presses forward, lost in deep thought over the sacrifice he is about to make. He looks back on all the losses and the faces of the loved ones he met along his journey of battles. The tearful face of his daughter, So-hyun, and the smiles of his friends give him the strength he needs to act. The young captain feels he never committed mistakes grave enough to warrant losing so many people close to him. His eyes overflow with deep sorrow mixed with an unyielding resolve to change their fate. He tosses his official badge to the floor, declaring aloud that he is stepping down as a federal hunter. He states that the agency will not need to sacrifice its honor, as he will shoulder all the blame alone from here on. He walks right through the council room doors, completely tuning out the furious shouts of the council leaders. The doors slam shut, drowning out the noise of the arguments and angry protests inside. Everyone present in that room was a legendary S-rank hunter or wielded destructive power equal to that class. The fact that every single one of them was paralyzed by an ordinary B-rank hunter was completely unprecedented. Jae-hyung dismisses the option of broadcasting an alert to the surrounding areas, focusing entirely on his new combat resolve. No one had caught on to his plan beforehand, due to the massive spatial distortion shielding the Judgment Hall. However, a young hunter who arrived late to the emergency meeting spots the captain walking down the corridor. Hyo Seong happened to avoid the paralyzing seal and is stunned to see what his superior is up to. The blue-haired rookie yells, asking why the captain is walking away from such an important assembly. The captain is surprised by the boy's presence, but realizes his partner must have asked him to take his place. He demands answers upon learning that the captain intends to sacrifice himself alone to prevent the government's massacre. Jae-hyung responds coldly, stating that he is no longer their captain since he just resigned from the post. The rookie screams desperately after his leader, just as another mystical alert flashes in the hallway air. The notice orders the immediate evacuation of the Hongdae area, but the captain points out that they are already out of time. His eyes glow with ruthless determination as he tells the young man to make his final words brief. The rookie grits his teeth in anger and frustration at the cold, detached attitude of his great leader. Resolute, he summons his war hammer and boldly declares that he will not let him leave. The young man vows that he will not stand by and let a civilian sacrifice himself alone while committing a massacre in the city. Jae-hyung offers a faint, bittersweet smile, recognizing the courage and strong sense of justice in his subordinate. Colorful auras flare up, splitting the hallway in two as both prepare for a clash of ideals. The captain watches the rookie take his fighting stance, keeping his mind sharp for the grim task ahead. Massive concrete slabs rise around Jae-hyung, yet he remains completely motionless and calm. The rookie is taken aback by how effortlessly the captain shuts down his every move. Hyo-seong leaps forward, bringing his hammer down in a heavy strike, cloaked in blue energy. With a sharp glance, the captain unravels the mystical framework of the attack with ridiculous ease. The hammer crashes violently into the ground, kicking up debris, but completely misses its mark. The rookie loses his footing and stumbles, feeling the sheer exhaustion catching up with his battered body. The boy skids across the floor trying to recover, wondering in horror what kind of magic that even was. He looks around in confusion, questioning whether that dimensional barrier is an illusion or construction magic. Thousands of formula-covered pages blanket the area in a display of skill that surpasses the limits of humanity itself. He gazes up at the captain standing atop the sea of floating papers, unable to fathom the sheer scale of that power. The captain keeps his face in the shadows, an imposing and enigmatic pink glow gleaming in his eyes. Battered and bruised, he falls to his knees and admits to himself the overwhelming superiority of his master. Inside the Colosseum, the other elite hunters sense the massive's disturbance and scream in panic over being trapped. The bearded veteran searches for any allies who are free, and Do Hyun responds that he can transfer his memories. The two hunters press their foreheads together to carry out a rapid mystical data transfer across the room. Do Hyun is horrified upon receiving the memories of the tragedy, and the veteran demands he stay focused to handle the crisis. He barks in order for his partner to head straight for the Yahello branch to stop the horrific massacre. He refuses to accept the terms of the operation, declaring that he will never sign off on a slaughter of that scale. Jeong yells back in irritation, agreeing that opinions differ, but condemning the runaway captain's unilateral move. The veteran roars in fury against the idea of letting a single person shoulder the entire burden of that guilt. Out in the hall, the captain tells the boy to turn back, asking what good he could possibly do to help here. He adds coldly that the young man alone will not be able to change the outcome of this crisis either. The veteran grits his teeth in rage, marching with heavy, deliberate steps down the Colosseum stairs. Hyo-song weeps alone as his weakness sinks in, right as cries for help echo through the council room. The bearded veteran shouts from the balcony above, offering his powerful skill to back up the rogue captain. The other defenders bound by the spell chime in as well, offering their own techniques to aid in the fight. He holds out his hands, declaring that he has long-range magic perfectly suited to cover the young man's back. Backed by the entire agency, Hyo-seong stands tall before the portal of light, ready to fight alongside his master, Captain Che-ji. Hyung hears their pledges of loyalty and feels deep in his heart that he is finally not alone. Che-ji Hyung watches his opponent's determination closely, his eyes glowing. The violent impact of the battle shakes the entire surrounding structure as they clash. Hyo-song screams with all his might, asking what difference it makes if they fight together. He brings up a popular saying about how a burden becomes lighter when it is shared. The young man uses his hammer with fierce resolve to deflect every projectile flying his way. He moves nimbly through the air, blocking each attack as he pushes forward toward the captain. Hyung asks seriously what the rookie plans to do once he manages to stop him. The captain presses forward, demanding to know where the real alternative is to solve this situation. Hyo-seong is knocked backward, but he yells that a success rate of just 1% is enough. He declares with determination that even that slim chance means the possibility is not zero. The young man believes that with the captain's immense power, they can work everything out between them. He shouts in frustration, wanting to know what is truly making his leader so afraid. Hyung grinds his teeth, feeling the weight of his subordinate's painful, heartfelt words. The two hunters clash their attacks in a blast of energy that lights up the entire area. The sheer force of the impact creates a destructive shockwave, violently blasting them apart across the Colosseum. The captain grabs the rookie in a fury, demanding how he can be so sure it will work out. He reminds him that dungeons are like natural disasters, unpredictable and deadly to humans. Hyung questions how he dares gamble with the lives of tens of millions of innocent people like that. The captain delivers a massive blow, slamming the young man into the ground with extreme violence. Hyo-song plummets, smashing through several concrete structures as he crashes into the depths of the arena. Battered and lying on the ground, the young man mutters, struggling to understand the harsh words he just heard. The young man recalls a past conversation where he protested the absurd idea of splitting up. Hyung had patiently explained that the enemy using the blocking technique would come after him. Back then, Hyo-seong angrily asked if he was supposed to face the dangerous swordsman completely on his own. Captain reassured the rookie, telling him he just needed to hold out using his techniques. He promised to defeat the other opponent quickly, and then join his partner in battle. Hyung confessed with a confident look that he had never faced a blocking technique before. Even without prior experience, he swore he had total faith in his comrade's abilities. He told the young hunter to trust in his own strength and the resolve of his allies. The captain knew full well that the kid would be able to hold the line for as long as needed. Hyo-seong remembers that man with deep emotion. A man who had always shown such unwavering conviction. The captain's words of trust continued to echo loudly in the young rookie's mind. An even older memory resurfaces, showing a stern face marked by the scars of the past. The former leader, Ji Shinebak, appears beaten and exhausted in one of Jai Hyung's vivid memories. Jai Hyung remembers gripping his weapon, proudly declaring his faith in his team. The image of the city in flames brings back the memory of the man who taught the captain what true faith meant. Back in the present, the wounded captain quietly admits to himself that the kid might just be right. He reflects with a heavy heart, confessing to himself that he doesn't know who is truly in the right. The captain knows that in this cruel world, doing the right thing doesn't always lead to the desired outcome. He gazes up at the full moon in the night sky, his expression somber and lost in thought. A mystical beam of light shoots up into the sky, signaling the end of that painful clash. Jai Hyung watches from afar as a blazing trail of destruction consumes part of the sprawling metropolis. With a grim look on his face, he silently makes a vow to protect the future of those citizens. An old lesson says that the day will eventually come when everyone can smile again. That promise brings comfort to the hearts of survivors, reminding them that the sun will always rise in the morning. A massive glowing sphere emerges on the horizon, bringing hope amid the terrible ruins. The completely destroyed apartment buildings reveal the true scale of the tragedy that took place there. Following the devastating Legion incident, the city of Seoul was left bearing deep scars. As soon as things calmed down, Hunter Gaishin Bak surrendered the artifact and was taken into custody. With that, he completely lost the mysterious, destructive energy that came from that powerful relic. Because of the media blackout ordered during the trial, the other hunters were forbidden from revealing the truth. Just as he had originally planned, Hunter Gaishin Bak took the brunt of the public's hatred entirely on his own. Inside a lavish room, a group of executives authoritatively orders young Mateo to take a seat. The mysterious leader in the white suits. The meeting, demanding to know everything about the mystical artifact. The red-haired youth listens in silence, looking visibly tense and under immense pressure. Mateo bows and apologizes to the chairman, confessing that they unfortunately lost the artifact. The chairman laments their bad luck, saying it was impossible to foresee who the relic would choose. He adds that the shocking public reveal of the item's power has created serious complications. The gray-haired man complains, saying that government surveillance is about to get significantly tighter. Mateo snaps and yells at his colleague to shut up if he doesn't understand the gravity of what just happened. With a calm gesture, the influential leader raises his hand, immediately ordering both subordinates to be quiet. He says he doesn't blame the young man, knowing all too well that unexpected variables always get in the way. The mysterious man offers an enigmatic smile, suggesting that this might just be fate at work. He claims that instead of despairing in the face of fate, humans must carefully plan for the future. The leader explains that the share of state defenders will drop drastically, ushering in the great era of corporations. Mateo is stunned to realize that major private corporations are going to take over nearly the entire market. The chairman emphasizes that the current national system alone has proven incapable of controlling the gates. With the deregulation of the laws, power of private enterprises will grow to the point of dominating the industry. He points out the rise of massive conglomerates in Korea that could easily monopolize the local market. In light of this major shift, the leader reveals he has already prepared a new infiltration strategy. He intends to plant several high-ranking undercover operatives inside these promising corporations. Mateo asks if the whereabouts of the mystical artifact are tied to these powerful private companies. The boss denies it, saying the group's immediate priority is to gather enough strength to deal with the corporations. The young man points out that the Orofalena Mafia Syndicate is on the verge of collapsing after losing its leader. Matteo listens intently to his master's words, his gaze dead serious and completely focused. The chairman shows a photo of the former mafia boss, sent by a highly trusted informant. He shows the picture of the late boss Federico, finally confirming the villain's tragic end. The leader points out that the syndicate's warriors are far too valuable to simply be thrown away. He orders Matteo to recruit these powerful elite hunters to serve the group's grand design. The young man accepts the tough mission, covering his face as he feels the crushing weight of his new assignment. Matteo channels his blue magical energy and firmly promises that he will carry out the orders he was given. The organization's emblem glows on the wall as they dedicate themselves to fulfilling the will of heaven. The story jumps back to a few months before the trial that declared Shin Bake innocent of the charges. A younger Jae, Hyung, shows up wearing a white dress shirt and a black tie to visit his mentor. In the visitation room, the imprisoned former hero jokes that the young man looks just like a beggar. The young man replies sternly that he's in no mood for jokes and came strictly to talk business. Shin Bake asks warmly and with deep concern if his wife and the kids are doing well out there. Hyun confirms that the move went smoothly and that no one has figured out their new identities. He mentions that the hero's son is adjusting nicely to his new school without running into any issues. The young man shares that the hero's sister-in-law is also doing fine, looking after her daughter who is still in the hospital. Shin Bake breathes a sigh of relief and asks if the young man has any news about the other two teammates. Hyung reveals that both decided to resign from their public defender posts to go their own ways. He then shares that he has decided to take a teaching job at the preparatory academy for new warriors. The inmate is surprised and playfully tells the young man to lose his trademark grumpy face. The hero asks if the young man is quitting the front lines, but he explains he will only actively fight during the breaks. Shin Bake gently suggests that it might be better if the young man retired from combat altogether. Hyung explains that this recent crisis made him realize the urgent need to train truly strong defenders. He wants to raise warriors capable of taking on both absurd regressors and the most vicious hordes. With a clenched fist and an unwavering gaze, he declares that this is the kind of hero he plans to forge. Shin Bake chuckles softly, saying he doesn't have the patience to be a teacher, but the young man fires back full of optimism. The school bus drives on while the young man dreams of raising warriors who know no fear. Hyun reflects on his desire to become the strongest hunter of all to protect the city. He looks at the scenery through the vehicle's window, wearing a calm expression, lost in thought. Dan grins from ear to ear, explaining that she simply couldn't stop things from turning out this way. The girl cheerfully explains that she couldn't prevent his sister from joining the journalism club. She excitedly explains that she told such fascinating stories that the girl ended up completely hooked. In a funny flashback, so Hyun happily agrees to do whatever it takes to save the club from total bankruptcy. Hyun recalls that the calm and skilled Seal Soo Bin also ended up joining the exact same activity group. The protagonist figures that with his white-haired classmate around, everything should run smoothly. So, Hyun finally wakes up from a deep nap on the bus, immediately catching her brother's attention. The girl says she was thinking deeply about their father, right as her friend starts teasing them. She sweetly shares that during her 10 years in a coma, she dreamed of traveling all over and making magical friends. The girl says that in her long dream, she used to punish villains and help people in need across the world. Dan listens intently as her friend explains how she felt upon waking up from her long journey. So, Hyan reveals with a tender look that she realized just how much real people were suffering in the real world. Her brother listens in silence as she declares that she has finally made a huge decision for her life. Her eyes shine with mystical energy as she promises to master her magic as fast as she can. The little girl truly wishes from the bottom of her heart to grow into a strong, incredible adult so she can protect everyone. Sung Hyan finds his sister's resolve adorable and warmly praises her beautiful goal in life. The protagonist looks back on an old, thought-provoking question about what kind of hunter he wanted to become. He admits to himself that the heavy question left him feeling even more confused about his future. The young man wonders what choice he would make if he were standing in the intimidating judgment chamber of the leaders. He admits he still doesn't know the answer, but finds comfort in seeing the people he cares about by his side. He feels at ease knowing he can take all the time he needs to discover his true calling. The bus continues along its peaceful route, while the young man decides to simply enjoy his current school routine. The scene shifts to a small, mysterious isolated island located near Songhan. The bearded villain smirks, declaring with satisfaction that everything they need for the plan has been gathered. The sinister group quietly prepares in the trees, firmly believing that all of this is the work of destiny. They plan to wait patiently on the island until their targets and special guests arrive on the scene. Back on the school bus, Sung Hyan stays focused on the lively chat with his adorable little sister. Mo-Dan chats happily with the girl about what it will be like to attend the same classes at the academy. The next day, the protagonist is hit with a harsh and exhausting reality inside the classroom. Midterm season officially begins, demanding intense effort and dedication from every single student. Sung Hyan realizes he won't have any free time to rest while tackling the grueling written exams. A beautiful, mysterious blonde girl quietly watches the academy's exams unfold. A few days pass, and the dreaded moment to reveal the midterm exam results finally arrives. Mo-Dan excitedly suggests they all reveal their test scores together after a quick 3-second countdown. The hero's sister and the clever Soo Bin readily agree to the challenge proposed by their hyper friend. Sung Hyan shows great reluctance, but his friend warns him with a smile that there is no backing out now. The young man protests in vain right as his sister kicks off the countdown loud and clear. The test papers are flipped over, revealing everyone's scores and performance within the group. Seongon Academy's strict grading system divides student scores into highly rigid tiers. Those who score too low face a serious risk of being held back or even expelled from the institution. The score chart displays Soo Bun's outstanding results alongside the decent marks of his peers. Mo-Dan closely inspects the paper and is surprised to notice that only So Hyan's written section is blank. The girl explains that she skipped the written test so she could focus entirely on her high school equivalency exam. She proudly shows off her middle school graduation certificate, drawing warm congratulations from everyone. However, So Hyan gets bummed out when she mentions that the teacher is already planning her upcoming high school exam. Soo Bin tries to cheer her up with a smile, while her brother celebrates the fact that she isn't at risk of expulsion. Sung Hyan shows a hint of worry as he realizes what the real, pressing issue at hand actually is. The young man knows his current average is only 4 points, and that he desperately needs to join the student council. His grumpy companion bluntly warns him that his plan to join the council is downright ridiculous. He reminds him that the student council is the ultimate authority in the academy and would never accept subpar grades. The young man explains that application dates are kept secret and could open right after exams. The scarred partner says he needs a top ranking on the exams, or he'll be in serious trouble at the school. Sung Hyan buries his face in his hands, utterly disappointed in himself for falling short after studying so hard. The white-haired classmate looks over the protagonist's grades and is shocked by his stellar score on the theory portion. Ben wonders aloud how someone who knew nothing about hunters 2 months ago managed to rank at the very top of the school. He reflects that many upperclassmen get expelled here, while the rookie narrowly avoided failing purely by luck. The white-haired youth stares at his friend dead in the eye, asking who he truly is deep down. His device lets out a sharp beep with an official academy notification, catching the boys off guard. The school notice informs them that only students with accumulated penalty points have received the summons. The holographic message orders all penalized students to report for mandatory community service. Sung Hyun is confused, claiming he doesn't recall receiving a single penalty point at school. His friend reminds him that both of them were heavily penalized by Master G. Hyung during their last mission on the ship. The protagonist grumbles about the strict system, while the girls tease him, telling him to pay better attention. The group discovers that the mandatory task assigned by the academy involves taking down dangerous monsters. The following day, a massive transport vessel awaits the students at the harbor to begin the activity. Aboard the ship, the upperclassmen welcome the newcomers, who just arrived to serve their punishment. The young man greets Senior Woojin without showing the slightest surprise at finding him on disciplinary duty. Woojin complains about the young man's sarcastic tone, while the protagonist watches him with a calm, suspicious gaze. An arrogant, pink-haired girl walks down the ship's corridor, giving off an aloof, unapproachable vibe. She grumbles irritably as she walks past the rookies, showing sheer contempt for their presence. Song Hyun asks if she was penalized too, but his friend explains that she is a member of the student council. The young man is stunned to learn that the wealthy Harris belongs to the very committee he is dying to join. The upperclassman bound in chains apathetically remarks that she has zero interest in the student council. The guy with glasses tells the rookies to go sit down already, instead of loitering in the middle of the hallway. They walk down looking for open seats when they spot other classmates sitting comfortably in the cabin. An excited student points to an empty seat and calls out warmly, inviting them to sit there. Protagonist walks right past with his head down, kicking himself for having already made a powerful enemy on the council. Sung Hyun knows that his low scores and disciplinary record make catching the committee's eye nearly impossible. He comforts himself with the thought that he can clear his penalty points if he delivers a stellar performance on the mission. The young man tries to stay positive and confident, reminding himself of how well he has managed to pull things off so far. He assures his classmate that this time won't be any different, but she doesn't seem very convinced by his words. Suddenly, he gets startled by how close she is and ends up screaming in terror right on the deck of the ship. The girl throws a fierce punch straight to the protagonist's face, angrily complaining that he scared the life out of her. Song Hyun gets knocked backward, feeling the crushing power behind his companion's sudden strike. After the chaos, the two start chatting calmly on the deck about the academy's harsh rules. The blonde girl points out that his father set some truly grueling conditions for him to meet. She reveals that teacher Jai Hyung has a big mouth and was the one who spilled the whole truth about the hero. Sung Hyun changes the subject and asks why the upperclassman covered in chains ended up getting punished as well. She answers casually, asking if the young man doesn't bother checking the school's open bulletin board. The senior turns around and realizes that he genuinely has no clue about the incredible feats she has accomplished. The protagonist stays quiet, carefully observing the mysterious ways of his new classmate. The young woman says she doesn't care about the forum rumors, knowing that only fools believe everything they read. Sung Hyun remembers the first time he saw her fighting with sheer determination and showing immense courage. Surrounded by blue sparks, he genuinely tells her that he has always considered her a really good person. The girl's eyes go wide, completely taken aback by the young man's sudden compliment on the ship's deck. They remain standing side by side at the edge of the vessel, sharing a moment of quiet peace and reflection. Suddenly, his blue mana surges out of control, causing her chains to glow brilliantly. The strict teacher glares at the group with a stern look while the bespectacled student stays close by. Out of breath, the protagonist rushes in after running late, trying to take care of some unfinished business. The teacher barks in frustration, saying Sung Hyan slacked off too much after exams and ended up with terrible grades. The boy offers an exhausted apology, dreading the volunteer work he has to endure under this master's watch. The protagonist realizes the teacher truly despises him, though he isn't sure if it has something to do with his father. The instructor thanks everyone for coming and explains that their volunteer work involves hunting down monsters. He shows them a map of a neighboring island, where they are tasked with hunting creatures known as electric feeders. Song Hyan asks if they will be doing a standard raid, but the veteran explains that the island is actually an open field. The term refers to outdoor areas where dangerous dungeon breaks occurred, drastically altering the surrounding environment. These are zones where anomalous phenomena and monsters emerge, making the area uninhabitable and extremely hazardous. Ben questions whether ordinary students can handle hunting there, but the guy with glasses tells him not to worry. He explains that the strongest monsters stay in the center, so the students will only be dealing with weaker creatures. The young man adds that, for safety reasons, the school also hired professional hunters to serve as an escort. From across the cabin, one of the hired mercenaries spots the boy and calls out to him in a friendly tone. It turns out to be Lee Ju-yong, the gym owner, who jokingly asks what kind of trouble the kid got himself into this time. The protagonist is caught completely off guard and thrilled to run into his strong and dependable training partner. The teacher confirms that 4 elite hunters have been assigned to ensure the students' safety. Among them is the seasoned Yi Shin, sporting an eye patch and assuring everyone that the mission will be smooth sailing. Meanwhile, the quiet and mysterious island awaits the arrival of the noisy school delegation, hiding in the woods. Medio explains that their group's primary objective is to capture the queen of those creatures. His companions think he is repeating himself, but he insists that they tend to lose track of the mission. The villains begin bantering and joking among themselves, showing a completely relaxed and sadistic attitude. The girl in the group flashes a wicked grin, asking if they are truly free to do whatever they please. The school ship continues sailing, its passengers completely unaware of the deadly threat waiting for them on the shore. With a cold, ruthless gaze, Medio mercilessly orders them to eliminate anyone who crosses their path. Far from there, Young-so Hyan suddenly freezes, sensing a strange and powerful mystical vibration in her mind. In the middle of dinner with her friends, she goes completely stiff, drawing worried looks from the other girls. Her eyes glow intensely with the magic rune, once again as she tries to make sense of what is happening. Terrified, the little girl admits to her friends that she has a terrible, sinking feeling. Aboard the ship, the teacher remarks solemnly that it has been quite a while since they last worked together. The veteran hunter Yi Shin nods thoughtfully, a melancholic look crossing her face. The boy with glasses listens to the conversation in silence, lounging casually in the ship's cabin. The 4 supervisors gather around a table to go over the security details for the activity. She points out that their old elite group isn't actually complete, since one crucial member is missing. Shin asks her colleague what he has been doing with his life throughout all the time he was away. He explains that he worked hard as a construction laborer and a sports trainer thanks to his physical strength. With a smile, the man mentions he also did deliveries on a motorcycle, drawing amused laughter from his old comrade. Her eyes grow distant, and wistful as the heavy weight of old memories returns to her chest. She opens up, confessing that she simply couldn't bring herself to fight again after the terrible tragedy she went through. The young woman recalls with horror the moment she lost the right to return after failing before the demon. She spent a long time wandering aimlessly and hiding in the shadows, desperate to run from her overwhelming guilt. The warrior traveled far and wide, believing there had to be a better, safer path out there for her. She came to realize that ordinary people don't care about ranks or credentials. They just take life one day at a time. The young woman noticed that almost everyone simply does their basic job for the paycheck and enjoys their free time. Hardly anyone ever reflects on the true impact of their actions on society beyond their own bank balance. The protagonist quietly listens to his companion's deep thoughts while checking his phone. She admits that, without even realizing it, she ended up right back where she started, living the same life as a protector. Shin looks at the young man and bluntly asks if a warrior like her makes him sick. The boy gives a calm, sincere reply, showing complete respect for the veteran's life choices. She appreciates her young friend's kindness, just as orders to begin the operation echo throughout the entire ship. The boy thinks to himself that the true evil lies in the people who harm the world under the guise of justice. Captain Che-Jae, Hying stares at the horizon with a thoughtful, resolute look as the vessel pushes forward. On the island's shore, a small creature resembling a green spider comes creeping out from between the rocks. The tiny electric monster wanders casually across the sand, completely oblivious to the danger nearby. With a swift, pinpoint strike, the creature is crushed into the sand, leaving behind a mess on the ground. Sung Hyan lets out a tired sigh after landing the clean hit and begins collecting the magic stones. He knows these common, low-tier monsters rarely leave the island and are pretty easy to take down. Even so, the academy requires them to be cleared out, as these little pests feed on and disrupt electronic signals. The boy inspects the tiny magic stone in his palm, confirming everything he had read in his textbooks. A simply dressed man approaches timidly, asking if the young man is really an academy student. The stranger scratches his head awkwardly and asks the boy to hand over the small magic stones he just collected. Sung Hyan is taken aback by the stranger's audacity, wondering what could possibly be wrong with this guy. He turns down the request, explaining that he needs to prove his efforts to reduce his school penalties. The boy says he would rather keep the stones, but his ally Ju Yong suddenly steps in and rests a hand on his shoulder. To the protagonist's surprise, the sturdy veteran tells to just hand the stones over to the man without a fuss. The stranger expresses deep gratitude for the kind gesture and happily darts back into the trees. The boy protests, annoyed by the handout, but his friend assures him he completely understands his current rank. Ju Yong reassures the young man, explaining that the exact number of items isn't the main factor in their evaluation. He even promises to give the boy his own magic stones, as long as it doesn't hurt his grade. The hunter Hyan, Hugh approaches the pair and coldly explains that those men only work for daily wages. He remarks that this is the harsh, bleak reality of survival for bottom-tier hunters, lacking the strength to take on major dungeons. They survive solely on odd, temporary gigs. Too proud to switch to another line of work, they rely on these school-side jobs just to get by. He wraps up by noting that the rookie's generosity might even earn him good points with the school directors. The seasoned hunter waves a calm goodbye, telling the kid to make sure he graduates safely. The boy watches him leave in complete silence, reflecting on the warning not to end up like that. Ju Yong playfully shakes the bag of stones right in front of the kid, trying to cheer up the grumpy protagonist. Suddenly, an imposing detachment of elite corporate warriors strides purposefully down the island trail. The young man realizes they are all high-level fighters who must belong to a specialized extermination squad. Ju Young finds it bizarre to see the two biggest rival corporations working together on the very same island mission. The presence of members from these companies skyrocketed in the area following the recent covered inspections. The students watch the elite unit pass by, feeling the overwhelming gap in power between them. Sung Hyan watches them head into the deep forest with a thoughtful, slightly stunned expression. The young man reflects on the massive difference in treatment that comes down to a single rank level. He finds that reality a bit bitter, but Instructor Ju Young calls everyone together for the final briefing. The students gather on the gravel beach, ready to finish clearing the outer perimeter of the area. Supervisor Hyo Sung calls out, rallying everyone to finally head into the dense forest of the mysterious island. He warns that compasses and electronic devices will not work due to the strong magnetism emitted by the local monsters. The experienced man warns that a single slip, a lapse in focus, will cause them to easily get lost in the dense woods. He orders them to split into mixed teams with the hunters to clear their assigned sub-areas of the forest. The first strike team consists of leader Shimha, Jun, the protagonist Song Hyan, and his friend Purium. The second raid team is escorted by the veteran Ye Shin, alongside the sharp-witted Su Bin and Yujin. The third squad is led by the experienced Ju Yong, backed up by Wang Hyan, Su, and young Emily. The fourth squad moves out under the leadership of Hunter Hyan, Hu, accompanied by rookie Woojin and Shenmi Ju. The final group advances under the command of Captain Che-jae Hyung, alongside the determined Hyo Sung and Young Yun Ah. Shortly after the students set off, the formidable corporate extermination squad launches its own operation. The elite warriors from the two massive rival companies march steadily into the depths of the dense woods. Shinsung and UJ are the two most prestigious and coveted corporations for South Korea's young aspiring hunters. Both organizations were locked in a tense behind the scenes Cold War that steadily worsened the feud between them. Leader Cha Myong Tae grumbles in annoyance, questioning why the school still relies on their rivals' support. Cha Myong Tae plans to exploit his adversaries' ambitious motives during this critical operation. The group finally tracks down the massive, terrifying nest of the feared electric feeder queen in the forest. The guild master warns that this is the most dangerous specimen in the area and orders everyone into battle positions. A glowing labyrinth like barrier materializes around the massive, mystical nest protective structure. Mateo notices that the mechanism responds exclusively to a specific frequency of magical energy flow. The leader is surprised to realize that his undercover Ali knew something he himself had no clue about. Without warning, Mateo ruthlessly impales his guild master's chest from behind with a devastating blow. The corporate hunters witness the surprise attack and freeze in utter shock at the sheer madness of it. The members of the group scream in panic and despair, completely unable to comprehend their comrades' insane actions. They demand answers immediately as they stare at the bloodied body of their leader, lying on the floor of the nest. The traitor smirks sadistically and reveals that he is actually part of the dangerous mafia, going by the name Mateo. He lifts his head, showing absolute contempt for the lives of the defenders surrounding him in the dark forest. Horror washes over the hunters as they realize the infiltrator played the entire corporation, and they draw their weapons. The veteran hero orders everyone to strike together. Since the traitor is the only opponent they need to bring down, the team lunges forward in a fury to pin Mateo down, but he remains completely unfazed by their charge. The villain brushes off the incoming hunters with an arrogant, sneering smile oozing pure confidence. One of the attackers' eyes go wide in horror as a terrifying new threat barrels through the air at high speed. The braided hair alley drops in out of nowhere, unleashing a lethal, tearing strike right into the unit. She lets out a crazed laugh as she slices the defenders in half, turning the clearing into an absolute bloodbath. The sadistic girl revels in the shock of the survivors who crash wounded onto the damp forest floor. Kai's cold, bloodthirsty gaze gleams brightly amidst the red splatter of the battle. He wears a wicked smirk, fully aware that not a single one of those warriors will make it out alive. The two dangerous mobsters stand tall side by side, radiating a chilling, dense purple aura across the nest. One of the survivors desperately tries to warn his comrades. While writhing in agony on the ground, he screams for an immediate retreat, just as Kai leaps from above. Channeling crackling golden lightning, the ruthless hunter offers a mock apology to his wounded foes as he winds up his devastating finisher. Kai taunts the injured, saying he will pray for them to find a better place in the afterlife. He slams all of his concentrated golden thunder energy straight from his fist into the ground below. The massive electric blast hits the survivors with brutal force, wiping out every last bit of resistance. Streaks of golden lightning tear through the clearing, kicking up a massive pillar of dust and total destruction. The group's ally cheerfully celebrates the swift victory, while her accomplice looks on with a scowl. An admiring gleam shines in her focused pink eyes, showing her total satisfaction with the outcome. The pair of villains watch the glowing mystical smoke drift away into the air following the horrific massacre. Kai scoffs at the heroes, claiming the big corporation members are nothing special in a real fight. The old man remarks that they could have easily handled the entire island mission completely on their own. The former Orofalana mobsters, now operating under the order of the Silver Knights, await their next orders. Mateo replies that he will keep the forces on standby, as the men are merely an insurance policy for the operation. The red-haired young man is startled to hear his comrade cheerfully singing his name in the woods. The girl hoists one of the wounded by his collar, asking sadistically if she can keep him since she finds him cute. The dying man looks up in utter shock, recognizing the undercover colleague who just betrayed them. Mateo is surprised to see the wounded hunter still breathing, and the girl points out just how tough he is. The battered warrior grits his teeth in rage, accusing the Shinsung Corporation of crossing every ethical line. The girl shuts him up instantly with a sharp kick, telling the defeated hunter to save his breath. Kai scoffs at the hero's outrage, arrogantly declaring that they are the ones calling the shots from now on. The image of the girl handcuffed at the edge of the boat rekindles the fierce longing for freedom that rules her heart. A deathly silence and thick fog settle heavily over the depths of the eerie Yolcioto forest. Back with the first student group, an exhausted Purium collapses to his knees, complaining about how tiring the trek is. Sung Hyan notes that they haven't even walked that far, though leader Jun admits their pace was pretty fast. The leader decides to grant a 5-minute rest near the guidepost to keep the students from getting separated. Hong Haon takes a sip of water and scans his surroundings carefully, a strange intuition nagging at him about this mission. The boy watches his team leader, Shimha Jun, from a distance, noting his low D-rank status. He admits to himself that he doesn't have much confidence in the warrior, and feels a bit uneasy. Sung Hyan spots a bizarre, severed tree trunk in the middle of the forest, and decides to stop and check it out. He takes in the area, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the quiet, mysterious surroundings. The protagonist tries to get the leader's attention to warn him that something feels completely off. Suddenly, a piercing, unnerving noise rings through the woods, making the young man's eyes go wide. Both of them spin around in alarm, trying to figure out where that sudden sound in the brush came from. They spot the clumsy Purium sitting in a ditch, wearing a mechanical gauntlet that gives off a faint blue glow. The boy offers an awkward smile, explaining he decided to test out a new mystical device developed by the school. "Hi," Jun yells in frustration, demanding that the kid give a heads up before activating flashy, dangerous weapons out here. The bespectacled friend holds up the combat gauntlet, explaining that the experimental item is still incomplete. Purium complains that the device takes forever to charge and won't be much help in a real fight. The leader assures him it is fine, mentioning that he brought along a solid weapon of his own for the mission. He asks if they are both enrolled in the hunter track, but Sung Hyan clarifies that only his friend is. Jun glances at the protagonist, remarking bluntly that his rank seemed way too low. He advises the boy not to push himself too hard, since training to exhaustion won't change reality. The protagonist listens in complete silence, feeling the heavy sting of his leader's discouraging words. Purium stands up in anger and defends his friend, speaking up to declare that Sung Hyan is incredibly talented. The boy reveals that his classmate took down a powerful returnee during their observation class. He tells the leader not to speak so carelessly about someone he doesn't even really know. Jun looks at the kid with a thoughtful expression, offering no rebuttal to the friend's fiery defense. He apologizes for his harsh remark, and the three of them continue walking slowly down the trail. The protagonist thanks him for the backup, though he shyly mentions that he didn't need to lay it on so thick. Purium walks along lost in thought, asking if his friend still remembers the promise he made a while back. He recalls the boy saying that even someone with a low rank could become a great hero. The classmate apologizes for being insensitive back then, and protagonist assures him it is totally fine. Purium somberly confesses that he had actually given up on pursuing a career as a hunter. However, watching his friend fight with such a low rank amidst all the nasty rumors completely changed his perspective. He found motivation seeing that the protagonist never once backed down from the Academy's overwhelming challenges. The boy truly admired watching his friend achieve great feats and shatter everyone's expectations at the Academy. He genuinely admits that he found that warrior spirit incredible and far beyond his own. The friend falls quiet after opening his heart, leaving the protagonist unsure of how to respond in the moment. Sung Hyan tries to thank him for the heartfelt words, just as a violent tremor rocks the area. A bizarre, hovering mystical device materializes before them without warning, crackling with electric sparks. Purium complains in panic, telling the leader to warn them before triggering any dangerous contractions. However, denies having anything to do with it, and the boys realize the device doesn't belong to any of them. The small floating device begins a countdown, flashing the number 3 on its crystal display. Panic hits the leader as the screen quickly ticks down to 2, signaling an imminent explosion. Sung Hyan shoves his friend back, telling him to take cover as the countdown nears its end. The number 1 flashes on the red panel at the exact second that the deadly detonator triggers in the forest. A massive, destructive blast of energy engulfs the 3 warriors, shredding the trees around the guidepost. Sung Hyan struggles to get up through the smoke and is horrified to see their team leader severely wounded on the ground. He shields a terrified Purium under his arm while trying to make sense of where that brutal attack came from. The young man peers into the shadows of the trees and spots the mysterious Matteo, accompanied by his murderous thugs. Sung Hyan is horrified upon realizing the sheer severity of his leader's injuries following the blast. Matteo holds up the mystical detonator, sadistically remarking that he only meant to give them a little scare. The traitor scoffs at the students, mockingly remarking that they are far too weak to handle this mission. Enraged, the young man draws his blue, mana-infused blade, ready to avenge his leader and protect his friend. The story highlights the rise of the feared Order of the Silver Knights. Built upon the ashes of the Mafia 7 years ago, Matteo permanently assumed the identity of Federico to reunite the members of the old organization. The Order of the Silver Knights was reinforced by recruiting new members ranked D rank or higher. One of the new recruits was Bang Min Su, who had managed to master a highly complex technique during his career. Min Sue begins watching the protagonist and notes that he seems to be a remarkably well-trained young hunter. He notices that the kid doesn't panic and maintains a steady stance in the face of danger in the forest. What really catches the villain's attention is the immense real combat experience the young man displays. He knows that no matter how tough the training is, it's impossible to hide the fear of a life or death battle. That difference becomes glaringly obvious when looking at the kid with glasses, who has never undergone any training at all. Purium starts trembling, totally lost as to what's happening, wondering what all of this in the woods is about. He panics upon seeing bodies scattered across the ground, refusing to believe that the deaths are real. The boy tries to convince himself that this is impossible, since he only came for a simple training mission. He laments having to go through this, while the sadistic Mateo flashes a terrifying grin. The student freezes completely as he stares up close at the enemy leader's bizarre expression. He curses his own weakness as tears of sheer terror begin streaming down his face. Panic completely takes over his mind, and the boy can only keep repeating to himself that he doesn't want to die here. Mateo gives him a dark look and tells the student to calm down so things can stay easy. The villain reassures them that he won't kill them, reminding them that his plan was merely to put everyone to sleep. He reveals there's something extremely valuable they need to retrieve from that camp in the forest. The intruder explains that as soon as they finish their job, they'll leave the place immediately, but he points out that it would be problematic if other hunters showed up to get in the way of their plans. With a swift motion, the villain tosses a pair of metal handcuffs onto the ground in front of the two students. He orders them to put the cuffs on their wrists and ankles to ensure they don't try to run away. Purium asks if they'll really be spared, and the criminal claims he has no desire to kill students. The boy hesitates deeply, wondering if he should really obey while dreading that the enemy might be lying. He remembers the extreme danger of ending up dead on that forest floor if he makes the wrong choice. Despair sets in as the young man realizes that if the intruder is lying, they're already doomed. Driven by the sheer urge to survive, he reaches out a trembling hand toward the item lying in the dirt. The boy decides he wants to live, but the protagonist sees right through the enemy's true intentions. The adversaries watch Sung Hyun's reaction with dead serious gazes, waiting to see his next move. Purium glances back in surprise, realizing his friend has no intention of surrendering to the terms of that deal. Sung Hyun states that the last explosion was way too powerful for Mateo's magic energy level. The boy deduces that the villain can only fire a few bombs and doesn't want to waste them on weak targets. He accuses him of faking mercy just to save ammo to use against elite hunters. The young man says that if he agrees to cuff himself just to save his own skin, someone else will end up dying because of him. He firmly raises his sword and declares that he would never accept such a cowardly deal from the villain. Mateo falls into absolute silence with a grim expression upon seeing that the hunter figured out his secret. Infuriated by the kid's arrogance, the criminal decides to kill him and triggers the detonation device. Song Hyun makes a swift, precise motion with his weapon, bracing his body to strike his rival. Their eyes lock for a split second as overwhelming tension engulfs the entire dark forest. The explosive device hovers dangerously close to Purium, displaying the number 3 on its countdown. The villain mocks the boy, asking if he really thinks dying for his pride is worth it. He lets out a twisted laugh, calling the protagonist a hopeless fool for trying to play the hero. Mateo yells that because of this stupid conviction, the hunter's four-eyed friend is going to end up dead. The boy with glasses shuts his eyes tight, bracing for the horrific blast of the bomb that's about to go off. The enemy calls the protagonist a walking disaster as he waits for the tragic outcome of the detonation. But Sung Hyun dashes forward at blinding speed, catching his opponent completely off guard with a direct charge. The villain's eyes widen as he realizes the kid didn't hesitate for a second to rush right at him to strike. Mateo is stunned that he chose to attack the summoner rather than fall back to try and save his own friend. The criminal realizes with pure fury that his tactic of using the hostage as a shield didn't work against the young man. Sung Hyan, who has also mastered summoning abilities, understands mystical mechanics inside and out. He knows that relics lose their power if the tether distance to the summoner becomes too great. If a summoned relic strays too far from its caster, it simply loses all of its functionality. Purium watches in shock as the floating bomb, right in front of his eyes, begins to fade and malfunction. Min's eyes go wide in total disbelief as he realizes his opponent saw right through his secret trick. The protagonist charges full throttle, unleashing a fierce and relentless strike toward the leader of the intruders. Su curses furiously as he tries to block the blow using his defensive energy shield. The villain is left in complete shock upon realizing that the hunter's strike carries an insane amount of physical force. The hunter lands a clean, devastating right hook square on his opponent's jaw. The brutal punch sends Su flying backward, spitting blood from the sheer violence of the impact. Sung Hyan gives the enemy no breathing room, riding the momentum to continue his high-speed onslaught. The villain staggers, wounded, angrily wondering how this young hunter can keep his eyes so intensely focused. The protagonist grits his teeth with chilling determination, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Su crashes to the ground injured, while his powerful mystical launcher goes flying from the impact. The villain's accomplice watches in utter shock as her partner is disarmed in such a humiliating fashion. Sung Hyan spins around swiftly, locking his dead, serious gaze onto the gray-haired girl. Without giving her a single second to breathe, the boy sprints right at her, ready to unleash another attack. She panics, but quickly points her magic wand, chanting a powerful binding spell. The protagonist is instantly enveloped in a mysterious purple smoke, his eyes widening as his body locks up completely. He tries to move with all his might, but realizes in horror that his muscles simply won't respond. Casting a total paralysis curse in the middle of a high-speed clash is an extremely high-level technique. The girl smirks victoriously, having secretly prepared the chant right in the middle of their earlier conversation. She tells Su to hurry up and finish the kid off, but gasps when she sees her partner groaning in pain on the ground. She snaps in irritation, asking how he could possibly get knocked down by such a low-ranked hunter. Even though he's completely paralyzed, the protagonist tells them to look down, leaving the girl confused. The hunter's foot begins to radiate a bright, intense aura, showing that he's already breaking free from the bind. The young sorceress breaks into a cold sweat. Trembling with dread, she senses her target's terrifying physical resistance. He warns that criminals whose only talent is killing people make him furious, and that he's made up his mind. The hunter flashes a sinister grin, promising that she'll be the very first one he takes down. He mockingly suggests she put on the handcuffs on the ground if she just wants to take a beating and survive. Terrified, she stammers over her words, desperately demanding that her partner pull himself together and fight back. She screams at the top of her lungs, ordering the hunter to just drop dead as the countdown keeps ticking. The young woman screams frantically, Su, begging him to get up and turn the tables. The fallen villain wears a sadistic grin with his mouth full of blood, laughing at his opponent's paralysis. A loud metallic chime echoes through the clearing, signaling that the floating detonator has successfully reactivated. Su mutters that even on his knees, he can still control his explosive orbs to blow them away. The bomb's countdown flashes rapidly in red, displaying the number 3 on the glowing screen. The girl lets out a sigh of relief and shouts, "This is the ultimate checkmate against the protagonist." She plans to keep the curse active until the blast, but suddenly catches sight of an unusual blue glow. The sorceress is confused as thick, mystical blue chains manifest out of thin air in the middle of the fight. The chains yank Sung high and backward at high speed, pulling the young man clear of the bomb's blast radius. The sorceress goes into a full-blown panic, unable to comprehend how magic chains appeared without an incantation. She recalls that the boy had used that exact same trick earlier, and that his speed is simply unbelievable. The young woman tries to keep her cool, shouting out to grab the attention of her two allies stationed further away. Sung Hyen lands safely on the ground and coldly orders the enemies not to move an inch. She grits her teeth, sweating nervously as she realizes the young hunter escaped her death, trapped completely unscathed. A massive detonation goes off in the background, unleashing a huge cloud of smoke and destructive sparks through the woods. Sung Hyen lands safely beside Purium, who screams his friend's name in sheer relief upon seeing him alive and in one piece. The boy with glasses asks worriedly if he's hurt, but the young man remains in dead silence. Sue groans in pain on the ground while his partner screams, demanding he stop winning and get back in the fight. She says they need to figure out the kid's abilities so they don't get caught off guard again. Sue cuts her off, addressing her as Park Sai-woo, which catches the young woman off guard. Woo is baffled when her partner states, with absolute certainty, that the young hunter isn't coming back. Surprised, she asks if the kid really ran away after talking so much trash, and Sue confirms the obvious escape. The leader explains that all that talk about killing them was just a clever bluff to buy time. He figures that by now, the two students must be sprinting desperately as far away from there as possible. Woo asks if they should go after them, but Sue prefers to rest since the kids have no one to call for help anyway. He suggests saving their strength to take out another target, and his prediction about the escape seems spot on. In that moment, the protagonist had only used the threat of murder as an excuse to secure an escape route. He had also threatened to take out the sorceress, first solely to mess with her concentration. The young man had simply blurted out the first idea that popped into his head without thinking too much about the impact. However, by their very nature, human beings tend to act on subconscious impulse. Song Hyen suddenly reappears right in front of the intruders, explaining that he sensed their energy and decided to come back. Sue mocks the boy, asking if people back at school often call him a freak. The protagonist coldly replies that he doesn't hear that often, mostly because he doesn't really have many friends there. Suddenly, a lightning, fast movement cuts through the woods, showing that the temporary truce has just ended. The boy lunges toward his adversaries once again, his glowing chains primed and ready for battle. Purium screams frantically from a distance, completely unable to understand why his friend decided to jump back into the fight. The four-eyed classmate yells, reminding him that this isn't a training class, but a real-life or death situation. The protagonist's laser-focused gaze makes it clear he won't be listening to his companion's desperate cries. Purium warns that he could end up dead right there, while the villain raises his launcher with a sinister grin. Sung Hyen charges at high speed, brushing off the warnings as a mystical orb begins tracking him. The enemy leader realizes too late that the young hunter's charge was entirely real and dangerously fast. The protagonist pulls off a stunning mid-air maneuver, wielding his sword wrapped in magical chains. Su's eyes widen as he spots a crucial tactical flaw in his own defensive positioning on the ground. The boy appears out of nowhere right behind the villain, executing a deadly and silent blade strike. An intense blue flash cuts across the forest, showcasing the blinding speed of the hunter's slash. Magical sparks fly in all directions as the two fighters trade ferocious blows at high speed. Sung Hyen locks his vision entirely onto his opponent, telling himself he's found the key to victory. Sue is seething with rage as he realizes he's being pushed into a corner by such a low-ranked student. The villain knows that ordinary people usually freeze up during their first real life or death fight. But this kid is different. He realizes in horror that the young man is reading his movements and adapting to real combat techniques on the fly. The girl tries to step in, hurling sharp daggers at the protagonist's back to save her partner. Without even glancing away, the boy uses his mystical chain to effortlessly deflect every single dagger. The hunter keeps his focus razor sharp on the enemy leader, completely ignoring the sorceress's minor attacks. Consumed by fury, Sue screams and points his mystical detonator directly at the protagonist's chest. However, Sung Hyan was already expecting the attack and uses his mana chains to wrap up and disarm the villain. The leader of the intruders is left in pure disbelief as he realizes his primary weapon has been neutralized with pinpoint precision. The dangerous detonation artifact drops uselessly onto the forest floor before the villain can even hit the trigger. Sue bitterly curses himself for not blowing the protagonist to pieces the very second he spotted him on the path. The protagonist cleverly exposed the hidden weakness behind his rival's rapid detonation technique. The flaw in this B-rank skill is that locking on to a single target makes the technique ridiculously easy to shut down when trying to scatter explosives across a wide area. Its immobilization power drops drastically. Thanks to this activation flaw, even simple, low-ranked magic chains are enough to block it. Even lower-tier chains are more than enough to completely nullify the effectiveness of his explosive skill. Sung Hyan walks forward, calm and confident, toward the intruders, who watch his approach with sheer dread. Sue flashes a taunting grin, warning the young hunter that he's about to become the 37th victim of his power. The criminal claims the boy is the 37th person to witness his secret combat technique. The villain's mystical device begins charging a massive surge of violent, blue magic energy. The special technique is unleashed at full power, and the villain smugly asks if the kid can even see it coming. Several mystical cannon barrels manifest floating in mid-air, surrounding the hunter from every possible angle. Team leader Shimha Jun watches the grim scene through blurred vision, struggling to stay conscious. Supervisor Hyo Sung arrives at the battlefield and is horrified by the trails of blood and scattered bodies. He asks if there are any survivors, but his ally tells him the criminals were far too strong to be shown mercy. Elite hunter Yi Shin approaches the group, dragging one of the severely wounded criminals across the ground. The bloody prisoner says he recognizes her from TV and mentions that rumors claimed she was powerless. Shin ignores the prisoner's remark, keeping a cold, completely unbothered expression. She remembers her painful past and how her only true goal had always been to protect her loved ones. In the face of her world's destruction, she learned to focus only on what was vital and discard everything else. The hunter stares at the horizon with hollow eyes, admitting to herself that she no longer cares about anything. The prisoner confesses that the invading organization's main objective is to track down the monster queen. Sung anxiously asks about the students, but his partner warns that communications in the area have been jammed. The supervisor is stunned to realize that even Yi Shin's communication skills have stopped working. She decides they should push straight into the monster's nest, while the others worry about the students. Sung calls on Hyan to use her special ability to search for the missing students. The instructor apologizes for putting so much pressure on a student, but he knows her power is critical right now. The main objective is to guide the safe evacuation of all rookie hunters scattered throughout that forest. The young woman focuses, knowing it will be a monumental task to reach everyone's minds, but decides to give it her all. The image of her brother Sung Hyan flashes through her mind, serving as her ultimate motivation to save them. Back at the battle, the protagonist grips his chained sword, bracing for the enemy's next charge. The villain's leader irritably admits that this kid might actually be capable of pulling off a miracle and beating them. Su grits his teeth, consumed by uncontrollable rage at being challenged on equal footing by a rookie. He angrily wonders what kind of mysterious, unbreakable defense his opponent is using. The villain watches in disbelief as his energy bomb is easily deflected by the glowing chains. He fires off several projectiles in rapid succession, but the young masked hunter blocks every single one with pinpoint precision. Su falls into absolute despair, unable to fathom how this damn kid keeps repelling all of his shots. Sung Hyen couldn't manipulate mana before joining the academy, pouring all his efforts into martial arts and chains instead. This absurd paradox, a mana-less rookie possessing such overwhelming combat power, leaves the enemy leader completely rattled. Right in that tense moment, the protagonist senses something off and quickly shifts his gaze. His eye gleams with sharp focus as he tracks the trajectory of a sneaky attack coming from the shadows. The villain's eyes widen as well upon sensing the rapid approach of a new mystical interference. A heavy impact knocks the enemy leader backward, cutting off his lethal charge toward the hunter. Su lets out a grunt of pain as he gets hit, stumbling back a few paces to regain his footing. Sung Hyen is surprised by the precision of that last strike and tries to pinpoint where the attack came from. He spots the four-eyed sorceress aiming her magic one with a cold, razor-sharp focus. The young man wonders if all that strange movement was really caused by the girl's spell. The sorceress flashes a wicked smile and tauntingly warns him that he won't be escaping this place. She declares that the protagonist's fragile lifelines are about to be severed once and for all right then and there. The protagonist notices the metal wires all around and realizes she brought the mystical training gear. He remembers the class where Master Ji Hying asked if he planned to use those special wires. The master had explained that the tool was capable of wounding powerful monsters with very little energy. The master warned that the wires were useless outside of traps, but the boy assured him he wouldn't use them in combat. However, that valuable explanation had given the protagonist an ingenious idea to enhance his techniques. He had decided to focus on forging chains far thinner than normal, which required an insane level of concentration. He knew that if he mastered the technique, he could summon more long-range chains while burning minimal energy. The young hunter thought he could use these ultra-thin chains in fun, creative ways during missions, but the sorceress's eyes go wide as she finally pieces together the protagonist's actual tactical plan. She realizes her fatal mistake in assuming those chains had just materialized out of nowhere. In reality, the boy had already scattered invisible chains all across the forest right from the start. He had set up the entire network of fine wires in advance solely to conserve his magical energy. The wires were so thin they were practically invisible, strategically tethered to a nearby tree. Thanks to that tether, the two were able to pull themselves out and escape the blast radius in a matter of seconds. The guy explains that the ultra-thin chains seemed to appear out of nowhere because their pulling power was weak at first. He reveals that he had to resize the chains back to normal just to pull both of them with full force. However, the sorceress starts paying attention to her surroundings and finally spots the hidden lines in the woods. She warns him that if she cuts every single chain, the protagonist won't have any escape route left to dodge the bomb. The girl tells her partner to hold on just a little longer while she slices through all of their opponent's mana bindings. With swift movements, she destroys almost all the lines, leaving only one final chain to cut. At that dangerous moment, the protagonist coldly and directly orders her to stop immediately. He gives her a stern warning, stating that if she tries to cut that last connection, she's going to end up dead. The sorceress gets furious, thinking it's just another cheap bluff from the guy to try and throw her off. She screams that she'd never fall for the same trick twice and lashes out at the final chain with pure aggression. The last link snaps, triggering a violent metallic crack that echoes throughout the entire forest battlefield. The hunter reveals in his mind that he only had one risky play left, where he bet everything on his own trap. The girl's eyes widen in shock as a sudden, agonizing pain unexpectedly tears through her body. The protagonist knew the enemies would eventually figure out the secret of the chains, and he used that to his advantage. Knowing this for certain, he devised a flawless plan to lure his opponent straight into his final trap, right in the middle of that massive web of chains he laid out. He set up one imperceptible detail. All he needed to do was attach a single ultra-sharp metal wire to the exact spot where the girl would strike the chain. The razor-sharp wire springs into action, critically injuring the sorceress as she screams in agony from deep cuts all over her body. Su hears his ally's agonizing scream and looks back in complete shock, unable to process what just happened. The villain's eyes widen in sheer terror as he realizes the sheer severity of his partner's wounds. Sung Hyen seizes the opening and lunges forward, landing a deep, precise slash across the enemy leader's chest. Both invaders collapse to the ground, bleeding heavily and utterly defeated by the guy's brilliant strategy. Su writhes in pain while clutching his wounded arm, realizing he has completely lost control of the fight. The protagonist is also gasping for air, overwhelmed by extreme exhaustion from this brutal battle. The hunter glares down at the villain, reminding him that he laughed after taking an innocent life, and says he just can't fathom such evil. He admits he came here ready to kill him, but confesses he still can't wrap his head around the enemy's sheer cruelty. Sung Hyen lowers his weapon, commenting in disgust that this kind of senseless violence just feels filthy. He warns the wounded man that if he seals the cut with energy, he won't die, ordering him to just sit there quietly. The protagonist suddenly freezes in his tracks as he senses an intense magical disturbance coming from behind. The young man explains he was only going to grab the sealing cuffs that had been tossed onto the ground earlier. He looks back in confusion, horrified to see the fallen sorceress radiating a dangerous reddish energy. The injured girl whispers hateful insults under her breath as she forces the activation of one final forbidden spell. The hunter stands in disbelief, having been completely certain he broke her spell with his previous attack. The guy recalls that certain dark arts can be forced out by consuming the caster's own life force. He realizes in absolute horror that she's using her own spilled blood as a sacrifice for the spell. The protagonist yells in desperation, warning her that she's already lost way too much blood, and this madness will kill her. Ignoring the warning, the sorceress completes the blood ritual, triggering the paralysis and immobilizing the guy once again. Su bursts into a hysterical laugh, praising the insane determination of his ally, Park Sai-woo. He gloats that the kid has nowhere left to run now. Just as the bomb reappears right next to him, he screams for the boy to die, but a massive battle axe suddenly tears through the darkness out of nowhere. The girl with glasses collapses lifelessly into a pool of blood, silently lamenting that this is her very first defeat. The warrior Shimha Jun emerges wounded, his axe drenched in blood, remarking that taking a life feels awful. Meanwhile, the supervisors continue investigating the mysterious giant monster zone deep in the forest. They stumble upon a gruesome scene of professional hunters who were wiped out with absolute ease. The experienced supervisor realizes right away that this massacre is far from an ordinary situation. He's stunned to see elite warriors get wiped out so brutally in one-sidedly by an intruder. His partner examines the wounds and drops a shocking truth, stating that these weren't group attacks. He explains that team battles leave messy energy trails, but here, everyone died in a single strike. The two come to the terrifying conclusion that the one behind this ruthless slaughter was actually a regressor. They also realize that the monster queen has vanished from the area, indicating she was captured alive. Rahal. Sung is alarmed to see that the monster queen is gone, meaning her dangerous power might have been exposed. He fears that if this mind control ability falls into the intruder's hands, the entire nation will be in grave danger. Focusing his senses, the supervisor manages to pick up a faint trail of magical energy glowing in the woods. He suggests an immediate pursuit, but Che Jai Hyung bluntly warns him that they need to pull back right now. The supervisor questions the call and is told that just ahead lies a guide beacon connected to all the routes. Che Ji Hyung explains that with this signal beacon, it'll be much easier to pinpoint every single student. The teacher then pauses thoughtfully, weighing which path he should take first to save the students. His eyes suddenly widen as he remembers a dilemma from his past that begins to haunt his mind. The warrior remembers his duty as an educator, knowing the students must be facing extreme danger. He weighs the fact that if he chases after the regressor now, he'll end up abandoning several kids he could have saved. A terrible doubt tears at the man, caught between rescuing his students or hunting down the mysterious regressor invader. He wonders what the right choice is, flashing back to when he was first transferred to the rescue division. 20 years ago, he was an arrogant rookie who believed only the strongest hunters were assigned to rescue duty. Feeling validated, he was warned by Song Hwa, ran about just how brutal the reality of rescue work truly is. The cocky young man claimed he knew it all, but she sighed, realizing the kid had no clue about the pain of the job. The veteran stared him down seriously, explaining that working in rescue means carrying a dual responsibility. She detailed that he must fulfill his duty as a dungeon hunter while simultaneously protecting his comrades. Snapping back to the present, he breaks into a cold sweat, knowing the worst-case scenario is when those two duties clash. Old, tragic memories resurface, reminding the teacher of his long-standing oath to the students. Rahal. Sung tells him he isn't cut out to be a teacher and suggests they go after that regressor together. The supervisor catches his partner off guard by firmly declaring that he will go save the students himself. The teacher tries to stop him, arguing that splitting their forces makes facing rank of hunters far too dangerous. The supervisor yells at him to quit hesitating, stepping up as the teacher to rescue the students on his own. He orders his partner to act like a hunter and track down the intruder, since they have to accomplish both goals. Faced with his comrade's unyielding resolve, the teacher finally gives in, smiling as he accepts the plan. The two take off running in opposite directions, putting their faith in each other to carry out their tough missions. Ohio. Sung checks the map and decides to assist the team that is farthest away and weakest in terms of combat power. The supervisor decides to start with Team 1, while Song Hyun realizes the enemies haven't fled very far. The guy with glasses uses his energy, sensing ability to track down the exact location of his teammates. He complains to his squad mate, saying they should have run much farther away to stay safe. The boy smiles, confessing he would feel awful running away alone while his friend was putting his life on the line. Sung Hyun is touched by his friend's loyalty, while Shima Jun walks right behind them in silence. The protagonist then turns around worriedly and asks the red-haired warrior if he's doing all right. Shimha Jun shows his body regenerating muscle tissue, reassuring him that he's healing up fast. The red-haired guy thanks his glasses, wearing friend for buying time, but the protagonist notices something very bizarre. He grows suspicious, knowing that a regular human's healing should never look that freaky. Before he can jump to conclusions about his friend's mutation, a sudden radio call cuts through the silence of the area. The guy is startled by the sudden voice, and the red-haired hunter calmly reveals that the sound is coming from his radio. The young man with glasses explains that the radio runs on curse magic, but Sung Hyun tells him to cut to the chase. Jin Yi Shin's frantic voice crackles through the transmitter, warning that Team 2 is in extreme danger. She explains that her squad was just intercepted by 3 dangerous intruders with unknown powers. Young Sol Su Bin appears utterly exhausted, wearing an irritated look after the grueling fight against them. To everyone's surprise, the girl announces they managed to subdue all the enemies and are waiting for confirmation. Shimam. Jun listens intently to the radio broadcast, keeping a dead serious and completely mysterious expression. Other students scattered across the dark forest also tune into their radios to catch the instructions. The female warrior confirms the signal from teams 1 and 5, but notes the complete radio silence from the other squads. She anxiously tries to get a response from teams 3 and 4, but nothing but static comes through the device. The total lack of response puts the group on edge, making them suspect that something tragic might have happened. As the only one with an active curse radio, she takes command and orders everyone to halt the search and get out of there. She wraps up by telling them to press the button once if they copy, or twice if they're in trouble. The group agrees that as soon as Jun's body heals up, they'll leave the area immediately. The boys pray that the missing teams are safe as they push forward with worry heavy on their minds. Elsewhere in the forest, Shin grips the transmitter, clearly anxious over the lingering silence. She laments deeply, unable to understand why such a dire situation had to happen on her watch. The hunter looks over at her injured teammates as they try to patch themselves up in the middle of that bleak scene. In tears, the young woman apologizes to her comrades, feeling like this whole nightmare is entirely her fault. Sol Su Bin thinks back to the intense moment he used his own body to shield her from a fatal attack. The veteran tells him he doesn't need to apologize, admitting she was the one who recklessly charged in. She offers to carry him, but the guy turns her down, saying he can move just fine with the help of his spirit. To the elite hunter's shock, the young hunter firmly states that he intends to stay in the forest. Jun shoots his comrades a mysterious look while they debate their next move. Song Hyan is totally stunned, questioning the sanity of staying behind in this dangerous, dark forest. The guy insists he won't run without knowing about the others, but the red-haired fighter warns that an F rank wouldn't make a difference. Protagonist fires back, revealing that his special chains pack a secret combat power. He claims with absolute confidence that, for a brief window, he can become just as strong as a regressor. Jun is left dumbfounded hearing the kid's bold claim about his true capabilities. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sil Su Bin explains to his ally why he chose to remain in the forest. He reveals that as an S-rank hunter, he can send his guardian spirits out to scout distant areas. The young man explains that one of his spirits spotted a group of hunters wandering aimlessly through the territory. He warns that if that weak guild gets ambushed by the intruders, they'll be completely wiped out. The warrior listens to Sul Su Bun's words and realizes the grave danger closing in on that guild. The young hunter is reminded of a past tragedy and feels he must act to prevent any more lives from being lost. With eyes full of determination, he firmly asserts that he still has a shot at saving everyone. Back with the main group, Jun says he heard it all, but stays skeptical about the whole plan. The red-haired hunter admits that if Song Hyan's power is the real deal, he really would be a huge help in a fight. He gives a stern warning that if they act recklessly, everyone's chances of making it out alive will drop. The red-haired fighter explains that if the protagonist leaves them behind, they'll be sitting ducks and die easily. The guy with glasses complains, pointing out that the red-haired hunter was hired to protect them and is now passing the blame. The warrior takes the criticism about his shortcomings, but urges them to see things from his perspective. He stresses that even if he gets the kids' good intentions, rogue moves can carry massive risks. The red-haired fighter concludes by saying that trying to play the lone hero is actually a selfish move. Meanwhile, Sol-Soo Bin keeps pressing the elite hunter, insisting that he truly is capable of saving everyone. The veteran recalls a painful memory from her past and finally chooses to trust the kid's judgment. With their resolve renewed, the two decide to team up to save the guild that's in danger deep in the woods. Suddenly, a massive blast of pink magical energy violently rips through the middle of the forest. One of the injured students runs in sheer panic, struggling to breathe through the smoke of the blast. The blonde guy carries her in his arms at full sprint, trying to get away from the imminent danger. He complains about her weight, telling her to go on a diet, and the girl snaps back that now is definitely not the time for jokes. The sadistic assassin eavesdrops in out of nowhere, leaping right over them and asking if she can join in on the fun. The blonde hunter's eyes widen as he senses the terrifyingly fast approach of this dangerous enemy. With a completely deranged, chilling grin, the assassin launches her deadly assault on the duo. A few minutes earlier, villain leaders Kai and Mateo were checking out a strange magical barrier inside the cave. Mateo uses his magical powers to manipulate the energy barrier while his ally Kai looks on. The powerful subordinate Kai analyzes the operation's progress with a dead serious, calculating look. Meanwhile, young Eve strolls through the dark forest, haunted by memories of her violent battles. Kai points out that they had no other choice but to act that way, and that the girl will cool off soon enough. Mato gripes that nobody ever listens to his advice, while the others argue about the death of a curse user. The magical barrier finally begins to crack, shattering completely under the intense manipulation. Pleased with the plan's success, Mateo cheers as he sees the sealed passage finally break wide open. Looming before them stands the menacing silhouette of a terrifying monster with multiple glowing red eyes. The massive beast with glowing red eyes roars ferociously at the invaders who just set it free. Mateo tries to restrain the beast right away, urgently barking at his partner to use the magic lantern. Standing in silence, the sadistic Eve watches the whole operation unfold, looking totally bored. Mateo says he's about to begin the ritual, while the girl playfully complains that she absolutely hates feeling any pain. The artifact known as the well lantern begins to blaze intensely with an eerie blue flame. This legendary mystic tool can suck in any living creature that locks eyes with its light. The mechanics behind this relic are identical to the reverse summoning spell once used by the old criminal syndicate. While the ritual plays out in the dark, the sky outside stays calm with just a few white clouds drifting by. However, Kai lets out a bored yawn, having no clue that something unexpected is about to derail the ritual. The villain's expression suddenly shifts as he spots a major activation glitch popping up out of nowhere. Mateo freezes in utter shock when he sees the monster staring dead into the blue glow of his lantern. Even though the beast is staring right at the light, the magical artifact simply refuses to activate its suction power. The leader of the invaders shivers in terror as he pieces together the bizarre reason the spell didn't work. He realizes in pure horror that the giant creature is actually completely blind and has no vision whatsoever. Kai mutters that he's never heard of blind monsters of that species, wondering if this queen is one of a kind. Frustrated, they realize there's no way they can transport the electric feeder queen like this. Mateo second guesses himself, wondering if they should have scouted more beforehand, while Kai calls out to cool him down. The dark-skinned warrior loses his temper, grabbing his partner by the collar and yelling at him to shut up. He reminds him of the boss as Golden Ruler. Instead of panicking, you always have to think one step ahead. Kai tells his ally to drop the nasty habit of losing his mind every single time a mission hits a snag. The villain steps up and orders his partner to have his men wipe out the hunters on the island. Eve listens to the orders in total silence, just waiting for the green light to kick off her bloody hunt. A quick pact is struck between the invaders, who plan to leave a trail of utter destruction across the entire region. Meanwhile, young John Woo, Jin stares thoughtfully at the lifeless body of a defeated beast on the forest floor. He ponders the situation suspiciously, admitting he had sensed something was off right from the start. He confronts the pink-haired girl, accusing her of deliberately tampering with their team's roster. The screen displays the official roster for Team 4, made up of Oh Hein, Hugh, and the two young students. The girl tries to play it off, sarcastically claiming that the whole thing is just pure coincidence. With a provocative smirk, the girl presses him to see if the light-haired guy has had a change of heart. She cynically blackmails him, warning that he's facing a very real risk of getting expelled from Hunter Academy. She doubles down on her threat, revealing that even the student council president has taken a liking to him. The light-haired guy coldly fires back, saying the president is actually after the journalism club. He explains that the journalism club operates with independent authority, acting as a watchdog over the student council. The young man points out that by trying to recruit him, the student council is aiming to shut down the club's investigations for good. The girl pushes back seriously, arguing that the journalism club's massive political sway is being completely wasted. The screen shows a sinister man in glasses smiling as he talks about the importance of wielding whatever power you have. The light-haired kid remembers the ambitious advice to use all of his strength to chase down glory. The guy simply asks to be left alone, preferring to just have fun and goof off with his friends. He says he'd rather stick with people who accept him for who he is, leaving the girl visibly disappointed. Back in the present, the experienced Oh Hein, who flashes a friendly smile, trying to ease the tension of the argument. The pro-hunter suddenly spots the mysterious figure of Eve and asks which guild she belongs to. The pink-haired girl also watches the stranger approach with a deeply suspicious look on her face. Facing their questions, the sadistic assassin stays dead silent, flashing nothing but a dark, chilling grin. The young woman of the group widens her eyes in pure terror as she picks up on the killer's overwhelming bloodlust. She screams at the top of her lungs, telling everyone to run as fast as they can if they want to live. Clueless about her freak out, the blonde hunter turns around in confusion, only to be caught off guard by a massive black shadow. Eve walks calmly and casually through the area while the beast under her control lets out a furious roar behind her. Moving with lethal speed, the invaders charge in, ready to unleash a massacre on Team 4. With a sick grin, the sadistic villain declares that it's time to kick off the gruesome hunt for the island's hunters. The pink-haired girl screams in agony as she's struck by a brutal, relentless slash from the assassin. The sadistic Eve is startled to see that her target managed to react with blinding speed. John Woo, Jin hits the ground hard after dodging the fatal blow, but he somehow manages to stay conscious. The assassin flashes a sadistic grin, praising the boy for dodging an attack that very few ever could. On the ground, the young man gasps for breath, completely shaken by his opponent's absurd speed. He quickly scoops his injured partner into his arms, dodging another lethal strike at the very last second. He remembers that he had managed to evade her very first blow with incredible agility and precision. The assassin wastes no time, readjusting her lightning-fast movements to corner the fleeing duo. Sensing the imminent danger, Jin braces himself, trying to block the ferocious onslaught heading his way. He takes a devastating blow to the back, bleeding heavily as he desperately tries to stay on his feet. Eve looks down on him with sheer disdain, studying the wounded boy with cold, calculating curiosity. The villain reveals that she knows their identities, leaving both students completely frozen in shock. She complains that it would be smarter to spare them, since they belong to powerful guilds. But since they've seen her face, there's no turning back. Tossing the consequences aside, she drops into a combat stance, fully intent on ending their lives right here. The boy panics at her sheer madness, as she casually warns that she'll figure out what to do next, while having some fun. Jin raises his guard, fully aware of how suicidal it is to trade blows with someone who specializes in physical enhancement. A frantic, violent flurry of strikes erupts between the two fighters in the middle of the clearing. The young man realizes his attacks are solid, but taking a returnee head-on is a completely impossible task. In a split second, the sadistic assassin spots the perfect opening. She needs to finish the fight once and for all. He takes a devastating, force hit that sends him flying through the air with extreme violence. Eve's merciless strike lands clean, shattering his guard and shutting down any chance of a counterattack. The boy can barely process the overwhelming speed of the final blow, as it slams right into his vitals. The sheer force of the impact violently slams Jin straight into the rocky forest floor. The boy screams in agony from the catastrophic injuries that leave him utterly unable to keep fighting. She smirks triumphantly, mockingly remarking that his performance was surprisingly decent for a rookie. The boy's body crashes brutally into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust across the dark forest. He groans in excruciating pain, completely crippled, and without the strength to even lift himself up. Ju watches the brutal scene in utter terror, realizing just how dire their situation has become. The assassin instantly pivots toward the defenseless girl, closing in to deliver the killing blow. Ju trembles in sheer horror as the villain lunges forward with murder in her eyes. In a desperate act of heroism, Jin uses the last ounce of his strength to throw himself in front of his friend. A sickening crunch echoes through the woods as the boy's shoulder is torn apart by Eva's vicious strike. The mystical clash unleashes a violent crimson shockwave that hurls both of them backward. The final slash cuts clean through the air with terrifying speed, carving a glowing trail in the dark. The girl screams his name in despair, while the villain praises the boy's speed, comparing him to an S rank. Eve maliciously whispers that if she had simply abandoned her friend, she could have easily made it out alive. The assassin claims she's going to die because of his weakness, but the crying girl refuses to accept it. In tears, the student breaks down over the unbearable pain of watching her childhood friend get torn to pieces. The villain flashes a wicked smile, coldly declaring that she has just shattered every last bit of their hope. Sometime before the clash began, a massive wave of pink magical energy swept through the entire forest. Veteran hunter Hyan, who asked in disbelief how the girl had managed to predict the enemy's ambush. Tense, she explained that she had noticed something deeply unnatural in the intruder's eyes from the very start. The enemy's assault was relentlessly fast, leaving the group with absolutely zero margin for error. The girl activated her mystical power through an artifact, but an intense magical backlash struck her out of nowhere. The hunter dashed forward in a panic, carrying the young girl as she cried out in agony, while her energy was violently drained. Clutching her chest with all her might, she felt her very life force being mysteriously consumed. Amidst the chaos, the enemy summoned a gigantic, monstrous beast that roared furiously to terrify everyone present. The beast was directly linked to Eva's senses, granting her absolute, flawless control over it. That mental command was channeled straight through the magic puppet's core, which constantly pulsed with a purple glow. A simple illustration breaks down that piloting the puppet is just like steering a small remote control toy car. However, control instantly breaks the moment the caster loses direct line of sight to the target, or the puppet itself. She explains that curse users bypass this flaw by implanting a microscopic core directly inside the puppet. The sadistic Eve breaks into a twisted grin, finding it hilarious that people ever dared to call curse users weak. She cackles that their true power lies in the mind, and that breaking their spirit renders their magic completely useless. Ju struggles to reply, stating that she never summoned her paper master just to use it as a weapon in battle. The scene shifts into the girl's childhood memories, showing the sweet moment she and the boy first met as kids. Looking down at her bleeding friend, she reaffirms that he has always been her most precious lifelong companion. The word memories strikes a deep chord inside Eve, freezing the assassin dead in her tracks for a brief second. A warm, long-forgotten memory of a childhood birthday suddenly surfaces in the villain's subconscious mind. That sudden glimpse into her past wipes the playful smirk right off the assassin's face, turning her cold and serious. Meanwhile, the wounded student whispers that playtime is officially over, activating her glowing paper cranes. Shin-Mi Ju unleashes an overwhelming burst of pink magical light, blinding and engulfing everything around them. The blinding flash triggers a massive explosion, right where the two battered students had fallen, caught dead center in the blast of light. The sadistic assassin's eyes widen as she suffers catastrophic damage. The student commands hundreds of origami birds that drift gracefully through the air across the battlefield. The remnants of folded paper flutter down onto the blood-stained ground as she focuses every drop of her mystic power. With fierce determination in her eyes, she proclaims that her ultimate light spell will bring their entire strategy to life. The young girl firmly declares that she will leave her opponent completely helpless and useless for the rest of the fight. She looks back on her brutal past battle against Jisoo, Hyan in every hard-earned lesson she took away from that day. The paper cranes spring to life, soaring through the sky and detonating on the skilled girl's command. Because it drains far too much energy and carries extreme risks, this was a forbidden spell she had never dared use at school. Back in the present, Eve tries to recover from the flash, only to realize she's completely surrounded by an impossible swarm of paper birds. The villain realizes in shock that the girl's partner has vanished, instantly deducing that she's trapped inside an intricate illusion. The enemy assumes the girl's plan is merely to blind her with decoys, so she can grab her friend and make a run for it. But the young hunter catches her completely off guard, clasping her hands together to manifest a terrifying sphere of gravity. She summons a miniature black hole, focusing an overwhelming gravitational pull onto a single floating point in the clearing. The violent gravitational vortex begins violently tearing through the area, dragging in everything across the forest. Jian-Woo, Jin seizes the opening, rushing in at blistering speed to unleash a devastating strike against the villain. Eve is left in utter disbelief, unable to fathom how he still has this much power left to fight after taking so much damage. The young man roars with pure resolve, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning, fast punches cloaked in radiant light. Pulling off a flawless acrobatic maneuver, he lands a pinpoint strike straight onto his opponent's body. The assassin screams in pure panic, completely terrified as her vision is suddenly plunged into pitch-black darkness. The boy winds up for the decisive blow, holding nothing back in a display of pure, unbridled aggression. He screams with all his fury, continuing to hammer her with a brutal, uninterrupted sequence of strikes. Shin-Mi Ju barely holds the spell together, desperately pushing through the excruciating toll tearing at her body. A colossal blast of light and magical energy erupts as the boy's final punch connects dead center with the villain. Sadistic assassin writhes in sheer agony as her fatal weakness to intense light is completely torn open. The narration explains that a returnee's power exists within the realm of concepts and can only ever be shattered by another concept. It is the ancient, absolute concept that pure light will always pierce through and cleanse the world of darkness. Eve's fatal mistake was failing to completely block the initial flash produced by the student's origami cranes. Yet the one who actually unraveled this conceptual weakness wasn't the boy, who had simply moved on pure instinct. The true mastermind behind the brilliant strategy was Shin-Mi. Using her vast theoretical knowledge on returnees, she managed to sustain the illusion while sharing the entire plan telepathically. a complex feat she had never even attempted before. Guided by her voice, the boy channeled every ounce of his strength to fight through the spell's gravity and unleash that rapid fire assault. Even though they were racking up massive damage on their foe, both students knew their own bodies would collapse first. Coughing up blood, the young girl realizes they only have one shot left to land the final, decisive blow and win. Suddenly, an eerie, distant sound begins echoing across the battlefield, instantly drawing everyone's attention, much to the villain's absolute shock. A faint, gentle melody of Happy Birthday begins playing directly inside her scrambled mind. The mystical song keeps playing on a relentless loop, leaving the sadistic killer completely paralyzed and dead silent. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of anguish and emotional trauma, she silently breaks into tears, begging for the music to stop. The tender childhood tune fades out, revealing the haunting image of a birthday cake from the past she had tried so desperately to forget. Eve screams in pure rage, threatening to kill her opponent and demanding they stop showing her that cursed memory. The flashback reveals the villain as a young child, happily celebrating her birthday. She used to believe that even a year full of pain was worth enduring, as long as everyone was smiling on her birthday. On that special day, her father wouldn't hit her mother, and they would all sing Happy Birthday together with genuine joy. It was the only time her mother would finally stop crying and smile from the bottom of her heart. On top of that, she could finally enjoy a delicious cake that she never had the chance to taste on normal days. No matter how awful and agonizing the rest of the year was, she always held on to that tiny sliver of hope. The little girl truly believed she could survive any amount of pain, as long as happiness was waiting for her in the end. But suddenly, a terrifying shadow from the present looms right behind that sweet childhood memory. Eva's adult self appears, coldly warning that something horrific was about to unfold right there. Her mother calls out to little Eve, urging her to hurry up and blow out the candles on her cake. Deep down, the little girl only had one wish, that every single day could be just like her birthday. She kept daydreaming about how wonderful it would be to have that peaceful family warmth last forever. The moment she blows out the candles, all the light fades into a cold, melancholic darkness. The scene shifts violently, and the young girl finds herself trapped right in the center of a sinister ritual circle. Her eyes widen in complete horror as she realizes this terrifying nightmare is real. A crowd of hooded cultists erupts in celebration over the arrival of the prophesied girl blessed with special powers. Everyone begins clapping with fanatical devotion, hailing the coming of their supposed savior. The zealots chant in worship, praising the God who delivered this new beacon of hope straight into their hands. The little girl stands frozen in utter panic, unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding around her. From that tragic moment on, every happy day she ever had was swallowed by total darkness. Back in the present on the mysterious island, the villain suffers intensely as the agony of her past tears through her mind. Meanwhile, Jin desperately scrambles to dodge another violent strike from Eve's monstrous creature. The young man sends a telepathic warning that their opponent has completely lost her mind, suggesting they use the opening to escape. But Ju replies that running isn't an option, and that they must land the finishing blow to end this once and for all. The boy argues that the assassin's body is far too durable, and that standard physical attacks simply won't cut it. He says they'll only end up getting dragged down with her. Recalling the advice to wield his power with true honor, the blonde youth seems to make a critical decision, locking his determined gaze onto the brutal clash ahead. Declaring that he truly belongs to the UJ Corporation, he begins channeling every last ember of his remaining energy. Ju panics with concern, desperately calling out to her friend the moment she realizes what he's about to do. Their telepathic bond suddenly snaps, cutting off at the absolute worst possible moment. With his ally pushed to her absolute limit, the young man charges forward alone to deliver the final strike. He slams into his opponent with devastating force, pouring every ounce of his physical power into the blow. Blood splatters through the air as a haunting realization about the futility of returning echoes in the mind. A grim memory from the past reveals a lifeless body hanging beside an overturned chair on the floor. The little girl walks completely alone through the bustling streets of a massive city in utter despair. She thought that if her life was destined to stay this painful, it would be far better if it just ended. She wished she had never been born, until a mysterious voice suddenly shattered that dark thought. Standing right in front of her on the sidewalk is an enigmatic man in a trench coat. Instantly catching her attention, the stranger says that out of all these people on the street, it's impossible that no one cares about her. The little girl notices his foreign accent as she stares quietly at the cake box in his hand. He asks if today is her birthday, but she looks down, shyly whispering that it isn't. The man in the trench coat smiles warmly, explaining that bakeries stay open every single day of the year for anyone who wants them. He keeps talking, mentioning a beautiful line he recently read in a book that left a lasting impression on him. The iconic quote stated that all human beings are born destined for love and revolution. The man then boldly declares that he was born purely to lead a massive revolution across the world. The little girl listens in total silence, trying her best to process words that feel so deep. Driven by curiosity, she asks if there would be any room for her in the grand revolution he speaks of. Her eyes light up with wonder as she quietly asks if there will be birthday candles there, too. Back in the present, Jin's ferocious punch lands flush against the villain, triggering a violent explosion of energy. Eve is sent flying by the brutal impact of the attack as blood sprays into the air. Jin freezes in sheer disbelief, realizing that something horrific is about to unfold on the battlefield. Her head hanging low, the severely wounded assassin still wears a cold, deadly look on her face. She swiftly weaves a casting sign with her fingers, preparing to unleash an overwhelmingly destructive spell. A terrifying, mysterious blend of radiant light and pitch black darkness begins coiling menacingly around the young man's body. The dread power known as Helios activates, unleashing a conceptual force that can never be torn apart. Jin collapses in a pool of his own blood, critically injured, as the young vision of Eve stares down at him coldly. The little girl reveals that she despises the light because wielding it requires a kind heart, something she simply doesn't have. She explains that the brighter the light shines, the clearer the terrifying darkness inside her own soul becomes. Back in the present, Eve drops to her knees in defeat, bitterly cursing how much she despises all this light. Yet the battle rages on with terrifying intensity as both fighters trade lightning-fast, lethal blows. Jin's face contorts in sheer agony and despair as he desperately tries to withstand the villain's onslaught. The assassin stares coldly at her opponent, showing absolutely no mercy or hesitation. A blinding, overwhelming flash erupts across the clearing, drowning out everything in a mysterious, destructive glow. Ju watches the horror unfold in total shock and terror, paralyzed by the enemy's devastating power on the field. With a brutal, merciless motion, the villain unleashes a lethal strike straight at the defenseless student. The poor girl screams in absolute agony as the assassin's vicious, blood-soaked strike tears right through her. The sadistic killer calmly strolls over to her fallen foe, mockingly sneering that she won't get off that easily. She flashes a twisted smile, declaring that she would never grant her enemy a quick and peaceful death. Out of nowhere, the assassin is blindsided by a devastating kick delivered by an unexpected hero. The newcomer furiously snaps that sheltered, pampered brats like them know absolutely nothing about real pain. Eve flies into a blind rage, screaming that they've lived their entire lives without ever having to worry about a thing. She demands to know why they're digging into her past, just as a spear of pure energy impales her. Sung Hyen steps onto the scene, his cold, piercing gaze locked onto the villain who just took the surprise blow. The protagonist is utterly furious, his massive sword planted in the dirt as he looks upon his fallen friends. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he realizes that this damned assassin has completely lost her mind. The young man notes that he can barely keep up with her speed as the villain readies herself for another clash. A flashback to their school days reveals two students discussing the deep secrets hidden within that special academy. Several extraordinary students are gathered together at the prestigious Seonghan Academy for special abilities. A younger Sung Hyen used to smile warmly, long before all the trauma and brutal battles that awaited him in the future. Suddenly, an angry red-haired girl bursts in, screaming Eve Kidman's name at the top of her lungs. The narration explains that this school operated under a rare and highly controversial academic system in the country, was a special class track that openly accepted returnees from other worlds. Because they were victims of a national disaster who had been abducted, the principal decided to create this support program, but many students saw this so-called social reintegration as nothing more than a massive, hypocritical lie. They complained that the school only pretended to help, while actually locking all the returnees away in a single isolated ward. The young girl saw this supposed socialization as nothing but a glorified prison with iron bars across the windows. She despised the prejudiced stares from the regular students, who looked down on them like animals in a zoo. Burning with rage, she questions why they should ever have to adapt and peacefully coexist with trash like that. The redhead confronts her classmate, realizing she was the one who spread all those vile rumors across the entire academy. Those vicious lies painted Mikhail as a lunatic psychopath and Haju as a disgusting, complete pervert. To make matters worse, the rumors claimed Chea was a horrific monster who stole the body of a sacred elf. She screams in pure fury, shouting that the rumors also turned her into a bloodthirsty, battle-crazed warmonger. The girl clenches her fists with everything she has, building up a massive surge of blazing magical flames around her. She points the finger right at Eve Kidman, calling her the real culprit behind, turning them into monsters in everyone's eyes. But Eve merely responds with a sadistic, mocking smirk, showing zero remorse for anything she did. The redhead summons her scorching flames and charges forward in a blind rage, screaming her rival's name with pure, unadulterated hatred. Back in the present, Eve Kidman locks eyes with her old acquaintance, calmly stating she'll finish her current business first. The fire-wielding opponent roars with hatred, ordering the assassin to finally drop dead right here and now. The final blaze of fire surges straight for the wicked villain's eye in an utterly brutal strike. The legendary Jade Sea piercing spear is summoned, firing a powerful, brilliant blue beam right at the villainess. The monstrous impact violently shakes the entire forest as the sound of destruction echoes through the area. Eve tries to hold back the terrifying buildup of mystical energy, but gets swallowed up by an immense vortex of spiritual power. Yu Yaon charges forward fiercely, engulfed in flames while dodging high-speed projectiles that graze right past her. Floating majestically in the sky, the red-haired warrior prepares dozens of flaming spears to unleash her full power. Gritting her teeth through the blood, Eve channels every ounce of her remaining strength to activate her absolute defense. Beautiful golden wings of pure divine light sprout from Eva's back, revealing the awakening of a celestial power. The two rivals lock eyes, brimming with rage and resolve right before the final clash of their spells. The devastating fiery strike collides head-on with the sacred barrier of light, sparking a clash of epic proportions. A colossal, destructive explosion engulfs the entire battlefield, scattering debris and smoke everywhere. Eve mockingly asks why an old friend is attacking her, complaining that she absolutely hates getting hurt. Covered in blood and injuries, the villainess keeps faking distress, trying to throw her rival off emotionally. The red-haired girl demands to know the real reason she returned, but the assassin merely pretends to sympathize with her concerns. She asks if all this rage is because of the old rumors, infuriating her opponent even more. Eve begins laying out her true motives, revealing the deep contempt she harbored for all their former classmates. With a cold, piercing glare, she sneers that every single one of them was nothing more than a disgusting liar. She accuses the group of pretending to forget the other world's trauma just to play at living a pathetic, normal life. Deep down, they all knew things could never go back to being sweet and peaceful like before. The villainess says watching them act, so hypocritical, completely sickened her with their fake happiness. Yu Yaon listens in silence as her mystic flames blaze even hotter around her. Eve reveals that her only real goal was to drag out everyone's true, dark nature. She claims that in the end, they are all just monsters, but the red-haired fighter tells her to shut her mouth once and for all. With a grim look, the fiery young woman firmly declares she has nothing left to say to her rival. The scene shifts to a peaceful moment, showing a young girl resting calmly in the shade of a tree. A seasoned instructor explains that hunters avoid fighting returnees for very specific reasons. He points out that even though returnees are S-rank warriors, their power is wildly unstable. On top of that, he notes that even a legendary returnee is helpless against a coordinated surprise attack. The narration notes that these warriors hold too many deadly trump cards to be taken down easily. The villainess knows that Yu Yaon, as power revolves around the four core elements air, fire, earth, and water. Each of these four elements splits further into internal and external manifestations of mystic energy. This allows the red-haired fighter to utilize an impressive total of 8 different combat abilities. Right now, she was combining 3 complex spells to boost her physical strength and summon magical stone weapons. Eve wonders why her opponent is not tapping into the wind element, suspecting it might be a hidden trump card. Suddenly, an eerie golden glow begins gathering at a single point in the sky above the battlefield. The legendary spell Longinus fires off, like a devastating beam of holy light, ripping through space at high speed. A brilliant detonation erupts in the skies, while the assassin glides gracefully with her radiant golden wings deployed. With a calm expression, the villainess starts wondering if her rival is arrogantly underestimating her in this fight. She notices the red-haired girl used an absolute body reinforcement technique instead of dodging the deadly strike. Eve figures her rival thought the attack was not worth dodging, choosing to take the hit straight on instead. A sadistic, smug grin spreads across the villainess's face as she catches on to her enemy's critical tactical blunder. She mocks under her breath that being one of the weakest in the special class makes it understandable why people look down on her. The scene briefly cuts to a quick memory of when the two were just regular young students at the academy. The narration explains that while the attack is slower than light, elite warriors are still capable of dodging it. However, the earlier Longinus spell was mainly cast to momentarily blind the red-haired fighter. When her vision finally clears, the first thing the young warrior sees is a terrifying nightmare. She finds herself staring at the massive, pitch-black sphere of a black hole, devouring every trace of surrounding light. The dreaded celestial punishment spell triggers to bring a definitive end to the violent battle in the forest. The villainess scoffs, wondering why warriors always save their best tricks for the very end. A massive pillar of dark energy descends from the heavens, annihilating anything that dares to touch the ground. A gigantic crater of pure ruin is carved out, showcasing the terrifying might of the ultimate spell that leveled the area. In the flashback, Yu Yaon believed she had wiped out all of her rival's darkness by unleashing her most destructive spell. She figured that dragging the battle out would only leave her at a massive disadvantage against the assassin. Back in the present, the young woman looks up and panics as she notices her opponent's radiant glow is still shining. She wonders if the villainess blocked the attack, but recalls that her absolute defense technique was still on cooldown. The girl stares in disbelief at her wounded foe, deducing she should have no way left to endure that hit. Her memories reveal that the secret of the flames lies in how their color shifts under extreme heat. When fire reaches a temperature on par with the surface of the sun, it turns a bright blue and white hue. The young hunter had only one simple basis: to figure out the weakness in Eve's darkness. It all came down to the brutal, agonizing experience she had gathered fighting through the other world. A traumatic trial built on countless corpses and rivers of spilled blood across the battlefield. Eve Kidman herself admits her combat instincts were forged by the endless slaughters she witnessed. It was nothing more than an educated guess driven by her deepest survival instincts. Back in the past, the two young women sit side by side inside a peaceful academy classroom. In the flashback, Eve screams in fury, demanding her rival finally admit that this place is totally useless. She starts unleashing a terrifying amount of vibrant green wind energy all around her body. Bitterly, the villainess declares that the only real thing they share with these normal people is the pain of death. Throwing a ruthless punch, she screams that there is absolutely no one in this world who can save them. In the present, the sinister Kai looks over the ruined battlefield and bursts into a sadistic laugh. Supervisor Yahello, Sung steps up covered in blood, carrying his wounded ally, and says they are even on the tab. He throws a devastating wind punch to carve out a clean escape route right through the thick explosion smoke. The narration explains that the villainess's misc ability holds the conceptual power to literally rip through the air itself. Thunderous booms echo across the skies as massive stone projectiles begin raining down onto the forest. Eve sits composed atop the giant hand of a powerful stone golem she just summoned into the fray. Looking down with a cold, piercing stare, the villainess realizes her opponent genuinely refuses to stay down. Collapsed on the damp ground, the young red-haired girl weeps in agony, unable to believe her enemy survived the blast. Kai slowly walks toward the defenseless girl, who panics and asks what he plans to do with her. Desperate, she screams at him, calling him a murderer as she realizes he intends to finish her off right there. From high up on the golem, Eve watches coldly, asking sarcastically if they are really all that different. The girl sobs uncontrollably, begging for her life and asking if he really has the heart to kill his own childhood friend. Yan just watches the humiliating spectacle from above. Completely stone-faced and drenched in blood, the wounded girl keeps sobbing as cold sweat drips down her face in sheer despair. In tears, she begs for mercy, desperately crying that she does not want to die in such a cruel way. In the present, Kai walks up to Eve and calmly says her name, while the battle smoke clears out. The villainess fixes a sharp, analytical gaze on her ally, trying to assess the state of the battle. The villain swats away a rapid strike while watching Supervisor Sung flee with the wounded students. Kai mocks the surviving heroes, calling them persistent roaches as he watches them dash off at top speed. The supervisor yells in fury, barking orders to kill every enemy in sight after realizing he was ambushed from behind. The villain looks around in confusion, stating he cannot see anyone else left on the battlefield. Kai starts gathering a massive surge of golden lightning in his fist, winding up for a devastating blow. Meanwhile, the swift Sung sprints desperately through the dark forest with Sung high and on his back. He triggers his special weapons abilities to throw up a powerful barrier of blue electricity along the path. A flash of blue energy streaks across the sky, catching Kai off guard and drawing a gasp of pure shock. The villain curses under his breath for missing the mark, while the assassin screams in fury, demanding to know what he is doing. On the forest floor, Young Woo, Jin and Mai Chu lie badly wounded right beside an embedded sword. The protagonist, Sung Hyan, slowly begins regaining consciousness. Wondering what he is doing there, he tries to process the situation, wondering if this is another one of those otherworld reincarnations. Looking up, the young man recognizes his instructor and calls out in surprise, only to get a gruff response. The narration notes that the supervisor's mystic went up an axe like a hammer that can pull in or repel targets. Hyo. Sung warns that they need to run before the enemies catch up, telling the kid to get on his own 2 feet. The instructor's face fills with pure panic as he warns that if those monsters catch them, they are all dead. Eve snaps at her ally, asking in disbelief why he is not chasing down the fleeing opponents. Annoyed, she insists he needs to go after them right away and beat those heroes to a pulp. Kai simply turns his back dismissively, pointing out that she caused this entire mess and still wants to keep fighting. The villain explains that the area is way too hot and that the massive ruckus will draw in hunters from all over the island. He warns that they could walk straight into an ambush set by a large group of hunters on high alert. Too lazy to argue, he simply casts his restraint spell, trapping Eve inside a magical bubble. Kai tells her to rest up and heal her serious wounds. While the villainess rants and raves inside the sphere, the mage notices Meiteo never responded to the blast, figuring he will have to keep hunting down the other targets himself. Glancing over the island map, he worries that time is running out now that the explosions have raised the alarm. The villain figures the best move right now is to regroup with Meiteo as quickly as possible to assess the situation. Meanwhile, a massive, ominous pillar of dark energy rises on the horizon, catching a student's eye. The young hunters watch the terrifying spectacle with deep dread, completely clueless about what is going on. Jun warns that they need to keep moving, as things are clearly much worse and more dangerous than they thought. Sung Hyan trails behind, lost in thought, muttering to himself that his bad feeling was spot on. He catches his friends off guard by shouting that they need to turn back immediately and avoid that path. Jun tries to argue that they cannot just run, but the protagonist cuts him off, saying that is not the real issue. In a panic, Sung Hyan reveals that they have actually been walking in circles through the forest the entire time. He points to a cut tree trunk, explaining that this is the 3rd time they have passed that exact spot. The young man also points out the rock where they took a break, leaving his backpack, wearing friend completely speechless. Sung Hyan explains that every guidepost they've run into is leading them right back to where they started. Totally shocked, Jun asks if literally every single guidepost is malfunctioning. The protagonist recalls that the instructor knew the island so well he could find shortcuts without needing the posts. Because of that, they never realized the guideposts had been rigged from the very beginning, but moving at that speed, it finally clicked that something was dead wrong with the route they took. Terrified, they realize they are still trapped inside the island's high-risk monster zone. He figures the enemies sabotaged the routes to disorient them rather than kill them, since they used sealing items. He explains that the sealing cuffs are meant strictly to pin hunters down without having to end their lives. The group buys the logic and decides to completely reroute toward the south, despite the rough terrain. Jun apologizes for snapping earlier, but the protagonist calmly reassures him that everything is fine between them. Sung Hyan looks at the reddish sky, realizes that strange energy definitely does not belong to any monster. With a determined gaze, he feels certain that a powerful returnee is behind this whole mess. The students carefully push forward through the dense woods, trying not to draw any enemy attention. The protagonist quietly thinks to himself that if a returnee is involved, he could be a massive help in the fight. He remembers his core belief that putting his life on the line to save others is what being a true hunter is all about. He wished he had the strength to rush straight to where people needed his immediate help in combat. But the young man remembers the warning that running off now would drastically slash his friend's odds of making it out. His friend had warned him in no uncertain terms that trying to play the lone hero right now was nothing but a selfish stunt. Despite harboring immense hidden power, he beats himself up for being completely helpless to change the situation. Sung Hyun chooses to pull back for now, knowing it is the most rational call to keep the group safe. He walks on in thought, feeling like he still cannot truly accept himself as a proper, respectable hunter. The young man reflects on how he got so caught up in chasing raw strength that he completely lost sight of his own answers. Back in the present, the protagonist makes his way through the forest and unexpectedly runs straight into the dangerous Kai. He stops in his tracks, watching the mysterious man with sheer suspicion and extreme caution among the ruins. The villain also notices the group of students, letting out a soft grunt of mild surprise. Tension turns suffocating as both sides silently stare each other down amid the thick foliage. The kid with the backpack panics completely upon spotting the enemy, desperately crying out for him to wait. Kai quickly raises his hands, putting on a friendly front and lying that he is just a hunter from the Shinsong Guild. Sung Hyun sizes up the man's features, muttering suspiciously as he clocks that the guy is a foreign warrior. The villain lies, claiming his group was attacked too, and points to the magic bubble, where the wounded villainess is recovering. He fakes a sigh of relief, saying he is glad to find surviving allies off the island's beaten path. The villain senses the group is weak, but recalls that returnees can track spiritual energy through unique methods. He chooses to prioritize meeting up with Mateo, thinking it would be a total waste of time to hunt down these defenseless students. The protagonist calmly states that he is heading out to save the other hunters, and the trench-coated man praises his fake effort. Kai watches him walk away, his eyes full of deep suspicion as he wonders what their real agenda is. The two sides head in opposite directions through the forest, while the magical bubble floats right beside the powerful villain. Suddenly, the man in the trench coat stops dead in his tracks, sensing that something is terribly off. He wonders why a low-tier guild would venture this deep, quickly figuring they must actually be academy students. The villain halts entirely after noticing a baffling mismatch in the protagonist's apparent power level. He considers that a powerful returnee's spiritual energy can easily be mistaken for a low-level signature. Kai glances back with a sinking suspicion that the blue-haired kid might not be easy prey after all. It suddenly hits him that the boy might actually be a dangerous tiger cub hiding in plain sight among the students. Sung Hyun's sharp, fearless gaze makes it obvious he is ready to take on the terrifying foe. The man spins around completely, fixing the young fighters with a menacing posture in the middle of the desolate field. The protagonist also turns around slowly to face the enemy, fully aware that the inevitable fight is about to start. The two opponents lock eyes with utter intensity, realizing they were both thinking the exact same thing. Kai approaches imposing toward the three friends, who stand their ground, ready to defend their lives at any cost. Huh? Jun whispers to the protagonist, asking if he also noticed something completely off about that foreign hunter. The red-haired youth worries out loud, mentioning he has never heard of an allied returnee fitting that description. Sung Hyun keeps his eyes locked on the massive dark pillar in the distance, saying his suspicions are spot on. He states without hesitation that the foreigner is actually a dangerous enemy who infiltrated the area. The protagonist warns that they need to clear out immediately, calling the opponent a hunter, which leaves his friend confused. The blue-haired boy asks his friends if they truly believe in his promise to grow strong in battle. Ha Jun tenses up, asking nervously why he is bringing up such a heavy topic at a time like this. Kai centers himself on the field, channeling a huge surge of golden lightning all around his hands. The red Haired Hunter's eyes go wide in absolute horror as he senses the catastrophic power about to be unleashed. A violent, devastating blast of golden thunder is summoned, lighting up the entire dark forest with a blinding glow. The terrifying lightning bolt slams into the ground with a deafening roar, triggering a massive eruption of sparks. The villain watches the smoke clear and is stunned to see his devastating attack barely did anything. He gasps in shock, seeing the protagonist completely neutralize the thunder strike without taking a scratch. Remembering his inner turmoil, the protagonist quietly admits he still cannot accept himself as he is right now. Even so, he figures that facing down a desperate fight like this is way easier to accept and focus on. The blue-haired young man emerges imposing through the dust, brandishing his sword alongside chains of blue spiritual energy. Intrigued, Kai realizes his powerful lightning strike was not just blocked, but completely disintegrated by the kid. He analyzes the blue chains, concluding it is not an otherworldly technique, but rather high-level summoning magic. The villain suspects the boy is a returnee capable of copying other people's powers, just like their leader Mateo does. Sung Hyan demands to know who the enemy is, while the trench-coated man questions the reason behind his moves on the island. The foreigner claims everything he does is for the revolution, saying that as a fellow returnee, the kid should understand. Preaches bitterly, claiming the current world is unfair and packed with cruel absurdities against people like them. The man says society will never truly accept them, no matter how hard they try to put their powers to good use. Kai claims the protagonist knows that pain all too well, prompting the young man to recall his own dark, lonely past. The foreigner declares that revolution is the only way to reshape the world, but the young fighter asks what he is even rambling about. The protagonist charges in fiercely with his sword raised, telling the enemy to learn the local language first. Kai is caught off guard by the kid's superhuman speed as a blazing fast slash comes flying straight at him. Sung Hyan executes a precise maneuver with his glowing blue chains to land the decisive blow of the fight. The villain can barely react in time against the insane speed and precision of the young hero's slashing assault. He quickly triggers his barrier technique, refraction, trying to block the incoming crushing impact. The legendary refraction sphere has the incredible ability to redirect any physical matter or kinetic force that touches it. The narration explains that not even the strongest weapons made of pure spiritual energy can bypass that rule. Yet to everyone's utter shock, the powerful mystic barrier begins, cracking and shattering under the hero's sheer force. Kai's eyes widen in sheer horror and panic as he watches his absolute defense get completely smashed to pieces by the kid. A powerful punch charged with explosive energy lands with devastating force. Kai leaps back immediately, trying to escape the massive shockwave unleashed by the collision. Ji-sung Hein firmly grips his glowing chain, his gaze locked entirely on his opponent. The villain lands and wonders in confusion if the blue-haired kid also possesses some kind of explosion skill. Kai lowers his head, completely stunned by the unbelievable power behind the attack he just witnessed. Panic sets in as he realizes the boy managed to shatter his refraction, a barrier that was supposed to be absolute. The old man eyes the protagonist's mystical chains, sensing that this power is anything but ordinary. A dreadful feeling washes over the villain as he watches the hero enveloped in that shimmering blue energy. Elsewhere, a beam of black light cuts through the sky above a giant spider, making Mateo question what's happening. The villainous leader uses his mirage to hide his face, contemplating the possibility of another returnee being in the area. Mateo worries about Eve's reckless behavior, knowing she usually relies only on raw strength in battle. He reaches for his walkie-talkie but decides against making contact, knowing Kai would rush to her aid. The villain decides to focus on his own objectives, refusing to waste energy on useless worries in the forest. Back in the fight, Kai swiftly dodges incoming strikes, fully convinced he can never be defeated. Sung Hyan is impressed by his opponent's reflexes. Watching him dodge every single attack, he recalls that a returnee's physical strength shouldn't exceed common sense without active techniques. Yet the old man dodges with extreme mastery without even using a single special magical technique. Kai tensely analyzes the situation and resolves to avoid any physical contact with the blue chains. The villain keeps darting side to side, waiting for the perfect opening to land a lethal counterattack. Sung Hyan presses forward with determination, trying to find any slight flaw in the man's flawless defense. The battle turns into an intense mental standoff to see who will make the first mistake. However, Kai's train of thought was flowed, assuming the kid was operating on his level. The real problem for the hero, who had just fought for his life, was his severe lack of spiritual energy. Sung Hyan has less than 2 minutes before his mana completely runs dry. He knows that if he tries to bind the villain with his chains, there's a strong chance his power will give out beforehand. To secure victory, the blue-haired youth realizes he must awaken the power he tapped into before. He recalls his conversation with Yaun about the advanced technique known as lightning, fire transformation. She explained that this skill allows one to coat their body in flames to drastically enhance their combat power. The young man visualizes the incredible demonstration of the fire technique his senior used to wield. Sung Hyan remembers mentioning that his energy felt more like electricity, and that he suffered severe recoil after using it. He nods, confirming that he really did feel the harsh backlash right after activating the mystical transformation. Yun shares that she used to struggle with the same issue until she figured out how to control it. She tells him the recoil drops drastically if he stays still until the crackling electricity settles. The protagonist gets confused by the term she uses to describe that state of pent-up energy. She snaps at him, telling him not to question the names she comes up with for her techniques. Sung Hyan sighs, thinking about how tricky summoning magic is since it can trigger on its own at any moment. His senior corrects him, pointing out that the real problem likely has nothing to do with summoning magic itself. She explains with absolute seriousness that the root cause is tied to the very nature of what they are in this world. The girl reveals that they are the only ones who simply cannot control their own abilities at will. The hero listens intently as she shares a priceless piece of advice passed down from a former master. The lesson taught that power spirals out of control when emotions run wild, and the secret lies in looking within oneself. The protagonist begins comparing his current state of mind to that desperate moment from his past. He tries to recall every single feeling that flooded his heart during those extreme circumstances. Sung Hyan remembers the terrifying psycho villain who hunted him down relentlessly, giving him no chance to escape. In that moment of sheer terror, cornered with nothing left, he clung to the blue crystal with the last of his strength. Closing his eyes, the young man finally understands the true motivation that drove his actions back then. In the middle of all that chaos, his greatest desire was to become strong and fearless, just like that incredible hunter. Fueled by that unwavering resolve, sparks of blue electricity begin to crackle around his body. The protagonist focuses all his willpower to channel and unleash that immense hidden power once more. Sung Hyan realizes that thanks to that past ordeal, he can now fight on par with a returnee, but frustration soon sets in as Sung Hyan realizes he still can't fully draw out his spiritual power. With no other choice, he decides to bet on his only remaining option. Just as the villain moves in to exploit the opening, Kai lunges with a deadly strike, oblivious to the clever trap the boy has already set for him. A deafening boom echoes across the battlefield at the decisive moment of impact. Drops of blood spray into the air, proving the violent clash took a heavy toll on one of them. Kai lets out a heavy, exhausted breath, trying to process what just went down in the fight. Shock hits him as he feels blood dripping down his face, following the unexpected outcome of his attack. The old man stares at Sung Hyan in total disbelief, unable to grasp how the kid pulled off such a move. His eyes widen in panic as he realizes he walked straight into a flawless trap. Eve Kidman lies on the ground, completely immobilized by the protagonist's glowing blue chains. Sung Hyan stands over the young woman with his sword drawn, radiating pure coldness in battle. Directing his mystical chains, he gives a chilling warning that any retaliation won't be tolerated. The blue ear threatens to end the girl's life on the spot if the enemy makes even the slightest move. Kai is consumed by rage, grit-teeth grinding as he hurls insults at the protagonist for the blackmail. In this tense standoff, the villain recalls an old, unforgettable lesson about who he should truly trust. The young man repeats his grim threat, and the old man can tell he definitely isn't bluffing. Kai flashes back to the moment he tried to strike the hero and realizes his suspicions were dead on. The villain's punch slammed hard into the protagonist's chest, but it made a strange metallic clink. Horrified, he realizes the boy used his mystical chains to shield his body from harm. The kid had woven an actual chain armor beneath his clothes to protect himself. The impact was strong enough to make Sung Hyan cough up blood, but his defensive gambit worked like a charm. He reveals that his counterattack was merely a distraction to keep his makeshift armor hidden. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Sung Hyan lays down two strict conditions to spare the captive's life. Right then and there, he demands that the old man break his own arms and immediately dispel all of his mystical orbs. In sheer despair, Kai realizes his opponent knows Eve is his ally and is using her as lethal leverage. The villain wonders if the boy also figured out that he needs to touch the orbs to cast his techniques. In reality, the narration reveals that Sung Hyan had no clue who the captive actually was. He simply suspected something was off with that glowing sphere and decided to gamble everything on a hunch. Acting on pure combat instinct, the hero ended up capturing the hostage the second she emerged from the mystical bubble. On the inside, Sung Hyan was just as on edge dealing with this high-stakes, improvised gamble. He silently reflects that he still can't accept it himself and his current weakness. The young man feels he must push himself much harder to break through his limits and protect those who matter. Sung Hyan grits his teeth with determination, brushing off the pain of his injuries to lock in on victory. He yells impatiently, ordering his foe to make a quick decision before it's too late. The youth presses his blade closer to Eva's neck, proving he'll follow through on his promise without a second thought. Kai's eyes widen in sheer desperation upon realizing his comrade's life is in mortal danger. A massive burst of golden energy flares up, lighting up the entire surrounding forest. The villain calls down a powerful bolt of lightning onto himself, fulfilling the brutal condition set by the protagonist. Kai stands with his arms completely mangled and bloody after disabling all of his abilities. Blood drips onto the damp ground as the old man agonizingly asks if that's finally enough. He begs the young man to release the girl, painfully explaining just how much she means to him. With tears in his eyes, the battered old man confesses that he considers the captive girl his own family. Kai looks back on his harsh childhood in a poor slum where the rules of survival were ruthless. He sorrowfully recalls his late father's final words, advising him to only ever trust family. The old man remembers it was impossible to know what made his father sick amidst the overwhelming squalor. His death had been caused by spoiled food or an old bullet that was never removed. The memory of the funeral procession walking down the slum stairs in the pouring rain still aches in his chest. Back then, young Kai found himself completely alone with the crushing burden of raising his brother. He agonized over whether he'd be able to provide a better future and send his little brother to school. Holding his brother's hand, The boy was determined to find a way to make it in life through his own strength alone. To scrape together money, he got dragged into violent shootouts and armed turf wars across the slums. Over time, young Kai took on the dirtiest and most dangerous jobs, just to bring food to the table. Thanks to his raw courage, he quickly earned the trust of local bosses and rose through the ranks of the syndicate. The young man would return to his humble home proud to finally provide some real support. Funded by dirty money, his beloved younger brother, Davi, was finally able to attend school. Amidst the burning chaos and ruins, the little brother asked what it really meant to be someone important. Davy wondered if being important was like being the president, and if they could ever escape that reality. He mentioned how people on the outside could eat whatever they wanted without the constant fear of being shot. With eyes full of hope, the boy wished to study hard and one day make it to the outside world. The brother dreamed of changing things so everyone in the slums could have a slightly safer, more dignified life. Kai listened to his heartfelt words, knowing he wasn't smart enough to understand politics or social change. Deep down in his heart, he believed that violent, forgotten place would never truly change. The young man simply clung to his late father's teaching that fam was the only thing he could count on. He encouraged his younger brother to study hard so he could achieve all of his dreams. Kai felt he wouldn't mind dying as long as he could get his beloved brother out of that hellhole. Soon after, fate came to collect its due, and the young man was riddled with bullets in a dark alleyway. Collapsing onto the cold ground, he slowly shut his eyes as the final gunshots faded into the distance. Suddenly, a mysterious voice greeted him, causing him to open his eyes in a completely different place. The young man woke up startled, dressed in white robes inside a majestic temple in another mystical realm. An elderly monk surrounded by floating spheres introduced himself, revealing he had saved Kai from the brink of death. Dazed, Kai looked around, unable to tell if he was in heaven or some kind of spiritual purgatory. Looking at the massive sacred structures, he realized he had been transported to an entirely new world. In that sacred sanctuary, the young man learned that the outside world he once knew was actually exceedingly small. He realized that if such a beautiful place existed, he too could change and become a much better person. From that revelatory moment on, his younger brother's old dream became his own life mission. He resolved to use everything he learned to transform the reality of his former community. However, upon successfully returning to Earth, a wounded former comrade screamed in despair that everyone was dead. The returnee froze in utter shock upon hearing those horrific words right after his long-awaited homecoming. Weeping, the survivor explained that all of their childhood friends had passed away years ago. He began listing off the names of cherished friends who had lost their lives in brutal turf wars. The man revealed that little Davi had also been mercilessly murdered by a rival neighborhood gang. In that brutal reality, it was all too common for young lives to be cut short in bloody armed conflicts. Most local gang members rarely made it past 30 years old alive. Consumed by the agony of loss, Kai took full control of the slums using his overwhelming returnee powers. Bracing for the absolute worst, he channeled a massive orb of fire to kick off his ruthless vengeance. The man resolved to personally purge all of that violent scum to finally rewrite the fate of the slums. Weeping in anguish, he began hunting down and slaughtering every single rival criminal tied to those tragedies. He left a trail of bloodshed and bodies in his wake, convinced he was doing the right thing. The returnee whispered to his brother's memory, promising to keep his dream alive no matter the cost. He swore a solemn oath to build a far better, safer world for future generations of children. Yet, upon taking down the final opponent on the ground, Kai noticed something deeply shocking and unsettling. The man looked closer at the fallen rival's face, a dreadful feeling seizing his chest. To his utter horror, he recognized the wounded youth's features and desperately whispered his younger brother's name. It made zero sense, since everyone had told him little Davi died years ago. Chaotic thoughts flooded his mind as he realized he had just murdered his own family with his bare hands. The villain suffered a complete mental breakdown as the brutal irony of his bloody personal crusade sank in. A scream of pure agony and despair tore through the area as he cradled his brother's bloody body. Weeping hysterically, he begged to know why the boy hadn't escaped that cursed place as they had planned. Davi smiled weakly in his final moments, just happy to see his older brother one last time before dying. The boy passed away in Kai's arms, making it clear that people like them could never truly make it to the outside world. He reflects that no matter how educated you get, society demands fortunes that are simply impossible for them to attain. Bitterly, the man concludes that the entire outside world is full of cruel absurdities and injustice. The old man believes society never changes, and there isn't a single soul in the world left to trust. He remembers Davi's words, how his brother believed with all his heart that Kai would change their sad reality. With profound bitterness, Kai wonders why his beloved brother had to leave him all alone. The pain of abandonment and his brother's sudden disappearance still tears at his wounded soul. Little Davi's lifeless face remains forever etched into his mind as his ultimate nightmare. He relives the agony of that fateful day when he lost the only person who gave his life true meaning. His father's advice about only ever trusting family echoes loudly through his shattered mind. The image of him weeping over his brother's lifeless body marks the true beginning of his descent into darkness. Sometime later, he became the ruthless ruler of that community, governing everything with an iron fist. An imposing hunter appears before his throne, praising his impressive feat of taking down the guards. The mysterious man asks if he's some kind of hunter, while eyeing him with supreme confidence. The suited visitor in the fedora calmly denies it, making it clear he has a much grander goal in mind. Introducing himself as Matteo de Sica, he radiates a commanding aura of power before everyone present. The red-haired man declares with conviction that he is the one destined to completely change the world. Kai admits he never fully trusted those people, but he chose to ally with them anyway. With no family left alive, he clung to that alliance simply because he had nothing else left to protect. The old man embraced his dark fate, knowing the memories of his past were all that kept him going. Matteo observes his ally solemnly, while aware of the crushing emotional burden the man carries in his chest. Young Eve was also present at the meeting, quietly taking in the conversation with a mysterious look. After reliving his tragic past, Kai glares at the protagonist with burning hatred in the forest. The villain screams in rage that Eve is like family to him, demanding the hero honor the deal and let her go. He realizes he made a massive mistake, breaking his own arms on the word of a rival hunter. Sung Hyun coldly replies, warning the opponent not to follow if he doesn't want the worst to happen to her. Kai's eyes widen with fury and powerlessness as he watches the youth carry the bound captive away. The protagonist states he will release the girl once he puts enough safe distance between himself and the enemy. He catches the villain off guard by declaring the battle officially over, telling him he has nothing to worry about. The youth points out that the old man lacks instant healing powers, which is why the prisoner continues to suffer. Eve lets out a choked groan of sheer agony as the blue chains begin to burn her skin. Sung Hyun solemnly remarks that they've already eliminated 2 dangerous enemies on this very day of the trials. He states that while he doesn't regret what happened, he has no desire to become a ruthless killer. The hero reflects that committing another atrocity like that would make it impossible to ever live with himself. He walks slowly through the dark forest, searching for an honorable justification for his actions. With those parting words, the young hero walks away, leaving the mangled old man behind on the battlefield. Kai falls to his knees on the damp ground, Once again remembering the grim lesson passed down by his father, he drags himself forward with difficulty toward his fallen comrade. Desperate to help her in any way he can, the old man pleads for them to head back together and find Mateo to treat their severe wounds. He coughs up a large mouthful of blood, feeling the terrible impact of spiritual poison ravaging his body. Suddenly, Eve begins violently convulsing and bleeding from the mouth, throwing the man into sheer panic. Kai screams in desperation, unable to understand why the girl's luminous healing magic isn't kicking in. The old man despairs as he realizes the life of the only person he considers family is rapidly slipping away. He locks his eyes onto the glowing chains, realizing that mystical power carries a truly devastating effect. The villain tries to comprehend what kind of destructive energy is capable of shattering absolute barriers and nullifying healing. Glowing red marks rapidly spread across Eve's entire body, completely consuming her. A violent shockwave of destructive energy strikes the captive, inflicting irreparable internal damage. Kai screams in desperation, trying every way he can to shatter the mystical links crushing the girl. Weeping tears of blood, he screams in absolute agony, begging for the chains to finally break. The old man cradles the young woman's lifeless body in the dark forest, sinking into a deep, eternal loneliness. With burning hatred, he looks back on the brutal demands made by the protagonist that left him utterly defenseless. Kai realizes he was tricked by that lying promise. Feeling the crushing weight of betrayal in his chest, he grieves deeply. Realizing the world has deceived him once again and left him with no hope, the agony of having no one left to trust consumes the old warrior's final thoughts. A mysterious otherworldly monk approaches and calls him Kyle, acknowledging his strength. The mysterious being says it is truly fortunate that his ultimate trump card was never used. He looks at the glowing portal surrounded by praying followers as they discuss his greatest asset. The monk states that Kyle should never waste such immense power just to face a celestial demon. Kai decides that if he ever needs to use this forbidden technique, it will only be for a truly special reason. The mystical red energy seal begins to activate, unleashing a devastating and mysterious force. He knows he will have to risk his own life to unleash the technique's full destructive potential. The old warrior swears he will only use this extreme power when he needs to protect his family. Overcome with rage at seeing his companion in danger, he roars furiously at his opponent's audacity. He screams with all his hatred, accusing the protagonist of completely betraying his trust. Sung Hyen watches that terrifying transformation wide-eyed, completely unable to grasp what is happening. The young man realizes the enemy is about to activate his dreaded final ord, known as ablation. Forbidden technique requires no hand signs, because the true target of the attack is the user himself. By burning his own mana essence, the warrior is able to draw out power that transcends all limits. A massive pillar of energy erupts around Sung Hyen, forcing him to back away from such overwhelming destructive might. The protagonist is completely paralyzed with fear as he feels the crushing pressure of that divine aura. That is indeed the ultimate technique, one that demands a blood sacrifice to be executed flawlessly. The young student wakes up startled, lying on the grass and wondering how he ended up in such a safe place. The red-haired warrior sitting nearby with an injured arm asks if he is finally awake. Confused, he tries to make an excuse, saying he must have run too fast and ended up passing out. The student starts second, guessing his own excuse, realizing that explanation makes zero sense. He remembers the moment that terrifying villain appeared in the forest, summoning the devastating power of thunder. The red-haired warrior falls into despair, realizing that dreadful attack would mean the end for everyone. She remembers charging full force at the enemy to buy the students a chance to escape. The brave hunter recalls calling out to the other warrior amidst the chaos of that deadly battle. Sung Hyen then stepped in, blocking the electric strike and proving he truly possesses the power of a regressor. She remembers being asked if she finally believed in the young hero's true potential. The protagonist used one of his incredible pieces of gear to raise a barrier and protect the wounded hunter. The warrior's eyes went wide in pure shock as she witnessed that spontaneous display of power. Back in the present, the young student begins to tremble with fear as he recalls the intensity of that clash. He remembers his desperate plan to use his own weapon, even if it only left a scratch on the enemy. The boy activated his magic device, hoping to inflict even minor damage on the opponent and help in the fight. The small blast of energy ended up hitting the hunter's hand during a moment of extreme distraction. She was furious at the student's reckless move and cursed him right in the middle of the fight. The warrior warned him that pulling a stunt like that would only draw all the villain's attention toward himself. Seizing the opening created, she grabbed the young student and ran as fast as she could to get away. The student hangs his head in sorrow, regretting that they left Sung hiding behind all alone in the forest. She responds sternly that they must keep heading south to reach the harbor as quickly as possible. The boy begins to weep desperately, unable to accept that he abandoned his friend in the face of extreme danger. He remembers when Sung Hyun put his life on the line to save him, despite being a lower-ranked hunter. He buries his face in his hands, feeling completely useless in the middle of everything that happened. In pure desperation, the young man yells at the hunter, demanding to know why she failed her duty to protect them from real danger. She calmly explains that the messy, harried kid is unimaginably stronger than she is. The hunter admits that staying behind would only get in his way, but the student still questions why she even took the job. He indignantly asks why she accepted an escort mission if she had no intention of fighting to the end. The warrior looks down sadly, asking who else would ever take such a low-level jig. She reveals that high-tier hunters make a fortune in gates and couldn't care less about students. She explains that high-tier hunters prioritize clearing gates to prevent another catastrophic incident. Because of that grim reality, only weak, unranked warriors ever accept escorting students. Young Sung Hyun finds himself battered and exhausted amidst a desolate battlefield, completely stripped of the strength to fight back. Suddenly, the dreaded opponent leaps from the top of a dark rift, wielding terrifying, destructive power in his hands. Kai struggles to breathe as the crimson energy consumes every fiber of his already weakened body. The villain feels like a complete fool, realizing he made a mistake that could cost him his life in this fight. He curses himself for trusting the false words of a vile criminal who deceived him long ago. The old warrior swears he will hesitate no longer, resolving to unleash all his forbidden power to obliterate the protagonist. The two warriors trade brutal blows, and the young hero takes a critical hit from behind, suffering a severe slash, consumed by an uncontrollable rage. Sung Hyun roars that he will crush anyone who stands in his way. The story then cuts back to 2 weeks before the big sparring match, showing his incredible rival in action. The young man analyzed his opponent and was shocked to see she possessed an endless arsenal of techniques and special powers. He believed he had mapped out all her abilities, completely unaware that she had sealed her powers away the year before. Sung Hyun grows confused after noticing an unusual detail in the fighting style his opponent is using. He notices that she triggers a strange effect right after channeling her mystical body enhancement power. The young man tries to figure out why she insists on using that explosive attribute skill for only a few brief moments. At that point, the hero had no idea why, but everything would become crystal clear once they clashed in the arena. He discovered that the warrior suffered severe physical recoil after using her ultimate transformation form. All of that extreme fatigue vanished instantly whenever she activated her incredible regenerative powers. The young man realizes her mysterious healing skill is insanely useful for neutralizing the negative side effects of combat. Back in the fight, Kai is terrified to see the hero's power level skyrocket to an unbelievable degree. The impact of the blow completely tears up the forest floor, spraying his opponent's blood across the trees. The villain's eyes widen in terror as he realizes the sheer speed and merciless violence of that counterattack. Sung, Hyan emerges from the shadows wrapped in a dark aura, landing a devastating strike that sends the enemy flying violently. Kai coughs up a massive amount of blood, feeling the overwhelming impact that completely shattered his defenses. The old warrior's body is hurled with extreme force, slamming into the water and throwing up a massive geyser. Chains of blue mana quickly spread outward, ruthlessly binding the opponent to the bottom of the water. The old man surfaces gasping for air, trying to recover as a ring of red energy swirls around him. Without giving his foe a second to breathe, the hero charges at high speed, gliding across the surface of the freezing water. Kai watches the rapid approach intently, gathering his strength to deliver one final strike packed with pure hatred. The young hero comes soaring in, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes using his glowing blue energy chains. A violent collision of power erupts in the middle of the water, triggering a massive explosion that echoes through the entire forest. The old man notices that besides the colossal boost in physical strength, his opponent is fighting in a very bizarre way. He wonders why the hero insists on fighting up close, when his chains would be far more effective at a distance. After watching his opponent's erratic, violent movements, the villain finally realizes what is going on. The hero has completely lost his mind, fighting out of pure hatred with zero regard for the consequences of his actions. Memories of his difficult childhood begin surfacing in the hero's mind, dredging up all the pain he had buried deep inside. As a young boy, he had asked his mother why they had to move away and leave all his school friends behind. His mother wept bitterly as she hugged little Sung, Hyan, apologizing from the bottom of her heart for their painful situation. She grieved deeply, saying it was all her fault for not being a good enough mother to protect him. The little boy shed tears of sorrow, unable to understand why his entire life had changed so suddenly. Not long after, other kids on the streets started making fun of him, asking what his father really did for a living. He was completely paralyzed, unable to react as he listened to the cruel taunts of the boys his age. The boys began laughing and mocking him, saying his dad was the only one in the whole school with such a weird last name. The ground felt like it dropped out beneath him, as the bullies threatened to spread rumors that his father was a monster. Little Sung, Hyan began isolating himself from everyone, sleeping alone in the dark while suffering the taunts in silence. The boy cried in his bed every single night, knowing he couldn't tell his mother anything to keep from hurting her. Feeling completely abandoned, he realized he had no friends or family who could ever save him from that nightmare. With teary eyes, he constantly wondered what he had done so wrong to deserve such a cruel punishment. The young man relived that childhood memory of his mother crying, repeating that all of this suffering was entirely her fault. He walks back home through the dark alleys, trying to make sense of the emotional burden his dear mother had poured out. Suddenly, the boy is cornered by school bullies who surround him with malicious grins, blocking his path. The boys demand he hand over his monthly friendship fee, infuriating him with the blatant threat. The situation spirals out of control, leaving one of the boys badly beaten on the ground, desperately pleading for him to stop. The other boy is also covered in blood and crying, promising he will never tell anyone what just happened. Sung Hyan raises a length of iron chain, ignoring their pleas, and coldly asks why he should be the one to stop. He remembers all the pain and loneliness he endured in silence because of the cruelty of these very same kids. Sitting on top of the bully, the young boy coldly states there is no reason at all for him to be the first one to back down. Back in the present, the hero repeats those very same words from the past as he brutally pummels his fallen opponent. He roars with raw fury, unleashing years of pent-up hatred onto an enemy who can no longer defend himself. Song Hyan strikes with a shattered pillar, crushing the villain amidst a violent burst of blue lightning. Overcome with primal rage, the hero screams at the top of his lungs, agreeing with his enemy's dark worldview. The defeated old man silently agrees, remembering how absurd and unfair the outside world has always been. A bright, heavy blue chain manifests on the battlefield, symbolizing the young man's terrifying spiritual power. Both warriors throw brutal punches at the same time, drawing blood in an insanely violent final clash. As they trade lethal blows, both acknowledge the world is unfair, yet the hero keeps fighting without giving an inch. He remembers that his hatred for the world was the sole driving force that pushed him to train relentlessly and become a hunter. The boy believed that if he became as strong as his father, no one would ever dare mock him or hurt his family again. He remembers spending nights isolated in the darkness, feeling like no one in the world would ever come to his aid. The enemy delivers one last flaming slash, desperately trying to break free from the chains binding him so tightly. With a bloody hand, the hero admits to himself that his initial intentions were never truly heroic or noble. Sung Hyan collapses in pain, believing he has no right to call himself a good hunter and that his actions are utterly unjustified. He remembers the harsh words the red-haired hunter said about risking one's life to save others. The warrior had told him that what he called courage was nothing more than reckless, meaningless foolishness. The young man realizes it was all hypocrisy, as he was simply mimicking the only heroic hunter he had ever seen on TV. He grieves deeply as he stares into his own spiritual essence, which he views as cold and completely hideous. Suddenly, a mysterious female voice speaks up from behind the chains, asking if that is truly the whole story. Sung Hyan's eyes go wide in shock as he sees a mysterious, glowing silhouette standing right in front of him in the void. He slowly approaches the radiant figure, who has long, colorful hair and exudes a deeply peaceful aura. The hero asks the strange girl who she is, and she calmly replies that she is his very own self. With a warm, glowing gaze, the entity repeats that she represents the soul of the young warrior standing before her. He gets annoyed by the confusing answer, but she explains this places as the true origin of the chains he summons. A massive blast of colorful energy reveals that the essence of his summoning magic is the manifestation of his own soul. The girl floats as she explains that this dimension is his soul, meaning everything here is truly a part of who he is. The young man questions how she could possibly be him when they are so different, but she smiles and says she understands. A massive chain floats in the air as the mystical entity reveals the human heart is a deeply complex thing. Memories of people he once knew flash by, showing that human beings are made of conflicting feelings and opposing sides. She explains that all the different facets of his personality come together to form one true, complete individual. The girl tells him that despite his flaws, the happiness he felt when helping others in the past was never a lie. She shows him that his noble desire to protect others also stems from a truly beautiful place in his memories. He remembers being a little kid playing in the sand, terrified of the arrival of dreadful monsters. In his childhood, a little girl had told him about the dangerous gates from which creatures emerged, destroying everything. Little Sung Hyan was terrified, thinking he would never see his parents again or get to play in that park. The purple-haired girl watched him in silence as he tried to find a way to calm his racing heart. The little boy declared with absolute resolve that he would grow into a powerful adult capable of defeating any monster. He promised he would never let anyone hurt them, and the girl smiled brightly upon hearing his heartfelt oath. The little girl was overjoyed by her young friend's promise, thinking it was the coolest thing in the world. On the bus, she thought to herself that she would also do whatever it took to protect Sung, Hyen and her dear friends when she grew up. Back in the present, the hero reaches out with his bloodied hand, determined to reclaim that long-lost childhood dream. Sung Hyen leaps into the air and catches the girl in his arms, resolved to become the protector who will keep everyone safe. In the realm of his own soul, the sweet girl embraces him warmly, asking with deep concern if he is truly okay. She proves to be his greatest protective force, trying to understand why the young man feels so broken and alone. With gentle words, she tenderly tells him to cry no more, wrapping him in aura of pure protection. That entire origin story, forgotten for 12 long years, finally returns to the young man, awakening his true potential. Suddenly, in the real world, young So Hyen senses an unknown energy awaken, and her eyes glow with the Aries crest. Sitting at the dinner table with her friends, the girl begins acting strange, leaving everyone around her confused and worried. Her companions ask if she is feeling sick as her eye glows intensely with the mysterious mystical mark. A friendly sheep boy deeply thanks the young girl for saving his dear companions from that region. The flashback shows the kids rescuing and guiding the charming magical sheep during a fun adventure. They joke lightheartedly about how dangerous the mission was and agree they will never take on such an exhausting job again. As a sincere token of gratitude, the small horned creature hands over a valuable spellbook bearing the exact same star crest. In the present, the shockwave of the violent battle sends Sung Hyen crashing hard into the rocks as he tries to shield the girl. The protagonist is utterly stunned to see his childhood friend standing right there and asks how she managed to find him. A chilling development unfolds as the glowing Aries mark ignites permanently within So Hyen's gaze. A colossal crimson shockwave tears through the area, violently sending rocks and dust flying in every direction. Kai watches the scene in utter confusion, trying to figure out the true nature of the girl who just stepped in. She hugs the protagonist and screams furiously at the villain, demanding that he stop tormenting her brother right this second. The enemy's rage boils over even further, his cracked face twisting into an untamed, unhinged fury. An old memory of his beloved late brother echoes in the villain's mind, fueling his eternal pain and deep-seated hatred. Kai charges a devastating strike, questioning the reasons behind all the unfair suffering he has endured over the years. The old man roars in anger, demanding to know why only outsiders get to live well while they are left behind to suffer. He charges full speed at the siblings, accusing hunters of always turning a blind eye to the agony of the oppressed. The girl weeps in terror as she watches the enemy close in rapidly, electricity reflecting dramatically in her eyes. Countless chains of blue man erupt from the ground, blocking the old man's attack and pinning him firmly in the forest. The soul of the villain's late partner appears in the void as a spirit, watching the scene in quiet melancholy. The old warrior screams in pure agony, desperately trying every possible way to break the mystical barrier binding his body. So, Hyen is left shocked and terrified by the unbelievable amount of raw power radiating from her wounded brother. He unleashes devastating fury, burning his own life force to forge an ultimate attack of colossal proportions. The hero states firmly that he couldn't care less about his opponent's motives, resolved to end this bitter feud once and for all. Hundreds of blue chains pierce through the ground, wrapping around the enemy's body to cut off any chance of escape or counterattack. A storm of blue steel swirls around the villain, locking down his movements with utterly relentless force. His powerful shield shatters, leaving him completely cornered by the stunning binding technique. The young man states that this is the inevitable end for anyone who dares harm the people he loves most in this world. Kai is completely wrapped up by an absurd number of glowing links, silencing his screams of hatred in the dark. With determined look, Sung Hyan reaches out his hand and yells that he will rip away all of this opponent's evil power. The spiritual links tighten with extreme force, crushing the destructive aura of energy that shielded the enemy's body. The protagonist concentrates his strike on the villain's red energy sphere, shattering his main source of divine power. A massive blast of mana erupts as the sphere shatters, clearing away all hostile energy from the battlefield. In his final moments of consciousness, the old man remembers his long-ago promise to use that power wisely. He recalls that even if it meant putting his own life on the line, he would make any sacrifice as long as he could save his family. The warrior's wary face reveals his unending resolve to fight to the bitter end for the safety of those he loved. A vision of his beloved companion flashes in his mind, reminding him of his true purpose throughout this entire journey. He calls out to his deceased brother in his thoughts, weighed down by the crushing regret of not being able to save him. The old man weeps, asking why his brother had to leave so soon, leaving him entirely alone in the darkness. In an emotional spiritual vision, the old warrior and the young warrior finally meet before a campfire in the void. He uses that peaceful moment to apologize to his own inner self for all the wrong choices he made along the way. In that very same spiritual vision, the young hero and his sister Hyan are also seen sitting together, enjoying the warmth of the fire. The warrior slowly closes his eyes, finally finding the peace he searched so long for and letting go of all his pain and resentment. The radiant silhouette of his companion waits for him with open arms amidst an endless, tranquil white expanse. He feels his body grow cold and wonders where he is as his soul finally departs in peace toward the eternal light. He slowly starts regaining consciousness, feeling something very warm and soft all around him. The young man struggles to open his eyes, having no idea where he is or what is even happening. Hyan wakes up in a panic when he realizes the girl is pressing her lips against his in an attempt to save him. He reacts with an awkward shove, and both of them cry out in pain after accidentally banging their heads together. So, Hyan cheers happily, saying the CPR she learned actually worked and saved her brother's life. Nearby, young Eve opens her eyes in fright after recovering from the brutal shock of the previous battle. Waking up, she sees the bodies of Hyan and her companion lying side by side in the dark forest. Staring at Kai's terrible condition, the girl wonders in absolute shock what could have possibly happened to her leader. So, Hyan approaches her warmly, thanking the heavens that the white-haired girl is okay too. The student cheerfully explains that she found the girl unconscious on the path and decided to help her without a second thought. She offers to take the stranger to the infirmary, but Eve declines, saying she has her own healing